Chapter 1. Who is my father? On a sun-kissed golden beach, atop a rocky outcrop, a handsome man and an extraordinarily beautiful woman nestled closely together. The man possessed striking features, while the woman, towering at 1 meter 80, was enveloped in a flowing crimson robe, her azure hair cascading down her back. Beside her stood a magnificent golden scepter, reaching 3 meters in height, crowned with a spear-like protrusion adorned with a glistening golden gem faintly. The woman's abdomen appeared slightly rounded. With a wistful expression, she leaned against the man's shoulder, her eyes filled with sorrow as she asked, "Are you truly leaving?" The man, resolute, nodded. "I have discovered a place, a legacy left by a powerful deity, and I must journey there." She understood that achieving divinity was his ultimate aspiration. Their powers had reached the pinnacle of this world, leaving no alternative but to ascend to godhood. As she caressed her gently swelling abdomen, her heart ached with reluctance. Yet for the sake of the man she loved deeply, this was the promise he had made to her. "Go ahead, I will nurture this child with all my heart," she said, affectionately stroking her belly, eagerly anticipating the arrival of their offspring. The man gazed at her, feeling an overwhelming sense of indebtedness. "Wait for my return. Once I achieve divinity, I will marry you," he vowed, sealing their promise with his words. With that, he left behind a small hammer, casting one final glance at his beloved before disappearing in a flash of crimson light. Unbeknownst to them, 7 years slipped by unnoticed. The man had departed for 7 years, and their child had grown to the age of 6, with the morrow heralding the awakening of the child's martial spirit. In the same spot where the couple had once shared tender moments, the breathtaking woman awaited the return of the man who had yet to return. Beside her sat a 6-year-old boy, strikingly handsome, a testament to the love shared between her and the man. "Mom, who exactly is my father?" the boy asked, repeating a question that had lingered in his mother's heart since he could remember. With a gentle smile, the woman affectionately tousled his hair. "Finger, your father is the mightiest being in this world. He promised your mother that once he fulfilled his dreams, he would return." This was Sea God Island, and the boy's mother was named Posey, one of the 3 legendary Douluos of the realm. The boy was called Buofeng, a soul who bore the memories of a past life, having crossed over rather haphazardly, though fortunate enough to have diluted the effects of the mangpa soup he had consumed. He was well acquainted with the entire history of this world and its ensuing events indeed. His mother was Posey, the Grand Priestess of Sea God Island, a 99th level Doa whose strength was unmatched in this realm. This world was known as Duuluo Continent, a realm where martial spirits manifested as weapons, soul beasts, or even common farming tools. Soul masters were regarded as the most esteemed profession in this world. Over the past 6 years, Buofeng had grown accustomed to life on Sea God Island. Aside from having a powerful mother, he had never laid eyes on his enigmatic and formidable father. Each time he inquired about him, Posey would respond with the same words. As time wore on, Buofeng gradually found peace with the situation. "Finger, tomorrow marks your martial spirit awakening. If my predictions are correct, your martial spirit will undoubtedly be the sea god, just like mine." Posey smiled, harboring great hopes for her son, who had always been obedient and endearing. The sea god? Buofeng pondered aloud. This was a divine-level martial spirit, akin to the 6-winged angel of the continent, a force to be reckoned with. As Posey's child, inheriting the sea god martial spirit was entirely natural, for the lineage of martial spirits derived from the more potent parent. "Mom, I wish," Buofeng tentatively broached. Posey, exuding tranquility, listened intently. "I don't want to stay on Sea God Island forever. I've heard others speak of many fascinating places on Douluo Continent." So Buofeng trailed off. A mother's intuition allowed Posey to instantly grasp her son's desires. "You wish to venture out into the continent?" she said with a smile. Buofeng nodded silently, feeling the weight of destiny upon him. As a member of the countless souls who had traversed realms, he could not remain idle on Sea God Island after all. A certain Tang San would eventually rise to prominence, undergoing the sea god trials, and his mother would have to make sacrifices. Such events could not be permitted. In this lifetime, having been reborn, the moments shared with his mother over the past 6 years were etched deeply in Buofeng's heart. And then there was the mysterious father. According to his mother's casual remarks, his father hailed from Douluo Continent, not from Sea God Island. In his past life, he had known neither father nor mother. But in this life, he had finally found a family. His mother was always present, yet his father had been absent for 6 long years, bound by a promise made long ago. Throughout these years, Posey had never left this place, perpetually awaiting the return of the man she loved. For the sake of his mother, and in honor of his father, Bluffing resolved to explore the continent. As the Grand Priestess of Sea God Island, Posey governed the vast seas and could not easily depart. Moreover, there were the 7 sacred pillar guardians, each a formidable tidal Doa, with the sea dragon Doa being the strongest among them, a 95th level tidal Doa. You are destined to oversee Sea God Island. With that in mind, let us make a wager, Posey proposed with a playful smile. When you turn 12 and your soul power reaches 30, I shall permit you to travel the continent for a few years. If by 12 you have yet to reach 30, you must stay by my side and learn how to manage Sea God Island. 30? The Sea God was a divine-level martial spirit, and after awakening, he would undoubtedly possess innate full soul power. With 6 years ahead of him, the time would surely suffice for Bluffing to cultivate to level 30. Without hesitation, he nodded. All right. The mother and son sealed their agreement with a clap of hands. With that, Posey departed, for as the Grand Priestess, her duties were of great importance. Bluffing remained seated on the rocky outcrop, gazing out at the boundless sea, eagerly anticipating what the continent held. In his heart, he silently devised a series of training plans, seeking the assistance of the 7 sacred pillar guardians, the most powerful beings beneath his mother on Sea God Island. With their aid, he was certain to achieve his modest goal of reaching level 30 in 6 years. His mother had mentioned that his father was not weaker than she was. But who exactly was his father? Chapter 2. Martial Spirit Awakening, a Hammer? Today, security on Sea God Island was exceptionally stringent, for Bofeng's martial spirit awakening held immense significance for the island. It heralded the birth of the next leader of Sea God Island. When Bofeng reached the age of 16, he would stand before the sacred pillars to undergo the corresponding trials, thereby solidifying his future position as the Grand Priest of Sea God Island. On Sea God Mountain, within the Sea God Temple, resided the place where Bluffing had spent the past 6 years, living alongside his mother, Posey. Posey sat regally above, while below stood 7 elevated platforms, upon which the 7 sacred pillar guardians, the island's protectors, stood in attendance. Bluffing positioned himself at the center, facing a circular altar where a black pole was embedded. According to his mother's description, this was the Sea God's divine artifact. The Sea God trident. Only those who inherited the Sea God lineage had the right to draw it forth. Bang, bang, bang. The appointed time had arrived. Posey, who had kept her eyes closed, slowly opened her enchanting eyes, gazing at her son below, and smiled gently. The martial spirit awakening ceremony is about to commence. Finger, are you ready? Bluffing solemnly nodded. Mom, I am ready and can proceed at any time. Upon receiving her son's affirmation, Posey gracefully arose from her seat and approached him, standing before the Sea God trident. After paying her respects to the trident, Posey raised her golden scepter, which radiated a brilliant golden light. As the golden energy coursed into the Sea God trident, the entire Sea God temple was illuminated, and in an instant, Sea God Mountain was enveloped in a dazzling blue and gold radiance. The light lingered, growing ever more resplendent. Finger, step into the light pillar and attune yourself to the essence of your martial spirit, Posey instructed. Following his mother's guidance, Bluffing slowly entered the light pillar. At that moment, he was enveloped in a warm, comforting realm, a sensation of indescribable bliss washing over him. Under the pull of this warm energy, it felt as if something within him shattered. Then, under the watchful eyes of Posey and the 7 sacred pillar guardians, a majestic figure materialized behind Bluffing, wielding a golden trident, clad in blue and gold robes, and crowned with a golden diadem. This was the manifestation of Bofeng's martial spirit, the Sea God. Just like Posey's martial spirit, as her son, he perfectly inherited this divine-level martial spirit, rivaling the illustrious 6-winged angel of the Spirit Hall. The 7 sacred pillar guardians knelt in reverence, their expressions filled with exhilaration, as they paid homage to the sea god, the embodiment of their loyalty. Chapter 3. First Soul Ring, the 100-year evil demon orca. With a playful smile, Xiaobai embraced Woofing warmly. "Little Wind, have you missed your sister during our long separation?" Xiaobai chuckled, then planted a hearty kiss upon Woofing's cherubic cheek. "Of course I have. What has my sister been busy with?" Woofing inquired, recalling their last encounter 2 years prior. It was said that Xiaobai had led her kin into a brutal conflict. A fierce battle that resulted in significant losses for the formidable spirit beast guarding the safety of the sea god's island. Xiaobai herself returned injured, receiving personal care from Poseidon. Conflicts among spirit beasts are inevitable, particularly for the likes of the magic soul white sharks, who are rarely challenged in the vast ocean. Aside from the gargantuan adversary in the magic whale domain, their greatest nemesis remains the malevolent killer whale. These creatures are ruthless, exhibiting a savagery comparable to that of their magic whale counterparts, sometimes sparing even their own kin. Xiaobai shook her head with a wry smile. "I have not been occupied with much, aside from the heavy responsibility of guarding the sea goddess island. I have mostly been idly passing time here. Now that you have awakened your martial soul, you urgently require 2 suitable first and second spirit rings, as the high priest has advised me. Time is of the essence. Let us set forth without delay." With that, Xiaobai leapt into the ocean, cradling Woofing, and at the moment of contact with the water, she transformed into a majestic 20-meter-long magic soul white shark, her exquisite golden stripes lending her an air of nobility. Sitting atop the back of the great white shark, Bofong and his companion glided slowly towards the vast ocean. According to his mother's meticulous planning, the maximum age for the first soul ring was set at 423 years, while the second soul ring could reach up to 764 years. The most desirable sources for these soul rings included the abyssal orca, seahorse, starfish, and the sea serpent, with the abyssal orca being the most precious of all. This magnificent creature could stand alongside the great white shark, yet it is known to be a social marine soul beast, seldom venturing out alone, and rumored to be accompanied by a formidable 100,000-year-old abyssal orca king. Presently, Xiaobai, bearing Bofong, was swimming in the opposite direction of the orcapod. Along their journey, they encountered various marine soul beasts, all either surpassing the age limit or being merely 10,000 years old, with none suitable for their purpose. The sun now stood high in the sky, and Xiaobai had located a secluded island where the two were taking a brief respite. On the soft sandy beach, the gentle sea breeze caressed them, whisking away the fatigue of the day. "Xiaobai, it has been an entire day, yet we have not encountered a single suitable sea spirit." Bofong lamented weakly. Xiaobai, with a hand covering her mouth, chuckled softly, "Do not be anxious in the face of adversity. Finding an appropriate sea spirit beast is not a trivial endeavor." Just as Bofong was becoming increasingly frustrated over the search for his first spirit ring, a figure emerged upon the ocean, causing his gaze to sharpen with focus. It was a gray whale, its massive head looming large, and as it opened its mouth, a row of sharp teeth glistened, capable of rending any sharp object, its dark crimson eyes imbued with an insatiable menace. "The abyssal orca!" Bofong exclaimed as he sprang to his feet, his eyes fixed on the feeding abyssal orca not far away. This creature measured approximately 3 to 4 meters in length, while an adult abyssal orca could reach up to 30 meters. Upon hearing its name, Xiaobai immediately stood up, her eyes riveted on the beast. This name was one she held in deep disdain, for her brother had perished at the hands of the abyssal orca king, leaving her severely wounded from the battle against its clan 2 years prior. Periodically, wars erupted between their two races, a grim law of survival among the sea spirit beasts. Indeed, it is the abyssal orca. This creature, measuring 3 to 4 meters, is between 300 to 400 years old, making it a perfect candidate for your first spirit ring, Xiaobai exclaimed with delight. However, her expression soon morphed into one of rage as she declared, "Wait here. I shall capture it for you. Let that wretched beast become your first spirit ring." For Xiaobai, the abyssal orca had always been an object of her loathing, and this time, she resolved to take matters into her own hands, even though Poseidon had advised her to allow Bofong to act. With her merely observing unless in dire need, the presence of the abyssal orca stirred the deepest animosity within her, for it embodied the very essence of her lifelong hatred. Woofing swiftly embraced the slender, delicate legs of Xiaobai, halting her advance. "Sister Xiaobai, leave this to me. This is my first time. It is an honor to battle the evil spirit whale." However, Xiaobai struggled to suppress her inner fury. The purpose of this encounter was to foster Woofing's growth, not to allow someone like her, who had long tormented a mere century-old being, to intervene. Having finally discovered such a precious evil spirit whale, Xiaobai feared that a single misstep could lead to disaster, preventing Woofing from absorbing this exceptionally suitable spirit ring. "Rest assured, Sister Xiaobai. I assure you that when I eventually become a titled Douluo, I will personally slay the evil spirit whale king and use it as the spirit ring for the sea god martial soul, avenging you in the process," Woofing declared with unwavering determination. Observing Woofing before her and listening to his resolute words, Xiaobai felt an overwhelming warmth within. Tenderly ruffling Woofing's hair, she smiled and cautioned, "Do be careful. The evil spirit whale possesses immense strength. Its whale skin is the hardest part of its body, so when you attack, aim for its underbelly, where it is most vulnerable." Woofing solemnly nodded, then slowly approached the voracious demon orca. its length of 3 to 4 meters, obsidian body. And those eyes radiating malevolent crimson light marked it as one of the most sinister and lethal entities of the ocean. The demon orca seemed to have noticed Woofing, staring at the diminutive figure before it, daring to challenge its might. Chapter 4. The demon orca king approaches in this vast expanse of sea. Apart from the formidable ruler of the demon whale domain, not even the fearsome soul-eating great white shark would dare to confront it. How could this human possibly have the audacity? The demon orca opened its gaping maw and leapt forward, its robust physique in no way hampering its speed. It aimed to swallow Woofing whole. At that moment, a spectral image of the sea god emerged behind Woofing. The sea god, sovereign of the ocean, instinctively caused the demon orca to recoil in trepidation. Seizing this opportunity, Woofing reached out his right hand, revealing a striking blue trident. It was unmistakably akin to the sea goddess trident from the sea god temple, when the sea goddess' martial spirit enveloped him. The trident would temporarily be at Woofing's command. However, it was not the true sea goddess trident and could only wield a fraction of its power. Nevertheless, this was more than sufficient to deal with the century-old demon orca that loomed before him. The wave-swept trident of Bofeng struck directly against the vulnerable abdomen of the malevolent orca, the area most susceptible to injury. As anticipated, the orca was forcefully repelled, crashing into the ocean and sending forth a cascade of splashing waves. Upon witnessing this, Xiaobai finally exhaled with relief. The formidable strength of the malevolent orca, even after a century, warranted utmost caution. As it was propelled away, the orca narrowed its eyes, beginning to regard this opponent with newfound seriousness. Its powerful tail lashed against the waves, instantly conjuring towering surges of water. Riding upon these colossal waves, the malevolent orca launched yet another assault. Woofing stood resolutely, gripping his trident with an air of defiance, fully aware of the gravity of the battle. As he fervently wielded his weapon, colossal waves crashed against him. Yet he remained unperturbed, akin to one unfazed by the tempest. Possessing the divine spirit of the sea, he felt no trepidation from any aquatic entity. With the trident as his focal point, Woofing sent the malevolent orca tumbling across the surface of the water, and then thrust the trident forward once more, intent on delivering a final blow to the creature. Just then, from the periphery of his vision, another orca, measuring 5 meters in length, emerged unexpectedly. In a moment of distraction, it clamped its jaws around the tip of the trident. Simultaneously, the force of the 100-year-old deep-sea leviathan struck, its tail savagely whipping against Woofeng's shoulder. The pain coursed through Wave Wind's arm, which suddenly fell ablaze. He hastily freed himself from the binds of the malevolent orca and retreated to a safer distance. To his dismay, another malevolent orca emerged, towering at an impressive 5 meters. It seemed he had encountered a formidable opponent. This sudden assault on Wave Wind was undeniably from a newly emerged 1,000-year beast, a creature that had surpassed his capabilities. Just as he was about to step forward, Bai Wei interjected, "Let me handle this, Wave Wind." Bai Wei furrowed her brow in discontent. These two malevolent orcas possess considerable strength, particularly the one that has only recently entered the 1,000-year mark. How could you possibly stand against them? Trust me. Allow me to deal with them. The aura of a 100,000-year soul beast erupted forth, causing the two malevolent orcas before them to tremble violently. On the other side of the ocean lay a vast congregation of these creatures, many exceeding 30 meters in length, all fully grown and predominantly ancient, most exceeding 10,000 years. At the heart of this formidable assembly, a colossal malevolent orca suddenly opened its crimson eyes, sensing the energy radiating from Bai Wei. Years prior, during their previous confrontation, Bai Wei had been gravely injured, yet the orca had gained nothing from the encounter. Now, sensing only Bai Wei's presence after her departure from Sea God Island, it seemed inconceivable that she could withstand such a multitude of malevolent orcas alone. Even if she were the steed of the sea god, commanding the vast horde, they surged rapidly toward the position of Bai Wei and Wave Wind. Given the speed of the malevolent orcas, it would still take a considerable time to reach the island where they stood. On the island, upon Wave Wind's insistence, Bai Wei quickly suppressed her aura. Observing Wave Wind's swollen arm, marked by the orca's assault, a wave of fury and sorrow washed over her. Since their acquaintance, she had come to regard Wave Wind as a younger brother, had it not been for his relentless resistance. The two malevolent orcas before them would have been dispatched without a trace. The waves no longer shimmered with tranquility as the trident was firmly gripped in his hand. A golden circlet appeared upon his brow, adorned with numerous sapphires that gleamed above. The garments he wore transformed into a resplendent attire, exuding an aura of majesty, with blue and gold patterns dazzling in the sunlight. This manifestation was a result of the sea god's spirit enveloping him. For reasons unknown, Xiaobai discerned the shadow of the sea god within Bofeng. It evoked memories of battles waged alongside the deity against the ocean's might. As he wielded the trident with unparalleled grandeur, without the imposing presence of Xiaobai to overshadow them, the two monstrous killer whales lunged at Bofeng with lethal intent. Their menacing jaws, lined with razor-sharp teeth, relentlessly gnawed at the trident, sending sparks flying in every direction. In the instant the monstrous whale leaped, Bofeng, with the trident in hand, became one with it. Accompanied by the blossoming of crimson petals, the trident pierced through the century-old killer whale, bringing its nefarious existence to a definitive close. The millennia-old killer whale, unfazed by the demise of its companion, exhibited the true nature of its kind, capable of consuming its own without a shred of emotion. Seizing the opportunity, The ancient killer whale opened its colossal maw and charged directly at Bo Feng, just as Xiaobai was poised to strike. As the shimmering glow of the left hand of Bo Feng flashed, the hammer-like martial soul instantaneously expanded, delivering a crushing blow upon the head of the 1,000-year-old evil demon tiger whale, shattering it into countless pieces. I apologize, but I possess dual martial souls. The weighty hammer, weighing 500 pounds, inevitably extinguished the life of the evil demon tiger whale. Thus, both of these formidable creatures met their demise here. The first soul ring was secured. However, the other, being over a millennium old, exceeded the absorption capacity for the second soul ring. Therefore, Bo Feng did not intend to absorb it. Following his mother's guidance, Bo Feng settled into a meditative position, drawing upon the powers of the soul. From the lifeless body of the evil demon tiger whale, a yellow soul ring gradually ascended. This marked Bo Feng's first absorption of a soul ring, and thus, Xiaobai remained vigilant, meticulously guarding the process until Bo Feng completed the absorption. The evil demon tiger whale, known for its ferocity, exuded such wild power that Bo Feng often furrowed his brow during the absorption. The overwhelming force was tyrannical, and Bo Feng felt as though he were being scorched by flames, enduring the agonizing pressure of the evil demon tiger whale's soul ring. In its final moments, the creature harbored an intense grudge, causing Bo Feng to become dangerously entranced during the absorption, leading to a potential failure. Meanwhile, the clan led by the evil demon whale king was rapidly approaching their destination, leaving Bo Feng and Xiaobai with little time to spare. As time progressed, the first 100-year soul ring enveloping Bo Feng gradually settled into tranquility, a phenomenon that occurs only after the soul ring has been fully absorbed. His internal soul power surged rapidly, a warm current coursing through his body. The evil demon tiger whale was indeed a top predator of the ocean. To encounter two at once was fortuitous, although one exceeded the absorption threshold, rendering it a wasted opportunity. Xiaobai had been silently guarding him, and upon witnessing the completion of Bo Feng's absorption, her anxious heart finally found relief. Now, they awaited Bo Feng's awakening to continue their quest for the next marine soul beast. Suddenly, Xiaobai seemed to sense something, her expression shifting to one of fear as she gazed at the tranquil sea nearby. Observing intently, her demeanor turned grave. It was approaching. The clan led by the evil demon whale king was nearly upon them, and a wave of dread washed over her. Although all the soul sharks were present, against such a multitude of evil demon tiger whales, they could only retreat. One evil demon tiger whale could match two soul sharks in battle. Since the battle years ago, Xiaobai had borne hidden injuries that had yet to heal. Now, faced with imminent peril, she had to consider Bo Feng as safety. He was the dual martial soul bearer and the future leader of Sea God Island. She would not allow any harm to come to him. After all, Bo Feng had promised her he would eradicate the evil demon tiger whale clan. At that moment, Bo Feng slowly awakened, having absorbed his first soul ring, acquiring an appropriate first soul skill. Just as he felt elated, he noticed Xiaobai's troubled expression. Sister Xiaobai, what troubles you? Bo Feng inquired with concern. Taking a deep breath, Xiaobai urged, we must leave this place quickly. The evil demon whale king is on its way. The evil demon whale king? Bo Feng gasped. It was a 100,000-year soul beast. Even Xiaobai, being of the same age, felt uncertain of her chances against such a formidable foe. Without a moment's hesitation, Bo Feng cast one last glance at the vanishing purple 1,000-year soul ring before shaking his head. It was not his to claim. Life was at stake, and he could not afford to dwell on such thoughts, especially since it exceeded the threshold for the second soul ring, being over 200 years old. Just as Xiaobai and Bo Feng prepared to depart, Bo Feng suddenly halted. Under Xiaobai's puzzled gaze, the sea god martial soul manifested behind him, now wielding the sea god trident, gazing resolutely ahead. For a moment, Xiaobai was taken aback. My lord sea god, is it truly you? The serene expression of the wind and waves deity suggested that he had exchanged a few words with the sea god. Shortly thereafter, the sea god vanished from sight. Wolfing advanced, dragging the long-dead millennia-old evil orca into the depths of the ocean. Xiaobai, perplexed, exclaimed, Wolfing, we should abandon this malevolent orca. Preserving our lives is of utmost importance. Wolfing inquired earnestly, Xiaobai, at your swiftest pace, how long will it take to reach Sea God Island? After a moment of contemplation, Xiaobai replied, at most, 1.5 hours. Is there a problem? I have heard my mother speak of the evil orca clan. They are immense in size, and in terms of strength, the soul demon great white shark pales in comparison. However, when it comes to speed, you are indeed the experts. Indeed. Xiaobai proudly thumped her chest, causing the waves to surge. Without delay, Xiaobai plunged into the sea, transforming into a 20-meter-long soul demon great white shark. Wolfing sat upon the back of Xiaobai, channeling his soul power into his hand, as the nearly vanishing 1,000-year soul ring soared towards him in a swift motion. Simultaneously, the first soul ring beneath his feet ignited, and above the yellow ring, a purple 1,000-year soul ring twirled rapidly. Xiaobai, we must hurry. The evil demon Orca King approaches. With that, Wolfing began to absorb the 1,000-year soul ring. Xiaobai nodded, her gaze fixed on the direction of Sea God Island, hastening away with Wolfing at a remarkable speed. As the mightiest of the demon soul great white sharks, her speed was unparalleled in the ocean. In the blink of an eye, Xiaobai carried Wolfing towards Sea God Island. The belated evil demon Orca King, upon witnessing the lifeless bodies of two fallen kin, unleashed a wave of energy to survey the surroundings, but found no trace of Xiaobai or the human. In a fit of rage, the Orca King devoured the remains of his fallen brethren, the crunching of bones echoing ominously. Crimson blood staining his sharp teeth. "We shall pursue," commanded the Orca King, and a swarm of evil demon orcas surged towards Sea God Island. Across the vast expanse of ocean, Xiaobai swam with remarkable swiftness, already within a third of the distance to Sea God Island. Wolfing, seated upon Xiaobai's back, was in the midst of absorbing the 1,000-year soul ring, its age precisely matching the millennium. This particular evil demon orca was far more ferocious than the first 100-year variant, and the oppressive force of the 1,000-year soul ring inflicted immense pain upon Wolfing, as if his very organs were ablaze. His countenance darkened, for this was his inaugural experience of transcending the limits of soul ring absorption. The reason for such reckless endeavor lay in the manifestation of the sea god, compelling Wolfing to act thus. Having surpassed his 200-year threshold and engaged in a perilous absorption, the agony was beyond Wolfing's capacity to endure. Xiaobai deeply empathized with him, acutely aware that he was suffering greatly. Though it pained her to witness his distress, this was a path he must tread alone, impervious to external interference. As time passed, Xiaobai discerned the faint silhouette of Sea God Island. "Splendid. Once we reach the island, the evil demon orcas will be powerless against us." Yet, at that moment, Xiaobai sensed an impending threat. A cerulean beam of light hurtled towards them, and in a moment of desperation, Xiaobai swiftly dodged. Behind them, the evil demon Orca King had rallied his forces. Xiaobai felt overwhelmed, her wounds from a previous battle 2 years ago resurfacing, coupled with their haste. This had allowed the Orca King to close the gap. "Xiaobai, how dare you slay my kin?" The Orca King, dragging his massive form, fixed his bloodshot eyes upon her. "Evil Orca, your fate is of your own making. One day, your kind shall vanish from these waters, restoring tranquility to the sea," Xiaobai declared resolutely, vowing to ensure Wolfing's absolute safety. "Haha." The evil demon Orca King laughed heartily. "A century ago, your brother met his demise at my hands. I must admit, his flesh was quite delectable. I wonder how you shall fare?" "You." Xiaobai trembled with fury, realizing that the Orca King was deliberately provoking her to cloud her judgment with rage. Yet she could not afford to succumb. Wolfing, seated upon her back, was on the verge of successfully merging with the purple 1,000-year soul ring. Suddenly, the evil demon Orca King noticed something amiss. Gazing at the unfamiliar figure atop Xiaobai, he recognized the significance of the presence. "Ah, Xiaobai, you killed my kin, all for the sake of a human." The Orca King seethed with anger, gathering another cerulean beam of light to strike at Xiaobai and Wolfing. This commotion could not escape the notice of Poseidon, atop Sea God Mountain, within the Sea God Temple. Poseidon suddenly opened her eyes, her left hand gently waving. Before her, the water rippled. Within the aquatic curtain, Little Bai was desperately evading the assaults of the malevolent Orca King, while on her back, her son was absorbing the second soul ring. Through the watery veil, Poseidon could discern that her son was indeed absorbing the second soul ring, its hue unmistakably purple, a millennium. This was utterly absurd. He was her only son, and since his departure, Wolfing had become Poseidon's sole source of emotional solace. She swiftly dashed away from the Sea God Palace, hurrying towards the battlefield. Little Bai darted around frantically, gathering energy to repel the encroaching evil orcas along the way. Ensuring Wolfing's safety was paramount. They had to leave this place securely and delay as much as possible to guarantee the arrival of reinforcements. Perched upon Little Bai's back, Wolfing acutely sensed the impending danger. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. The second Millennium Soul Ring had completely fused with him. The first soul skill, Spear of the Sea. With the manifestation of the sea god's spirit, wielding a cerulean trident, Wolfing possessed the ability to command certain forces of the ocean. At that time, however, he was still quite feeble, able to harness only a fraction of the ocean's might. Blue orbs of light gradually coalesced along the shaft of the trident, culminating in a golden point that gathered at its apex. With a decisive thrust directed at the approaching malevolent orca, the trident penetrated the creature's skull with unwavering precision. The 30-meter-long behemoth thrashed wildly in the water, dragging Wolfing down into the depths alongside it. This was a malevolent orca aged 50,000 years, and the immense pressure exerted by this ancient sea spirit left Wolfing gasping for breath. Vivid crimson blood flowed forth, staining a significant expanse of the ocean. Xiaobai's eyes widened in alarm. Should the malevolent orca drag him beneath the waves, death would be inevitable. Evil tiger, meet your end. Domain of the demon shark. Xiaobai unleashed her domain skill, prepared to confront the Orca King head-on. Meanwhile, Wolfing, submerged within the ocean, drew upon his lifetime of experience growing up by the sea. His physical capabilities far exceeding those of ordinary beings, endowed with exceptional swimming prowess. To match a 50,000-year-old malevolent orca, 2 fully matured demon soul great white sharks would normally be required. Yet, at that moment, Wolfing was merely a great spirit master, despite possessing the divine sea god spirit. Faced with such a colossal adversary, he had no means of retaliation. As the trident pierced the orca's skull, Wolfing endured the crushing water pressure and forcefully withdrew the weapon. The orca's brain was violently cleaved, flesh and bone intertwined. This marked Wolfing's inaugural confrontation with the 10,000-year soul beast. By harnessing the trident's divine might, along with the ocean's power, he managed to shatter the orca's brain, albeit insufficient to deliver a fatal blow. The malevolent orca, acutely aware of its waning life force, was determined not to relinquish its prey so easily, intent on dragging Wolfing down with it, seeking vengeance in its final moments. Enduring excruciating pain, it pried open its massive maw and surged towards him with astonishing speed. In a final act of desperate defiance, Wolfing positioned the trident against his chest. His second spirit ring ignited, and an inexhaustible stream of oceanic power surged into the trident. Second soul skill, Sea Goddess Guardian. This ability allowed Wolfing to channel the ocean's strength for his own defense, forming a barrier of azure that repelled the malevolent orca's onslaught. The orca collided with the Sea Goddess Guardian, driven by a fatalistic resolve in the last vestiges of its strength, launching one final, desperate attack. In this vast ocean, Wolfing, endowed with the sea god spirit, drew upon an unending reservoir of power. Nevertheless, the second spirit ring was merely 1,000 years old, and his soul energy was gradually depleting. Though Wolfing was an adept swimmer, he was ultimately human. At that moment, the malevolent orca's eyes flared with a fierce light, its body crackling with dark red lightning as it made one last, desperate charge against the Sea Goddess Guardian. This was its final assault. While Wolfing found himself at the brink of exhaustion, both physically and spiritually drained. With a resounding crash, the Sea Goddess Guardian remained unscathed. Yet the orca's eyes dimmed, its belly upturned as it sank slowly to the seabed. Following this, Wolfing too began to descend into the depths. His eyes filled with reluctance. He could not succumb. His mother was waiting for him, and his father still sought him, summoning the last remnants of his strength. He began to swim upward with fervor. At that moment, a glimmer of red light flickered across the lifeless orca's body, and a bone-like fragment burst forth. It soared through the water with remarkable speed, landing fortuitously in Wolfing's embrace. Drawing upon its power, he gradually ascended toward the surface. With the aid of the ocean's strength and the sea goddess trident, Wolfing finally vanquished the 50,000-year-old malevolent orca. Above the water, Poseidon, wielding a golden scepter, summoned the ocean's south true power to drive away the wounded orca king, safeguarding the peace of Sea God Island in the nick of time. Siobai, battered and bruised from her efforts to protect Wolfing, had given her all. But what of Wolfing? Poseidon anxiously searched and finally spotted his unconscious son amidst the waves. In a flurry, he hastened to the surface of the sea to retrieve the drifting form of his child. The soul bone? Gazing at the soul bone tightly clutched in his son's hand, it appeared to be a right leg bone from the malevolent orca. Soul bones are inherently precious, but this particular piece, derived from the sinister orca, surpassed any value Poseidon had ever encountered, save for that of the ancient orca king, which was 100,000 years old. With his son unharmed, Poseidon departed from this place, accompanied by the gentle creature, Little White. The waves have been unaware of their slumber's duration, languidly drifting in a state of profound oblivion. Aside from attending to his various responsibilities, Poseidon spends the majority of his time caring for his slumbering son. The sinister soul bone of the demonic orca radiates a crimson glow, captivating Poseidon in a trance. The commotion of their first outing was considerable, as Littleby had mentioned along the way. The first spirit ring of his son is that of a 100-year-old demonic orca, while the second is that of a 1,000-year-old, and he has also acquired a soul bone, a remarkable artifact with an astonishing age of 50,000 years. Even Littleby was taken aback upon encountering this soul bone. An adult demonic orca requires the strength of 2 colossal soul-devouring sharks to be subdued. At the tender age of 6, how could Boruto possibly achieve such a feat? Indeed, the current Boruto is incapable of such a task. However, should he harness the power of the ocean, it becomes attainable. As the gentle light of consciousness returned, Kase slowly opened his hazy eyes, gazing upon the ceiling that was intimately familiar to him. At this moment, he lay in bed, realizing that the crisis had passed. Indeed, life was a precious gift. Chapter 7. The Hammer Technique Left by Father Mom. This tender voice struck deep into Poseidon's heart. During Kase's days of unconsciousness, she had been consumed with worry for several days on end. Upon seeing her child awaken, the weight of anxiety that had burdened Poseidon could finally be lifted. Gently helping Kase sit up, she sighed. My dear wind, you nearly frightened your mother to death. If anything were to happen to you, I wouldn't know how to carry on. Mom, please do not speak such foolishness. Am I not all right? Kase reassured her. But what about Sister Xiaobai? Is she unharmed? He inquired with concern. Poseidon shook his head slowly, reassuringly stating that Xiaobai was unharmed, merely suffering from some external injuries. However, it is you who should be concerned. Engaging in a struggle with a malevolent orca that has existed for 50,000 years is what led you to succumb to slumber. Such recklessness must not be repeated in the future. Wolfing nodded in agreement, then immediately directed his gaze towards the soul bone placed aside. This object was a novel sight for Wolfing. According to his fragmented memories, the red, bone-like substance resembled that which had fallen from the formidable demon whale. What on earth is this bone? He pondered aloud, recalling it as a remnant from the demon whale. Poseidon extended his left hand, and the soul bone, which was steadily placed on the table, soared directly into his grasp. This is a soul bone, a rare relic that only has a minuscule chance of being dropped upon the demise of a soul beast. You are fortunate. This particular soul bone was extracted from the 5,000-year-old evil demon killer whale that you inadvertently vanquished that day. It is a well-preserved right leg bone, dating back approximately 5 millennia. Poseidon patiently elucidated. Gazing at the soul bone held by his mother, Kazuki finally comprehended that this was indeed a soul bone. Having traversed through 6 years since his arrival, it was the first time he had encountered such an object. It is said that when a soul bone is affixed to a soul master, it can bestow remarkable soul skills. In due time, you should absorb this soul bone, dear. Your first and second soul rings are derived from the evil demon killer whale, and this soul bone is also a legacy of the same creature, with a commendable age. When combined with your first and second soul skills, it presents a splendid opportunity. However, upon reaching this juncture, Poseidon's demeanor shifted abruptly, her expression turning grave. Furthermore, did I not instruct you, dear, that you cannot absorb soul rings whose age exceeds that of the soul master? Why then did you proceed to absorb that millennium-old soul ring? Do you truly wish to provoke me to the brink of despair? Witnessing his mother's reproachful gaze, Kazuki felt a pang of disappointment in his heart. Whispering softly, Bofeng inquired, "If I were to claim that it was the sea god who instructed me to act in this manner, would you still hold me accountable?" Upon hearing this, Poseidon paused momentarily in surprise, before promptly asking, "My dear, have you clarified with your mother what exactly the sea god has conveyed to you?" The Wind of Waves reminisced, "The sea god has commanded me to venture to the Douluo Continent in search of the lost heart of the sea god. I have also absorbed this millennium soul ring, which assures me that with its presence, I shall encounter no peril." The heart of the sea god? As the high priestess of Sea God Island, I am undoubtedly aware of its significance. It is the divine artifact of the sea god, the trident of the sea god. The most crucial part of it, alas, has been lost for countless years. Since the sea god has specifically chosen you for this task, what are your plans for departure? A command from the sea god is undoubtedly of utmost importance. While others may be unaware of the heart of the sea god, I, Wind of Waves, am acutely cognizant of its whereabouts. The heart of the sea god resides within the imperial palace of Tiendo, enshrined as a national treasure. Wavewind smiled and then said, "Mother, there is no need for such anxiety. I am well aware of the whereabouts of the heart of the sea god." "Oh?" Poseidon inquired, intrigued. "Where might that be?" "Rest assured, mother, the heart of the sea god resides in a place where no one dares to venture. Did you not promise me that once my soul power reaches level 30, I would be permitted to journey to the mainland?" Wavewind expressed with eager anticipation. Having spent 6 years on Sea God Island, he was thoroughly acquainted with the people and matters here. It was the outside mainland that truly captivated him. And Wavewind was filled with great longing for it. Posey chuckled softly, covering her mouth, "You little rascal, with your innate spirit power at level 20. It will take merely a few years for you to reach level 30. Once your injuries have healed, I shall subject you to specialized training. Furthermore, you will visit one of the 7 sacred pillar guardians each week to learn their unique skills. Only when I am satisfied with your progress will you be permitted to leave Sea God Island." With a solemn nod, Bofeng affirmed that there was absolutely no issue. "By the way, it is time to entrust this to you," he said, as Poseidon retrieved several books from behind him, resembling ancient martial arts manuals. The aged pages exuded an air of antiquity, and the titles inscribed upon them had long since faded into obscurity. "What is this?" Bofeng inquired. As he accepted the tomes, Poseidon's gaze was stirred, and a gentle smile graced his lips. "This is your father's legacy, left for you." The mention of his father caused Bofeng's eyes to widen in astonishment as he beheld the precious tomes cradled in his hands. "Your second martial spirit is, in fact, your father's martial spirit," Poseidon continued. "These volumes pertain to the art of hammer techniques. You may practice them during your leisure." "Mother, do these tomes have names?" Poseidon pondered for a moment, recalling that he had previously heard his father mention something akin to the chaotic hammer technique and the great shimi hammer. "The chaotic wind hammer technique. The great shimi hammer," he instinctively exclaimed. "Indeed." Poseidon clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, "It is the chaotic wind hammer technique and the great shimi hammer. However, your mother has never mentioned it to you. How did you come to know?" Observing the puzzled expression on his mother's face, Poseidon hastily chuckled and fabricated a casual excuse. After Poseidon departed, the complexity in his gaze deepened as he regarded the great shimi hammer and the chaotic wind hammer technique left behind by his father. Each of these techniques, when placed upon the continent, would undoubtedly be renowned. Particularly the great shimi hammer, a closely guarded secret of the Houghton sect, could be described as nothing short of divine skill. The most notable aspect of the great shimi hammer is its explosive ring, which enhances one's power by detonating soul rings. Regrettably, Poseidon primarily harnessed the sea god martial soul. Had he wielded the enigmatic hammer as his main martial soul, it would have certainly stirred considerable commotion on the continent. Especially with the martial soul hall. It appears that his father is indeed the one. If memory serves him right, his father is currently in the distant city of Slaughter. He wonders how his father is faring with the 9 trials of Shura. He can only hope that his father has not fallen prey to the sinister thoughts of the Rakshasa. Meanwhile, within a dark crimson palace, a man with a pallid complexion and a mane of white hair examined his new form, astonished by its perfection. With blood-red wings sprouting from his back and a crimson mark upon his brow, he revealed 2 sharp fangs at the corners of his mouth. At this moment, he marveled at his body, exclaiming, "What a splendid vessel! Thanks to the Rakshasa's malevolent thoughts, no matter how high your innate talent. What does it matter if you completed the 7 trials of Shura in 6 years? In the end, you are merely vulnerable to my intrusion. From this day forth, this territory shall be mine. I am known as the King of Slaughter." Chapter 8. Father, Mother, love history. After several days of recuperation, Waves regained his former strength. In front of the sea god's temple, guided by his mother, he held in his hands the formidable second martial soul, a hammer of considerable size, weighing 500 pounds, which he wielded with remarkable ease. Following the hammer techniques left by his father, and under his mother's watchful eye, Waves commenced his formal training. The chaotic wind hammer technique, a secret art of the Haotian clan, required the execution of 81 consecutive strikes, each one amplifying the power of the last. At this moment, Waves was fervently pouring out sweat, his upper body bare, as he relentlessly struck with the hammer. He could barely manage to execute 16 consecutive blows. Yet the target of 81 remained a distant goal. As for the Grand Samurai hammer, it was still far beyond his reach at this stage. However, he diligently memorized its essence and principles, knowing that once he attained the rank of title Douluo and infused the hammer with spirit rings, the Grand Samurai hammer would unleash its true potential. Posey stood solemnly to the side, observing Wolfing as he wielded his hammer. She couldn't help but reminisce about the myriad moments they had shared throughout their decades together, during which he had forsaken the Haotian sect for her. Those days spent together constituted the most cherished memories of Posey's life. Both possessed powers that epitomized the pinnacle of Douluo Continent. Yet the union of such formidable beings often rendered the prospect of progeny exceedingly rare. They had chosen to seclude themselves on Sea God Island, aspiring to achieve divinity, to remain eternally united. Finally, just months before his departure, Posey found herself with child. Yet, before she could lay eyes on their son, he hastily departed. Now, 6 years have elapsed since his absence, and their son has grown. She wonders where he might be now. Thud. Naruto plopped down onto the rock, panting heavily as he sheathed his hammer. Poseidon smiled gently as he approached his son, tenderly wiping the sweat from the brow left by the tempest. Though his heart ached for his child, he understood that this was an essential path to strength. Wolfing is a child who spares his mother from worry, diligently training and making significant progress in his abilities. At this moment, Wolfing proposed, "Mother, I wish to tread upon the light of the sea god." Poseidon was momentarily taken aback. "What brings this upon you? The burden carried by the light of the sea god is not something you can bear at this moment. In order to expedite the mastery of the hammer technique left by my father, it is imperative that one practices in an environment of immense pressure. Under such circumstances, wielding the hammer will yield results far beyond one's efforts. Furthermore, should I face the trials set forth by the sea god in the future, I cannot evade the challenge of the sea god's light. Wind, have you truly made up your mind?" Poseidon inquired once more. Wolfing nodded resolutely, and Poseidon chose not to elaborate further. Grasping Wolfing's small hand tightly, the two vanished from their spot. In the blink of an eye, mother and son found themselves at the foot of the Sea God Mountain. This location marked the essential pathway to the Sea God Temple, consisting of precisely 1,001 steps, illuminated by the shimmering blue-gold light of the Sea God, casting a flawless glow upon the staircase. As they traversed through the divine radiance, their bodies would endure immense pressure. "I shall keep the pressure within your limits," the mother cautioned earnestly. "But you must be vigilant and refrain from acting recklessly." After nodding, Bofeng began to stride towards the radiant light of the Sea God, his right hand grasping his second martial soul, the hammer. As he ascended the first step, he felt as though the hammer in his hand had grown considerably heavier, making it exceedingly difficult to lift. Burdened by the weight of this formidable hammer martial soul, Bofeng pressed onward, step by arduous step, soon finding his forehead glistening with beads of sweat. Standing firmly on the 10th step, the wind wave exerted all his strength, wielding the chaotic cloak hammering technique under the immense pressure of the sea god's light. Unlike many traversers who possess a system to rely upon, and lacking the formidable techniques akin to Tang San, he was primarily dependent on his own strength. To survive in a world governed by the law of the jungle, one must strive to become powerful. Even though he was backed by a formidable force and his parents were among the mightiest in this realm, the path ahead was one he had to traverse alone. With a resounding impact, the hammer struck the ground, sending forth a thunderous roar. Under the immense pressure and with the guidance of Poseidon throughout, he successfully completed the training regimen for the day. The night on Sea God Island was extraordinarily tranquil, the starry sky twinkling above. As he stood on the steps before the Sea God Temple, Wolfing nestled in his mother's embrace, while Poseidon gently kneaded his son's shoulders to alleviate the stress of a day's training. "Mother, could you share with me the tale of how you and father first met?" Wolfing suggested, seeking a moment of leisure. Upon hearing this, Poseidon couldn't help but smile gently. "Your father was a formidable soul master, and when your mother first encountered him, she was deeply captivated. However, at that time, your father was already married, prompting your mother to return alone to Sea God Island. Decades later, she successfully passed the trials set by the sea god and officially assumed the role of high priestess. One fateful day, your father, accompanied by an unparalleled Douluo of the Qian clan, challenged your mother. In that fierce battle, she single-handedly faced two opponents, leveraging the advantages of the ocean to defeat your father and the six-winged angel Douluo. Then what transpired?" Poseidon eagerly inquired. "Subsequently, your father and the six-winged angel soul master both found themselves enamored with your mother. Ultimately, it was your father who took the initiative to express his feelings, leading to their union. Thus, your father willingly severed his ties with his sect and chose to live alongside your mother for nearly several decades. Our powers have reached the zenith of this world, and in his quest to be with your mother eternally. Your father resolutely departed in search of a way to attain divinity. Posey smiled faintly. It has been 7 years since your father departed. When he left, your mother was already with child, and he did not even have the opportunity to witness your birth before his untimely departure. I wonder how he is faring now. Has he fulfilled the divine test? The young boy, Beaufong, appeared lost in thought, hesitant to reveal what he knew to his mother, fearing she might be unable to bear the weight of his father's true predicament. After speaking, Poseidon retrieved the right leg bone of an evil orca and presented it to Beaufong. My dear child, tomorrow during your training under the light of the sea god, absorb this ancient bone, which has existed for 50,000 years. The light of the sea god possesses the power to evolve all that exists. The evil orca you vanquished harbored an immense grudge at the time of its demise, a burden far beyond your current capacity to endure. As Poseidon observed his son remaining unresponsive, he glanced down to discover that Beaufong had already succumbed to slumber in his embrace, exhausted from a day of rigorous training. Poseidon smiled wryly, cradling the slumbering wind as he slowly made his way towards the temple of the sea god. Chapter 9. The blinded evil orca king beneath the radiant light of the sea god. Wind sat cross-legged upon the steps, holding the right leg bone of the evil orca. As the divine illumination enveloped it, the astonishing resentment clinging to the ancestral bone was instantaneously dispelled. The soul bone began to bond with Wind's right leg, merging further into his being. Freed from the malevolent influence of the evil orca, Wind's absorption of the soul bone accelerated significantly. The sensation of bloodlines intertwining surged as the right leg bone became irrevocably connected to Wind's limb. Power, immense power. Soon after, a strange crimson light began to envelop Wind's right leg. As Beaufong gazed upon the tranquil surface of the sea, the crimson light emanating from his right leg flared anew, sweeping forward with a sweeping motion. The ocean was instantaneously cleaved in two, monumental waves rising and crashing, their thunderous roars echoing in his ears. Observing the scene before him, it was evident that this soul bone was indeed a fragment from the malevolent demon orca, imbued with immense power and the despairing aura characteristic of its kind. Had this soul bone belonged to the demon orca king? Its effects would undoubtedly have been even more profound. One must not aspire to the unattainable. At this moment, this 50,000-year-old soul bone was already exceedingly rare and precious, worthy of fervent desire even among tidal Douluos. Poseidon nodded with satisfaction, subsequently taking a seat upon a nearby rock to oversee the training of Beaufong, who was embarking on a new round of practice. As spring gave way to autumn, Beaufong's presence became a constant on Sea God Island. Over the past 5 years, the once 6-year-old child had blossomed into an 11-year-old handsome youth. Before the sacred pillar of the sea spear, a tall young man, standing at 185 centimeters, wielded the hammer martial soul as he engaged in combat with the sea spear Douluo, who brandished the Nonic spear. As one of the 7 sacred pillar Douluo, the sea spear Douluo possessed formidable strength, ranking among the top 3 in power. With a clang, the hammer scraped against the spear, and the youth grinned through gritted teeth. Uncle Spear, do put in some effort. The sea spear Douluo emitted a wave of soul power, effortlessly sending the young man flying. I win. Uncle Spear. You actually used your soul power. The sea spear Douluo retracted the Nonic spear, shaking his head with a resigned smile. Young master, the 5 years have elapsed, and you have successfully completed the trials of the 7 sacred pillar Douluo. The elder once mentioned that upon your completion of our trials, you would be permitted to journey to the Douluo Continent. With that, the youth withdrew his hammer martial soul, expressed his gratitude to the sea spear Douluo, and made his way toward the sea god mountain. This young man was none other than Beaufong, who 6 years prior had begun his journey. Over the span of 5 years, he had individually passed the trials of the 7 sacred pillar Douluo, increasing his soul power to level 36. Achieving level 36 at such a young age surpassed the younger generation of Sea God Island. Indeed, it was likely unparalleled across the continent. Upon reaching the foot of Sea God Mountain, there remained one final trial, the trial of his mother. In order to proceed to the Douluo Continent, Beaufong needed not only to complete the trials of the 7 sacred pillar Douluo but also that of his mother, Poseidon. This involved traversing the light of the sea god and ascending 100 steps. Only by achieving this could Beaufong set forth alone to the Douluo Continent, where the seas were fraught with peril. 5 years ago, Beaufong had slain 3 malevolent tiger whales, one of which was over 50,000 years old. Consequently, the name Beaufong had been indelibly inscribed in the ledger of the malevolent tiger whale king. In the waters surrounding Sea God Island, malevolent tiger whales occasionally appeared, ever vigilant in their observation of the island, their singular focus being Beaufong. It was quite the predicament for a 6-year-old to provoke such ire, resulting in the loss of 3 malevolent tiger whales. Given the rarity and difficulty of breeding these creatures, the malevolent tiger whales likely held little regard for even the deep-sea demon whales. With unwavering confidence, Beaufong ascended the steps, having dedicated the past 5 years to mastering the hammer techniques under the divine light of the sea god. Both the chaotic wind hammer technique and the great Samura hammer had been cultivated to perfection. During his leisure, Beaufong would also ascend the steps, deliberately placing himself in challenging situations, each time achieving significant breakthroughs. The pressure of the steps felt strikingly familiar. Beaufong's demeanor radiated confidence as he began his steady climb. Before the sea god temple, Poseidon observed her son scaling the heights with a smile of satisfaction. this son had never disappointed her. The efforts she had invested in him as a mother were not in vain. Indeed, her son's growth had surpassed her expectations. He excelled beyond his father, achieving heights at his age that his father could not. The student had outshone the master, continuing to rise in excellence. As the divine light of the sea god enveloped him, Beaufong unknowingly reached the 60th step. Here, the pressure doubled that of the previous steps. A year prior, Beaufong had trained for several months in this very location to prepare for the sea dragon Douluo's trial, honing his hammer techniques and his skill with the trident. The environment was now all too familiar, and the soul rings beneath his feet began to glow, one yellow and two purple. The third thousand-year soul ring originated from the evil demon orca. Indeed, it was another evil demon orca. To recount the events of 2 years prior, Beaufong had tirelessly worked to reach level 30. After the incident at the age of 6, Poseidon could not bear to see her son face danger again. Thus, she instructed her subordinates to capture any sea spirit beast. However, Beaufong was not one to comply easily. This marked one of his most rebellious phases in recent years. Everyone experiences rebellion, and Beaufong was no exception. Thus, under the cover of night, while his mother was unaware, Beaufong ventured alone from Sea God Island to the gathering place of the evil demon orcas. These social sea spirit beasts were formidable and fiercely territorial. Any intrusion would be met with immediate elimination. Due to the essence of the evil demon orcas that clung to him from their right leg bones, Beaufong remained undetected. After a prolonged search, he ultimately struck one of the thousand-year evil demon orcas with a lethal blow using his trident. The sin of blood incited fury among the orca pack, but Beaufong was well prepared. Nearby, Xiaobai provided support, hastily dragging the slain orca's corpse as they made their escape back to Sea God Island. As they departed, Beaufong did not forget to deliver a parting gift to the evil demon orca king, utilizing the soul skill derived from the right leg bone. He inflicted a grievous wound, blinding one of the king's eyes. Consequently, the king's hatred for Beaufong intensified, leading it to linger around Sea God Island, seeking vengeance. Thus, in the ocean, the evil demon orca king, now blind, along with the deep-sea demon whale king, became a symbol of revenge against Beaufong. One eye was lost to the sea god, and the other to Beaufong, with both incidents entangled in the sea god's influence. When Poseidon awoke the next day, she discovered her son had begun absorbing his third soul ring, accompanied by the lifeless body of an evil demon orca. Chapter 10. A mother's charge. Before departing upon learning from Xiaobai about the events of the previous night, Beaufong completed the absorption of his third soul ring, only to be met by the furious gaze of his mother. In that moment, she resembled a balloon filled to the brim, unleashing a torrent of reprimands that seemed to stretch on indefinitely. Beaufong was her only beloved. Since his departure, Poseidon has held her son in the highest regard. Presently, he dares to venture alone into the realm of the malevolent orca, embarking on a hunt for these formidable creatures. Most crucially, he has succeeded in this endeavor, even managing to blind one of the eyes of the malevolent orca king. This incited Poseidon's fury. What manner of being is the malevolent orca king? It is a creature of insatiable bloodlust, surpassing even the deep-sea demonic whale king in ferocity. Thus, in a bid to punish her son, she had initially planned to send him to Douluo Continent upon reaching the 30th level. However, this incident has irreparably shattered their agreement. Poseidon arranged for the 7 sacred pillars to guard Douluo and instructed Beaufong to ascend 100 steps. Only upon the completion of these 2 tasks would he be permitted to officially depart from Sea God Island and journey alone to Douluo Continent. On the staircase, Beaufong panted heavily, gazing at the 100 steps that seemed as distant as an ocean. He had expended all of his soul power. The trial of traversing the sea god's light proved to be a formidable challenge, far more taxing than he had anticipated. As Beaufong's hand grazed the 100th step, his figure vanished from the sea god's staircase. In his place, he found himself standing peacefully before the sea god's hall, where his mother awaited him. Poseidon solemnly inquired, "Have you come to realize your own mistakes?" Beaufong nodded in understanding, realizing that venturing alone to the lair of the malevolent orca was ill-advised, especially after having blinded the orca king. This reckless act had caused the malevolent orcas to intermittently harass Sea God Island, leaving his mother constantly burdened. Acknowledging one's mistakes is commendable. It is imperative that such errors are not repeated, Poseidon affirmed. Tomorrow, you shall embark on your journey to the Douluo Continent. I will have Xiaobai accompany you. Xiaobai? Beaufong inquired, perplexed. Mother, if Xiaobai accompanies me, who will safeguard Sea God Island? Poseidon smiled gently, saying, "Isn't there still your mother? And your 6 uncles along with your mermaid sister?" Arrangements have been made on Xiaobai's side. A 9,000-year-old magical soul great white shark has temporarily taken her place among her kin. With Xiaobai accompanying you, your mother can rest easy. As the saying goes, a mother worries for her child who travels 1,000 miles. It is time to present you with this. With that, Poseidon withdrew an object from his bosom. Beaufong took the small hammer into his hands. It was both quaint and delicate. Mother, why does this resemble my hammer so closely? Beaufong inquired, filled with curiosity. Poseidon explained. This hammer is a relic left by your father upon his departure. Your father, named Tangshan, was once the esteemed leader of the Haotian sect. This hammer signifies the position of the elder responsible for adjudicating within the sect, holding an unparalleled status. However, through my inquiries over the years, I have discovered that the Haotian sect has not fared well. It has even closed its gates. The reasons for this remain unclear, and your mother cannot elucidate them. In any case, should you arrive on the continent, you must not provoke the Spirit Hall. The closure of the Hautian Sex Gates is intricately linked to the Spirit Hall. Furthermore, decades ago, the Spirit Hall launched a significant invasion against our sea god island. They are our adversaries and must not be entangled with in any manner. Do you understand? Zheng nodded affirmatively, responding, I understand, mother. After retrieving the hammer, Poseidon voiced her concern. What shall we do if the demon tiger whale king returns upon your departure? The demon tiger whale king? Poseidon chuckled softly, recalling how that creature had been sent flying by her. Strangely, it had inadvertently trespassed into the territory of the deep-sea demon whale king, resulting in significant losses among its kin, even blinding one of its eyes, along with the one you had previously injured. The current demon tiger whale king is, indeed, a thoroughly blinded creature. With Xiaobai leading the charge, they successfully avenged their losses, and the demon tiger whale king, now commanding the remnants of its forces, has retreated to a different sea to survive. At present, the ocean harbors only the formidable deep-sea demon whale king as a significant threat, aside from the formidable Soul Great White Shark Swarm. Fortunately, the deep-sea demon whale king does not assault Sea God Island, thanks in no small part to the exploits of the Sea God Lord years ago. At this juncture, Poseidon suggested, Mother, why don't we go and eliminate the demon tiger whale king? Poseidon pondered, when did you become so warlike? With your small stature, do you truly believe you can contend with the demon tiger whale king? With a playful smile, Bofeng scratched his head and remarked to Sister Xiaobai that one day he would surely vanquish the malevolent orca king. This fiend had long been a source of conflict, inflicting suffering upon the vast structures of the island and its inhabitants. His actions were ultimately in service to the sea god island. It is commendable that you harbor such intentions, yet your strength must reach that of a soul Douluo or, ideally, a tidal Douluo. Otherwise, you must refrain from provoking the orca king any further, he advised. Are you suggesting that the orca king should become my soul ring? Bofeng inquired, perplexed. Indeed, Poseidon affirmed with a reassuring nod. Once you attain the rank of tidal Douluo and possess the means to confront it, you may then allow it to become your ninth soul ring. Your second martial soul, the Hautian hammer, belongs to your father, Tangshan. It is imperative that you do not wield it lightly on the Douluo continent. Once you have gathered your first soul rings and ascended to tidal Douluo, you will then be able to enhance your second martial soul. At that time, you shall emerge as the mightiest being on the Douluo continent. Perhaps the sea god will even bestow upon you the sea god S9 trials. The waves of memory surged within Bofeng, who nodded vigorously. Ah, there is one more thing. As soon as the words left his lips, Poseidon produced another object and handed it to Bofeng. Bofeng gracefully accepted the crown, a magnificent diadem of blue and gold. It bore minimal embellishments, forming a simple circlet interwoven with hues of azure and gilded tones, crowned with the engraving of a trident insignia. Sensing its extraordinary significance, Bofeng inquired, Mother, what is this remarkable crown? Poseidon elucidated, you may find it hard to believe, but this crown was discovered inadvertently within the palace at the time of your birth. Initially, I felt an undeniable familiarity with this object, and after a thorough investigation by Xiaobai, it was revealed that it once belonged to the Lord of the Sea himself. It harbors immeasurable power of the ocean, a force I once endeavored to comprehend. Historical records indicate that this crown can only be worn by the true master of the sea. The moment you were born, this crown manifested, perhaps signaling a profound destiny. Bofeng gazed at the crown in his hands, lost in thought for an extended period. Subconsciously, he began to raise the crown above his head. Chapter 11. The coronation of the sea god. As the crown ascended higher, the entire sea god mountain began to transform. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating Bofeng, who appeared radiant in that moment. The 7 sacred pillars radiated an unprecedented golden light, their beams soaring into the sky, drawing the gaze of the 7 individuals towards the sea god mountain. On the beach, a large vessel was moored, where Xiaobai was meticulously counting the cargo. Accompanying Fengdi to the mainland, they intended to conduct business there to ensure his safety. One box after another was loaded onto the ship, and Bofeng, as a traveler from another realm, possessed knowledge and resources unknown to this world. After much experimentation, he invented a series of novel seafood dishes that garnered widespread acclaim on Sea God Island. This journey to the mainland was also an opportunity to expand their business, aiming to dominate the seafood market across the continent and earn some golden soul coins in the process. This was Sea God Island, where the ocean represented their immense wealth. Just then, a golden beam shot skyward, momentarily startling Xiaobai as she counted the goods. Her expression shifted to one of excitement as she promptly knelt, for she beheld the shadow of the sea god, who emerged from the clouds wielding a golden trident. Poseidon hastily knelt, as the mighty Kaido stood before him, the golden crown held aloft by the sea god himself. In the presence of all who resided on Poseidon Island, the deity personally bestowed the crown. In that moment, Kaido found tranquility. He attentively listened to the resounding waves of the ocean, feeling as though he had melded into the very essence of the sea. At that time, Kaido appeared exceedingly noble, the golden crown upon his head glistening under the sun's rays. Prominently featured at its center was the unmistakable trident emblem, which seamlessly merged into his brow. A wealth of knowledge regarding the ocean and its ethereal creatures swiftly imprinted itself in his mind as Kaido remained with his eyes closed, absorbing the wisdom, After a considerable time, peace gradually returned to Poseidon Island. The people resumed their daily labors, while Poseidon watched with palpable excitement. For the sea god's personal coronation heralded that Kaido would be the true master of the ocean in the days to come. Eventually, Kaido slowly opened his eyes. Having comprehended the significance of the crown, "How do you feel, my child?" Poseidon eagerly inquired. Wave Wind gently touched the crown upon his head and smiled, saying, "This crown embodies the power of the ocean, allowing me to mask my presence, concealing my true nature from others." As he spoke, Wave Wind summoned his martial spirit. Remarkably, in his right hand he wielded a trident, yet there was no manifestation of the sea god behind him. And the soul rings beneath his feet had transformed entirely into one yellow and one purple. Poseidon gazed in disbelief, struggling to trust his own eyes. "My divine weapon. The sea god martial soul is exceedingly conspicuous. Thus, this crown serendipitously conceals it, perfectly suiting my future life on the continent. My current martial soul is a trident." Bofeng explained with a smile. "Such a disguise will evade the attention of various factions, particularly the martial soul hall. I see that Xiaobai is busy arranging cargo. Are you embarking on a journey to the continent or engaging in commerce?" Poseidon inquired with a smile. "On Sea God Mountain." Bofeng admired the scenery of Sea God Island, faintly observing Xiaobai coordinating the crew as the ship was laden with numerous wooden crates. With a playful smile, Bofeng remarked, "Mother, the 50,000 gold soul coins you provided are hardly sufficient. I plan to journey to the mainland, where I shall endeavor to earn some extra income to support our household. We lack for nothing, yet once you depart tomorrow, you will be the sole occupant of our home. Please take good care of yourself while you are out there. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek assistance from Xiaobai. With her formidable strength, I doubt anyone would dare to threaten her. Furthermore, if the spirit hall harasses you, or if anyone else seeks to trouble you, and Xiaobai is unable to handle it, you may seek help from the Hautian sect. Your father is the founding sect master, and by strict definition, you are a member of the Hautian sect, with a status that is undeniably elevated. At that time, simply brandish the hammer your mother gifted you, and you need not concern yourself with anything else." Poseidon continued to advise, "There is one more matter. Upon your arrival at the Douluo Continent, do find a suitable daughter-in-law for your mother. She should come from a family of equal standing, not necessarily needing to be voluptuous, but capable of bearing sons. The foremost requirement is that she must possess beauty. Do not entertain those who are excessively plain." "Mother," Bofeng's face flushed. "I am merely 11 years old. I do not wish to contemplate marriage so soon." "What do you mean, merely 11? Poseidon retorted with dissatisfaction. "Many children on Sea God Island are already wed at the ages of 12 or 13, some even with offspring. I once missed the chance to marry your father and only bore you after more than a century. Do not be misled by my age of over 100. Who hasn't been beautiful in their youth? In my prime, I was considered the most enchanting flower of Sea God Island, with suitors lining up all the way to the Sea of Demon Whales. Your father, too, was hesitant to express his affection. It took him over 100 years to finally confess. He left me in solitude for a century, waiting for his declaration. Thus," she concluded. Poseidon firmly patted Bofeng's shoulder and earnestly declared, "The responsibility of continuing our lineage rests upon your shoulders. I entrust you with a vital mission. Upon your next return to the island of the sea god, you must bring back a daughter-in-law for your mother. Otherwise, do not return. Instead, go directly to the realm of the abyssal whales and serve as sustenance for the deep sea whale king." Naruto, with a solemn expression, nodded and said, "I shall do my utmost." What is meant by doing one's utmost should truly be referred to as striving diligently. Poseidon added, "Moreover, the cosmetics you have invented, do leave some for me, will you?" Kazekage inquired, "Mother, do you use cosmetics so rapidly?" Poseidon cast a sidelong glance at his son and remarked, "What do you think? Ever since you devised those foundations, masks, and collagen concoctions, an assortment of bewildering products, I must admit, the results are remarkably impressive. After using them, it feels as though I have regained a significant portion of my youth. When your father returns, I shall ensure he experiences firsthand what it truly means to return to the age of 18. Nodded and then inquired, "Mother, could you enlighten me as to where father has truly gone? If my memory serves me right, he should currently be in the city of Carnage. I can only hope he has not ascended to the title of the King of Slaughter, otherwise." At the mention of this, Poseidon's gaze dimmed. And with a sense of resignation, she replied, "Your father has ventured to the city of Carnage, where the legacy of the Azure God awaits. At this moment, he should still be enduring trials. 11 years have swiftly passed, and you have turned 11. When will your father return to reunite with us? Please, do not make your mother wait for several more decades. Although I am a peerless Douluo with a lifespan of a millennium, the greatest adversary for a woman is time itself. In the absence of your father, I often ponder whether I should intervene. Yet, that is his aspiration, and I ought to support him." Poseidon wiped the tears from his eyes and smiled, saying, "No more words. The more I speak, the more tears will flow. The city of Carnage is, in truth, a realm transcended by the gods, just as Oceanus Island is. Your mother sees hope within you." Chapter 12. Encounter with Pirates. After a moment of silence, Wolfing said, "Mother, if one day I venture to the city of Carnage in search of my father, you must not." Poseidon quickly interjected, explaining that the City of Carnage operates under peculiar rules. Once one enters, exiting is not a simple task. If one becomes deeply ensnared, escape is nearly impossible unless they achieve 100 victories in the hellish arena. With a serious and heartfelt gaze fixed upon Buofeng, Poseidon solemnly urged, "Promise me, my dear, never to set foot in the City of Carnage. You must have faith in your father. He will surely return." Tears glistened in the eyes of Buofeng, fully aware that his mother acted solely for his benefit. If his conjecture proved accurate, his father's current predicament was indeed the most dire. That night, the mother and son shared their final dinner, engaging in heartfelt conversation beneath the starry sky for an extended period. At last, the following day, at the dock of Sea God Island, the 7 sacred pillars of Douluo and Poseidon arrived to bid farewell to Buofeng. This journey to the mainland left them uncertain of when he would return. As they parted, Poseidon repeatedly urged him not to forget the task she had assigned him. What task, you may ask? To find a daughter-in-law? With a resigned smile, Buofeng nodded, and soon the sails unfurled. The vessel gradually departing under the watchful gaze of the crowd, slowly drifting away towards the continent until the island of the sea god vanished from sight. Standing on the deck amidst the boundless sea, Buofeng gazed longingly at the now invisible island of the sea god, nostalgia beginning to envelop his heart. After having lived there for 11 years, the place still held a profound significance for him. At that moment, Xiaobai approached, gently patting Buofeng. "What is the matter? Are you already missing the island of the sea god?" Buofeng smiled gently. After all, having lived for 11 years, could Sister Bai not feel a twinge of nostalgia? It was my first departure from Sea God Island, where I had resided for 100,000 years. This time, I intended to savor the comforts of the mainland, as I had heard that the cuisine there was abundant and distinctly different from the seafood of our island. By the way, what shall we do with these goods? How should we handle them? I asked. Buofeng sat upon the deck, retrieving a meticulously prepared map of the continent, which delineated the entire geographical expanse of Douluo Continent. "We shall proceed here," he declared, pointing decisively in a particular direction. Xiaobai followed his gaze. Tian-Do City? If my memory serves me correctly, that is the capital of the Tian-Do Empire. Indeed, Buofeng affirmed with a nod, recognizing that the capital of a nation is also the most bustling area of the continent. Our cargo is plentiful, and the journey to Tian-Do City is extensive. The boatmen here are from Sea God Island, and they have mentioned that we possess an enterprise in Hanhai City. Thus, we can store our goods there and gradually transport them to Tian-Do City for sale. Being a capital, it attracts a multitude of people, and our merchandise will undoubtedly fetch a handsome price. At that point, acquiring wealth will merely be a matter of time. Upon hearing Buofeng's plan, Xiaobai silently nodded in agreement. "Young master, we have a situation." At that moment, a crew member urgently reported, as the waves lapped against the side of the vessel. Buofeng gazed into the distance and was astonished to discover a multitude of ships in the opposing waters. No fewer than dozens were present, with the most prominent vessel proudly displaying a purple flag, suggesting an ominous presence. "The pirates have arrived," one of the crew members shouted, prompting everyone to prepare for battle. "It is the Purple Pearl pirate crew." Someone recognized the ship. The azure hues of the sea shimmered hazily in the eyes of the wave wind, as the crowd began to unveil its power, piercing through all confusion. Before them loomed a band of pirates brandishing steel blades, their intentions unmistakably directed towards the wave wind. Who would have anticipated that barely half a day at sea would attract such unwelcome attention? Merely a group of pirates, I shall demonstrate how to deal with them. Just as Xiaobai contemplated diving into the fray, Wave Wind interjected, "Let them approach. I have heard that their leader, the Purple Pearl, is quite a figure. As we embark on our maiden voyage, it would be advantageous to witness the world." Thus, Wave Wind commanded the ship to advance slowly. In no time at all, the pirates had encircled them. Standing on the deck were Buofeng, Xiaobai, and a multitude of Sea God Island soul masters, surrounded by numerous pirates, each wielding steel blades. However, the pirates soon found themselves in a state of bewilderment. This was the vessel of Sea God Island. It was revered as a sanctuary in the hearts of soul masters, and they never anticipated encountering it in the midst of their illicit activities. "Goodness gracious. We sincerely apologize. We shall take our leave at once." The speaker was a purple-haired woman, appearing to be in her 20s, possessing an alluring figure, who was contemplating her escape from this precarious situation. "Halt!" Buofeng called out to the woman. She froze in place, aware that those emerging from Sea God Island were not to be trifled with, even though they considered themselves the rulers of these waters. In the hearts of soul masters, the sea god was an entity not to be desecrated. The striking visage of the windblown figure instantly captivated the violet-haired woman, her cheeks flushing slightly as she timidly inquired, "Is there anything else you wish to command?" The multitude of pirates, witnessing their leader's unexpected demeanor, widened their eyes in astonishment. Was this truly their captain? With a cough, Buofeng announced his presence, for the Purple Pearl pirate crew is renowned in these waters. "Your captain is indeed a remarkable figure." The purple-haired lady smiled faintly and introduced herself. "I am Purple Pearl. May I inquire what your wishes are?" "Ah, what extraordinary fortune it is to encounter you here." With a cough, Buofeng revealed, "Ah, so you are the illustrious Purple Pearl. Your numerous ships encircle us. Could it be that you intend to commit murder and seize treasures?" Purple Pearl, taken aback, replied with urgency, "I do not dare. You are from Sea God Island, a place where I have once resided. This is indeed a misunderstanding. If there are no further matters, I shall lead my brethren away. Just as she prepared to depart, Xiaobai stepped forward. Ah, you think you can come and go as you please? It is not so simple. With that, Xiaobai leaped into the sea, and the once placid waters began to churn. More and more sea spirit beasts emerged, encircling the pirates. Under the gaze of all, a formidable magic soul great white shark made its entrance. As sea spirit beasts themselves, the pirates were well aware of what the magic soul great white shark signified. It was none other than the former steed of the sea god, a clear indication of the extraordinary nature of this vessel, which was under its protection. Moreover, the magic soul great white shark transformed into human form. It was none other than the king of the magic soul great white shark, the guardian spirit of Sea God Island. A soul beast revered for 10 millennia, the mount of the sea god. The sea god represents the unwavering faith of all sea spirit masters, an entity beyond reproach. And the pirates were no exception. As the leader, Purple Pearl slumped onto the deck, realizing the gravity of the situation. Initially, she had hoped to reap some profits. But the current circumstances were far from simple. They had intruded upon the ship of Sea God Island and provoked the king of the magic soul great white shark. I offer you a chance, Bo Feng said with a calm smile. Purple Pearl hastily responded, please, command me. I shall do what I can. Chapter 13. The arrival at Vast Sea City. You see, our ship is bound for the mainland to conduct business. With so many pirates aboard. How about this? If you agree to accept my command, we can let today's incident pass without further issue. What do you say? Accept your command? What do you mean? Purple Pearl inquired. With a gentle smile, Bo Feng contemplated the current lack of manpower, recognizing that the arrival of these pirates was indeed timely. The goods were destined for sale in Tindo City, and your mission, both now and in the future, is to transport merchandise from Sea God Island to Hahai City. Of course, whether you choose to accept this incorporation is entirely up to you. You may continue your nefarious ways as pirates or choose to become fishermen who earn a living. As the captain, you must weigh this decision carefully. As he spoke, Bo Feng approached the edge of the ship. Sister Bai, you may come aboard. No sooner had he spoken than the soul-devouring great white shark transformed back into its smaller form, landing gracefully on the deck. This scene left Zhejian Pearl and the band of pirates utterly astonished. What kind of person could command the great white shark king with such authority? We accept the incorporation, came the unanimous response from all the pirates. In light of this, the first task upon your acceptance into our ranks is to relinquish all remnants of your piratical past and bid farewell to your former selves. Henceforth, you shall be designated as auxiliary personnel of the Sea God Island, primarily tasked with transporting goods to Hanhai City, which includes deliveries destined for Tindo City. The sole objective of my current endeavor. Rest assured, each of you will receive a stipend of 10 gold soul coins per month as a foundation. The more cargo you transport, the greater the profits you will reap. What say you to this proposal? Upon hearing this, the pirates displayed expressions of fervent excitement. For it signified their transformation from fearsome marauders into formally affiliated members of Sea God Island's auxiliary staff. Not everyone is granted entry into Sea God Island. Only those who pass the trials set forth by the Sea God earn the privilege to enter. Failing such trials results in expulsion. This opportunity, it would seem, is not to be missed. They hastily gathered their belongings and, under the leadership of Captain Purple Pearl, swiftly set sail towards the nearby destination. As the pirates vanished into the distance, Wolfing instructed the vessel to continue its journey. You have just assimilated a considerable number of pirates. Exercise caution. For their wild nature may prove unruly, Xiaobai cautioned. Were it not for the dire straits of life, they too might have been ordinary fishermen. Our expedition to the continent serves two purposes, to expand our business and to create a diversion. The Spirit Hall stands as our adversary, having suffered defeat in the past. They have since branded Sea God Island as the Isle of Demons, forbidding all mainland soul masters from setting foot upon it. With a graceful motion, Bo Feng opened the coconut, inserted a straw, and presented it to Xiaobai, continuing, Sister Bai, as a sea soul beast. Should you encounter a tidal Douluo and have your identity revealed, it would spell disaster. Xiaobai took a sip of the coconut water and replied with a smile. You can assist me by utilizing the crown of the sea god. This crown was worn by the sea god in his youth. Not only does it possess the power of the ocean, but it also obscures all traces of presence and has the ability to pierce through any illusions. Oh. As he spoke, the crown adorning Bo Feng's head shimmered, the trident insignia engraved upon it radiating brilliance. The azure light enveloped Xiaobai, bathing her in a soothing glow that brought an indescribable comfort. Moments later, Xiaobai appeared rejuvenated, stretching languidly. Now, this will suffice. Even a tidal Douluo would be unable to discern my true identity. With a subtle smile, Xiaobai revealed 9 soul rings arranged neatly beneath her, while behind her loomed a colossal soul demon great white shark, 2 yellow, 2 purple, for black, and 1 red. Wolfing was momentarily taken aback, pondering the situation. Sister Bai. What is this? Xiaobai smiled gently, retracting the 9 soul rings beneath her feet. As you are aware, I am Sister Bai, a 100,000-year sea soul beast. My status akin to that of a tidal Douluo among humans. We aquatic beings cannot stray far from the ocean, otherwise, after 2 hours, the consequences would be dire. Fortunately, with your sea goddess crown, which harbors the essence of oceanic power, I have undergone a complete transformation in my physical structure. Thus, this concern is no longer pertinent. One might even say that I have become human. Upon hearing this, Wufeng ceased to question her further. Reassured by the protection of a tidal Douluo with a 100,000-year soul ring, with his worries alleviated, the next step was to venture onto the continent. Curious about the peculiarities that awaited them, the vast ocean stretched endlessly, and after 2 days of navigating treacherous waters, their grand vessel finally arrived safely at the port. They found themselves in Hanhai City, located in the western region of the Tiando Empire. As soon as they entered the city, Wufeng promptly attended to his matters and, together with Xiaobai, they began to explore the bustling streets. Everything within the city was utterly fascinating, and for a moment, the duo wondered in awe. The stalls lining the streets offered a variety of sea fish and local specialties, all provided by the fishermen who relied on the ocean for their livelihood. The air was infused with a subtle briny scent. Before long, they arrived at a grand edifice, the Hanhai Great Soul Arena. As Bofeng gazed upon the name inscribed on the sign before him, he found himself at the Grand Soul Arena, a venue present in every city. It serves as a battleground for soul masters to engage in contests and duels, categorized into 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and 7-on-7 team battles. Sister Bai, shall we venture in and have some fun? Bofeng suggested. This is the Grand Soul Arena, the very place where soul masters hone their skills against one another. What? Are you feeling restless? Xiaobai chuckled. Wufeng nodded slightly. This time, my mother had given me 50,000 gold soul coins. The journey to Tiando City is quite distant, and this sum is far from sufficient. It will take several days for Zizinzu and the others to arrive, but the Great Soul Arena allows for betting, which can yield considerable profits. This could accumulate significant funds for our subsequent endeavors. I plan to engage in several matches here over the next few days. Sister Bai, I would appreciate it if you could place bets on my behalf, with the stakes as high as possible. Once Zizinzu and the others arrive, we shall set forth to Tiando City. No problem, leave it to me, Xiaobai replied confidently, patting her chest. The two then entered the vast sea Great Soul Arena, which was teeming with people. Xiaobai headed towards the betting area, while Wufeng made his way to register for the upcoming battles. Name? Wufeng. Age? 18. Martial Soul? Trident. What level? Great Soul Master. After a series of procedures, Wufeng successfully completed his registration. The reason for fabricating his age was primarily to remain inconspicuous. Standing at a height of 1.85 meters, claiming to be 18 would raise no suspicion, especially as a Great Soul Master. Moreover, he bore the presence of the Sea God's crown, which concealed his original Sea God martial soul, transforming his soul rings into one yellow and one purple. Otherwise, the moment the Sea God martial soul manifested, it would likely cause a stir throughout the entire vast sea city, where most inhabitants were sea soul masters well acquainted with the Sea God. Chapter 14. Couples Hotel. Xiaobai sat leisurely above, sipping from her cup of fine wine. As it was soon time for Feng Di to battle. During their time on Sea God Island, Xiaobai had once guided Wufeng, especially through the trials posed by the onslaught of the demon soul great white sharks, which had certainly tested Wufeng's mettle. Additionally, with the guidance of 7 tidal Douluo and the personal training from Poseidon, Wufeng had been honing the Haotian hammer technique daily under the illumination of the Sea God's light, and his strength had become profoundly concealed. The vast sea Great Soul Arena was grand in scale, and even before the battles commenced, the surrounding area was filled with spectators, regardless of the city on the continent. The Great Soul Arena was undoubtedly the most vibrant locale. This venue hosted 1-on-1 battles, with every seat occupied. Below lay an immense water pool, measuring 108 meters in length and 10 meters in depth. Any participating soul master who fell within its confines would be deemed a loser. The pool shimmered with crystal clarity, and the azure sea water rippled gently. The host ascended the stage, passionately declaring, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the vast sea Great Soul Arena." The audience erupted in cheers, and the atmosphere surged with excitement, as everyone eagerly anticipated the forthcoming battles. After a tedious draw ceremony, Wufeng's opponent officially arrived, a great soul master, with the martial soul of a sea turtle, known simply as Sea Turtle. Wufeng. His name is rather unique. However, given the vastness of the continent, such peculiarities are not uncommon. It is merely a name, after all, and should not warrant excessive scrutiny. His opponent is a level 29 soul master, with soul power tantalizingly close to 30. It is rumored that he has achieved 5 consecutive victories at the Hanhai Great Soul Arena, thus earning a modicum of renown. As for Wufeng, shrouded under the auspices of the Sea God's crown, his martial soul manifests as a trident, boasting a level 28 soul power, with a true soul power of 36. Naturally, he adopts the guise of a humble contender. This is a necessary pretense to obscure his true capabilities. At this moment, the announcer's voice resonated once more, declaring the commencement of the first 1-on-1 soul battle, featuring Wufeng against the Sea Turtle. Allow me to briefly introduce both participants. The Sea Turtle has triumphed in 5 matches, largely due to the formidable defensive prowess of his martial soul, which few can withstand. On the other hand, Wufeng, a newcomer to the Soul Battle Tournament, wields the trident as his martial soul. It appears we are about to witness a clash between spear and shield. Esteemed spectators, let us warmly welcome both contenders to the arena. With the announcer's fervent promotion, the atmosphere became electrified, igniting the passions of many in the audience. In the stands, Xiaobai smiled gently, Given the sea turtle's winning streak, numerous gamblers wagered substantial sums, with only a select few placing their bets on Bluffing. After all, this is his inaugural participation in the soul battle, and the risks are considerable. Having ventured from Sea God Island, Poseidon bestowed upon Seabai a sum of 40,000 gold soul coins. Consequently, she invested all of it on Bluffing, confident that he would emerge victorious in this contest. Even though the sea goddess crown conceals the sea goddess martial soul, Bluffing's current trident martial soul is indeed the divine artifact of the sea god, the sea goddess trident. Breaking through a turtle shell would be a trivial endeavor. As both contenders entered the arena, Bluffing stepped onto the floating platform above the water, participating in a soul battle for the first time. The multitude of spectators surrounding him stirred a twinge of anxiety within. His opponent, a muscular behemoth, appeared to be in his late 20s, with bulging muscles. The sea turtle, noticing Bluffing's youthful visage, erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Young man, have you ever witnessed such perfect musculature?" As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves to flaunt his impressive physique. The expression on Bluffing's face darkened as he helplessly remarked, "Simple-minded yet physically robust. He bears no distinction from a true sea turtle." The sea turtle, momentarily at a loss for words, was now poised to unleash a thorough reprimand upon Bluffing. As the host declared the commencement of the soul duel, the sea turtle let out a mighty roar, and before him materialized a verdant green shell, intricately adorned and enveloping his limbs with an impenetrable defense, leaving not a single gap. Beneath him, 2 yellow soul rings ignited, causing the waters of the pool to quiver ever so slightly. With a gentle smile, Wave Wind raised his right hand above his head, revealing a striking blue trident. The moment the trident materialized, an inexplicable sense of reverence washed over all the sea spirit masters present. Why was this so? Upon the trident, a yellow and a purple soul ring illuminated, representing a century and a millennium, respectively. The entire arena fell into a haunting silence. The second soul ring was indeed a millennium. How had this individual, known as Wave Wind, achieved such a feat? The sea turtle felt a wave of trepidation, not from cowardice, but from the ominous aura emanating from the trident. The trident rested against Wave Wind's chest, and the waters of the pool began to surge violently towards him, while the crown upon his brow shimmered with a faint golden glow. In that moment, Wave Wind sensed the unending power of the ocean coursing through the trident. As the tip of the trident aimed at the sea turtle, a tremor ran through the creature's heart. To secure victory in this battle, the sea turtle was compelled to confront its fear of the trident and launched an assault. With his first soul skill, Rippling Waves, the water beneath the sea turtle's feet began to gather frantically, and its shell displayed an ancient, mysterious emerald green mark. It struck fiercely at Wave Wind, unleashing a powerful wave that seemed intent on engulfing him. Yet, Wave Wind remained unfazed, standing his ground, just as the tidal wave was about to crash down upon him. A miraculous spectacle unfolded. The trident radiated a dazzling azure light. The tumultuous waves were inexplicably subdued, leaving the sea turtle in a state of profound bewilderment. Determined to reclaim the chaos, it summoned forth an even greater surge as an increasing number of waves began to roll in. Bluffing stood there nonchalantly, seemingly indifferent to the assaults before him. The presence of the trident rendered any soul technique related to the sea incapable of inflicting genuine harm upon Bluffing, which could certainly be regarded as a significant flaw in the system. Now it is my turn. The right leg of Bluffing radiated a crimson glow as his soul bone skill activated. Evil Whale's demon breaking slash. The pressure of this move was suffocating, akin to that of a malevolent orca. The sea turtle quickly reacted, the second soul ring beneath its feet flickering to life. The second soul skill, Turtle Retreat, manifested as the sea turtle withdrew into its shell, which shone even more brightly than before, indicating a substantial enhancement in defense. However, this was a soul bone derived from a 50,000-year-old malevolent orca, capable of cleaving through mountains, making the turtle's shell seem insignificant in comparison. The dark red scythe was poised to strike the shell when, at that moment, the skill emitted by the soul bone altered its trajectory, soaring directly upwards. Observing that the attack had yet to arrive, the sea turtle cautiously peered out from its shell, realizing it was unharmed, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Why do you hesitate to strike? That was the perfect moment to act. Why did you deliberately misdirect your soul skill? Do you perhaps look down upon me? The sea turtle inquired, perplexed. Bluffing shook his head slightly and then gestured upwards. Following the direction of Bluffing's finger, his pupils constricted in shock. Above, on the ceiling, a slender crack had formed, its shape perfectly defined. Had that previous attack struck him, even the toughest of shells would have succumbed to the fate of being cleaved. Realizing this, the sea turtle inhaled sharply and promptly conceded to the referee. After the referee confirmed his decision multiple times, he announced, "In the first match of the one-on-one soul duel, Bluffing emerges victorious." The crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause, eager to become acquainted with this young prodigy, who had achieved the second ring of the millennium, something no one else on the continent had accomplished. As soon as the battle concluded, Xiaobai hurried to settle the bill, resulting in a significant profit. With a golden card in hand, he felt a surge of joy as he made his way outside, where Bluffing had been waiting patiently. The night was gradually deepening, and the siblings intended to indulge in a fine meal. They arrived at one of the larger restaurants in Hanhai City, which was uniquely designed. The floor and surrounding area were adorned with vibrant rose petals, resembling a sea of blossoms. There was an inexplicable oddity about this place. a feeling that was difficult to articulate. At that moment, a waiter approached, bowing respectfully before inquiring, "Esteemed guests, how may I assist you?" In the establishment, the illustrious Wave Wind requested an extravagant feast, insisting that all delectable offerings be presented without restraint. The opulence of this dining experience was unparalleled in the grand city of Hanhai, a privilege reserved for those of considerable means. The server, taken aback by the affluence of such patrons, promptly guided the duo to their designated chamber. As they traversed the corridor, they encountered individuals adorned in lavish attire. Each pair, one male and one female, exuding an unmistakable aura of affection. The passageway was adorned with exquisite decor, embellished with a variety of paintings that captivated the eye. Enhanced by the divine crown of the sea god, Wave Wind's auditory perception sharpened, allowing him to discern the subtle sounds of hurried breaths and indescribable whispers that wafted through the air. In that moment, as a traveler from another realm, he instinctively recognized the essence of this place. Just as he contemplated an exit, the server had already prepared the room. Before him lay an expansive suite, exceeding 200 square meters in size, exquisitely decorated. Plush sofas, intricate carpets, and floors of pristine white marble graced the space, while at the center, a heart formed from vibrant red roses captured the essence of romance. The newcomer, entranced by this splendid sight, eagerly stepped inside to relish the breathtaking scene. All while Wave Wind, filled with regret, found himself unable to voice his thoughts. The server discreetly withdrew, offering a final wish for a delightful evening as she secured the door behind her, indeed locking it with finality. Naruto attempted to break free. Yet the door seemed akin to a preservation chamber. No matter how he twisted and turned, it would not yield even the slightest bit. At the crevice of the door, a note was wedged. The door shall be automatically unlocked at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Should you attempt to force the door open, you will be required to visit the front desk to settle a compensation fee of 10,000 gold soul coins. The entirety of Bofeng remained frozen in place, pondering whether the door was adorned with diamonds or gilded in gold, for it exuded an air of extravagant opulence. How infuriating. After all his calculations, he found himself in a couple-S hotel, a sanctuary exclusively frequented by lovers. He cast a glance at the petite figure seated at the table behind him, indulging heartily in her meal. Sitting across from Xiaobai, Wolfing sighed heavily. "Sister Xiaobai, it seems we won't be able to return tonight." Just as she was savoring her meal, Xiaobai paused her chewing, looking at Wolfing with a puzzled expression. "Brother Feng, what on earth is the matter?" Wolfing explained, "Sister Bai, this is rather embarrassing," hesitatingly adding, "A couple's hotel." Couples? Hotel? For the Navi Xiaobai, who had lived for 100,000 years, this was her first visit to the mainland, and she was oblivious to the connotations of these two words. Is there any distinction? Observing Xiaobai's innocence, Wolfing sighed, "The distinction lies in the term couples. We are siblings, and this is not a place meant for us. Tonight, I shall sleep on the sofa, and you will take the bed. We should settle our bill early tomorrow and depart." "No way," Xiaobai immediately protested, her displeasure evident. "Before we came, the high priest instructed me to ensure your safety. I cannot allow you to sleep alone on the sofa. This bed could easily accommodate 3 people. We can simply squeeze in together." In an instant, Wolfing's face flushed red. This. When you were a child, the high priest was often busy, and Sister Bai took care of you. Do not forget that you were quite mischievous back then, and we even shared a bed at night. Have you truly forgotten? At her words, Wolfing's ears turned an even deeper shade of crimson, and he began to breathe heavily, striving to contain his rising agitation. "That is not the reason," he insisted, desperately attempting to clarify. "If that is not the reason, then what is?" Xiaobai asked, her innocence shining through. "Could it possibly mean what you suggested, the term couples?" Finally touching upon the key phrase, Xiaobai continued, "Then why not abandon the sibling notion and become a couple instead?" The tea Wolfing had just sipped erupted from his mouth in a dramatic fountain as he wiped the remnants from his lips, gazing at Xiaobai in astonishment. At that moment, she appeared as pristine as a blank canvas, devoid of any blemish. Kazekage found himself in a rather awkward situation and quickly elucidated the true meaning of being a couple. Once Xiaobai fully comprehended the concept and regained her composure, her cheeks flushed a vibrant red, and she shot an indignant glare at Kazekage. "You rascal! Are you truly relishing my embarrassment?" Wolfing, with a resigned smile, shrugged and innocently remarked, "Sister Xiaobai said it herself. I certainly did not imply otherwise. In my heart, you will always be my sister, and I harbor no ill intentions towards you." Xiaobai, hands on her hips, retorted angrily, as if he would dare. After finishing their dinner, the two had no choice but to spend the night together. Sharing the same bed, Xiaobai deliberately drew a line between them to establish a boundary. Though they had shared a bed in their childhood, Wolfing had matured, and such arrangements were no longer permissible. Before long, they both drifted into slumber. In his dreams, Wolfing envisioned himself amassing great wealth in the Douluo Continent, luxuriating in a sea of gold. Suddenly, the gold sprouted sharp teeth, clamping down on Wolfing's arm with an immense force. The pain jolted him awake, drenched in sweat, relieved to realize it was merely a dream. Yet, something felt amiss with his right hand. Slowly turning his head, he discovered that Xiaobai was gnawing on his hand, her sharp teeth grinding against his palm. Oh no! Sister Bai is a 10,000-year-old magic soul great white shark, notorious for her bad habit of grinding her teeth. In their childhood, he had endured her bites, and now, trying to escape was futile as Xiaobai held him tightly, her teeth continuing their relentless work. Chapter 15. The Fearsome Battle Team? Boom. Wolfing triumphs. Wolfing triumphs. Wolfing triumphs. In recent days, Wolfing had emerged victorious in every battle at the vast Sea Grand Soul Arena. This success had significantly enriched Xiaobai, her earnings soaring from 40,000 soul coins to an astonishing 550,000, multiplying by no less than 10 times. Today marked Wolfing's final participation in the battles at the Sea Grand Soul Arena, as Zhejian Pearl had arrived with her entourage. The grand ship docked at the harbor, and Wolfing, Xiaobai, and Zhejian Pearl stood together, observing the continuous unloading of goods from the vessel. Everything was in order. They were merely awaiting their journey to Heaven Do City. Zhejian Pearl, time is of the essence. You must depart for Heaven Do City immediately. Here are the coordinates. We shall meet within the city, Wolfing said, handing her the map. Zhejian Pearl glanced at the map, bid farewell to Wolfing and Xiaobai, and set off in a horse-drawn carriage filled with goods towards Heaven Do City. Being a Soul Emperor, Wolfing had no fear of potential highwaymen, though past pirates were indeed formidable foes. With them responsible for transportation, Wolfing felt at ease. As Zhejian Pearl departed, Xiaobai inquired, "Brother Phone, shall we set off as well? Have you planned our route?" Departing from Hanhai City, they would pass through several small towns before ultimately reaching Heaven Do City. Given their pace, it would take at least 3 days to arrive. Without further delay, Wolfing and Xiaobai embarked on a different path than Zhejian Pearl. Their journey was filled with scenic wonders, and they relished every moment. Heaven Do City, the capital of the Heaven Do Empire, boasted a rich history and was one of the most bustling cities on the continent. Engaging in trade, there promised substantial profits in soul coins. The city came alive at night, ablaze with lights and bustling with pedestrians along the streets. After 2 days of travel, Xiaobai and Wolfing drew near to Heaven Do City, planning to rest for the night and aimed to reach their destination before nightfall the following day. This was their first visit to the continent. For the past 11 years, their lives had been consumed by the sea. Oh, the sea. The sea. It's nothing but water. Upon arriving at an inn and securing a room, Xiaobai collapsed onto the soft bed, letting out a long sigh. I'm so exhausted. The continent is so exhilarating. I am almost reluctant to return to see God Island, she lamented. As Xiaobai expressed, there were many sights Wolfing had never encountered before, and the journey had indeed been a feast for their eyes. Sister Bai, shall we take a stroll? Wolfing suggested, noting that it was still early. Xiaobai shook her head, replying, No, I am utterly fatigued from the day's travel. You can wander about, but remember, do not stir up any trouble. Kazakage nodded slightly, then exited the room, descended the staircase, and strolled alone along the street. Each city on the continent boasts immense scale, adorned with an array of exquisite goods and a diverse assortment of delectable snacks. Naruto traversed a narrow alley, a place seldom frequented by souls, clearly long abandoned. As Kazekage walked, he detected a faint scent of blood wafting through the air, not far ahead. In the distance, he could vaguely hear the sound of a child weeping, and an instinctual sense warned him that something was amiss. Die, you. A massive fist descended like a rainstorm, as 7 towering men clad in heavy armor loomed before him, chains stained with blood coiling around their hands. The man in front, covered in crimson, was gasping for breath, his strength waning. Before this injured man stood a small girl, bravely obstructing the path of the 7 formidable men, forcing them to pause their assault. Get out of the way, or I'll take you down too. One of the men bellowed, his overwhelming presence nearly causing the child to falter. You shall not harm my father. The girl, undaunted, stood resolutely before the men, her heart seething with anger. The injured man was her father, who gently patted his daughter's small shoulder, weakly urging her, Nan Nan, you must leave this place. It is my inadequacy that has led us here. Humph, scoffed the man at the forefront, whose hands were entwined with iron chains. Dare to flee? When will you repay the 10 gold soul coins you owe us? 10 gold soul coins? The injured man's pupils constricted, trembling as he questioned, was it not just 1 gold soul coin? How has it escalated to 10? You all cough. Cough, in our pursuit of you, the 7 of us exerted considerable effort. When we struck you, your blood stained our garments. We have no particular hobbies. We simply value cleanliness. Shouldn't you compensate for the bloodshed on our clothes? A smile crept upon the man's lips, his gaze turning icy. You are causing unreasonable trouble. I shall report you to the Silvis Grand Soul Arena. The injured man shouted, his voice strained, his condition worsening. Report us? The 7 men exchanged glances before erupting into laughter. At that moment, Kazekage arrived nearby, having witnessed the entire scene unfold. Such usury was all too common, and he harbored a deep-seated disdain for these individuals. Report us? The man chuckled. We, the Fierce God Battle Team, are esteemed figures in the Silvis Grand Soul Arena, having generated untold profits for the arena over the years. Do you think they would care about such trivial matters? You, a lowly commoner, are of no consequence to them. Fierce God Battle Team? Wolfing was momentarily taken aback. Was that not the most infamous team in the Silvis Grand Arena? Their methods were ruthlessly brutal, leaving either death or severe injury in their wake. Each battle in the arena resulted in numerous soul masters losing their lives. Yet the aftermath was invariably swept under the rug. The entanglements were numerous, as the fearsome god squad provided considerable profits for the aristocrats. Under such a protective umbrella, their audacity only grew. Eventually, in a confrontation with Tang San and others, they met their demise at the hands of the Zhuge divine crossbow. During this idle stroll, Wufing fortuitously encountered them. How about this? The leading man flashed a wicked smile, and his henchmen began to reach for the little girl. I shall grant you 3 days. If by then you cannot deliver 10 gold soul coins with both hands, we shall take this little girl for ourselves. Rest assured, we will fetch a handsome price for her. To prevent any escape attempts from the father and daughter, they would first take her away. In 3 days. Upon receiving the payment, we shall return your daughter to you. As he spoke, the man rubbed his hands together, his sinister claws inching closer to the girl. The father summoned every ounce of his strength to protect his daughter. Suddenly, a flash of blue light streaked across, and a trident landed between the two parties. Its imposing aura instantly forcing the 7 men to retreat. Chapter 16. Adopting the Little Girl. The first kill this sudden assault enraged the 7 members of the fearsome god squad. Let us get out of here. Is it merely 10 gold soul coins? I will cover that. With that, Wufing stepped out from the shadows, tossing 10 gold soul coins to the leading man of the fearsome god squad. The man caught the coins, indeed, 10 in total. Casting a glance at Wufing, he quickly shifted his gaze, expressing his dissatisfaction. These 10 gold soul coins are far from sufficient. That trident nearly struck us. You must compensate for our mental anguish. Oh? Wufing approached the injured man, helping him to his feet, and said with keen interest. I have long heard of the fearsome god squad's bullying of the weak and their villainous ways. It appears the tales are true. You're seeking death. Years of combat had bred in them a disregard for all, refusing to tolerate any slander or disobedience to their commands. A massive fist came crashing toward him. But Wufing remained unfazed, wielding the trident with one hand and forcefully repelling the attack. With a crisp crack, it was no surprise that the man's arm was left fractured. The pale visage of Wufing expressed a subtle urgency as he uttered, hurry and depart. Otherwise, take heed for your lives may be in peril. The captain of the fearsome god battle team, despite having a severed hand, bellowed with fervor. The remaining 6 individuals unleashed their martial spirits. All unified in the form of a ferocious giant bear, an extraordinarily potent beast spirit. The uneven soul rings beneath their feet erupted in a dazzling display. Each member standing as a soul master of considerable prowess. Within the grand arena of Sylvis, such a team could be likened to human weaponry. Devoid of emotion and functioning as relentless machines of slaughter, the air around them was thick with the scent of blood. And the overwhelming aura of terror they exuded compelled a young girl to bury her face in her father's blood-stained chest. Despite the crimson splatters marking her father's torso and his increasingly feeble breaths, the little girl felt an unwavering courage. Little brother, the injured man spoke softly. You must leave at once. The fearsome god battle team is truly formidable. To be candid, I too am a soul master. I have fought in the Sylvis arena before. We were once exceedingly proud, even becoming the most illustrious presence in the grand arena. Yet, one fateful day, the fearsome god battle team arrived. They fought with utter disregard for their lives. All 6 of my comrades perished, and I was left incapacitated, with my limbs rendered useless. I am the sole survivor of our team. Upon concluding his tale, the man coughed violently, blood spilling forth, while the young girl wept inconsolably. Her small hands gripping her father tightly, as though fearing that she might lose him in the next fleeting moment. Wufing consoled, please refrain from speaking any further. I shall take care of these 7 individuals and will promptly lead you to medical assistance. The man shook his head, his breath faint as he implored. May I request a favor of you? Speak, Wufing replied. The man then extended his blood-stained hand, gently taking the small hand of a little girl and placing it before Wufing. In a soft voice he said, this little girl is named Nan Nan, and she has just turned 6. I found her on the street, and since then, we have relied on each other for companionship. He began to cough violently, his breaths growing increasingly shallow. Wufing understood the man's intentions. He wished to entrust his legacy. You will surely recover. Please refrain from saying more, Wufing reassured. The man slowly shook his head, his voice waning further. I am nearing my end. To have managed to survive until now is already the greatest solace bestowed upon me by the heavens. As Wufing remained silent, the 6 members of the Mad God team began to grow increasingly agitated. Damn it. Enough of your incessant chatter. I shall tear you apart. One member of the Mad God team surged forward, initiating the attack. Be careful. The weakened father shouted to Wufing. Calm and composed, the man known as Wufing stood resolute. Behind him, the trident suddenly stirred, transforming into a brilliant arc of blue light that struck the abdomen of the charging assailant. With a resounding crash, the member of the furious god squad was sent reeling, blood spewing from his mouth as he was propelled through 2 walls, ultimately buried beneath a cascade of rubble. Annoyed, Wufing cast a fierce glare at the remaining members of the furious god squad, before turning his gentle gaze towards the father and daughter. Please continue, he urged. I wish to entrust Nan Nan to you, and I hope you can take good care of her. With those final words, the man drew his last breath, his grip on the little girl's hand slipping away as he collapsed to the ground. Daddy, don't leave me. Please. No. No. Daddy. Daddy. The little girl cried out in anguish, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed skyward, her sorrow pouring forth like a cascade of pearls severed from their string. No matter how desperately she pleaded, her father had departed from her forever. In the misty depths of the waves, the world reveals its harshness, as tragedies akin to this unfold almost daily. At that moment, the figure of the waves clenched his hands tightly. The trident he wielded resonating with the fury of its master, its chilling light flickering ominously between its prongs. A faint glimmer of murderous intent seeped from the eyes of Bofeng as he faced the formidable Shuritain. There was nothing more to be said. Only their demise could quell the fury that burned within him. Rest assured, I shall take good care of Nan Nan. From this moment forth, she shall be my sister, and no one shall ever harm her again. Naruto extended his right hand, gently brushing against the lifeless eyes of the deceased man. The man had slipped into eternal slumber, departing in a state of tranquility. Bah! A worthless wretch met such a cheap demise. Let us unite and rend him apart. Seize that little girl. She will undoubtedly fetch a handsome price. The breeze stirred gently as Bofeng rose, his expression devoid of emotion, turning his gaze with an air of foreboding. His right leg began to radiate a dark crimson glow, as a scythe-like arc coalesced with ominous energy. You shall all perish. In that instant, a tightness gripped the hearts of the 7 members of the fearsome god squad, an overwhelming sense of suffocation enveloping them. Gasping for breath, they stared at Bofeng, who was no longer the gentle youth they once knew. His eyes blazed with a lightning-like intensity, and the dark crimson demonic scythe coiled around his leg was poised to unleash its fury. The malevolent skill of the soulbone, demonic whale slash, was about to be unleashed. The dark crimson scythe shot forth with terrifying speed, and the charging members of the fearsome god squad halted abruptly, their eyes glazed with shock, as the soul rings beneath their feet began to dim. With a cold snort, Bofeng lifted Nan Nan from her father's lifeless body and promptly hoisted her father onto his shoulder. Come, for your brother shall guard you in the future, and no one shall dare to bully you again. Should anyone have the audacity to mistreat you, invoke the name of Sister Xiaobai. She will stand alongside your brother to protect you. Naruto carried the lifeless body and departed alongside the young girl, their silhouettes gradually fading into the distance, ultimately vanishing from sight. After Naruto led them away, the 7 members of the malevolent god squad found themselves disbanded, the scene steeped in an extreme bloodbath. Those who committed heinous acts finally received their long-deserved retribution. P.S. The contract is signed and has been dispatched. Chapter 17, The Royal Hunting Grounds. Crack. The pale visage of Bofeng reflected a deep sense of disorientation, his eyes vacant, and faint traces of blood marred his attire as he cautiously pushed open the door with the small girl in tow. Feng D. Where did you wander off to last night? The previous night, Bofeng had been absent until dawn, leaving Xiaobai, who had been waiting here, utterly sleepless, in this unfamiliar city. She found it hard to believe that anyone would pose a threat to Bofeng. Upon seeing the bloodstains on his clothing and the hollowness in his gaze, he stumbled into a nearby chair and seized the cup, drinking greedily. Feng D, what transpired last night? Why do you bear these wounds? Who has harmed you? Xiaobai inquired with urgent concern. Bofeng hesitantly confessed, I have taken a life. The air fell into an immediate hush, and Xiaobai gazed at the usually obedient Bofeng, unable to fathom the gravity of his words. What did you just say, Win brother? I have taken a life, Bofeng reiterated. You reckless fool. Before we set out, the high priest specifically warned you against causing trouble. It's only the 5th day on the continent, and you've already committed murder. Xiaobai's frustration surged. She then turned her attention to Bofeng, whose expression was vacant. This was starkly different from their previous hunts for spirit beasts, for this involved a living, breathing person. Bofeng's heart was a tumult of emotions. The previous night, he had been consumed by rage, unleashing the full might of the evil whale-s demon slash. Xiaobai sighed deeply. Looking at the silent Bofeng, she gently patted his shoulder and spoke earnestly. Enough. I do not intend to blame you. What has done is done. Who was the victim? And where did this little girl come from? The child glanced at the girl sitting beside her, inquiring, who is she? As the wind reminisced. Last night's events were recounted meticulously. Xiaobai, feeling a surge of empathy for the little girl's plight, struck the table in frustration, exclaiming, a wretched group of beasts. They deserve their fate. Fengdi, you have handled this matter commendably. Observing the despondent and still bewildered expression of the wind, Xiaobai comforted him, saying, it is a necessary part of life. As a spirit master, such experiences are inevitable. Yet, it is surprising that your first act of killing came so swiftly. There will be no more such incidents in the future. Then, Xiaobai's gaze shifted to the side, where Nan Nan sat, still ensnared by the shadow of her father's demise. Lost in memories of their life together. Your name is Nan Nan, is it not? Xiaobai inquired, taking a seat beside the young girl. Nan Nan, taken aback by the gentle demeanor of Xiaobai, nodded slightly and replied, are you Sister Xiaobai? I heard this big brother mention you before coming here. I am indeed Xiaobai. She affirmed. Reflecting on the tale recounted by the wind, Xiaobai felt deep sympathy for the unfortunate circumstances that had befallen the child. At such a tender age, she should not have to endure such hardships. Moreover, since the wind had vowed to honor the last wishes of Nan Nan's father, he must fulfill that promise. Coincidentally, the journey to Tiendo City would be undertaken by both the wind and Xiaobai, and now with the addition of a little sister, their travels would be all the more lively. Should anyone dare to bully you in the future, simply invoke my name, Sister Xiaobai, she assured. Nan Nan nodded. Still trapped in the sorrow of her father's passing, alongside the recently experienced trauma of the wind, both remained silent, save for Xiaobai. Initially intending to depart for Tiendo City that day, the trio resolved to remain in Silv City. awaiting a brighter mood for both the wind and Nan and before continuing their journey. After a night of psychological adjustment, the wind finally emerged from the shadow of his violent act. Early in the morning, he promptly rented a carriage, and the three of them climbed aboard. With the carriage's speed, they would soon reach their destination. The sun shone brightly that day, perfect for embarking on a journey. Wolfing deftly maneuvered the carriage, within which Xiaobai cradled Nan Nan, gazing at the enchanting scenery along the way. They traversed a lush forest, the carriage gliding slowly past flourishing underbrush, occasionally interrupted by a flock of birds soaring overhead. Suddenly, a glint of cold light sliced through the air, a sharp crossbow bolt hurtling towards Wolfing. With swift reflexes, he grasped his trident and severed the incoming projectile. The carriage came to a gentle halt as Wolfing surveyed his surroundings. This was his inaugural visit to the Douluo Continent. He could not possibly have any enemies here. The abundant trees made this an ideal locale for an ambush. Wind brother, what is happening? Xiaobai inquired, peering out from the carriage. Sister Bai, just moments ago, a crossbow bolt was shot directly at us. There must be some unusual circumstances at play, Wolfing replied gravely. Upon seeing the severed bolt lying on the ground, Xiaobai instantly leaped from the carriage, shielding Nan and behind her as she vigilantly scanned the area. The silence was unnerving. Aside from the soft rustling of the grass in the breeze, there was an unmistakable sound of hurried footsteps in the distance, suggesting that a considerable number of adversaries were approaching. With a grave expression, Bofeng scanned the surroundings. Someone was approaching an assassin. Just then, a cadre of soldiers armed with steel spears encircled the trio along with their carriage, their cold, elongated weapons aimed directly at them. Nan Nan sought refuge behind Xiaobai, the soldiers exuding an intimidating aura. Each soldier donned armor of silver and gold, battle-hardened veterans seasoned by the trials of war. Good sir, we merely passed through this place. Might you enlighten us on the circumstances? Bofeng inquired hastily. The commanding soldier replied icily, do not move. You stand in the royal hunting grounds. We have already issued a proclamation within the city. Today, His Majesty leads the crown prince and esteemed ministers for the annual royal hunt. This area has been thoroughly secured by us. How did you manage to enter? Or are you an assassin? As he spoke, the soldiers advanced their spears toward the trio. For the emperor's safety took precedence above all else. The young man, known as Bofeng Chao, nodded slightly to Xiaobai, signaling him to take charge and to ensure the safety of Nan Nan. Xiaobai, in turn, cradled Nan Nan in his arms. Have you ever encountered an assassin accompanied by family? Bofeng shrugged in silent exasperation. The soldiers exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of how to proceed. What on earth has transpired? At that moment, a young nobleman, adorned in splendid garments woven with golden threads, arrived on a white steed. His brow furrowed, and his countenance radiated displeasure. The soldiers hastily knelt on one knee, respectfully proclaiming, we pay our respects to His Highness, the fourth prince. The fourth prince? This was the Tiando Empire, thus. This individual was indeed the fourth prince. A wave of discontent washed over his face. Based on Bofeng's understanding of the fourth prince, it was merely a faade to avoid raising suspicions from his so-called elder brother. You worthless fools. His Majesty will arrive shortly. Seize them at once. Chapter 18, Xiaobai's Anger, a Grave Consequence. Upon receiving the fourth prince's command, the soldiers grasped their steel lances, preparing to apprehend Bofeng and his companions. Xiaobai clenched his fists. Having lived carefree on Sea God Island, he never anticipated the turmoil that awaited them upon arriving on the mainland. Though the surface appeared tranquil, beneath it lurked treacherous currents. Bofeng, well aware of Sister Bai's temperament, quickly cast a glance at Xiaobai, urging her not to act so impulsively. Should any friction arise with the Empire, their days in Heaven Do City would certainly be far from pleasant. We sincerely apologize and will take our leave immediately. As the wind and waves prepared to retrace their steps, an avalanche, seated upon a white steed, abruptly interposed, to come and go as you please. Do you truly hold my royal family in such contempt? You worthless wretches, did my words fall upon deaf ears? Seize these three at once. The presence of three enigmatic individuals was unsettling. If any harm were to befall my father, would you bear the weight of such a responsibility? Confronted by the pressure exerted by the avalanche, the soldiers advanced, one among them wielding a spear, lunging fiercely towards the wind and waves. They had no choice. It was preferable to err on the side of caution than to allow an escape. Should the emperor suffer any loss, the price would be their lives, and their families could very well face dire repercussions. Kaze, gripping the steel spear firmly with one hand, fixed his gaze upon the imposing avalanche, who sat triumphantly atop his white steed. Was this young man merely feigning bravado, or did he genuinely possess the audacity to act? With a slight exertion, the gentle breeze crushed the steel gun tightly gripped in his hand. This scene left the soldiers astounded. How dare they retaliate? It seemed they were indeed assassins. Very well. Dare to strike back? Seize them. Avalanche bellowed. Unable to endure any longer, Little White gradually coalesced a sphere of water in the palm of his hand. Stop. At this critical juncture, another individual arrived. This newcomer was a young man, around 21 or 22, with golden hair and an amiable demeanor, exuding an indescribable charisma that surpassed that of Avalanche. This was the impression Wave Wind had formed. Fourth brother. Our father has sent me to inquire about what is happening here. Why such a commotion? The young man spoke calmly. his serene gaze sweeping over Wave Wind and his companions, lingering momentarily upon Wave Wind. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Avalanche hastily dismounted from his horse and approached the young man. Gritting his teeth as he said, "Elder brother, I have uncovered 3 suspicious individuals here. I suspect they are assassins aiming to harm our father. Hence, elder brother?" Wolfing gazed at the individual whom Avalanche referred to as Big Brother, sensing an inexplicable connection in that fleeting moment of eye contact. The soul of the sea god. A divine essence stirred within him, and he pondered how this person could earn such an esteemed title from Avalanche. Snow Chingha. Yet, the royal family of Tiendo bore the soul of the swan, a manifestation devoid of offensive prowess, lending an air of nobility to its bearer, which aligned with their royal stature. This sensation resonated profoundly within Snow Chingha, despite the concealment provided by the head soul bone. Why did the 6-winged angel soul elicit such intrigue? What was this individual's true identity? An array of questions swirled in Snow Chingha's mind, prompting him to take a step forward and inquire, "Who are you truly? What brings you here?" Wolfing courteously clasped his hands and said, "We intended to venture to Tiendo City for business, yet who could have anticipated that upon entering this forest, we would narrowly escape injury from crossbow bolts? Subsequently, this 4th prince arrived here and insisted that we are assassins. I must pose a question. Have you ever encountered an assassin accompanied by family?" Shuechinga hesitated. It was evident that Wolfing and his companions bore no resemblance to assassins. Indeed, it appeared that an avalanche of misunderstanding had befallen them. Shuechinga was contemplating releasing several individuals, for soon the Snowy Night Emperor would arrive, and it was unnecessary to create discord at such a critical juncture. Although perplexed internally, given that their destination was Tiendo City, it would pose no challenge for her to ascertain the backgrounds of these individuals using her own methods. "Very well, you may depart. Follow this path, and you shall reach Tiendo City," Shuechinga instructed, as Bofeng expressed his gratitude with a respectful gesture. He was about to take his leave when Snow Avalanche interjected, questioning, "Are you truly so willing to let them depart so easily?" In that moment, he openly contradicted the sentiments of Snow Chingha. The latter, casting a sidelong glance at Snow Avalanche, narrowed his eyes slightly and inquired coolly, "Do you harbor any doubts regarding my decision?" Snow Avalanche, clenching his teeth, felt compelled to defy his elder brother's command for the sake of their father's safety. "What are you all standing there for? Why don't you swiftly apprehend the 3 of them?" he rebuked once more, disregarding Snow Chingha's authority. At that instant, Xiaobai, with a solemn expression, gently set Nan Nan down from his embrace and tenderly ruffled her hair. Wolfing remained silent, his patience wearing thin. The avalanche was nothing more than an act of self-inflicted misery, a trifling consequence of Feng's meddling. Their reason for coming to Tiendo City was to earn gold soul coins and subsequently embark on a journey across the continent. Wolfing had no desire to create enemies or entangle himself with the royal family, yet the relentless pursuit of the other party left him with no choice. The avalanche continuously harassed the trio, and though Wolfing could endure it for the greater good, Xiaobai could hardly contain her fury. Xiaobai stepped forward slowly, an aura radiating from her that caused the soldiers to tremble. The oppressive presence indicated formidable strength. The expression on Xueping's face shifted dramatically. As a soul master himself, he recognized this overwhelming pressure, reminiscent only of the 3 commissioners from the Tiendo Royal Academy, all of whom were soul Douluos of high stature within the empire and allies of his elder brother. The oppressive force emanating from this woman was several times greater than that of the commissioners, leaving Xueping gasping for breath. Zuiking, initially surprised by the boy, was taken aback by Xiaobai's presence, his expression turning grave. A tidal Douluo. There was no mistaking that aura, and her power surpassed that of the 2 beside her. Water rippled around Xiaobai as she stood, her feet encircled by a configuration of soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, for black, and 1 red. A tidal Douluo? A tidal Douluo. That crimson 9th soul ring was unmistakably one of 100,000 years. Xueping instinctively retreated, realizing he had encountered an insurmountable barrier. The most esteemed profession on the continent was that of a soul master, and to provoke this enigmatic tidal Douluo, who possessed 100,000-year soul rings, was an act of folly. Apart from Zuiking, none had ever witnessed such a formidable tidal Douluo, and the soldiers exchanged glances filled with trepidation, their long spears raised in salute. Had they known they faced a tidal Douluo, they would never have dared to display such disrespect. "What happened to your earlier bravado?" Xiaobai's voice was laced with venomous disdain. Chapter 19. Old Versailles confronted with Xiaobai's blatant mockery, Xueping crumbled, hastily seeking refuge behind the soldiers, attempting to use them as a shield. The soldiers, stricken with panic, understood they were in the presence of a tidal Douluo with a 100,000-year soul ring. If an imperial prince could not withstand her, how could they, mere commoners? Naturally, the soldiers retreated quietly, and Xueping was soon completely exposed, under the gaze of all. Xiaobai advanced toward him. Not far off stood a grand army, a formation of soldiers arranged regally, at the center of which an elderly man donned in golden armor, adorned with intertwined golden dragons, was drawing his bow, aiming at a pink rabbit. The old man bore a chilling demeanor, exuding an air of superiority. As the soldiers watched in awe, the arrow soared through the air, piercing the pink rabbit. The crowd erupted, soldiers raising their long spears in jubilant uproar, chanting, "Long live his majesty! Long live his majesty!" The old man smiled, stroking his snowy beard, and gestured for silence. His Majesty remains as formidable as ever," remarked a dignified man beside him, whose appearance was striking, with a refined demeanor and flowing black hair, clad in a pristine white robe. He exuded an aura of serenity and grace, appearing to be in his 40s. Behind him stood an elder with sharp brows and bright eyes. Dressed in a white robe with long silver hair, a silver sword floating behind him. Their identities were undoubtedly significant. The old man passed his golden bow to an attendant and replied, "Master Ning, you jest. It has been a while since I engaged in such activities. Today marks the rare occasion of the royal hunt. I apologize for troubling you to accompany me. I hope you and Sword Douluo will not take offense." Master Ning smiled and shook his head. "Your Majesty is too kind. It is my honor to accompany you." The old man chuckled lightly, then turned his attention to Zuiking and Shueping. Noticing their silence, he frowned and inquired, "Where are the crown prince and the fourth prince? Why have they vanished?" His voice carried a hint of displeasure. Being the emperor, burdened with affairs of state, it was disheartening that his two sons were absent during the annual royal hunt. The general in charge promptly knelt and respectfully reported, "Your Majesty, I have just seen the crown prince and fourth prince heading toward the northern forest. They have been gone for some time." Upon learning of his son's whereabouts, the emperor shook his head, a bitter smile forming on his lips. "It must be Shueping causing trouble again. Poor Qinghe bears the brunt of it. With my many duties, I failed to keep track of him. And now Shueping finds himself in this predicament. It is indeed my fault. Your Majesty is too harsh on yourself. Oh, it is the duty of the elder brother to look after his younger sibling. You have to manage the affairs of the nation. I trust Qinghe will handle it well." Master Ning replied with a smile. At that moment, a powerful surge of energy emanated from the northern forest. The elder in white behind Master Ning narrowed his eyes. His gaze like lightning, fixated on the area where Zuiking and Shueping were located. The silver sword behind him trembled slightly. "Master of the sword, what is this power?" Master Ning inquired, puzzled. The emperor sensed it too, and all eyes turned to the source of the disturbance, where Zuiking and Shueping were. Could it be that the two princes were in danger? The elder's expression hardened, his tone grave. "A title Douluo. There is no mistaking this aura. It belongs to a title Douluo of great strength." Before Master Ning could ask further, the elder stepped onto the silver sword, heading toward the disturbance. These were the emperor's last two surviving heirs. If anything were to happen to them, the soldiers stationed there would surely suffer the consequences. "Humph. I shall see which title Douluo dares to lay hands on my sons," the emperor huffed, hastening to mount his white steed and ride forth. While he was familiar with most title Douluos on the continent, this particular aura was perplexing. Could it be from the spirit hall? He shook his head. Joining the main force as they rushed toward the northern forest. In the forest, Xiaobai confronted Shueping, her teeth clenched, her gaze unwavering. "Say that again, if you dare," Xiaobai inquired coldly. Shueping trembled in fear, unable to utter a single word, particularly in the presence of Xiaobai, this apex predator of the ocean. Zuiking cast a glance at Xiaobai. According to the records of the spirit hall over the years, this enigmatic female title Douluo had no information available. Moreover, possessing a soul ring of 100,000 years was an exceedingly arduous feat in itself. The identities of these three individuals had become a mysterious and perplexing enigma. With the situation having escalated to this extent, Shueping's predicament was a consequence of his own actions. Zuiking showed no intention of intervening. He could sense that this female title Douluo harbored no malevolence, merely aiming to intimidate Shueping into tempering his arrogant demeanor, which would be quite beneficial. Observing Shueping's prolonged silence and the violent trembling of his legs, Xiaobai remarked, "What a pitiful coward, one who bullies the weak and fears the strong." Despite the resentment bubbling within him, Shueping felt exceedingly insignificant before the title Douluo. Wolfing smiled gently, aware that she, White Sister, was not one to provoke trouble. This was Heaven Do City, not Sea God Island. It was best to keep things light, as she would need to navigate these waters in the future. White Sister. A mere scare will suffice. There is no need for any serious confrontation. Let us hasten our journey to Heaven Do City. With that, she decided to let it go for now, warning, should there be a next time, beware. As she spoke, she withdrew her spirit ring and returned directly to Wolfing and Nan Nan's side. Just as the trio was about to depart, a silver beam of light descended from the heavens, instantly capturing their attention. The newcomer was none other than Sword Uncle, who, upon seeing that the two princes were unharmed, shifted his gaze to the trio. "May I inquire which esteemed person just made their presence known?" Sword Uncle's voice echoed as he thrust the massive silver sword he bore into the ground. Positioning his hands on the hilt, standing resolutely like a towering pine, the spirit rings beneath his feet began to rise slowly, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black. A stranger of title Douluo status left Xiaobai momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated encountering a peer on her first visit to the continent. Xiaobai mused. With such a spirit ring configuration, this simply won't do. How can a title Douluo lack a 100,000-year spirit ring? This is truly a display of ostentation. Chapter 20. A masterful act. Just as Xiaobai was about to step forward, Wolfing gently restrained her. "White Sister, take care of Nan Nan. I will handle this." "Is he really a Sword Douluo?" Wolfing inquired. "You know of me?" Sword Uncle replied. With a smile, Wolfing nodded, his sword measuring 4 feet 3 inches in length, 3 inches in width, and the hilt extending 12 inches, aptly named 7 kills. "I am indeed familiar with the esteemed title of Sword Douluo." In response to this acknowledgement, Sword Douluo subtly nodded, evidently pleased. Who would not desire their reputation to be widely known? Was it you who acted so disrespectfully towards the prince? Sword Douluo inquired. The gaze of the fourth prince, Bofeng, rested upon the side figure of Avalanche, who had yet to recover from the shock induced by the little white creature. As for this matter, it was up to the Sword Douluo to inquire about the prince named Avalanche. We undertook this arduous journey to reach this place with the intent of engaging in trade within the city of Tiando. However, upon our entrance into the forest, we were unexpectedly surrounded by a battalion of soldiers, leading us to encounter Prince Avalanche. Even after we articulated our intentions, Prince Avalanche remained obstinately unyielding. Not even the timely arrival of this prince's elder brother could prevent the unfolding events. A gentle smile graced the lips of Bofeng, as he acknowledged that his sister had acted impulsively. He expressed sincere apologies for the recent events. After recounting the situation, Jian Douluo began to grasp the general circumstances. He had heard of the fourth prince, notorious for his unscrupulous character and frequent oppression of the academy students, a veritable scourge known throughout the entirety of Tiando City. Alas, being the emperor's son rendered him untouchable. The populace could do little but allow him to continue his debauched ways. Suddenly, a familiar voice from behind sent a shiver down Schwebing's spine, leaving him paralyzed with fear as he dared not look at the emperor, who had arrived fashionably late. The Snowy Knight Emperor, the sovereign of the Tiando Empire and the most powerful individual on the entire continent, had heard every word of Bofeng's narration without missing a beat. Regarding his son, the Snowy Knight Emperor felt a sense of helplessness. With a sigh, he commanded, "Return to the palace, confine yourself to your chamber for a month of contemplation, and forfeit your salary for a year. Depart immediately." Schwebing acquiesced, casting a lingering glance at Bofeng and his companions before leaving with a face full of dejection. After Schwebing's departure, the Snowy Knight Emperor turned to Bofeng and his companions, stating, "I am the Emperor of the Tiando Empire, Snowy Knight. I deeply regret the events that have transpired. May I inquire as to the origins of your arrival?" Bofeng respectfully addressed, "Your Majesty, it is indeed an honor to finally meet you. My name is Bofeng, and I have traveled from Hanhai City to engage in some trade. Having been raised by the seaside, my family encouraged me to seek experience beyond our shores. And I have chosen Tiando City as my primary destination. Firstly, being the capital of a nation, it is bustling with merchants from all walks of life. And most of my goods are seafood, which should fetch a decent price here. Secondly, the local populace is known for their simplicity and sincerity. And being situated at the foot of the imperial city, I believe that under your esteemed patronage, our business will flourish even more." Unintentionally, Bofeng's flattery made the Snowy Knight Emperor feel a sense of elation. He quickly cleared his throat and inquired, "Was that fluctuation you just mentioned caused by you?" The Wind of the Waves smiled gently, remarking that His Majesty was merely jesting, and that he was not so formidable. "My sister has acted rather recklessly. Should any harm befall the Avalanche Prince, I sincerely apologize in advance. It is of no consequence, it is my failure as a father," replied the Emperor of the Snowy Knight, his gaze resting upon Xiaobai. "Should there be any grievances, I implore this young lady to exercise her understanding." Xiaobai waved her hand dismissively, chuckling, "You overstate the matter. It is truly not a significant issue. I too am at fault for unleashing the soul ring to frighten others, resulting in such a multitude gathering here, thereby causing you this unnecessary commotion." With that, Xiaobai exchanged a knowing glance with the wind and quickly departed, lest she keep Zenzo and the others in anxious anticipation. Wolfing smiled gently, nodding towards the Snow Knight Emperor, and remarked, "Your Majesty, unless there are pressing matters, we shall take our leave for Heavendo City. Our transport crew has arrived, and as their employer, I cannot afford to keep them waiting." At that moment, Shuqinghe approached the ear of the Snow Knight Emperor and whispered something. Upon hearing it, the Emperor's expression shifted dramatically, and his gaze towards the three of Wolfing transformed entirely, especially towards Xiaobai, revealing the truth behind appearances. Nearby, Ning Fingji vaguely caught 5 words, 100,000 your soul ring. Coupled with the disturbances at the forest's edge, it was highly probable that the woman in question was a formidable title Douluo. The Snow Knight Emperor regarded the trio with utmost seriousness before issuing a command. "Royal Knight Brigade, clear the path to Heavendo City." With the decree given, all soldiers of the Royal Knight Brigade stationed behind the forest swiftly made way for a direct route to Heavendo City. Bofeng was well aware of what the Royal Knights were, a proud symbol of the Heavendo Empire, the most trusted and relied upon military force, answering solely to the command of the Snowy Knight Emperor. The Emperor's decision to allow the Royal Knights to yield was indeed a startling surprise for Bofeng. "Your Majesty, this seems somewhat inappropriate," he remarked helplessly. However, the Snowy Knight Emperor merely smiled, asserting, "There is nothing inappropriate about this. It is a gesture of the royal family's apology towards you all, as this matter originates from the imperial house. If you continue onward, you shall reach Heavendo City. I remain here, eagerly anticipating our next meeting." With that, the Emperor gestured for them to proceed. Master Ning, standing beside the Snowy Knight Emperor, understood the underlying meaning of his words after accompanying him for such a duration. A title Douluo with 10,000 years of spirit rings was a rarity, even within the spirit hall, where there were likely no more than 3 individuals of such caliber. After expressing his gratitude to Bofeng, Xiaobai embraced Nan Nan and boarded the carriage. Under the watchful gaze of all, Bofeng skillfully guided the carriage forward until it vanished from sight. Qin He. Make an effort to befriend that Bofeng. If I recall correctly, he has come to Tiando City for the purpose of selling goods. Tomorrow. Inquire discreetly about the finest shops and extend royal gifts to them in our name, instructed the Emperor of the Snowy Night. Xue Qing he responded affirmatively. Understanding that with these three individuals, the royal family could only cultivate goodwill and must not harbor malice. The origin of Bofeng remains a mystery. It is said that he hails from Hahai City, the sole port of the Tiando Empire, where maritime goods have become the exclusive trade of fishermen. He has come to the Douluo Continent to expand his business. A venture that not only allows him to earn a living but also to enhance his strength at an astonishing rate. What could be more advantageous? Despite his enigmatic background, he has caught the attention of the Snow Night Emperor, and for Ning Zhongzhu, who has always valued talent, his interest in the young man named Bofeng has deepened. This youth is no ordinary individual. To be under the protection of a titled Douluo with 100,000 years of soul rings implies that formidable forces are at play behind him. Fortunately, he is not affiliated with the Spirit Hall, the sword Douluo used. Chapter 21. Arrival at Tiando. The carriage sped forward, revealing a colossal city before Bofeng. As one of the two most prosperous cities on the continent, its scale is truly monumental. The city walls rise to a height of 100 meters, constructed entirely of granite. At the grand city gates, numerous soldiers armed with long spears exude an air of solemnity and lethal intent. Sister Bai, Nan Nan. We are almost at Tiando City. What did the letter from Zhizhenju say? Bofeng inquired with a smile. Xiaobai peered through the carriage window at the impending arrival of the magnificent city, realizing that this was indeed Tiando City. Distinct from the towns they had traversed along the way, its grandeur truly remarkable. Zhizhenju is already waiting in the city and has reserved a tavern for our gathering. She replied, Brother Feng, since we are nearing Tiando City, what should our next steps be? Xiaobai asked. Bofeng chuckled, it is now noon. Let us first enter the city and rendezvous with the Purple Pearl. Afterwards, I shall pay a visit to the Spirit Hall to register my martial spirit. Finally, tomorrow we shall seek out suitable shops to expand our business, striving for greatness. We aim to become the wealthiest on the Douluo Continent, surpassing even the 7 treasure glazed tile school in riches. Bofeng burst into laughter. Xiaobai's lips twitched. It was evident that Feng was utterly captivated by the allure of wealth. What is so admirable about money? Sister Xiaobai holds no interest in it. I recall that the Spirit Hall is one of the branches of the Spirit Temple. We are adversaries of the Spirit Temple. So why would you still wish to go there? Xiaobai furrowed her brow. In the past, when the Spirit Temple invaded Sea God Island, Xiaobai participated in that battle. However, at that time, she fought in the guise of the king of the Soul Great White Shark, not in her current human form. Poseidon, with an eye toward the future, deemed it imperative for the safety of her soul son that she refrain from dispatching the 7 sacred pillars to guard Douluo. This is due to their involvement in that fateful battle, while not all within the Spirit Hall are aware of them. Only a select few titled Douluo elders recognize the 7 sacred pillars. Consequently, it is only fitting for Xiaobai to serve as a personal bodyguard to Bofeng. Throughout the continent, the Soul Master's handbook stands as a symbol of every Soul Master, serving as the finest testament to their prowess. The Spirit Hall encompasses all of this. Bofeng continued, we shall remain in Tiando City for an indeterminate period, during which numerous matters must be addressed. With the Soul Master's journal in our possession, I trust that we shall encounter significantly fewer troubles. Furthermore, it may serve to alleviate the suspicions from the Spirit Hall. He then turned his gaze to Nan Nan. Nan Nan, if I recall correctly, you should be 6 years old now. What is your martial soul? Xiaobai, too, was puzzled. Having yet to discern her sister's martial soul, Nan Nan shook her head and replied, Brother, my martial soul has not yet awakened. I only just turned 6 yesterday. Oh? Bofeng nodded thoughtfully. Very well, this afternoon, accompany me to the Martial Soul Sanctuary, where we shall facilitate your martial soul awakening. This is not Sea God Island, and we lack the tools for awakening here, thus, we must go there. When brother, Xiaobai cautioned, exercise utmost care. Avoid any entanglements with the people from the Spirit Hall. Kazuki nodded solemnly and reassured, rest assured, Sister Bai, I am fully aware of what must be done. Would you like me to accompany you? Suggested Xiaobai. Wei Wen shook his head gently and said, no need for that, Sister Bai. Your recent release of the Soul Ring has already drawn the attention of the Heaven Do royal family in the Spirit Hall. Spirit Hall? Xiaobai furrowed her brow. Could it be that among those people just now, there were members of the Spirit Hall? Bofeng nodded thoughtfully and remarked, that prince is quite remarkable. Though he appears cultured and gracious, in reality, he possesses profound cunning. Henceforth, I must exercise caution around him. Subsequently, Bofeng steered the carriage slowly into the city. The bustling streets were a stark contrast to the earlier tranquility of Silva City. The capital, with its rich history, undoubtedly offered the most prudent opportunities for trade. Following the correspondence from the Purple Pearl, Bofeng arrived at the entrance of the inn, where Purple Pearl was already awaiting him with his companions. Upon Bofeng's arrival, Purple Pearl clasped his hands in greeting and said, Boss, all the goods have arrived safely, and everything proceeded smoothly. A portion of our brothers has returned to Hahai City. After delivering the next batch of goods, they will take turns escorting these brothers. Bofeng chuckled and shook his head, saying, do not call me boss. You are no longer a pirate. Address me as master instead. Zazinza paused momentarily, then replied with a smile, understood, master. Master, who is this young lady? Zazinzu inquired. Her attention drawn to Nan Nan, who was standing beside Xiaobai. Did you not just mention it? This is my sister, Wolfing responded with a grin. Subsequently, Wolfing proceeded to the room that had been meticulously arranged beforehand. Apart from Xiaobai and Nan and sharing one room, Wolfing occupied a separate one. The room was exceedingly tidy, equipped with all necessities. He drew back the long dusty curtains, allowing the piercing sunlight to flood into the space. Wolfing ascended to the balcony, gazing out over the breathtaking cityscape. At long last, he had arrived at Tiandutching, and thus commenced the saga that was destined to unfold. Seated upon a chair, he retrieved the comprehensive map of Tiandutching from within his breast pocket, a treasured relic bequeathed by his father. Before Wolfing's departure, his mother had entrusted him with all of his father's belongings. At the heart of the map lay Tiandutching, encircled by the sunset forest, a realm teeming with soul beasts. To the east, a towering mountain loomed, its grandeur accentuated by three resplendent characters that caught Wolfing's eye. Haotian sect. These characters, imbued with a sense of majesty, were pinned by his father's own hand. It was the sect his father had founded, once revered as the world's foremost. If memory served him well, Wolfing's elder brother was none other than Tang Hao, the current Haotian Douluo, who had long since departed this world. Should Wolfing venture there? By lineage, he would indisputably be regarded as the epitome of number one. The map unveiled a panoramic view of the Haotian sect, encompassing both its external and internal structures. As for whether or not to embark on this journey, Wolfing was indecisive, gazing at the ebony hammer in his hand, a token of the chief elder of the Haotian sect. With it, along with the Haotian hammer martial soul in his left hand, he should be able to affirm his true identity. However, Wolfing had yet to establish himself in the bustling city of Tiando. Rendering a visit to the Haotian sect impractical for the time being, he would need to wait a few more years. Before his departure, his mother had insisted that he must make a trip to the Haotian sect. The blood of his father flows through the veins of Bofeng, compelling him to acknowledge his ancestry. Even if he does not bear the surname Tang, the Haotian hammer martial soul is undeniably his. Oh, father, please, do not become the king of slaughter. Though my mother forbids me from seeking you, as a son, I must honor my own path. Once I have the means, I shall come to find you. Bofeng murmured softly. Bang, bang, bang. Feng, hurry downstairs for dinner. Nan Nan, and I have already gone down. Little Bai rapped at the door. I'll be right there, Bofeng replied, promptly stowing away the map and closing the door behind him as he made his way to the hall. Chapter 22. The blooming flower following the elongated staircase. Bofeng arrived in the hall. A number of associates were already gathered, partaking in their meal. These individuals were once pirates. Only days prior, they had been recruited by Bofeng and had officially become external personnel of the Sea God Island, serving as a crucial core of the workforce for the impending expansion of their business. Boss, greetings. With a smile, Bofeng returned their greetings, instilling a sense of reverence within their hearts. The prospect of leaving behind their piratical lives for a future at Sea God Island was undeniably enticing. Coupled with the promise of receiving 10 golden soul coins as a monthly stipend, the more cargo they transported, the greater their earnings would be. Henceforth, they would no longer need to stir up chaos upon the seas, and the Purple Pearl pirate crew would be a thing of the past. Upon arriving at the Purple Pearl, Xiaobai took a seat at the table with Nan Nan, while Bofeng, indulging in his meal, remarked, Purple Pearl, once you finish eating, kindly take inventory of the goods. In a few days, once we secure a shop, we shall officially commence our business. Absolutely, leave it to me, assured Purple Pearl, confidently patting her chest. Wolfing continued, Nan Nan, after dinner, you shall accompany your brother to the Spirit Hall in Tiando City for your spirit awakening. Is that agreeable? Yes, Nan Nan replied with a smile, nodding her head. Sister Bai, I entrust everything here to you while I am at the Spirit Hall, Wolfing instructed. You may go with peace of mind, but remember, do not engage with anyone from the Spirit Hall, understood? Xiaobai cautioned. Wolfing nodded slightly, and soon after, everyone finished a sumptuous lunch. Following the day's itinerary, Wolfing cradled Nan Nan and made his way towards the Spirit Hall in the heart of the city. The Spirit Hall, situated at the very center of Tiando City, boasts an expansive area and a well-connected geographical environment, wielding considerable influence across this continent. Every child, upon reaching the age of 6, must undergo a spirit awakening, a process entrusted entirely to the Spirit Hall. With Nan Nan cradled in his arms, Wolfing approached the grand entrance of the Spirit Hall, where 2 knights stood guard. Armed with long spears, they formed a cross, barring the passage for the siblings. Halt. This is the Spirit Hall, and no unauthorized individuals may enter, one of the knights declared coldly. Bofeng explained, I have come to awaken my sister's martial soul. She has just turned 6 this year. I also require a Soul Master's manual, so I kindly ask for your understanding. Upon hearing his reasoning, the 2 knights promptly withdrew their long spears. I see. You may proceed. Just go inside and seek Lord Salis directly. Thank you. As Bofeng and Nan Nan entered, they were greeted by an exquisitely decorated hall adorned in resplendent gold, a place that stood as a formidable force, second only to the 2 great empires of the continent. perhaps even surpassing them in power. If the spirit hall was this lavish, one could only imagine the grandeur of the papal palace. Contemplating this, Bofeng shook his head. He knew better than to engage with the denizens of the spirit hall, setting aside the animosity between Sea God Island and the spirit hall. It was also true that the sect his father had founded, the Houghton sect, had been forced into seclusion by the spirit hall's machinations. In the very center of the hall stood an elderly man, clad in resplendent robes, respectfully bowing to a striking figure dressed in golden armor, showing no sign of negligence. Saras, in this year's awakening of soul masters, have there been any noteworthy talents? The alluring man inquired. The elder, known as Saras, was the principal authority here and served as the platinum bishop of the spirit hall. Esteemed elder Jew, among this year's children. Aside from one possessing innate soul power of level 7, the rest are all below level 5, with a significant number at levels 1 and 2, Saras sighed, lamenting that this year's prospects were even worse than those of the previous year. You have personally come here. May I ask what directives you bear? His Holiness has instructed that in 2 years, the Grand Soul Master Tournament will commence across the continent. At that time, 3 soul bones will be offered as rewards. His Holiness has asked me to inform you to expedite the recruitment of soul masters for the future. Elder Jew paused momentarily, then shifted his gaze toward Bofeng and Nan Nan, inquiring with a hint of displeasure, Who are you? Who permitted your entry? To be candid, Bofeng had not comprehended a single word of their previous conversation. Wufeng Dao, I am Bofeng, and this is my sister. We have come here for the awakening of my sister's martial soul, and to conveniently acquire a soul master's handbook. I hope I have not intruded upon your affairs. Although Elder Jew harbored some dissatisfaction, she cast a glance at Salas. Salas, understanding the unspoken cue, stepped forward and said, Come forth, I have pressing matters to attend to. As she spoke, Salas retrieved 6 equally sized stones from a nearby table, and under the influence of her soul power, the stones emitted a brilliant golden radiance. Wufeng nodded slightly to Nan Nan, who, filled with inner questions, began to approach slowly. Bathed in a radiant golden light, a shackle within Nan Nan was released, and the aura emanating from her was such that even Wufeng, possessing the divine martial soul of the sea god, could not help but cast a glance. The previously dissatisfied elder Jew stood nearby, his entire being trembling as golden light flickered in his palm, revealing a chrysanthemum adorned with golden patterns, which was indeed his martial soul. At that moment, the chrysanthemum bowed its head in the direction of Nan Nan. This action left elder Jew astounded, for his martial soul was undoubtedly a pinnacle among floral souls. To have it bow indicated that this young girl might also possess a floral martial soul, and its quality must surely surpass his own. The earlier dissatisfaction vanished, replaced by eager anticipation. Under the watchful eyes of Wufeng and the others, Nan Nan slowly opened her left hand, revealing a common white flower with a few petals as red as blood, devoid of leaves or roots, accompanied only by a pitch-black stone. The instant this flower appeared, Nan Nan exuded an air of nobility, surrounded by shimmering red lights. The chrysanthemum in elder Jew's hand bent lower, and a remarkable scene unfolded. Flowers of every variety in Tianshui City bowed towards the martial soul hall. Such a phenomenon persisted until Nan Nan, straining to retract her martial soul, restored everything to its original state. At that moment, Bofeng furrowed his brow, noticing the previously reprimanded flamboyant man now gazing at Nan Nan with fervent interest. It seemed Bofeng needed to make plans early, given the actions of the martial soul hall. Saras quickly cleared his throat and brought forth a blue crystal ball. Little sister, place your hand on the crystal ball and let me see your soul power. Nan Nan glanced at her small hand, and as soon as she touched the crystal ball, a dazzling blue light illuminated the entire hall, shining brilliantly even in daylight. Innate full soul power. Would you like to be my disciple? The flamboyant man inquired urgently. Simultaneously, a glimmer of gold sparkled on the sea god crown resting upon Wufeng's head. In the world of soul masters, there are only a handful of individuals with innate full soul power, each an exceptional being. Before them stood one, and with such a martial soul. How could the martial soul hall remain indifferent? No. Nan Nan replied decisively, not even pausing to think. The martial soul hall would not let this opportunity slip away. Especially with elder Jew present, it was an opportunity they could not afford to miss. Wufeng hastily inquired, Could you grant me the soul master's notebook? He yearned to acquire it swiftly and thus made to depart in haste. Elder Jew, feeling somewhat disgruntled, retorted, I am conversing with your sister. What right do you have to interject? As she spoke, an imposing aura emanated from her, yet Wufeng remained undaunted. This formidable presence undoubtedly belonged to a title Douluo, an unexpected revelation, for he had not anticipated the existence of another title Douluo within the spirit hall. The wind swayed neither lowly nor haughtily as he declared, I am her brother, her guardian, and I possess the authority to answer your questions on my sister's behalf. Furthermore, she is unwilling to take you as her mentor. Shall the spirit hall truly impose such a demand? Elder Jew was momentarily enraged. Yet for the sake of this young girl with an exceptional martial spirit, he reluctantly suppressed his indignation. How audacious! You dare, Salas bellowed in response. The esteemed elder Jew, a title Douluo of considerable influence, was determined to acquire this young girl. Enough, Salas. Hand him the soul master's ledger, elder Jew commanded. Just as Salas was about to voice his objections, he was silenced by a fierce glare from elder Jew. Though discontent brewed within him, in this world where strength reigns supreme, He had no choice but to obey the elder's directive. Salas then approached a nearby table where a fist-sized black stone lay, akin to the one used during the awakening of the martial spirit, albeit altered in shape. With a tone tinged with displeasure, he instructed, "Place your hand upon it and unleash your martial spirit." Wufeng cast his gaze forward, his mind beginning to devise a means of escape from this predicament. Evading the presence of a titled Douluo was undoubtedly a formidable challenge. However, the sea god's crown could facilitate such an endeavor. In an instant, the soul rings beneath Wufeng illuminated, 2 yellow rings spiraling around his waist as a blue trident materialized in his right hand. As his soul power was drawn forth, it gradually flowed towards the black stone positioned ahead, causing the stone to radiate a brilliant blue light. Saras inquired with curiosity as a rank 28 soul master. "How old are you this year? I have never encountered your martial soul before." Elder Ju, standing nearby, expressed his intrigue, pondering why this trident felt so familiar. Reminiscent of a weapon he had encountered in the past, though he could not quite recall the specifics. "Wave Wind Dao, this is my martial soul, the trident. I am 18 years of age. In reality, I am merely 11, appearing mature for my age. 18 years old, possessing the martial soul of a trident. And a soul power of 28 levels? Quite mediocre, I suppose." In no time, Salas prepared the Soul Master's identification, which sufficiently attests to Wave Wind's status as a Soul Master. No longer an undocumented individual. Henceforth, you shall be recognized as a Soul Master of the Tiando Empire. Salas declared impatiently, handing the identification to Wave Wind. The Soul Master's identification is merely a metal plate engraved with Wave Wind's martial soul information and soul power level. After securing the identification, Wave Wind stepped forward to lift Nan Nan, for their business here was concluded, and it was time to return. "Wait." Elder Ju stepped forward, having stealthily positioned himself before the siblings. "Is this what it means to be a titled Douluo?" Wufeng furrowed his brow, questioning the elder about any pressing matters. "If it is to request my sister to become your disciple, then I must decline. Mother taught us not to engage with strangers." Elder Ju, rather than being offended, smiled and replied, "Do you know who I am? It would be a privilege for me to accept your sister as my pupil. I would prefer to forego such a privilege. The spirit hall is not solely dominated by your family. How about we adhere to my sister's wishes?" Wufeng proposed. "Nan Nan, would you like to learn from this uncle?" he inquired. Nan Nan gazed at the unfamiliar figure before her, feeling an immediate dislike. For he had raised his voice at her brother, someone she could not abide. "I do not want to. My sister is far more skilled than he is. I wish to learn from her," Nan Nan asserted. Upon hearing her words, Elder Ju became anxious. Missing this opportunity would be regrettable. Moreover, those whom the spirit hall favored would not easily let one go. "May I inquire who your sister is, that she surpasses me?" Elder Ju countered, intrigued. Having been a titled Douluo for many years, he wondered who could possibly be more formidable. At least a titled Douluo would be required. "She is just my sister. Brother. Let us hurry home. I am hungry," Nan Nan declared. "All right." A smile suddenly appeared on Bofeng's face as he walked past the visibly displeased Elder Ju without a word. "Do you think you can leave?" Elder Ju bellowed, his right hand shimmering with golden light. A flurry of chrysanthemums danced through the air, their golden petals transforming into sharp blades that exuded a chilling aura, encircling the brother and sister duo. "What do you mean by this? Are you intending to force us to stay?" Bofeng frowned slightly, clutching his sister Nan Nan more tightly. "I am Yu Guan, an elder of the Spirit Hall." Known by the title of Chrysanthemum, Elder Ju spoke in a detached manner, intending to leverage the pressure of his title to compel the siblings to submit. "Chrysanthemum Guan?" Bofeng exclaimed in surprise. "So you are the infamous Chrysanthemum Guan." Yu Guan's brow twitched with irritation. He detested being addressed by that moniker. "Listen, boy. I shall grant you one final opportunity. I can facilitate your entry into the Spirit Hall, and I will devote my utmost efforts to nurture your sister. Occasionally, I will also guide you. Understand that the personal instruction of a titled Douluo is invaluable." Yu Guan offered this enticing proposition, knowing that any ordinary individual would surely accept. However, Bofeng was no ordinary person. With a dismissive smile, Bofeng inquired whether the guidance of the titled Douluo was truly so costly. Since childhood, he had been under the tutelage of the 7 sacred pillars and frequently received instruction from his mother, were it not for the unique status of Sea God Island. Wufeng's true martial soul and soul rings would undoubtedly attract attention, even from the Pope of the Hall of Spirits and perhaps even from the celestial Douluo, a 6-winged angel who once pursued his mother. Apologies to Ju Hua Pass, regret comes too late. As he spoke, the sea god crown upon Wufeng's head radiated a dazzling golden light, enveloping the entire Hall of Spirits in a resplendent glow. By the time Ju Hua Pass regained his senses, the hall was devoid of any trace of the brother and sister. He clenched his fists. Never had anyone dared to escape before him, especially so brazenly. "Saras," he commanded, "initiate a citywide search for the two." Chapter 24. A joyful struggle against the Spirit Hall. Let us not dwell on the fury of the figure within the Hall of Spirits, for in broad daylight, the individual had simply vanished. Meanwhile, Wufeng, accompanied by Nan Nan, had already returned to the tavern. Wufeng hastily secured the door upon the return of the two. Lounging languidly upon the sofa, the serene Sibai remarked, "You're back. Have all matters been resolved?" It was quite perilous. There was a tidal Douluo from the Spirit Hall at the Spirit Master Hall. Fortunately, the sea god's crown allowed for a brief displacement. Otherwise, Nan Nan and I would have been stranded there, Wolfing replied, patting his chest. A tidal Douluo, Xiaobai exclaimed, sitting up abruptly. Nan Nan, tell Sister Xiaobai. Did anything happen to you? She inquired with concern. Sister, I am fine. I had my brother to protect me, Nan Nan replied with a smile, then turned serious. Sister, would you take me as your disciple? I wish to grow stronger, just like you. Case felt a sense of astonishment. When did this young girl develop such thoughts? Xiaobai appeared somewhat embarrassed, for she had never taken on a disciple. As the great white shark of the demonic soul for 100,000 years, her duty was to safeguard the security of Sea God Island. Besides occasionally instructing other demonic soul great white sharks in their cultivation and mentoring Case in his childhood, she had never imparted her knowledge to any human. Nan Nan, it is not that your sister is unwilling to teach you. Rather, my martial soul is that of the demonic soul great white shark, which is only suited for instructing soul masters whose martial souls are related to the sea. Speaking of which, Fingdi, what is Nanan's martial soul? As Bofeng gestured, Nan Nan spread her palm, and in an instant, the white blossoms unfurled, prompting all the flowers in the city to bow in reverence. Within the spirit hall, Zhu Huaguan sensed this phenomenon, but just as he prepared to investigate, the sensation abruptly vanished. This was of little consequence. As long as the siblings remained in Heaven Do City, he could locate them. Inside the chamber, Bofeng hastily concealed Nan Nan's spirit. The commotion was indeed considerable, and a moment's carelessness could attract Zhu Huaguan's attention. While Bofeng was unafraid of him, they were still on the continent, and with only Xiaobai by his side, confronting a tidal Douluo from the spirit hall was somewhat daunting. He needed to find a backing, though he was reluctant to entangle himself too deeply. However, throughout this journey, Bofeng had already garnered too much attention, each from significant forces within the continent. As the gentle breeze swept onto the balcony, Bofeng cast his gaze towards the east, where the esteemed Haotian sect was situated. Should circumstances prove dire, he would not hesitate to personally visit the Haotian sect, though the mountain gates had long been sealed. Even a frail camel surpasses a horse in size. As long as his father remained, the spirit hall would not dare to act with such arrogance. Even so, it would be prudent to publicly declare that his father still roamed the continent, for at the very least, it could serve to deter the spirit hall. This was the final recourse. The flower before him was extraordinarily rare, its species unknown to him. The chrysanthemum, known as the miraculous celestial chrysanthemum, stirred within him an overwhelming excitement. Undoubtedly, Nanan's soul power was of even greater value than his own. During my absence, have any notable events transpired? Wolfing inquired. Xiaobai nodded and retrieved an envelope from the side. This was just delivered by the Tiando royal family. The Tiando royal family. Upon hearing Xiaobai's words, Wolfing's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. First, the spirit hall, and now the Tiando royal family, having arrived in Tiando City merely a few days ago. He found himself entangled with two formidable powers. Wolfing was taken aback, astonished by the profound implications of the situation. How could it possibly involve the imperial family of the Heavenly Doe? The royal family intends to gift us a shop, and under their name? Wolfing exclaimed in wonder. Xiaobai nodded in affirmation. Indeed, the messenger has only just departed. It was sent by the crown prince himself. According to the messenger, this is the emperor's directive, intended as compensation for the affront caused by the so-called avalanche prince this morning. Should we accept it? Of course we should, Wolfing replied with a slight smile. I was at a loss until now, but this is fortuitous. It's as if someone has provided a pillow for me to rest my head upon in my moment of drowsiness. We can utilize this opportunity to promote ourselves, leveraging the royal family's current momentum to garner more financial support. Are you not concerned that the tidal Douluo from the spirit hall might come after you? Xiaobai cautioned. Bofeng chuckled, expressing, what is there to fear? Engaging in combat with the heavens and the spirit hall is rather delightful. I find myself quite bored here in Heaven Do City. Even if the spirit hall's reach extends far, they would undoubtedly refrain from encroaching upon the imperial city. After all, they are not yet ready to confront the royal family of Heaven Do. Sister Bai, do you recall the sword-wielding tidal Douluo we encountered this morning? Indeed. Do you perhaps have another clever scheme in mind? Little Bai giggled, covering her mouth. That sword-wielding tidal Douluo is one of the esteemed protectors of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Known by the title sword and the name Chen Xin, our grand promotional efforts serve dual purposes. Firstly, to capitalize on the royal family's influence to market our products. Secondly, the Spirit Hall has already taken notice of us. With Yuguan's significant standing within the Spirit Hall, it won't be long before they pay us further attention. Thus, we must seek a suitable ally. An ally? Little Bai inquired. Are you referring to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School you mentioned? Wolfing nodded and said, indeed. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is as affluent as a nation, and with two tidal Douluos guarding it, forming an alliance with them is a commendable decision. This allows me to cultivate in peace on the continent, laying a solid foundation for the future. What are your plans? Such a grand sect requires at least some sincerity on your part. Interest, Wolfing replied with a mysterious smile. Interest? Xiaobai inquired, puzzled. Precisely, we all have our interests. RC God Island has enmity with the Spirit Hall, while the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School maintains close ties with the royal family. The ambitions of the Spirit Hall extend beyond mere rivalry, and the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is quite astute. Thus, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is undoubtedly the best candidate for our alliance. We can seize this opportunity to engage and trade with them. Tomorrow, I shall personally bring gifts to their doorstep. I will also highlight the uniqueness of our goods, as every faction is cautious with their finances. I am entirely confident in my ability to persuade the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School to invest. It is a win-win situation, after all. Why not seize this chance? Xiaobai nodded in approval after listening to Bufing's words. Once I depart tomorrow, Sister Bai, I entrust everything here to your capable hands. And, Nan Nan. Bufing knelt down, gently stroking Nan Nan's head with a tender affection. Though I am unaware of your martial soul, I assure you, dear sister, that no one can harm you. Not even the Spirit Hall. Tomorrow, remain at the hotel and do not wander. Stay close to Sister Bai, who will protect you well. Nan Nan smiled and nodded in agreement. Sister Bai, please arrange for someone to visit the new shop tomorrow to assess the environment and promote it. Once I return from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, our business will officially commence. Rest assured, I shall handle this minor task, replied Xiaobai. Chapter 25. The first encounter with Ning Rongrong. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is situated not far from the city of Tiando and is one of the top 3 sects. Its wealth rivaling that of nations. Early in the morning, Wufing set out with several capable companions. All seasoned veterans who had once made their mark in the Pearl of Purple pirate group. They carried an entire cart full of treasures, many of which were unseen across the continent. However, the primary objective of this journey was to forge an alliance. For a considerable time ahead, Wufing planned to reside in Tiando City. Having previously played tricks at the Chrysanthemum Pass, he knew the Spirit Hall would not relent easily due to its obstinate nature. They would not easily relinquish a talent like Nan Nan. Shortly thereafter, following the map left by his father, Wufing arrived at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. The magnificent castle boasted a central structure resembling a towering Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda, its opulence rivaling that of Tiando City, a true testament to its affluent heritage. At that moment, 2 disciples stationed at the city gate obstructed Wufing's path. Halt. This is the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. No idle individuals are permitted to trespass. Wufing chuckled softly, introducing himself. I am Wufing. I have come to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect to seek an audience with Sect Master Ning. Might you inform him of my arrival? The 2 attendants exchanged glances, and one hurried off to relay the message while Wufing waited outside. In the serene garden of the sect, a young girl of 11, adorned in a delicate white floral dress, frolicked with Ning Fingji, her father. She was his only daughter. The apple of his eye. Daddy, I've reached level 20. When will you take me to hunt soul beasts? Ning Fingji affectionately ruffled her hair and replied with a smile, My dear Rongrong, tomorrow your grandfather Gu will accompany you. I must attend to some important matters. Instantly. The girl's expression soured, her lips forming a pout as she protested. Daddy always makes promises he doesn't keep. You said the same when I was at level 10. And now that I've finally reached level 20, are you deceiving me, Daddy? Ning Fingji, caught between amusement and exasperation, quickly reassured her. My little princess, I assure you. I have not lied. I am expecting an exceptionally important guest today. Who is it? Can you tell me, Daddy? The girl retorted, her curiosity piqued. Ning Fingji found himself momentarily speechless. When did she become so astute? It seemed she had inherited her father's cleverness. Sect Master. At that moment, a disciple stationed at the entrance approached with news. Sect Master, there is someone seeking an audience. Ning Fingji turned to his daughter with a smile. See, my dear Rongrong? I truly must meet someone significant today. He then cleared his throat and inquired, Who is our visitor? What do they seek? The disciple replied. He did not specify his purpose, only that his name is Wufing. Wufing? That name sounds remarkably familiar. Ning Fingji suddenly recalled the mysterious young man he had encountered the day before, protected by a tidal Douluo bearing a 100,000-year soul ring. Why would he come to visit in person today? Regardless, a guest is a guest. Ning Fingji turned to his daughter and said, Rongrong, go find your grandfather Gil. I shall attend to our guest. He gently tousled her hair once more before departing the garden, guided by the disciple. The young girl, visibly displeased, pouted in frustration. She resented this Wufing for disrupting the rare tranquility between her and her father. As the sect master, Ning Fingji was constantly occupied. And just when he found a moment of respite, his daughter demanded company. He even contemplated sending her out for training, secretly arranging for her protection. Meanwhile, the girl stealthily followed, eager to see what this Wufing looked like and to note in her little notebook that someone dared to take her father away from her playtime. After a prolonged wait at the entrance of the sect, Bofeng finally beheld Ning Fingji emerging, accompanied by his disciples. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. Sect Master Ning. I regret that I could only manage a hasty introduction yesterday due to unforeseen circumstances. Today, I have come specifically to pay my respects. And I hope you shall not take offense, Bofeng said with a courteous bow and a smile. Ning Fingji, returning the gesture with a gentle shake of his head, replied, No offense taken. I too was engaged in a hunting excursion with His Majesty yesterday. Perhaps it was simply fate at play. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit today? Wufing, feeling somewhat helpless, glanced around, and immediately, Ning Fingji understood the unspoken message. Offering a wry smile as he remarked, It was my oversight. Please, do go ahead. as Bo Feng and Ning Fingji entered the sect. They were followed by attendants who carefully carried large boxes into the premises. The contents of these boxes piqued Ning Fingji's curiosity. Could it be that Bo Feng had come for a specific purpose? Upon entering the sect, it resembled a miniature city, sprawling in size and adorned with an opulent and grandiose decor. Are you Bo Feng? A sudden unfamiliar voice caused Bo Feng to halt in his tracks. As Bo Feng turned around, he beheld a girl adorned in a white floral dress, standing with her hands on her hips, her small mouth pouting in indignation. Who might this be? Bo Feng pondered, perplexed. Rong, do not be impolite. Ning Fingji interjected with a wry smile. This is my daughter, Ning Rong. Ning Rong? So she is indeed Ning Rong, exuding an air of arrogance and haughtiness that gives her the semblance of a little sorceress. May I inquire, Miss Rong, if there is something you wish to discuss with Bo Feng? He inquired with a smile. Ning Rong retorted angrily. I despise you. Bo Feng, what is happening? I have just arrived at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and yet this little witch has taken notice of me. If my memory serves me right, this is indeed my first encounter with Ning Rong. Rong. Ning Fingji furrowed his brow, his tone tinged with a hint of admonishment. Shouldn't you hasten to withdraw? Ning Fingji maintained a stern countenance. In an instant, Ning Rong departed in tears, resembling a weeping pear blossom, and dashed away towards the distance. Bo Feng inquired tentatively, Ning, why not go and check on her? Otherwise, your daughter might. Sigh. Ning Fingji let out a long sigh. Let her be. Rong has been rather spoiled by me, so please do not take it too seriously. Of course not, Bo Feng replied hastily. The two continued their way towards the grand hall. Meanwhile, Ning Rong, running and weeping, felt her resentment towards Bo Feng reach a new height. Oh dear. In her distress, she ran into someone and fell to the ground. Continuing to sob. Rong, what on earth is wrong? Who dares to upset our little princess? Chapter 26, A Declaration of Intent. The sword Douluo inadvertently knocked into Ning Rong. Upon seeing her quietly crying, he quickly helped her up. Ning Fingji cherished this one daughter as his precious treasure, particularly the sword Douluo and bone Douluos, who regarded her as their own granddaughter, often refraining from scolding or reprimanding her. Whenever Ning Fingji became angry, the two elders would rush to console her, ultimately leading to Ning Fingji being lectured instead. Such was the hierarchy. Ning Rong was indeed the one whom no one from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School should provoke. Grandfather Sword, you must stand up for Rong. Ning Rong suddenly threw herself into the sword Douluo's embrace. His expression shifted. Did Fengji scold you again? Ning Rong nodded, adding, not only that, but today he even lost his temper over a stranger. A stranger? The sword Douluo inquired curiously. Rong, tell Grandfather Sword, who is this stranger? Ning Rong pondered for a moment. His name is Bo Feng. Yes, that's it, she affirmed emphatically. Bo Feng? The sword Douluo's expression brightened as he realized. So it is him. He must have some purpose in coming to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Grandfather Sword, do you know this person? Ning Rong asked, noticing the same reaction from the sword Douluo as from her father. Indeed, I met him yesterday while accompanying the Lord on a hunting expedition, the sword Douluo explained. Rong, he is not just any stranger. That young man possesses remarkable poise and demeanor. You should learn from him. Hearing the tone of the sword Douluo and her father's admiration, Ning Rong wondered what was so commendable about this Bo Feng. Has Bo Feng already arrived at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? The sword Douluo asked. Ning Rong casually nodded. After their hasty farewell yesterday, the sword Douluo pondered what kind of young man could command the attention of a title Douluo with a 100,000-year spirit ring, an exceedingly rare treasure in the spirit master realm. The forces behind him must surely be formidable. Unable to quell his curiosity, the sword Douluo proceeded towards the hall, hoping to glean some useful information. Grandfather Sword, where are you? Ning Rong scanned her surroundings. The grand hall of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School was magnificent, its scale immense. Even Bo Feng, hailing from Sea God Island, could not help but be awed by the opulence before him. Such riches indeed make for a pleasant life. Ning Fingji sat regally at the top. His grand chair crafted from golden silk nanmu, adorned with a massive warm jade behind him, truly a lavish display. Sitting aside, Bo Feng was engaged in conversation. Uncertain of the purpose behind young brother Bo's visit, Ning Fingji inquired directly. The waves of the conversation were clear and unambiguous as Bo Feng declared, Master Ning, I have 2 purposes for my visit. Firstly, to form an alliance, and secondly, to discuss business. Oh? Ning Feng expressed his curiosity. Pray, elaborate. Yesterday, I accompanied my younger sister to the spirit hall for her spirit awakening. There, we encountered a title Douluo, known by the title of Chrysanthemum. I wonder if Master Ning is acquainted with him? Ah, it is he. Ning Feng affirmed he is one of the elders of the spirit hall. A title Douluo of the 95th rank, holding a position of great esteem within the spirit hall. Could it be that he has threatened you? Bo Feng, with a resigned smile, remarked, it's not so much a threat, but rather I have journeyed a long distance with my sister. My younger sister awakened a mysterious martial soul yesterday, a divine white flower, and possesses innate full soul power. Bo Feng deliberately lowered his voice. Innate full soul power. Ning Fingji gasped in astonishment. Such a phenomenon was unparalleled on the continent, occurring in only a handful of cases over the years, most of which had been absorbed by the spirit hall. At this point, Ning Fingji grasped the purpose of Bo Feng's visit. In this unfamiliar environment, even though Bufing was accompanied by a titled Douluo with a 100,000-year soul ring, facing the ferocious spirit hall would undoubtedly leave them preoccupied with their own survival. Therefore, I wish to establish an alliance with your esteemed sect. Should the spirit hall pose any threats to us, I kindly urge your sect to lend us your assistance. Ning Fingji offered a wry smile, saying, Young brother Bufing, it is not that I am unwilling to form an alliance with you, but I am still uncertain about where you truly hail from and who you are. Bufing Xian was taken aback, realizing his abruptness, and he sincerely apologized to Master Ning. Before revealing his identity, he kindly requested that Master Ning maintain discretion. Ning Fingji nodded, affirming, of course, I swear by the name of the Soul Master that our conversation today shall remain strictly between us. Such a vow, uttered in the name of the Soul Master, undoubtedly instilled a profound sense of trust. I believe this item should suffice to authenticate my identity, he declared, as he opened his left hand, revealing a small hammer that caused Ning Fingji's pupils to constrict in surprise. The final word, Haotian, hung unspoken in the air. Ning Fingji quickly cleared his throat, casting a glance around to ensure their privacy. He then softly remarked, I never anticipated that you are affiliated with the Haotian sect. Yet, why do you not reside within the Haotian sect and instead choose to ally with my 7 treasure glazed tile sect? This perplexity was the crux of Ning Fingji's confusion. Although the Haotian sect had long since closed its gates, it was once the foremost sect in the realm. Furthermore, with the surname Bufing and having arrived in Heaven Do City from a distant land, could he possibly be a disciple seeking to return to his ancestral roots? Yet, that too seemed implausible. Accompanying him was a titled Douluo, and their camaraderie appeared quite close the previous day. A myriad of speculations flooded Ning Fingji's mind, leaving him with an overwhelming headache. Bufing shook his head with a bitter smile, offering a simple hint. I wonder if Master Ning still remembers the 3 legendary Douluos who once held great renown in the Spirit Master world? Ning Fingji nodded and replied, of course. I am aware of them. They are Qian Daluo the Spirit Hall, Tangchen, the founding patriarch of the Haotian sect, and the Sea God of Sea God Island. Suddenly, Ning Fingji's expression shifted as he turned his gaze towards Bufing, waves of tumultuous emotion surging within him, giving rise to an audacious conjecture. Could it be that you are? Ning Fingji inquired tentatively, with a subtle smile. Bufing pondered the true answer that had been bestowed upon him by Ning Zhongzhu. To his astonishment, he realized the implications of such a revelation. Sighing deeply, Ning Fingji reflected on the immense stature of his counterpart, one that dwarfed even that of the 7 treasures glazed chamber. It confounded him that someone of such prominence would seek an alliance with them. Ning Fingji could only manage a wry smile, confessing that this journey was a trial set forth by his mother. Ning Zhongzhu was well aware of the intricate ties between them and the Spirit Hall. Recalling the invasion that had transpired years ago, a conflict they had ultimately triumphed in, giving rise to the infamous Devil's Island. In the fateful battle between Sea God Island and the Spirit Hall, the latter had suffered the loss of 2 titled Douluos, returning in defeat. From that day forth, the name of Devil's Island resonated throughout the entirety of Douluo Continent. With his esteemed identity, Bufing could undoubtedly traverse any path with ease. Ning Zhongzhu, I have already introduced myself, and I wonder about the matter of our alliance? Bufing inquired. Such a profound background means that even the Spirit Hall would think twice before provoking Bufing, especially with 2 unparalleled Douluo standing behind him. An alliance would undoubtedly benefit the 7 treasure glazed tile school, and Bufing, possessing the Haotian hammer martial soul, has intricate ties to the Haotian school. Such a person is worthy of deep friendship. Ning Fingji rose from his seat, approached Bufing, and said with a smile, of course. The 7 treasure glazed tile school is willing to ally with you. You shall be a lifelong friend of our sect. May I pose a question? If it is not too much to ask. With a gentle smile, Bufing inquired, Master Ning, we are allies now. Feel free to raise any concerns you may have. Ning Fingji responded, it is indeed perplexing. During the calamity that befell the Haotian sect, your esteemed mother was still alive. Why did she allow the Spirit Hall to act with such impunity, ultimately leading to the Haotian sect's closure of its gates? This question troubled Ning Fingji, as the death of that pope, coupled with Tang Hao's expulsion from the sect, and the mutual concealment of truths by both parties, resulted in a situation where even the well-informed 7 treasures glazed tile sect could not ascertain the reality of the matter. With a resigned smile, Bufing refrained from divulging that his father was present. Master Ning, my father is currently striving for the 100th level, completely absorbed in his endeavors and oblivious to the affairs of the outside world. Therefore, I cannot hastily disturb him regarding matters concerning the Haotian sect. In a few short years, he shall undoubtedly achieve the 100th level and eventually return to the Douluo Continent. The 100th level. Ning Fingji's eyes widened in astonishment. It was a realm that no soul master had ever attained. It was said that once one transcended this level, they would gain boundless longevity, thus entering an entirely new world. A deity? The reason my mother sent me away from the island was indeed related to the affairs of the Haotian sect. Though I bear the surname Bo, the blood of the Haotian sect flows through my veins, and I cannot disregard their matters. Master Ning. Regarding what we discussed today, Ning Fingji nodded solemnly, rest assured, since I have sworn an oath in the name of a soul master, I shall never utter a single word pertaining to it. That is for the best. The first matter, the alliance, flawlessly concluded. The second matter, business. Subsequently, Feng clapped his hands, and several attendants entered, carrying large crates. The two approached, and Ning Fingji inquired with confusion, "Do you know what is contained within these boxes?" With a mysterious smile, Feng opened the chest, and in that instant, the entire splendid hall was enveloped in a dazzling radiance. Treasures of extraordinary rarity. Before the eyes lay luminous pearls the size of fists, coral clusters as large as human heads, and necklaces crafted from pearls of every hue. These can truly be deemed rare treasures, and the 7-treasure glazed tile school is certainly not lacking in such wonders. However, the sheer quantity was enough to leave even the well-versed Ning Fingji gasping in astonishment. The number was simply overwhelming. Ning Zhongju. These are items that can no longer be found in the sea. The ocean is boundless, concealing countless treasures, and what we see here is but a mere fraction. Feng remarked as he opened another chest. Inside were various bottles and jars, all unfamiliar to Ning Fingji. At that moment, Sword Douluo entered. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he cast a casual glance at the valuable items within the chests. Having attained the rank of title Douluo, such gold and silver possessions had become mere trifles. The enhancement of soul power was the only pursuit of significance. Sword Douluo, our encounter yesterday was rather brief. And I apologize for intruding today, Feng said, bowing respectfully. Sword Douluo nodded slightly, finding Feng's first impression to be quite agreeable. He then turned his attention to Ning Fingji and inquired, "Fingji, may I ask what brings young brother Bo here?" Ning Fingji responded with a smile, "Uncle Jian. Allow me to introduce. From this day forth, Feng shall be our ally in the 7-treasure glazed tile school." An ally? Sword Douluo regarded Feng thoughtfully. Although he had a title Douluo by his side, the essence of an alliance lay in the mutual benefits shared by both parties. The enigmatic figure of Feng remained shrouded in mystery, leaving the 7-treasures glazed tile school uncertain of whether this is a fortuitous or ominous development. After years of collaboration, Ning Fingji could discern the thoughts of the Sword Douluo with a mere glance. With a resigned smile, he remarked, "Uncle Jian, rest assured. Prior to this moment, young brother Bo has already elucidated everything." "Oh?" inquired the Sword Douluo, "might you share what you know? For I find myself quite intrigued by young brother Bo. Uncle Jian. It is not that I am unwilling to share, rather. I have sworn an oath as a soul master to maintain confidentiality. However, I can assure you that my decision today will undoubtedly lead the 7-treasures glazed tile school towards prosperity." The Sword Douluo was momentarily taken aback. It was indeed a significant matter that compelled the sect master to swear an oath as a soul master. "Very well," he conceded. "I shall refrain from further inquiries. I hope our collaboration proves to be fruitful." Kaze no Kaze smiled and nodded, affirming that it was indeed so, a delightful collaboration. The wind continued. "Let us proceed to the next matter. Within this chest lies the true purpose of my journey, commerce. It is universally acknowledged that the desire for beauty is an innate trait of women. And these myriad vials and jars are crafted with the utmost care to enhance their allure." "Truly?" A sudden exclamation interrupted the words about to escape from the wind's lips. From an unknown corner, the previously concealed Ning Rongrong darted forth. "Rongrong, do not be impudent," Ning Fingji admonished, his expression stern. However, Ning Rongrong paid no heed, merely sticking out her tongue playfully. Her gaze lingered longingly on the vials and jars contained within the chest. Despite her mischief, she remained a girl at heart. "Lord Ning, might I demonstrate the true purpose of these items? As you well understand, words pale in comparison to experience. Such treasures are comprehensible only to women. We gentlemen cannot fathom them." Lord Ning exchanged a knowing smile with the Sword Douluo. "Please feel free to ask for whatever you wish," Lord Ning replied. "I desire no one but her." Wolfing directed his gaze towards Ning Rongrong, who was lying on the box. Ning Fingji exclaimed in astonishment, while Sword Douluo shared his surprise. "This is splendid. At long last, I can send my daughter, whom I have nurtured for 11 years, into the world, especially with Wolfing's formidable influence, which was bolstered by 2 unparalleled Douluo, one of whom was on the verge of breaking through the 100-level mark." Upon perceiving Ning Fingji's insidious glance, a chill ran down Ning Rongrong's spine, prompting her to instinctively seek refuge behind Sword Douluo. Chapter 28. The Phantom Title Douluo. "Kamikaze, please do not misunderstand. I have no intention of contemplating such matters just yet," Kamikaze quickly replied. "Not to worry, with more frequent interactions, you will soon become accustomed to it." "Wolfing, Miss Ning Rongrong, I can enhance your beauty." Before Wolfing could finish his words, Ning Rongrong eagerly cast a luminous gaze upon him and impatiently exclaimed, "What are you waiting for? Come here at once." Wolfing turned his gaze toward Ning Rongrong, who exuded the essence of a little sorceress, her carefree demeanor utterly captivating. He felt a sudden urge to retreat, deciding it prudent to maintain a distance in the future. Ning Fingji wearily tapped his forehead. Realizing that this was not merely his daughter, as he had initially intended, it seemed wise to seek an opportunity to have her depart from the sect earlier next year, allowing her to explore the continent alone, in hopes of tempering her pampered disposition. Without hesitation, Wolfing retrieved the necessary materials from the chest. Ning Fingji instructed someone to bring a mirror, and Ning Rongrong settled comfortably before it, her mind beginning to wander to her future beauty. With her already fine complexion, a touch of embellishment would suffice. Under the watchful eyes of the Sword Douluo and Ning Fingji, Wolfing commenced his meticulous work. As he opened bottle after bottle and can after can, he donned a serious expression, applying each unfamiliar material upon Ning Rongrong's exquisite features. A sense of indescribable pleasure enveloped her as she closed her eyes, savoring the experience. The expressions of the two elders shifted from confusion to astonishment, ultimately leading to disbelief as they beheld Ning Rongrong before them. Was this truly their little princess? Under Bofeng's careful enhancement, she bore a subtle makeup that rendered her breathtaking, surpassing all other women they had encountered. When she gradually opened her eyes, Ning Rongrong was momentarily stunned, rendered speechless by the reflection staring back at her in the mirror, which felt almost surreal. The exquisite makeup, combined with her natural beauty, was nothing short of extraordinary. Overcome with excitement, she struggled to find her voice. Ning Zongju. You see this? This is the normal application of this product. It can make a woman even more stunning, presenting an unprecedented business opportunity, especially in affluent places like Tindo City, where wealthy patrons abound. Looking ahead to future business expansion across the entire Douluo Continent, the potential profits from our collaboration are immense. Ning Fingji could scarcely believe the magnitude of the anticipated earnings, which might even surpass the national treasury's income within a year. He felt a stirring desire. Who would he want to amass wealth? Subsequently, the remaining boxes were opened one by one, revealing a bounty of maritime treasures, including lobsters, shark fins, and hairy crabs, among other items. Additionally, due to the previous day's affront by the Avalanche Prince, the royal family had graciously dispatched a larger shop to alleviate the matter. Hearing this, Ning Fingji nodded subtly, realizing that the royal family had taken the initiative to mend fences, and Bofeng's visit today was fortuitous. Otherwise, he might have missed a splendid opportunity. What does Ning Zongju think? Ning Fingji inquired with a gentle smile. No need for further discussion. I am willing to invest 10 million gold soul coins for shares. In the future, the profit division shall be 60 for you and 40 for me. How does that sound? Bofeng was momentarily taken aback, suggesting a 50-50 split. For the stakes involved were considerable. You have invested a staggering 10 million gold soul coins. I cannot allow you to suffer a loss, can I? There is no need for further discussion. This time, we have benefited from your generosity. Otherwise, this collaboration would not have been possible. With the task accomplished, Bofeng prepared to depart from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. At the entrance of the sect, Bofeng respectfully addressed, Lord Ning, Sword Douluo. This is where I shall take my leave. Will you not stay for a meal before you go? I have some matters to discuss in depth. Ning Fingji remarked with a mischievous glance at the starry-eyed Ning Rongrong beside him. Bofeng, with a quick wit, hastily remarked, there is no need for such grand gestures. Tomorrow, the shop will officially open, and I would be honored by your esteemed presence, Master Ning. Rest assured, I shall personally attend to extend my congratulations. With that, Bofeng bid farewell to the two and set off once again towards the city of Tiando with his assistant. What is the true nature of this young man? How can he compel you to swear an oath in the name of a soul master? Jin Douluo pondered, perplexed, as he gazed at the departing Bofeng. Ning Fingji smiled faintly. In due time, you will come to understand. His background is such that even the spirit hall would tread carefully around him. The potential alliance we contemplate offers immense benefits. Oh. Upon the completion of his mission, Bofeng formally returned to Tiando City. Meanwhile, within the Hall of Martial Souls, a shadowy figure stood before Elder Ju, his true visage shrouded in mystery. He too was a titled Douluo. Have you uncovered the whereabouts of the little girl from Juhua Guan? The specter inquired coldly. Yu Guan produced a colorful flyer, which the shadowy figure accepted, his tone laced with discontent. His Majesty has given a strict order. We must ensure that we capture the girl. Unperturbed, Yu Guan stooped to retrieve the poster that had been discarded by the specter. Old ghost, I have gathered all the necessary information. The location depicted on this flyer is indeed where the little girl is hiding. Is that so? The specter took the flyer again, scrutinizing it closely. A department store. With an abundance of goods, there is nothing one could desire that cannot be found there. Are you certain our target is within? He asked, seeking reassurance. Yu Guan nodded earnestly. There is no doubt. My martial soul has sensed the essence of the heartbroken red. It is the king of flowers, and I, a mere chrysanthemum, cannot compare. What does His Majesty say? His Majesty urges us to act swiftly. ISNT tomorrow the grand opening of that department store? The specter remarked with a chilling smile. To be frank, I must inform you that His Majesty seems inclined to take that little girl as his disciple. You would do well to keep your ambitions in check. Enough, old ghost, I understand. Yu Guan waved his hand in annoyance. It is challenging to find someone I fancy, only to have His Majesty intercept me midway. There is no choice but to obey His Majesty's commands. With the two titled Douluos poised to act, they felt 100% confidence in their plan to strike the following day. Simultaneously, in the commercial street of Tiando City, a multitude of businesses and shops thrived, marking it as the most bustling area of the city. Xiaobai was present, leading the disguised Nan Nan before a sizable building that had begun renovations. Its sign already delivered. Department store. The four characters drew numerous gazes. This was prime real estate at the foot of the imperial city, where every shop was backed by formidable forces. Likewise, the royal endorsed shop occupied a central position along the bustling street, situated in a golden location. Chapter 29. Countdown to opening. Celebrations from Shueqinghe a day swiftly passed, and the commercial street was teeming with people, Thanks to the vigorous promotion from the previous day and the royal endorsement of the store, Bofeng's grand opening was set to be spectacular. To establish a shop in such a prestigious location at the foot of the imperial city, one would need substantial capital and formidable backing. Bofeng was not inclined to believe otherwise. In the early morning, Xi Zhengzhu was bustling with her team, arranging various items on the shelves. They were all specially trained, articulating their sales pitches with remarkable fluency, possessing unique insights into product promotion. In the expansive hall, Bofeng and Xiaobai stood amidst opulent decor, the establishment boasting a grand two-story design that spanned a staggering area of over 700 square meters. In the bustling city of Tiando, where every inch of land is precious, Xiaobai's status as a titled Douluo, coupled with the recent indiscretion of an avalanche, rendered the royal family's overtures towards Bofeng a strategic alliance, as titled Douluos possessing a 100,000-year soul ring are a rarity. With less than half an hour remaining until the grand opening, the entrance was teeming with eager patrons, for those who settled in Tiando City were seldom lacking in wealth. At this critical juncture, it was imperative that no missteps occurred. Thus, Bofeng and Xiaobai meticulously inspected every nook and cranny to ensure that no detail was overlooked, as first impressions are of utmost significance. Just 2 days prior, troubles had arisen from Nan Nan's soul awakening, drawing the attention of the formidable Zhu Douluo from the spirit hall. Consequently, today, Nan Nan had been strategically placed on the second floor to avert any potential surprise attacks, colloquially termed home invasion. Inside the hall, Bofeng was bustling with activity when, suddenly, a staff member approached with urgent news. Boss, the royal family has sent representatives to extend their congratulations. They have already arrived. That was fast, Bofeng exclaimed. Who is it? The Crown Prince, Xueqinghe. The attendant replied. Is it her? Bofeng was taken aback. The personal visit from the Crown Prince for such a congratulatory occasion indicated the royal family's considerable regard. Although Kazekage is aware of the true identity of the prince, the present circumstances are markedly different from those of the past. The prince has come to congratulate on the opening of the shop, and as a member of the royal family, Kazekage naturally extends a warm welcome. Where's the person? His Royal Highness the Prince is already in the reception room awaiting guests. With a nod, Bofeng set off towards the waiting hall, guided by his companion. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the bustling shops, 2 figures lurked in secrecy. Jihuaguan, what absurd idea is this? Ghost Shadow expressed his dissatisfaction. Known as the Soul Douluo with the title of Ghostly Charm, he was a solitary soul, speaking little except to his soul friend, Yuguan. It was said that no one had ever glimpsed his true visage. At that moment, Ghostly Charm and Yuguan were blending into the crowd, intending to infiltrate unnoticed. Cloaked and holding a poster, Yuguan pointed excitedly at a product depicted there. Old ghost, you have no idea. This item will make my skin more refined, smooth, and radiant. Ghostly Charm cautioned, do not forget the mission entrusted to us by His Majesty. Yet Yuguan continued in rapture, you do not understand. Just yesterday, a scout from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School reported that Bofeng's cosmetic techniques transformed Ningfengji's daughter completely. I wonder if that so-called cosmetic would look good on my face. Observing Yuguan's blissful distraction, Ghostly Charm felt a twinge of exasperation. Sometimes, a martial spirit could indeed alter one's character. Wait, Ghostly Charm suddenly inquired, what did you just say? Where did Bofeng go? To the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. What of it? Yuguan and Ghostly Charm exchanged glances. I have a premonition that our endeavor today may come to naught. Ghostly Charm remarked. Has the scout uncovered what Ningfengji and Bofeng discussed? Yuguan recalled, as you know, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School is heavily guarded, and our infiltrator was merely an outer disciple. Therefore, he only learned that Bofeng has allied with the school. Ghostly Charm asserted, Ningfengji is no ordinary man. Since Bofeng has persuaded him to collaborate, I suspect he will certainly come to congratulate us on today's ceremony. We must proceed. We can deliberate further another day. Among the throngs of people, Ghostly Charm felt immense aversion to crowded places, especially since he bore the Pope's orders. Don't leave yet, old ghost. There might be unforeseen developments, and besides, once we miss this opportunity, it may never return. The cosmetics being sold today are the very first batch, and I must acquire them. Surrounding them were throngs of women, adorned splendidly, particularly eager to hear of the new cosmetic line. They had queued since dawn, hoping to secure the privilege of being among the first users. With only 1,000 units available from this initial shipment, the rarity heightened its allure. Are you not afraid of being discovered by Bofeng? Remember, he has seen you before, and Ningfengji is bound to attend. If either the Bone Douluo or the Sword Douluo appears, how will you accomplish the mission? Ghost Douluo questioned. Yet Yuguan, gritting his teeth with a determined gaze, replied. If we do not undertake the mission this time, you may return. I will reunite with you once I acquire the cosmetics, and we can strategize later. Ghostly Charm fell silent, then sighed, conceding, very well. This time, I shall accompany you, whenever Ningfengji departs. One of the 2 titled Douluos from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School is bound to emerge. If we spot that little girl, you must intervene while I take her away. Should we succeed, we will meet at the Spirit Hall. In the waiting hall, Xueqinghe sipped fragrant tea, having accepted the command of the Snow Knight Emperor to personally convey congratulations, signifying the royal family's stance towards Bofeng as the sole heir to the empire. Xueqinghe enjoyed the emperor's utmost trust, hence his selection for this significant task, confident that he would execute it well. Wolfing smiled and said, "Your Highness, it is an immense honor for me to have you here in person. If there are any shortcomings on my part, I hope you will not hold it against me." Xueqinghe rose and smiled faintly, replying, "Wolfing, you jest. The other day was indeed an oversight on my part due to the avalanche. This time, my father has sent me specifically to extend his congratulations on your grand opening. Thank you, Your Majesty. Your Highness, shall we proceed to the hall? In less than half an hour, my humble establishment will commence its operations," Wolfing invited. "Indeed," Xueqinghe nodded. "Brother." Wolfing's gaze shifted towards the girl behind Xueqinghe. Adorned in a resplendent golden palace attire, her flowing golden locks cascading gracefully, complemented by a strikingly beautiful visage. "Your Highness, may I inquire who this is?" Wolfing asked. Xueqinghe chuckled softly, shaking her head. "Please forgive my sister's enthusiasm. This is my younger sister, Xueqe, the most beloved daughter of our father, the Emperor. She insisted on accompanying me today, and I found myself with no choice but to oblige." Chapter 30. The Grand Opening of the General Store. "Greetings, Your Highness," Wolfing said with a warm smile. "Hello, Mr. Wolfing. Just yesterday, I overheard my elder brother praising you before our father, extolling your approachable demeanor and refined elegance, declaring you to be an exceptional talent." Upon hearing Xueqe's words, Wolfing sensed an unusual undertone. Xueqinghe offered a resigned smile. "Oh, this girl. Please, do not take offense, Mr. Wolfing. My sister has heard of the new cosmetics being launched here, and she insisted on coming along with me this morning." Kazakage understood. "Your Highness, please rest assured, I shall set aside a portion specifically for Princess Xueqe." "No, I desire 2 portions," exclaimed Xueqe, her excitement palpable. "2 portions?" Wolfing gazed at Xueqinghe, pondering the situation. It is understandable for a woman to desire beauty, yet such a status is incongruous. Xueqinghe interjected, "Xueqe, please do not misunderstand. This is a gift I have prepared for my teacher." "Teacher?" Wolfing mused. "As Xueqe's mentor is none other than the esteemed Lord of Yuxian, Tang Yuehua." Xueqinghe clarified. "Oh, so it is she," Wolfing remarked, realizing that the young lady from the Haotian sect is, in terms of lineage, his niece. "My teacher is exceptionally busy, dedicating her days to imparting the art of music to me. Thus, Xueqe wished to present her with a token of appreciation, which is why she requested her elder brother to accompany me." "You dear one." Xueqinghe affectionately tousled Xueqe's hair. Naruto cast a glance at Yukikoa, then said, "How about this? I shall gift Princess Yukiko 3 sets, one for you, another for your esteemed teacher, and the last will be a complimentary edition. What do you think?" "Oh, this is too generous." Yukiko quickly shook her head. 2 sets are more than sufficient." Wolfing smiled lightly, feeling no embarrassment. "With the royal family lending me a helping hand, these offerings are trifling, merely a token of my sincerity. The opening ceremony is about to commence, Your Highness. The Crown Prince, and Your Highness, the Princess, please accompany me to the hall." "Xueqinghe, what does sending 3 sets mean? Could it be that he has discerned something?" With that, the 2 followed Wolfing towards the hall. There, Xiaobai was welcoming the 2. Ning Fingji and an elderly gentleman of considerable stature, though rather slender. Ning Fingji, an investor, had made it a point to attend this grand opening personally. As for the elder beside him, "Ning sect leader, you have arrived," Wolfing greeted with a smile upon seeing Ning Fingji. "Congratulations, congratulations." Ning Fingji offered his felicitations. Observing the unfamiliar elder beside him, it was evident that he had come in company with the esteemed Ning Fingji. "You are Wolfing?" the elder inquired. "Indeed, I am," Wolfing responded, puzzled. "Uncle Gu, please do not frighten Boss Wolfing," Ning Fingji chuckled, then introduced, "This is Uncle Gu, the protective elder of our 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. A title Douluo of the 95th rank, known by the title, Bone." Wolfing greeted with a courteous bow. "Ah, so it is the esteemed First Defense Douluo from the mainland. I am truly honored." The Bone Douluo nodded. "I heard yesterday that you have allied with our sect, which piqued my curiosity. Few are the individuals who capture Feng Ji's attention. Upon meeting you today, I can indeed see your remarkable presence and exceptional appearance." "You flatter me," came the reply. "Master, you 2 have arrived?" Xueqinghe remarked, casting a surprised glance at Ning Fingji. Ning Fingji was not at all surprised by Xueqinghe's presence. However, the sudden appearance of Ning Fingji left Xueqinghe perplexed. For the last time Wolfing and Ning Fingji met was merely a fleeting encounter, lacking any substantial acquaintance. Their demeanor suggested a strong bond, nonetheless. "I am a major shareholder of a general merchandise store. Wolfing and I have established a business relationship with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Thus I felt it necessary to be here personally on this auspicious day." Upon learning of Ning Fingji's intentions, Xueqinghe scrutinized Wolfing. What an impressive individual, to forge an agreement with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School in a single day. This man possesses a profound nature. Should he take action in the future, it would be prudent to remain vigilant. "Brother." At that moment, Nan Nan dashed down from the upper floor, expressing her dissatisfaction. "It is so dull being alone in the room. I only wish to be with you, brother." Wolfing sighed. "Silly girl, this is for your own good. Be cautious of those who might return. If you were to be captured, it would be troubling." "I am not afraid. Let them come," With my brother and sister Xiaobai by my side, they would not dare, Nan Nan exclaimed. Wolfeng sighed again. All right. Do your best to stay close to me. You must not stray more than 5 meters away. As time slipped by, the throngs outside swelled. At long last, the long-sealed door creaked open. Amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd, Wolfeng and Xiaobai emerged slowly, accompanied by Nan Nan. Among the masses, the spectre endured patiently. For the sake of His Majesty's grand design, he bore it. In stark contrast, Zhuhua Guan was brimming with excitement. For he was on the verge of acquiring something he greatly desired, a prospect that filled him with joy. Naruto passionately announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate your patience. I am now pleased to declare the grand opening of our department store. Today, we are offering a special discount of 20% off." The crowd erupted in thunderous applause. With everyone eagerly anticipating the opportunity to rush inside, Wolfeng clapped his hands and continued, "Now, let us invite His Highness the Crown Prince and the esteemed leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School to the stage." My goodness, did I hear that correctly? The Crown Prince, the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Oh my. Under the gaze of all present, Xue Qinghe and Ning Fingxi approached Wolfeng. The moment the two appeared, astonishment swept through the crowd. What kind of background does this shop possess that even the royal family and the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School are willing to make an appearance? Crown Prince Xue Qinghe is a sufficient representative of the emperor. And to have the leader of the notoriously discerning Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School alongside him, this is truly an invincible background. In the midst of the crowd, the figure known as the Spectre narrowed his eyes, realizing that today could not proceed as planned. While the task assigned by the crown was undoubtedly significant, the sheer number of people present posed a considerable risk. Should he take action, the reputation of the Spirit Hall would be at stake. Success would be fortunate, but failure would be utterly regrettable. The Spectre hastily took his leave with Yue Guan, departing swiftly from the scene. He had intended to acquire his desired items today, but upon witnessing the presence of several influential figures, Yue Guan had no choice but to follow the Spectre out, knowing that there would be ample opportunities in the future. Before them hung a ribbon symbolizing prosperity, and the three from Wolfeng each held golden scissors. The moment they snipped the ribbon, a pathway immediately opened up, and the crowd surged forward in frenzy, with even Wolfeng, the proprietor, being pushed aside amidst the lively chaos. The sale had officially commenced, and the shop became bustling with activity, fortunate to have a sufficient number of staff on hand. After much effort, Wolfeng finally managed to carve a path and hurried to the side. The sound of jingling coins echoed as customers streamed in and out of the shop, with the cash register continuously ringing with the arrival of golden spirit coins, filling Wolfeng's heart with a sense of contentment. Chapter 31. My Beloved in the Evening. After bidding farewell to the last group of customers, all the staff collapsed onto the ground in exhaustion. They were utterly worn out. The crowd had been overwhelming, leaving them with scarcely a moment to eat. The entire stock brought in had been sold out, yielding an impressive profit of over 30,000 golden spirit coins. At this rate of prosperity, it wouldn't be long before Wolfeng ascended to become the wealthiest individual on the continent. After the openings, Xue Qinghe had left early with Xue Ku, burdened by numerous responsibilities that awaited his attention. After a long day's work, Wolfeng arrived at a room on the second floor. Ning Fingxi and Gu Douluo had yet to depart. Their visit today was not only to celebrate Wolfeng's prosperous opening but also to discuss a matter of great significance. I sincerely apologize, Master Ning, for making you wait for such an extended period. As Wolfeng entered, he apologized. Ning Fingxi shook his head, smiling as he inquired, "No worries. What are your plans for the next step?" Sitting opposite Bon Douluo, Wolfeng took a sip of water and remarked calmly, "The shops have finally opened as I wished, resolving a concern that has long weighed on my mind. I have drawn the attention of the Spirit Hall, and I am uncertain when their representatives will arrive. There has always been a rift between us, and it is possible that we may become adversaries in the future. I believe the esteemed Ning sect master understands the Spirit Hall's rapid development over the years." Ning Fengxi nodded in agreement. The Spirit Hall was indeed growing swiftly, their ambitions extending far beyond what is apparent. "Rest assured, Brother Bo, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect will stand resolutely by your side." "Thank you," Wolfeng replied with gratitude. "What are your plans for the next step?" Ning Fingxi inquired. "The next step?" Wolfeng pondered deeply. "I intend to devote myself to rigorous training in the coming days, striving to reach level 40 as soon as possible." "Level 40? Ning Fingxi expressed his confusion. "May I ask how old you are, Brother Bo?" "I am 11, Wolfeng replied coolly. Ning Fengxi and Bon Douluo gasped in astonishment. "At this height of 185 centimeters, you claim to be 11? Who would believe that? Moreover, to reach the Soul Master rank at such a young age is simply extraordinary." As he spoke, Wolfeng rose from his seat, and his soul rings began to ascend slowly. Under the astonished gaze of the two, the configuration of 1 yellow and 2 purple soul rings emerged. Ning Fingxi and Bon Douluo were left speechless, unsure how to articulate their thoughts. At the moment Wolfeng revealed his true soul rings. Far away in the Tiando Imperial Palace, Xue Qinghe's delicate form shuddered. 6 pairs of golden wings sprouted from her back, resonating with the power of his martial spirit. What could this mean? This was the royal family, teeming with onlookers, and Xue Qinghe hastily withdrew her golden wings. Her gaze turned towards the source of the peculiar energy, and her eyes narrowed. Wasn't that the general merchandise shop? Indeed, it was him. Reports had indicated that his martial spirit was a trident, that he was 11 years old, and a 28th level soul master. Yet, at that time, his strength was far from what had been conveyed. What was his true identity? It seemed imperative to engage with him soon and uncover the truth behind his facade. After bidding farewell to Ning Fengji and Bon Douluo, the day officially came to a close with prosperity. In the following days, life was comfortable. The general merchandise shop was thriving, reaping at least 10,000 gold soul coins daily. Bofeng planned to establish branches throughout the continent to amass even greater wealth. As usual, Bofeng sat in his office, savoring this hard-earned leisure. Meanwhile, on Sea God Island, battles raged daily, first enduring the trials of the 7 sacred pillars, then repelling attacks from the soul-eating great white sharks, and finally pressing forward under the radiance of the sea god's light. Now that he enjoyed some respite, Bofeng found himself somewhat ill at ease. Suddenly, a knock echoed. "Come in," he called. Little Bai entered. "Brother Feng, you have a letter." "A letter?" Woofing, perplexed, received the message and, having just steadied himself in the city of Tiando, wondered if yet another matter awaited him. As he perused the contents of the letter, his expression turned grave, and after a considerable pause, he placed the letter upon the table. Noticing Woofing's troubled demeanor, Xiaobai promptly inquired, "Brother Feng, what troubles you? Your countenance is unusual." "Shueqinghe has invited me to dinner," Woofing replied nonchalantly. "Dinner?" Xiaobai questioned with intrigue. "You previously mentioned that this Shueqinghe is not an ordinary person. Who exactly is she?" In response to Xiaobai's curiosity, Woofing shook his head, saying, "She is indeed extraordinary. Years ago, when I awakened my martial soul, the sea god, I possessed an innate soul power of 20. Likewise, she too boasts an innate soul power of 20, along with a divine martial soul. Sister Bai, ponder this carefully. Do you recall the peerless Douluo with the 6-winged angel martial soul who fought against my mother?" After a moment of contemplation, Xiaobai speculated, could she be a descendant of that individual? Indeed, Woofing affirmed with a subtle nod. The state of affairs on the continent is even more dire than we had imagined. What appears calm on the surface belies the turbulent undercurrents beneath. As night fell, Woofing ventured alone to the appointed location, intending to meet her. This place, situated to the east of Tiando City, housed a renowned tavern within the city. Following their prior agreement, Woofing arrived. "Knock, knock, knock. Please enter." Shueqinghe's voice resonated from the other side of the door. As Kazakage stepped through the door, he immediately donned a bright smile. "Your Highness, the Crown Prince has arrived. Please, take a seat," Shueqinghe said, rising to offer his hospitality. Sitting across from Shueqinghe, Bofeng took the initiative to inquire, "Might I ask what brings His Highness here tonight?" "It necessitates my personal presence." Shueqinghe chuckled softly, responding, "Oh, it's nothing of great significance. I simply found myself rather bored today. After all, I am your senior." "Your senior?" Bofeng retorted with a frown. Casting a glance at a certain part of Shueqinghe, a slight flush crept onto Shueqinghe's face as he coughed lightly. "I beg your pardon, I misspoke. What I intended to convey is that I am your elder in terms of age. How about addressing me as Brother Shue from now on?" Woofing hurriedly replied, "No. Your Highness, you are the Crown Prince, the future sovereign of the Tiando Empire. I cannot overstep my bounds. I believe it is best to continue addressing you as His Royal Highness, as it conveys a sense of familiarity, does it not?" "Very well," Shueqinghe conceded, noticing Woofing's insistence, and refrained from further comment. "Your Royal Highness, may I inquire what brings you here today?" With a clap of his hands, Shueqinghe signaled, and the door beside them slowly creaked open, revealing a table that was soon laden with a sumptuous array of delicacies. "May I ask where you hail from, young sir?" Shueqinghe inquired. "I have lived by the sea since childhood, forever accompanied by the ocean, on a forsaken island of unknown origin," Woofing replied casually. Shueqinghe, however, appeared skeptical of this response. A titled Douluo, possessing a soul ring of 100,000 years, could hardly be deceived by such claims. With a slight smile, he pressed on, "Dear young sir, what brings you to the city this time?" Bofeng cast a glance at Shueqinghe and remarked, "My mother has urged me to take a wife, yet I left home without any money and subsequently engaged in business in Tiando City." "Oh? Might I inquire if young Brother Bo has someone special in mind?" Chapter 32, touching the depths of heartfelt melancholy. "Someone special?" Woofing cast a glance at Shueqinghe. And to be honest, he held her in high regard. The prime of her youth was squandered in this sunless palace, rife with intrigue and deception. Yet this young woman managed to remain hidden for so many years, which truly commanded Woofing's admiration. Had it not been for Tang San's subsequent arrival, the entire Tiando royal family would have long since undergone a transformation. Noticing Woofing's unwavering gaze upon her, Shueqinghe couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment. "Why do you look at me, Brother Bo? Is there something written on my face?" With a slight smile, Bofeng remarked, "It's nothing. Merely an unusual scent I detected on His Highness the Crown Prince. This fragrance, it feels rather familiar. Do you recall the cosmetics I delivered to Princess Shueqinghe this morning? Could it be that His Highness has also?" At this moment, Shueqinghe was momentarily taken aback, realizing what a clever individual Bofeng was. What woman does not cherish beauty, even though she was disguised as a man? She could not help but feel intrigued by the items presented by Bo Feng. Thus, she decided to try a little, and to her surprise, the results were quite remarkable. Not only did it enhance her skin, but it also made her appear even more enchanting. She began to develop a fondness for the product. Regrettably, while the soul bone could conceal her appearance, it could not mask the delightful fragrance. Furthermore, since Bo Feng was indeed the seller, this scent was all too familiar to her. To capture a woman's heart, one must first understand her preferences. Xueqinghe was initially taken aback but soon waved her hand with a laugh, saying, "Young brother Bo, do not misunderstand. How could a man like me possibly use such a thing? It was merely that my sister was using it today, and I happened to be nearby," inadvertently absorbing a hint of the fragrance. To this explanation from Xueqinghe, Bo Feng simply nodded with a smile, understanding well enough in his heart. "Come, today I shall treat you. Let us speak of nothing else." With that, Xueqinghe lifted her cup and filled it with the imperial wine brought from the palace, which boasted a rather high alcohol content. Bo Feng hurriedly said, "Your Highness, it is truly unnecessary to trouble you. I can manage on my own." "Nonsense. A guest must be welcomed. Tonight, there is no princely title, only the pleasure of sharing drinks and conversation with you, Xueqinghe." With that, Xueqinghe pressed the wine cup into Bo Feng's hand. As soon as the words left his lips, Xueqinghe drained the exquisite wine from his cup. The waves remained eerily still, while Xueqinghe furrowed his brow. Why does Brother Bo not indulge in a drink? Is it perhaps a matter of pride? "Your Highness, I have never partaken in alcohol. On the island, my mother was quite strict. There was a time when I attempted to sneak a sip, only to be reprimanded for what felt like an eternity. Since then, I have abstained entirely." Xueqinghe chuckled. "I never imagined Brother Bo would fear his mother. Do you not feel the same?" Bo Feng inquired, feigning curiosity. Xueqinghe was rendered speechless. In his eyes, Bo Feng discerned a flicker of complex emotion. After all, blood runs thicker than water. If she truly harbored hatred toward him, Bo Feng found it hard to believe. In truth, their fates were intertwined, both possessing divine martial souls. Both endowed with innate soul power at the pinnacle of 20, both children of a single mother. Yet one was slain while the other was trapped in the City of Carnage. Fortunately, Bo Feng enjoyed the affection of Poseidon, who doted on him immensely. In contrast, Xueqinghe had not known such fortune. Her mother's love was absent, leaving her under the care of a solitary grandfather. She felt the weight of being placed here against her will, a sensation far from pleasant. Silently, Xueqinghe raised her cup, consuming the wine in large gulps. The words spoken by Bo Feng just now pierced the most painful part of her heart. Though she felt anger, she could only assume that Bo Feng had mentioned it casually. "I apologize for my loss of composure," Xueqinghe said softly. "It is of no consequence," Bo Feng replied. "Everyone harbors their own wounds. Ultimately, we are all of the same kind. Come, let us drink." Xueqinghe raised his wine cup once more. "Your Highness." Before Bo Feng could explain, Xueqinghe interjected, "Consider this a gesture of my apology. You have inadvertently touched upon my innermost feelings. You must drink this cup." To this, Bo Feng responded helplessly, "Very well, Your Highness. But I must forewarn you, I am not particularly strong when it comes to alcohol. Should I speak indiscreetly after indulging, I hope you will be forgiving." With that, Bo Feng downed the drink. Xueqinghe watched him with a smile, eager for Bo Feng to become inebriated, thus revealing his true nature. His martial spirit was certainly not the so-called trident. As the conversation flowed, the two were unaware of how long they had been speaking. Throughout their dialogue, Xueqinghe would occasionally attempt to ensnare Bo Feng, yet each time, Bo Feng skillfully deflected the traps. Xueqinghe's face flushed, his head grew heavy, and he felt himself beginning to sway. "Brother Bo, to be candid, how would you feel about remaining in Tiando City to assist me?" Case cast a glance at the inebriated Xueqinghe, shaking his head with a sense of resignation. "I apologize, but we inhabit different realms. You are the focus of countless admirers, destined to become the sovereign of a unified empire, whereas I am merely an ordinary fisherman on a remote island. Moreover, my mother forbids any interaction between me and the members of the Spirit Hall. My apologies." As the evening progressed and the wine flowed, Case resolved to take his leave. However, at that moment, Xueqinghe had succumbed to slumber, her head resting on the table. Her breaths a rhythmic pattern. Observing her, Case found himself lost in thought. They were kindred spirits, yet their fates diverged significantly. In contrast to her, Case considered himself fortunate, for his next endeavor was to rescue his father, after which their family would be reunited. With a sigh, he reflected that she too was a pitiable soul. Bo Feng gently removed his outer garment and draped it across Xueqing's shoulders before stepping out of the room, slowly closing the door behind him. The long-slumbering Xueqing gradually opened her eyes, gazing at the empty wine table and the bench still retaining a hint of warmth. The outer garment she wore still held a semblance of heat. The potent liquor burned within her like an inferno, igniting a fierce flame in her heart. A solitary tear fell from her originally rosy cheeks. In the next moment, she raised her right hand, and a flash of golden light illuminated her exquisite visage. Her skin as fair as snow, a delicate nose, and a cascade of lustrous golden hair framing her shoulders. Her bright eyes shimmered, as if tears were swirling within them. She rose and approached the window, watching Bufing gradually recede into the night. A charming smile graced her lips. It was the first time she had found someone with whom she could truly connect. Aside from her grandfather, she had never encountered anyone else with whom she could engage in such meaningful conversation. In this frigid palace, she had grown increasingly aloof, revealing her smile only in the presence of Princess Shueka, perhaps due to their shared femininity, coupled with her indomitable spirit. She yearned to completely comprehend Bufing and the secrets hidden deep within his heart. She resolved to seek another opportunity to meet again. "Young master," a voice called from outside. She transformed back into Zwiking, her expression returning to one of neutrality. Chapter 33, The Special Invitation. Uncle Shi, from now on, no one shall harm him without my permission. The person outside paused momentarily before nodding in agreement. As night fell, Bufing returned to his quarters, lying alone on his bed, his mind replaying the scenes from earlier. He had developed a profound interest in Bufing, and he pondered how to navigate this newfound entanglement. Initially wishing to remain an observer, but inadvertently finding himself swept up in the tide. What's next? Enough of this. Time for sleep. The night passed in silence. As dawn broke, the sun shone brilliantly, and the shop thrived, drawing numerous patrons, many of whom had traveled from the Star Luo Empire. Xiaobai had already begun preparations to expand the business, discussing plans with Zizinzu about opening branches throughout the Tiando Empire and eventually across the entire Douluo Continent. As Bofeng descended the stairs, he found himself somewhat disoriented from the excesses of last night's revelry, an experience that marked a first in his life. "Hey, Wind Brother. Are you awake?" he called out. "Wait a moment," Xiaobai remarked, taking a careful sniff of the air. "Why do you reek of alcohol? At your tender age, how could you indulge in such libations? Be cautious, or I shall inform the High Priestess, and she will have a serious talk with you." Bofeng hastily replied, "No. Sister Bai, the circumstances last night were exceptional. The prince was relentless in his pursuit of me, leaving me with no choice. If you were to inform my mother, I would surely face her wrath." "How was the battle last night?" Xiaobai inquired. "The battle?" The gentle breeze caused Bofeng to raise an eyebrow and shake his head. "There is nothing noteworthy. That prince is not an ordinary character. He even expects me to assist him. Huh. Surely, you cannot be in agreement with such a notion?" With a playful smile, Bofeng pondered. "Am I truly that kind of person? The spirit hall, and we are like fire and water. Do you believe I would acquiesce? Unless we reconcile. Such a possibility is eternally out of reach. Yet, reconciliation seems implausible, as we have long reached an irreparable state. Reconciliation? My mother would undoubtedly oppose it. Not to mention the formidable Sister Bai, the king of the Great White Shark. When the spirit hall invaded us back in the day, you were at the forefront. Would you agree to such a thing?" Sister Bai decisively shook her head. "That battle was the most harrowing conflict since the inception of Sea God Island. Even though we vanquished 2 titled Douluos from the opposing side, it indirectly resulted in grievous losses for Sea God Island, particularly for the Great White Shark clan. By the way, there is something here for you. It was delivered this morning. Kaze, could it possibly be another melodramatic soiree? Ever since I arrived in Tiando City, there has scarcely been a moment of tranquility. An invitation?" Kaze gazed in surprise at the envelope in his hand. Kazekage glanced at the invitation, then shook his head and carefully tucked it away. "Sister Bai, I shall take my leave for now. I will return in the evening." Xiaobai nodded, her excitement palpable as another lucrative business opportunity approached. Since arriving on the mainland, she had realized that wealth here held a distinct allure. Holding an invitation, Bofeng made his way towards the imposing edifice in the distance. "Halt! No unauthorized personnel are permitted entry." The gatekeepers, 2 elegantly attired gentlemen, stood guard. This place was not merely a locale. It was the most prestigious and opulent institution of the Tiando Empire, a veritable academy coveted by all nobility. Kazekage understood their responsibilities and handed the invitation to one of the individuals. Upon receiving the invitation, the person's expression shifted. "Are you the esteemed Bosbo from the department store? Since its grand opening yesterday, the department store has exhibited an unparalleled momentum. With the royal family and the 7 treasures glass sect backing them, no one dares to cast a covetous glance in their direction. Moreover, the quality of the merchandise is commendable, albeit somewhat pricey. The transportation costs from Sea God Island to Hanhai City, and subsequently to Tiando City, are exorbitant. In this land where every inch is precious, the majority of its inhabitants can afford such luxuries." Upon recognizing Kazekage as Bosbo, the guards promptly stated, "We apologize for our prior discourtesy and kindly ask you not to take offense." Bosbo Bofeng smiled gently. "No worries. Where's your lady? Were we not to discuss the supply issue?" The guard, wary of the situation, quickly ushered Bofeng inside. The interior was adorned in an exceptionally extravagant style, with each corner exuding an air of nobility. Under the guard's guidance, Bofeng arrived at a spacious private chamber. "Please hold on a moment. Our lady will be with you shortly." Bofeng nodded slightly, casually settling into a chair as he patiently awaited his first encounter with the members of Haotian sect. How could he not feel a surge of excitement? Sipping his fragrant tea, Bofeng remained as calm as a placid lake. With a soft creak, the door opened, revealing 3 individuals. At the forefront was a strikingly beautiful woman, appearing to be in her late 20s, adorned in a magnificent silver gown that exuded an air of nobility. Her clear, penetrating gaze seemed to see through the very fabric of the world, a presence formidable enough to rival that of his own mother. Following closely behind her were two exquisitely featured young women clad in purple garments. The beautiful woman remarked with surprise, "Are you the esteemed Wolfen?" She was taken aback, for this Wolfen appeared remarkably youthful, seemingly no older than 17 or 18. What extraordinary allure could he possess that warranted the attention of both the royal family and the Seven Treasures glazed sect? After offering his greetings, Bo Feng smiled and inquired, "Might you be the mistress of this place, Lady Yu?" Lady Yu nodded in affirmation. Subsequently, she waved her hand, prompting the two young maidens behind her to withdraw gracefully. Lady Yu gestured for Bo Feng to take a seat, and the two of them sat facing one another. To my surprise, the invitation I dispatched this morning reached you so swiftly, leading to your esteemed presence, Master Bo Wolfing, feeling somewhat helpless, remarked, "The shop I manage is not far from here. Since I find myself with a free schedule today, I thought it prudent to come in person. Moreover, given that the invitation was presented by Lady Yu herself, it would be remiss of me to treat it lightly." Lady Yu smiled gently and said, "Allow me to be forthright. The cosmetics that Shueka delivered to me yesterday are indeed of excellent quality. I intend to establish a makeup course at Yuexian. As you are aware, Boss Bo, our institution serves as the ceremonial academy for the royal family of Tiando, dedicated to imparting etiquette to the noble youth. Therefore, I would like to formally propose an agreement with you to supply Yuexian with a consistent monthly supply of cosmetics, with the pricing and terms entirely at your discretion." Wolfing nodded decisively, expressing that it was his honor to collaborate with Yuexian. As for the financial aspect, Yuexian was not lacking in funds, and Wolfing had no intention of charging any fees. With a gentle smile, Bo Feng declared, "I require not a single coin. However, I do have a request." Lady Yu momentarily froze, for this was a significant transaction, and no one would be foolish enough to forfeit monetary gain. Did he perhaps harbor ulterior motives? She cautiously inquired. "Boss Bo, please articulate your needs. Whatever is within Yuexian's purview, we shall ensure it is executed splendidly. Could you enlighten me on the current state of the Haoyan sect?" No sooner had she uttered these words than Tang Yuehua rose from her seat, her exquisite countenance suddenly fraught with tension. Few were privy to her identity as a disciple of the Haoyan sect. How, then, had this Boss Bo come to know of it? Upon witnessing Tang Yuehua's expression, Wolfing could empathize with her. "Do not be anxious, for we are family." With that, Wolfing spread his left hand, and at the moment the Haoyan hammer materialized, Tang Yuehua was rendered utterly speechless. "Whose child are you?" Chapter 34. My adorable niece. The petite Haoyan hammer spun within Wolfing's palm, as Tang Yuehua squinted her eyes, observing intently, fearful of missing any detail. After a prolonged moment, Wolfing retracted the Haoyan hammer and turned to Tang Yuehua with a beaming smile. "Who, pray tell, are you the child of? Moreover, why do you not bear the surname Tang? It is well known that not all soul masters possessing the Haoyan hammer as their martial spirit carry the Tang surname." Having spoken, Tang Yuehua nodded in a daze. She needed a moment to process the overwhelming information. The sect was insular, strictly forbidding any disciples from venturing outside. Only due to Tang Yuehua's exceptional status could she traverse between the sect and Heavendo City. Even the sect leader could not easily depart. Noticing Wolfing's prolonged silence, Tang Yuehua expressed mild dissatisfaction. "You have yet to answer my question. You appear to be merely 16 or 17 years old, and with the Haoyan hammer as your martial spirit, you must surely be a disciple of our Haoyan sect. By generational reckoning, you ought to address me as Auntie." "Auntie? Ha ha." Bo Feng Pu Chi smiled, unable to contain himself any longer. "Aunt, it's quite enough that I haven't asked you to call me uncle. What are you laughing at? Do you not understand the importance of respecting your elders?" Tang Yuehua was instantly filled with indignation. Though her martial soul was of a mutated type, her status as the daughter of the old sect master held significant weight within the Haoyan sect, and few dared to jest with her. The breeze brushed away the tears at the corners of my eyes. "It's nothing. To be honest, I am merely 11 years old this year." 11? Tang Yuehua exclaimed in surprise. "Then how do you? It's simply precocity. Now, let us return to the main topic. Tell me about the current situation of the Haoyan sect." "Humph." Tang Yuehua snorted coldly, and then sat beside me, her expression slightly irritated as she said, "You still haven't told me whose child you are." Wolfing raised an eyebrow. "What is it? Are you, Lady Yu, intending to lodge a complaint? If you were to call me aunt now, I would pardon you and refrain from informing your parents. Moreover, why have I never encountered you at Haoyan sect?" Additionally, Tang Yuehua interjected, "Your surname is Tang, not Bo." Kaze no Kaze shook his head and said, "You wish for me to address you as aunt? I beg your pardon, but my lineage surpasses yours." Tang Yuehua was rendered speechless. "Whose child are you indeed? I shall undoubtedly investigate upon my return." Wolfing smiled softly. "Feel free to investigate. If you manage to uncover the truth, that would indeed be an impressive feat. However, I hope your expression does not betray shock upon discovering the reality. Growing up by the sea, I cannot divulge the details of my parents just yet. As for the Haoyan sect, I shall inevitably return. First, I would like to know the current state of the Haoyan sect before I decide whether to share further information with you. Both individuals are, after all, family. Wolfeng's martial soul is the Haoyan hammer, which is intricately linked to Tang Yuehua by blood. Originally, Tang Yuehua had invited Wolfeng under the pretense of discussing future business concerning cosmetics, but it turned out they were family after all. As the saying goes, one does not enter a door that is not one's own. Tang Yuehua's previous warmth has vanished, replaced by a sullen silence as she sits, visibly upset. Madam Yu, could you kindly provide a brief overview of the situation? Wolfeng inquired repeatedly. Yet, all he received was Tang Yuehua's cold indifference and disregard. It seemed that his dear niece was growing increasingly frustrated. Having finally found a relative, it appeared that things had taken a turn for the worse. Despite her insistence on acknowledging Wolfeng as her nephew, the outcome had become quite the opposite. With a mischievous glint in his eye, Bo Feng chuckled lightly. In that case, let us temporarily set aside our cosmetics business. As he spoke, he made his way towards the door, intending to take his leave. Wait, Tang Yuehua interjected immediately. You promised me just now. How can you go back on your word? She continued, we are family, and as your elder, you should not be so resolute in your decisions. Be cautious, or I shall return to the sect and uncover your secrets, ensuring your parents educate you properly. Educate me? Bo Feng replied with a faint smile, my parents cherish me dearly. You do not possess the standing to dictate such matters. Even the leader of Haoyan sect would not be qualified. Ah, this is infuriating. Whose child are you? Tang Yuehua exclaimed, thoroughly exasperated. This was indeed the first time she had been so vexed by a junior. Wolfeng shook his head, and then gently patted Tang Yuehua's fragrant shoulder. All right, my dear niece. I shall no longer jest with you. At this moment, Tang Yuehua was taken aback, her gaze meeting Wolfeng's with an emotional spark. What did you just call me? Tang Yuehua could scarcely believe her ears. Niece, is there a problem? Wolfeng reiterated. How dare you, showing such disrespect to your elders. I must what? Wolfeng interjected, quickly retrieving the ebony hammer left by his father. The instant the hammer came into view, Tang Yuehua stood frozen in place. The heavenly command. Who are you? Tang Yuehua exclaimed in astonishment. Wolfeng smiled gently as he returned the Haoyan order to its rightful place. There is no need for further elaboration. My mother is Poseidon, the sea god Douluo, and my father is none other than the master of the Haoyan order, the founder of the Haoyan sect, your grandfather, Tang Chun. Today, I address you as my dear little niece, and it is most fitting, indeed. Wolfeng sat quietly beside the still astonished Tang Yuehua, who remained enveloped in silence. It was astonishing to discover that her grandfather had indeed left an heir, and that this heir was none other than the sea god Douluo, one of the three unparalleled Douluos who stood shoulder to shoulder with her grandfather. Why, when the Haoyan sect faced calamity, did her grandfather not return? Tang Yuehua turned her gaze back to Wolfeng, her earlier frivolity replaced by a cautious demeanor as she inquired, are you truly my grandfather's? Wolfeng furrowed his brow, sensing lingering doubt towards me. With the Haoyan hammer and Haoyan command in my possession, you ought to recognize their significance. As he spoke, Wolfeng produced a map, meticulously drawn by Tang Chun, detailing all aspects of the Haoyan sect. Tang Yuehua scrutinized it closely, fearful of overlooking any detail. Upon her examination, she confirmed that the handwriting was indeed her grandfather's, and the depiction above bore an uncanny resemblance to the Haoyan sect itself. Alas, a hint of disappointment clouded Tang Yuehua's expression. Why the sigh in broad daylight? Wolfeng asked, carefully retracting the map. Why did you not mention this sooner? You have caused me considerable embarrassment. Tang Yuehua chided. With a playful smile, Wolfeng teased, you insisted I call you Auntie, didn't you? What's this? Now you don't want me to say it? Come now, my little niece, utter uncle just once for me. Perhaps if I am in a good mood, I may bestow upon you several exquisite cosmetics. You. Tang Yuehua immediately bristled. Though she was loath to admit it, Wolfeng was indeed her grandfather's son, and he was of an even higher generation than she. Uncle, Tang Yuehua murmured softly. What? Wolfeng leaned in deliberately, feigning to clean his ears. What did you say? I didn't catch that. Chapter 35. Uncle Tang Yuehua's forehead throbbed with indignation, her face flushed crimson. How utterly embarrassing. It was indeed mortifying. Despite her unwillingness to concede this fact, Wolfeng's status was indisputable, and she had been subjected to his playful jests for quite some time. With a resigned sigh, Tang Yuehua finally called out weakly, Uncle. What? Tang Yuehua retorted, you are being too excessive. It is true you are grandfather's child, but if you continue this way, beware. I shall return and inform the 5 elders, and they will surely give you a proper lesson. The 5 elders? Each was a titled Douluo, and they referred to Tang Chun as uncle, thus holding a seniority greater than that of Wolfeng. Wait a moment. With a playful smile, Bo Feng noted that the 5 elders referred to his father as uncle, and as he was the son of his father, their ranks were equal. How could they possibly reprimand him? Let us not forget that the Haoyan order still rests in my grasp. Who knows who will be admonishing whom in the future? You. Tang Yuehua was rendered speechless. Enough of the jesting. Swiftly inform me of the current state of the Haoyan sect, so that I may arrange matters accordingly. Bo Feng inquired with a serious demeanor. But first, do enlighten me as to my grandfather's whereabouts. When the Haoyan sect was coerced by the spirit hall, why did he not take action? Tang Yuehua pressed for answers. Wolfeng let out a deep sigh. His father was currently engaged in a formidable challenge at the 100th level, a place not easily accessible, and it would be inappropriate for him to intrude. Having grown up on Sea God Island, I was recently urged by my mother to leave the island to address the issues concerning the Haotian sect. The Spirit Hall has already begun to take notice of me. Thus, my identity must remain a secret from everyone, even from my elder brother. Tang Yuehua inquired. Bo Feng shook his head, declaring, "No, this won't do. The Spirit Hall has been keeping a close watch on me these past few days. Given the unique nature of our relationship, should any matters arise, a simple letter would suffice to inform me. Please, hasten to update me on the current state of our sect." Tang Yuehua nodded in response. Since the sect has been sealed off, my elder brother has been expelled and has since vanished without a trace. I had hoped that your appearance would herald our grandfather's return, but alas, I was mistaken. You must take action. The foremost sect in the world cannot remain in this state of closure. Do you have any idea of the burden my elder brother bears daily? My dear niece, do not sway. I feel dizzy. Bo Feng quickly patted the hand that Tang Yuehua had grasped on her arm. So what will you decide? We cannot simply wait idly by. Bo Feng Dao, let us proceed with caution. The Spirit Hall has already set its sights on me. I shall inevitably return to my sect, but not just yet. For now, my priority is to search the continent for my young nephew, Tang Hao, and secure his return to the sect first. Tang Yuehua nodded in agreement. When do you plan to set off? Do not rush me. I have certain concerns to address first. I must ask you for a favor. Please, go ahead, dear uncle. Oh, why do you now call me dear uncle? Bo Feng teased. Tang Yuehua's face flushed. If it weren't for your service to the sect, do you think I would address you so? Now quickly tell me what it is. A few days ago, I took in a young girl in Silvis City, named Nan Nan. Recently, during the soul awakening ceremony at the Spirit Hall in Tiendo City, her martial spirit manifested as a mysterious white flower, and she possesses innate full soul power. Unfortunately, the Spirit Hall's Douluo was present at the time. Douluo? He was the one who led the assault on the Haotian sect back in the day. Tang Yuehua gritted her teeth. I plan to have you escort Nan Nan to the Haotian sect. Although it is secluded, the most perilous places are often the safest. But, Tang Yuehua hesitated. The sect has regulations. If her martial spirit is not the Haotian hammer, no one is permitted to ascend the mountain. Kaze, this bothersome rule is truly vexing. How about this? Would you consider becoming my sister's godmother? Godmother? Tang Yuehua replied helplessly. Me? But my little niece is still a saint, unmarried. Tang Yuehua immediately rolled her eyes at Kaze and nodded. Having fallen in love with someone she should not have, she remains unmarried to this day, likely to be perpetually frustrated. Very well. Clap clap, the door creaked open slightly, as Bo Feng clapped his hands. Brother, where is this place? Nan Nan inquired innocently as she pushed the door and stepped inside. Wolfeng smiled gently, stepping forward to lift her into his embrace, before instructing his companion to leave. Fortunately, he had previously advised his aide to discreetly bring you here, ensuring you remained close to me. It was indeed perilous. Nan Nan is unafraid. Let those villains come, he declared. Subsequently, Wolfeng seated himself opposite Tang Yuehua. This is Nan Nan, my sister. Her martial soul is known as Heartbroken Red. Heartbroken Red? What kind of martial soul is that? Tang Yuehua inquired, perplexed. Kazekage elucidated, upon my return, I perused numerous records, and discovered that it is the floral martial soul, the sovereign among all flower-type martial souls. If the Haotian hammer is regarded as the preeminent weapon martial soul, and the blue lightning tyrant dragon as the foremost beast martial soul, then the Heartbroken Red is the monarch among flower-type martial souls, holding a status equivalent to that of the Haotian hammer and the blue lightning tyrant dragon. Now it becomes clear why the Chrysanthemum Pass sought to abduct Nan Nan. Tang Yuehua nodded, recognizing that this young girl was far from ordinary. The Heartbroken Red? Furthermore, Wolfeng presented the Haotian order to Tang Yuehua, instructing, should there be any obstinate elders within the sect who refuse to comply, wield this Haotian order in my father's name. Let us see if they dare to defy it. Tang Yuehua respectfully accepted the Haotian order, a symbol of the supreme authority of the Haotian sect, capable of even overriding the sect leader's decisions regarding the elders. Rest assured, with the Haotian order in hand, I feel at ease, she assured him. What should I not forget? Tang Yuehua carefully stored the Haotian order. Do not forget to return it to me. There are still matters that require the assistance of the Haotian order, Wolfeng reminded her. You need not worry, she replied. Turning towards Nan Nan, she smiled. Your name is Nan Nan, is it not? Nan Nan, with a sweet and innocent voice, asked, Brother, who is this beautiful sister? Wolfeng smiled faintly, glancing at Tang Yuehua. It was inappropriate to refer to her as his niece. This was his brother's family. Soon, you shall accompany this sister to a safe haven. Brother, will you not take Nan Nan with you? Nan Nan's eyes shimmered with tears. Wolfeng gently ruffled Nan Nan's little head, indulgently saying, staying by your brother's side is indeed perilous. Go with this sister. She is family, and will take good care of you. Do you not wish to grow stronger? There. You will find several individuals who are as formidable as your sister Xiaobai, and they will teach you. However, Nan Nan was filled with trepidation. Do not worry. Your brother will make time to visit you. I entrust Nan Nan to you. With this arrangement, I shall feel much more at ease for our subsequent endeavors. Wolfing solemnly gazed at Tang Yuehua, who nodded deeply. Rest assured, I will promptly take Nan Nan back to the sect. Chapter 36. My apologies, uncle. After issuing his instructions, Wolfing exited the Moon Pavilion and made his way directly back to the general store. He needed to commence his training. Since arriving in Tiando City, Wolfing had been preoccupied, neglecting his cultivation. Meanwhile, after investigating the true circumstances of the general store, the ghost Douluo and the chrysanthemum Douluo, who had long coveted Nan Nan, hastened back to the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall is the most formidable power on the continent, transcending the 7 major sects and 2 great empires. Were it not for the Haoyan sect's closed doors, it is believed that their strength would be sufficient to rival the Spirit Hall. Situated between the 2 great empires, the Spirit City serves as a balancing force. Within a grand hall, the chrysanthemum and ghost Douluo knelt respectfully before a woman seated on a throne, wielding a purple gold scepter. Where is she? Did you bring her back? The woman's authoritative voice resonated throughout the hall, echoing in the ears of the 2 titled Douluos. The chrysanthemum Douluo wiped the cold sweat from his brow and stammered, Your Holiness, we encountered a slight mishap along the way. The woman's beautiful eyes narrowed, her overwhelming presence causing the temperature in the hall to plummet. You are titled Douluo elders. You could not even bring back a little girl? She expressed her dissatisfaction. The ghost Douluo interjected, Your Holiness, the general store has the backing of the royal family and the 7 treasure glazed tile school. The royal family? The 7 treasure glazed tile school? And what else? The woman's gaze sharpened. Moreover, within the store, there exists a titled Douluo with a 100,000-year spirit ring. We fear we are no match for them. The power of a titled Douluo with a 100,000-year spirit ring far surpasses that of an ordinary titled Douluo with standard spirit rings. Tang Hao from back in the day is a prime example. As soon as the chrysanthemum Douluo finished speaking, the woman swiftly descended to their level. Have you confirmed the existence of a titled Douluo with a 100,000-year spirit ring? She inquired again. The chrysanthemum Douluo continued, Your Holiness. This information was relayed to us by the young master, and she instructed us to convey a message to you. She, The woman scoffed. What message did she send? The young master wishes to inform you not to interfere with the matters of the general store. Upon finishing, the chrysanthemum Douluo was drenched in sweat, overwhelmed by the oppressive atmosphere. Ha ha ha, the woman sneered. She truly believes she has the audacity to instruct me not to meddle in the so-called general store? With the Tiando royal family and the 7 treasure glazed tile school inexplicably allied with that general store, there must be some unspeakable secret at play. Do you know who stands behind that general store? The chrysanthemum Douluo clasped his hands and responded, Your Holiness, the little girl with the heartbroken red spirit is the sister of the store's owner. Not long ago, during the spirit awakening at the Tiando City Spirit Hall, I happened to encounter her. Her name is Wolfing. She is 18 years old and a rank 28 great spirit master with a trident spirit. However, based on the young master's recent contact with her, it appears her spirit is not the so-called trident, and she is rather enigmatic, making her difficult to fathom. Oh, the woman returned to her seat, casually draping her long, delicate legs, and inquired with interest, Wolfing? Trident spirit? 18 years old, rank 28 great spirit master? Heh. Since she wishes to prove herself, let her be. For the time being, halt any actions regarding the little girl and closely monitor Wolfing's every move. Should anything arise, report to me immediately. Yes, Your Holiness. With that, the 2 vanished from the hall. The woman murmured, A trident? Such spirits are rare on the continent. It resembles the sea. On the other side, Wolfing entrusted Nan Nan to Tang Yuehua, who would take her back to the Haoyan sect for her protection. Tang Yuehua intended to return personally and had already arrived at the Haoyan sect. The Haoyan sect, perpetually enveloped in ice and snow, caused Nan Nan, who was visiting for the first time with Tang Yuehua, to sneeze numerous times along the way, her little face reddened by the cold. Sister Tang, why have we not arrived yet? Nan Nan, with her flushed cheeks, was cradled in Tang Yuehua's arms. However, the weather was indeed quite frigid. Tang Yuehua smiled. We are almost there, and by the way, you must call me Mom. This is a special request from your brother. Tang Yuehua had never had children or been married. After a certain incident, she had resolved to live her life alone. Mom? Nan Nan exclaimed in astonishment, I should call you Mom? Then what should I call my brother? Tang Yuehua chuckled, we shall each address one another in our own way. Although this relationship is somewhat complicated, it is indeed delightful to take advantage of dear uncle. After all, Wolfing had teased her from the very beginning. The Haoyan sect occupied a vast expanse, and along the way, numerous disciples were taken aback, wondering why their aunt was carrying a little girl and appeared to have such a close relationship with her. Could it be that she had a child? Impossible. Impossible. They exclaimed, as their aunt had never married. How could that be? Following the familiar path, Tang Yuehua arrived at the room of the sect leader, as there were certain matters that needed to be conveyed in person. Elder brother, I am back. Tang Yuehua pushed open the door. Yuehua, did you not just return a few days ago? How come? A tall man, with a robust frame and graying hair, exuding an air of seriousness, regarded her with a solemn expression. The man was none other than the current leader of the Haoyan sect, Tang Xiao. His spirit is the Haoyan hammer, and he is a peak title Douluo, rank 97. Elder brother, this is my daughter. Isn't she adorable? Tang Yuehua beamed. Tang Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief. Yuehua, what did you just say? He asked, seemingly in shock. This is my daughter, Tang Nan Nan. Is there a problem? Tang Yuehua smiled slightly. Your own child? What do you think? How old is she? Not a day more or less. She is exactly 6 years old. Why have I never heard you mention this before? It's no different now. I wanted to give you a surprise. Tang Zhao's lips twitched. This was perhaps the most bewildering day he had encountered in all his years. His sister had quietly brought someone back, and to top it off, it was her own child. Who was that man? Why did you not consult me, your elder brother? Beforehand? Tang Zhao inquired with a wry smile. Alas, Tang Yuehua dramatically lamented, elder brother, he abandoned both of us. You must stand up for me. Tang Zhao was immediately engulfed in fury, the aura emanating from him, causing Nan Nan to frantically rush into Tang Yuehua's embrace. Yuehua, where is that wretched man? Tang Zhao panted, his fists clenched tightly. Ever since his younger brother departed from the sect, this sister had become his sole family. He never anticipated that his sister would secretly wed, returning with a niece. Such news should have brought joy. Yet, who could have foreseen the betrayal? A man who abandons his responsibilities is utterly unworthy of being a son-in-law to the Haoyan sect. His name is Bufeng, a proprietor of a general store in Tiando City. Wiping away the tears that had pooled at the corners of her eyes, Tang Yuehua couldn't help but acknowledge that he was a natural-born actor. A general store, Bufeng? Tang Zhao murmured. He then placed a reassuring hand on Tang Yuehua's shoulder and declared, do not worry, elder brother shall seek justice for you. With that, Tang Zhao vanished without a trace. After his departure, Tang Yuehua stifled a giggle, covering her mouth. Godmother, are you setting up your brother? Nan Nan chimed in with a childlike innocence. With a proud expression, Tang Yuehua replied, who instructed my uncle to deceive me first? I merely employ his own tactics against him. Rest assured, your uncle knows his limits. Come, my dear, let us go meet the other 5 elder gentlemen. With that, Tang Yuehua cradled Nan Nan and headed outside. I am sorry, dear uncle. Chapter 37, Bufeng vs. Tang Zhao, the mix-up wonderful. My soul power has finally reached level 38. Bufeng exclaimed, delighted by the transformation within himself. Since arriving in Tiando City, he had been preoccupied with matters concerning his store, and his soul power had finally broken through its limitations. Just 2 more levels remained until he could attain the rank of soul sect. Under the shimmering stars and the full moon hanging high in the night sky, Bufeng rubbed his sleepy eyes, planning to retire for the night. In the darkness, a man draped in a black cloak, towering over 2 meters in height, approached Bufeng. The wind of the waves? Goodness. He has never had a moment's respite since arriving in the city of Heavenly Do. Bufeng sighed and inquired, who approaches? If you seek to make a purchase, I kindly request that you return tomorrow, for today we have already closed our doors. The man in the black cloak coldly asked, are you indeed Bufeng? Case nodded slightly. The figure before him undoubtedly towered over 2 meters, exceeding Case by a head. An air of solemnity surrounded this individual, signaling that his intentions were far from benign. Might I inquire as to your identity? Case inquired nonchalantly, his right hand already reaching behind him, where a faint blue luminescence began to materialize. Are you acquainted with the master of Yuexian, Tang Yuehua? The man in the black robe queried. Acquainted? She is, before Case could finish his sentence. The man in black sprang into action, his enormous hand coalescing into an iron fist as it hurtled directly towards Case. This fellow. With a flicker of azure light emanating from his right hand, Bufeng collided with the iron fist of the man in black, channeling a hint of the ocean's might. Thud, thud, thud. Both were thrust back, their hearts filled with astonishment. A title Douluo? In his early years, Bufeng was frequently trained by the 7 sacred pillars of Douluo, rendering him acutely sensitive to their methods. Just moments ago, he sensed the black-robed man's use of soul power and could feel the palpable anger emanating from him. However, Bufeng had only arrived in Tiando City a mere few days ago, making it improbable for a title Douluo to take notice of him, let alone harbor such fury. The only perplexing aspect for Bufeng was the mention of Tang Yuehua. The connection to the spirit hall remained shrouded in uncertainty. Senior, Bufeng, feeling helpless, was given no opportunity to speak as the attacks resumed. Fists rained down upon him like torrential raindrops, causing Bufeng to furrow his brow. A faint blue light flickered around his right hand, and a cerulean trident materialized within his grasp. The second soul ring began to rotate, emanating a dazzling purple radiance. A millennium-old second ring? The cloaked figure widened his eyes, realizing that this individual, Bufeng, was indeed formidable. No one on the continent dared to possess a second ring of such antiquity. With the activation of the second soul skill, Sea Goddess Protection, a cerulean barrier enveloped Bufeng, shielding him from the onslaught. The black-robed man's fists, akin to a torrent of steel, struck with bullet-like speed. His combat prowess was commendable, yet it seemed insufficient. The black-clad man's right hand shimmered with a dark light as a black Haoyan hammer appeared in his grasp. The 9 soul rings swirling above it immediately captured Bufeng's attention. The Haoyan hammer. A title Douluo. Are you from the Haoyan sect? Bufeng inquired in astonishment. Since you are aware of this, why then do you abandon Yuehua? What has she done to wrong you? The cloaked man was suddenly filled with emotion. A dark line flickered in the wind. Stop. Bo Feng bellowed, causing the man in the black robe to momentarily falter. Tang Yuehua, she is my niece. What do you mean by abandonment? Since you are a titled Douluo of the Haotian sect, why not return and ask her what truly transpired? My niece. The man in the black robe furrowed his brow and inquired, who are you? Why do you claim that Yuehua is your niece? That is a question I should be posing to you. Bo Feng retorted, and with a flash of dark light from his left hand, a Haotian hammer identical to that of the man in black materialized. The man in black could hardly believe it. The Haotian hammer before him was indeed a direct lineage martial soul of the Haotian sect. Who are you really? Why does Yuehua say you abandoned her? And what of the little girl named Nan Nan? Yuehua insists she is her biological child. The man's inquiries caused Bo Feng's eyelids to twitch. The situation was undeniably chaotic. Are you Tang Xiao? Or perhaps Tang Hao? Or one of the 5 elders? The man in black lifted his robe, revealing his true appearance. I am Tang Xiao, the current leader of the Haotian sect. Whose child are you? Upon observing Tang Xiao, Bo Feng nodded, acknowledging his formidable presence. If Tang Xiao was so impressive, one could only wonder how remarkable Tang Hao must be. My father is Tang Chun. Tang Chun. Tang Xiao gasped, astonished. The child of my grandfather? How could this be possible? He has been missing for decades. How could he have left behind a descendant, and one so young at that? Is it Yuehua who lies? Or is it this man named Bo Feng who spins tales? Then why do you not bear the surname Tang but instead Bo? Tang Xiao regarded Bo Feng's words with suspicion. His sister could not possibly be lying, absolutely not. Who decreed that the wielder of the Haotian hammer must bear the surname Tang? I grew up with my mother. As my father left long before I was born to pursue the path of divinity. My mother is the high priestess of Sea God Island, the sea god Douluo, Poseidon. As he spoke, the golden light radiated from the sea god crown adorning Bo Feng's head. The trident in his hand gradually dissipated, and 2 yellow and purple soul rings appeared at his feet, accompanied by the manifestation of the sea god behind him. In that instant, far away in the imperial palace of Tiando, Shueqinghe abruptly rose from his seat, a golden light subtly emanating behind him, revealing the faint outline of a 6-winged angel. That sensation returned. Bo Feng, what secrets do you conceal? Ah, Wind Brother, what are you doing awake at this hour? Xiaobai, drawn by the commotion, stumbled out. But upon witnessing Bo Feng unleash his sea god martial soul, he instantly perked up. Tang Xiao gazed at the ethereal form of the sea god. In his youth, he had once traveled to Sea God Island with Tang Hao to deliver a message to his grandfather. He had encountered the sea god Douluo, Poseidon. The apparition of the sea god before him was indeed Bo Feng's primary martial soul. Immediately afterward, Bo Feng retracted his sea god martial soul, and Xiaobai approached his side, glancing at Tang Xiao. Haven't we met somewhere before? As the guardian spirit of Sea God Island, Tang Xiao had previously visited to deliver a message. Everyone has their youthful follies. As a disciple of the Haotian sect, which was once the most prestigious sect in the world, he had held high expectations. Back then, he had clashed with the soul masters of Sea God Island, and as a result, he had suffered a defeat. Fortunately, Tang Chen had personally guaranteed their safety, allowing the 2 brothers to return unscathed. Oh, Xiaobai exclaimed. I remember now, you were defeated by the guardian spirit of Sea God Island during your youth. Tang Xiao's face flushed. Was it necessary to resurrect such an old story? Who are you? Tang Xiao asked, looking perplexedly at Xiaobai. Me? Xiaobai smiled lightly. I am the guardian spirit of Sea God Island, the spirit of the great white shark. Chapter 38. The sister of my brother. As he spoke, the ethereal form of the spirit of the great white shark manifested behind Xiaobai, exuding an overwhelming aura. This was indeed the spirit of the great white shark. Tang Xiao had encountered it in his youth during his visit to Sea God Island. He could hardly believe that his grandfather had been intertwined with the high priestess of Sea God Island and had even sired offspring. Dear nephew, as you can see, my martial soul is a blend of my father's and mother's legacies. Do you have any further questions? Bo Feng asked solemnly. Tang Xiao, feeling utterly speechless, was addressed as a dear nephew by someone seemingly much younger than him. After decades of life, how absurdly convoluted this hierarchy had become. Ahem. Do you have any evidence to support your claims? Tang Xiao inquired. The helpless Bo Feng remarked, my Haotian order rests in the hands of my niece. You need only inquire of her. Furthermore, that little girl named Nan Nan is my sister. I merely appointed my niece to be her godmother. At her age, she still holds the title of a saint. It is only fitting to leave her with a sentiment, is it not? If you remain skeptical, surely you recognize my father's own handwriting. As Bo Feng retrieved the map of the Haotian sect and handed it to Tang Xiao, he was instantly rendered speechless. This map contained the comprehensive layout of the Haotian sect, detailing the geographical terrain along with the routes for ascending the mountain, as well as information on several secret passages. Should this map fall into the hands of adversaries, the Haotian sect would be utterly doomed. You truly are my grandfathers. The breeze danced lightly as he raised an eyebrow, pondering the situation. What do you think? Pray, tell me. What exactly did my dear niece convey to you that has incited such wrath within you, her elder brother? So much so that you would forsake your esteemed position and disregard the rules of the Haotian sect to descend the mountain? It is indeed as follows. Ha ha. Xiaobai exclaimed, clutching his abdomen in laughter. This is utterly hilarious. Your niece possesses remarkable wit. declaring that Nan Nan is your daughter and accusing you of abandoning her. Ha. Wolfing. Tang Xiao. Tang Xiao was deceived, and Wolfing was nearly beaten. Wolfing wore a grim expression, nearly outwitted by his own niece, evidently. She held a grudge against him for the events of that morning. Reflecting on the morning's antics, it was indeed unfair to blame his little niece. The sudden introduction of a new uncle, coupled with Wolfing's playful teasing, understandably left her with some lingering displeasure. Yet, who could have anticipated that she would fabricate a falsehood, summoning her older cousin Tang Xiao to challenge Wolfing? Fortunately, the Haotian hammer martial soul had manifested early, or else. Tang Xiao hastily inquired, "Uncle, what are your instructions? Return and keep an eye on your little cousin. Do not believe everything she says. Additionally, take good care of Nan Nan." "Understood," Tang Xiao replied. "There is one more matter. Upon your return, ensure that your little cousin promptly returns the Haotian order to me, as I will require it for future endeavors." Tang Xiao nodded. "Uncle, may I ask where grandfather is at present?" "Ask your little cousin when you return. I have already informed her this morning." "Nothing else?" "You may leave for now. Remember, do not disclose any of our prior matters to anyone else in the Haotian sect. I will return to the sect eventually, but not at this moment. Focus on accumulating strength in preparation for my eventual reemergence." "Yes." With that, Tang Xiao donned his black robe anew and vanished from sight. "What does it feel like to be outmaneuvered by your little niece?" Xiaobai mocked. Bofeng shook his head helplessly. "Sister Bai, please refrain from adding salt to my wounds. This niece of mine, while appearing noble and extraordinary, is secretly quite vengeful." Sighing, he decided to let it go. There was silence throughout the night. The morning sun bathed the Haotian sect in brilliance, and many disciples had already commenced their daily training, even with the mountain gates closed. These disciples remained diligent and unwavering, steadfast in their belief that the Haotian sect would once again emerge into the world. In one room, Tang Weiwa sat leisurely, while Nan Nan had been taken away by several elder masters, reportedly to acquire the first soul ring. Upon learning that she was Tang Yuehua's biological daughter, they were even more delighted. Consequently, the 5 elders personally perused all ancient texts of the Haotian sect and eventually discovered the records pertaining to the heartbroken red martial soul and the requisite soul rings. They set off early that morning. Only Tang Yuehua remained at home, feeling bored and idle, pondering the state of affairs with her elder brother. She hoped that her so-called big nephew would give her little uncle a good thrashing, especially since her little uncle had teased her the previous day. Suddenly, as if summoned, Tang Xiao removed his black robe and sat across from Tang Yuehua, his expression grim. "Yuehua, you are becoming increasingly unreasonable. Why did you not inform me of your little uncle's situation in Tiando City? Brother, did you not come to blows with him?" Tang Yuehua inquired, perplexed. "Almost, but fortunately, little uncle released the Haotian hammer martial soul just in time, dispelling the misunderstanding. I had been wondering when you married and even had a child. Were it not for the heated moment, I would have had a serious talk with you, young lady." Tang Xiao replied, exasperated. "What about the Haotian order?" he asked, reluctantly. Tang Yuehua produced the Haotian order, a small hammer symbolizing the supreme authority of the Haotian sect, held above even that of the sect master and elders, the adjudicating elder. "Very well," Tang Xiao nodded. "You shall descend the mountain tomorrow and return the Haotian order to your little uncle. Remember, once you see him, apologize on my behalf and refrain from any mischief." "Understood," Tang Yuehua replied glumly. "Brother, you cannot imagine how outrageous my little uncle was yesterday," Tang Yuehua complained. "I cordially invited him to discuss a collaboration on cosmetics, yet he inexplicably referred to me as little niece. I was baffled, as he toyed with me for quite some time. And then you spun this tale, making me your scapegoat." Tang Xiao looked at her in silence, and Tang Yuehua smiled wryly, acknowledging her folly. Tang Xiao felt helpless. He cherished this only sister, indulging her as one would a treasured gem. Ever since the second brother left, their home had lost its warmth. Now, with the addition of a little uncle, who was also their grandfather's child, possessing twin martial souls, they anticipated that the Haotian sect would once again astonish the entire Soul Master realm upon its resurgence. Sighing, Tang Xiao reflected, regardless of the circumstances. Little uncle is still the child of our grandfather and the future heir to the Sea God Island's great offerings. Were it not for your inadvertent actions, we might have remained oblivious to little uncle's true identity. In truth, you did nothing wrong. It was merely the method that was flawed. You should have revealed the truth to me yesterday instead of concocting this lie, which nearly caused me embarrassment." Recalling the previous evening's events and the unintended ridicule from Xiaobai, he felt a wave of shame wash over him. It was often the case that children unwittingly put their parents in difficult positions. Here was a younger sister who had inadvertently put her older brother in such a predicament. Chapter 39. Teacher Bo. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a year had gone by. A year ago, the department store established by Bo Feng has now permeated every corner of the Douluo Continent. With the support of the royal family and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, it has expanded its reach to nearly half of the continent's territory, leaving traces of the department store in every city. Throughout this past year, Bo Feng has either been counting his wealth or traversing the path to it. Outside the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Bo Feng stands alongside Ning Fingxi. "Master Ning, this is where I shall take my leave," Bo Feng said with a courteous smile. Ning Fingji replied with a smile. This collaboration has been delightful. A year ago, I truly did not misjudge. With a smile, Bo Feng shook his head, acknowledging that the greatest profits indeed belonged to Ning Fingji. The revenue generated by the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School in just 1 year amounted to an astonishing figure. Utilizing this substantial sum, Ning Fingji attracted numerous talents, resulting in a flourishing state for the entire sect. Ning Zhongzhu, where's Rongrong? It seems I haven't seen her for several months. Without this mischievous little girl around, I find myself somewhat unaccustomed. Ning Fingji replied with a wry smile. 3 months ago, I arranged for her to embark on a journey to the Douluo Continent. Our little demoness is exceptionally playful, and even with Uncle Jian and Uncle Gu guarding her, I, as her father, find myself at a loss. I heard just a few days ago that she has already joined Shrek Academy, located in Soto City, which is no ordinary institution. Shrek Academy? Soto City? Wolfing nodded slightly, indicating that the time had indeed arrived. Tang San's grandson, we shall meet again soon. In that case, Master Ning, I shall take my leave, Wolfing replied. Safe travels. With that, he entered the carriage, which gradually made its way towards the gates of Tiando City, under Ning Fingji's watchful gaze. Inside the carriage, Wolfing held an invitation from Xue Qinghe, glancing at it without a second thought before carelessly tossing it aside. It had been a year, and she had relentlessly pursued him, to the point where Wolfing felt a sense of irritation upon encountering Xue Qinghe. Each banquet involved drinking, and inevitably, the conversation would turn to familiar topics, either casual chit-chat or discussions on the state of the continent. What did the continent's turmoil matter to Wolfing? Wasn't making money far more enticing? The attendant nearby discreetly shook his head, having witnessed countless invitations declined by Wolfing under the pretext of being busy. It must be said, women truly possess remarkable perseverance, as Xue Qinghe sent a letter of invitation every single day, if one were to count. The last meeting between Wolfing and Xue Qinghe had occurred 3 months prior. This fellow, she does not find it bothersome, yet I certainly do. Stop the carriage. I wish to disembark and take a stroll. Upon hearing this, the carriage came to a halt as they had now arrived at the gates of Tiando City. As the wealthiest individual in the Heaven Do City, Wolfing is a figure known to all, and the soldiers guarding the city gates are exceedingly cooperative. In the past, every individual entering the city was subjected to rigorous searches, but upon catching sight of Wolfing, the soldiers immediately adopted a demeanor of deference. Wolfing had long since grown accustomed to this treatment. However, at that moment, a nearby notice captured Wolfing's attention. It read, now hiring, the Blue Tyrant Advanced Soul Master Academy. Due to expansion, urgently seeks to recruit the following personnel, Soul Masters of level 40 or above, with a preference for those possessing higher soul power. Exceptional benefits will be provided upon employment. The Blue Tyrant Academy? Is that not the predecessor of the Shrek Academy? With a playful twinkle in his eyes, Wolfing couldn't help but entertain a bold thought. It had been half a year since he surpassed level 40. And his 4th soul ring was also a millennium in age, elevating his soul power to level 44. Presently, the bustling shop was under the adept management of Sister Bai, and cooperation with the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School was seamless. With his nephew and niece from the Haotian school around, Wolfing found himself free from any burdens. Throughout the year, he either immersed himself in cultivation or counted his riches, finding the monotony unbearable. Moreover, he had to remain vigilant against the invitations from Xue Qinghe. After all, one must never underestimate a woman, especially her. In her heart, she had long regarded Wolfing as her prey, determined to conquer him personally. Yet her efforts were in vain. Ignoring her was the simplest solution. Kaze no Kaze nodded affirmatively, then resumed his seat in the carriage. He instructed, let us divert our course to Blue Wave Academy. Blue Wave Academy? The companion inquired, bewildered. Boss, are you planning to attend school? Wolfing, do you expect me to attend school? I have already attained the 44th level of soul mastery, far beyond the realm of advanced academies. I am applying for a teaching position at the Blue Bai Academy. Did you not see the recruitment notice just now? Let us hasten, lest we miss our chance for a position. The companion promptly nodded and drove the carriage swiftly towards the direction of Blue Bai Academy. Blue Bai Academy is a prestigious institution for advanced soul masters, which has performed commendably in previous continental high-level soul master competitions. It has never succeeded in reaching the final elimination rounds. Unlike the Royal Academy of Tiando, which caters exclusively to nobility, this academy seeks to attract commoners. The carriage gradually came to a halt as Wolfing beheld a grand iron gate before him, above which was inscribed, Blue Bai Advanced Soul Master Academy. A student guarding the entrance hurried forward and inquired, greetings, you have arrived at Blue Bai Academy. May I ask the purpose of your visit? Naruto, I heard that you were recruiting teachers here, so I came. And you? The student glanced at Naruto, shook his head, and said, brother, no offense. But how old are you? Take my advice, it's not too late for you to leave now. Wolfing furrowed his brow and inquired, what is the matter? Do not look down upon others. The student hurriedly replied, it is not that I underestimate you, but rather that many soul masters have recently arrived seeking recruitment. Although they have navigated the first round of tests without much peril, the final challenge posed by the dean is a formidable obstacle few can successfully pass. Allow me to forewarn you, our dean is a formidable soul sage of level 78. To truly become an instructor at the Blue Bai Academy, one must triumph over the dean's rigorous practical assessment. You may still reconsider your decision to proceed. Otherwise, the consequences will be yours to bear. Upon hearing this, Wolfing's interest was piqued. The dean of Blueba Academy, Lu Erlong, a soul sage of level 78, possessed a martial spirit of a fire dragon and hailed from the esteemed blue electric Tyrannosaurus rex lineage. Her temperament was as fiery and tempestuous as her fire dragon spirit. Lead me to the assessment, he declared. Seeing Wolfing's unwavering determination, the student felt it inappropriate to dissuade him further. After instructing the attendant to return first, Bofeng proceeded to enter the Blue Tyrant Academy alongside the students. The primary reason for Bofeng's decision to take on the role of a teacher here is largely to evade Xueqinghe. Having earned a substantial income and established a shop, he dedicates his days to cultivation while also perusing the invitations sent by Xueqinghe, each bearing the same theme, to entice. Should romance be on the table, Bofeng might entertain the notion. However, they inhabit entirely different worlds, rendering any potential union futile. Regarding the timeline, much discourse has revolved around this subject, and I shall elucidate it for you. I have made slight modifications to the timeline, yet all else remains unchanged. The sole alteration pertains to the timing of Tang Chen's journey to the City of Slaughter, which now occurs a year prior to Poseidon's conception of the protagonist. The remainder of the timeline largely aligns with the original narrative. In Chapter 40, The Heart of the Sea God, within the Imperial Palace of Tiando, Xueqinghe rests his chin in his hand, idly seated. From the shadows, an elder wielding a serpent spear emerges. Young master, this marks the 100th time Bofeng has declined your invitation. Are you not at all vexed? Xueqinghe smiles faintly. A competent hunter must possess patience. We are but at the beginning. The secrets surrounding Bofeng remain largely undiscovered. Has there been any recent activity from him? The elder replies. Bofeng has been frequenting the general merchandise shop, and this morning, he specifically visited the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School? Xueqinghe inquires. Puzzled. What business does he have there? The elder shakes his head. Our spies could not ascertain the details. Bofeng maintains a close relationship with Ningfengxi. If they harbor any clandestine schemes, it could pose a threat to the spirit hall. Xueqinghe gently shakes his head. He wouldn't dare. Young master, how can you be so certain? Xueqinghe chuckles. He is an individual deeply enamored with wealth. According to financial reports from the past year, Bofeng has amassed 9 million gold soul coins. Furthermore, his shops dominate the entirety of the Tiando Empire and the Xing Luo Empire, with the sole exception of the Spirit City. Last month, during our meeting, he inadvertently revealed his desire to expand his business into the Spirit City governed by the Spirit Hall. The elder smirks. His Highness would never acquiesce to such a request. Xueqinghe nods. Though Bofeng is avaricious, he is undeniably talented. I cannot overlook that, unless he earns my approval. He lacks the authority to establish his shop within the Spirit City. Meanwhile, Bofeng, having entered the Blue Tyrant Academy, proceeds slowly under the guidance of the students. In a serene grove, Bofeng found himself enveloped by the lush foliage, where the majority of the Academy's structures lay concealed. Unlike the opulent Tiando Royal Academy, which was nestled against the mountains, this environment, though not extravagant, exuded a comforting ambience. Towering edifices dotted the path, and before long, the students escorted Bofeng into a spacious chamber. Upon entering, he observed 3 individuals standing above him. Their appearances were unremarkable, each appearing to be in their 40s. Presumably the instructors responsible for this assessment. The foremost figure, upon catching sight of Bofeng, displayed a look of surprise and inquired, Boss Bo, what brings you here? The renowned department store, Bo Wind, has garnered fame across the continent, leading many to recognize its enterprising young proprietor, Bo Wind, with numerous individuals eager to become acquainted with him. Wolfing, with a resigned smile, decided to take on the role of a teacher for a while, advising them not to go easy on him simply because of his esteemed status. The 3 exchanged knowing glances, and then the leader cleared his throat and inquired, Boss Bo, have you truly thought this through? Very well, he replied. Since that is the case, allow me to briefly outline the rules. First, you must display your martial spirit. Then, you must possess a soul power exceeding level 40 and engage in combat with one of us 3. Should you manage to endure for 10 minutes, you will earn the right to proceed to the next stage with the Dean. Upon concluding the introduction, Wolfing smiled faintly and with a flick of his right hand, a blue trident materialized, glowing with radiant light. How can this be? The 2nd ring of a millennium? The 4th ring of 10,000 years? Beneath the feet of Bofeng, the soul rings illuminated, revealing a configuration of 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, fundamentally altering the perceptions of the 3 onlookers. The so-called prodigies of the soul master community paled in comparison to the presence of Bo, whose prowess was truly staggering. The lead instructor, responsible for the assessment, wiped the cold sweat that had emerged in response to the shock and hastily remarked, Bo, you have successfully passed the first trial. May I inquire which of us 3 you intend to challenge next? In truth, each of the 3 silently prayed, hoping fervently that they would not be the ones chosen. Fearing the formidable strength of a being with a 4th ring of 10,000 years, they were all soul kings, and at their age, their potential for growth was exceedingly limited. The young Bofeng, full of vigor, had no desire to court unnecessary suffering. Yet, with an enigmatic smile, He beckoned, "You three. Come at me together." The trio exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by Bufeng's audacious proposal. "Boss Bufeng, surely you jest?" the leading teacher exclaimed in disbelief. With a smile, Bufeng shook his head and remarked, "What do you think? I too wish to witness the true prowess of the teachers from Lamba Academy. Once I have successfully passed the final trial, we shall all be instructors of Lamba Academy, making it essential to cultivate a profound understanding of one another. Furthermore, as soul masters, engaging in combat is the sole means through which we can truly comprehend each other's strengths." The three exchanged knowing glances before proceeding together downwards. Without further ado, they unleashed their martial souls, and their soul rings rose sequentially beneath their feet, each adorned with a configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black ring. The martial souls of the trio comprised Ghost Vine, Golden Eagle, and Battle Tiger. One was a plant-type soul master, while the other 2 wielded beast martial souls. It was evident that the majority of plant-type martial soul bearers were adept in control techniques. And the Golden Eagle Soul Master was undoubtedly of the agile attack class, leaving the remaining one as a powerful assault variant. "Boss Bo, please exercise caution." The Golden Eagle Soul Master cautioned. With a trident firmly in hand, Bufeng nodded and declared, "Come forth, you three. Spare no effort and let me witness the true extent of your strength." Upon his words, the trio exchanged a knowing glance. The Ghostvine Soul Master summoned a vibrant green light from his right hand, causing the first soul ring beneath him to whirl in motion, as numerous ghostly vines erupted from the earth, intent on obstructing Bufeng's path. Simultaneously, the Golden Eagle Soul Master unfurled a magnificent pair of golden wings, while the second soul ring upon him spun furiously, accompanied by an onslaught of rushing air, interspersed with golden feathers that resembled razor-sharp blades. The attack hurtled toward Bufeng from above. The third soul skill, Tiger's Howl in the Forest, was unleashed by the Battle Tiger Soul Master, whose visage morphed into that of a fearsome tiger, its maw agape, gradually engulfing a sinister red aura. With a resounding roar, the tiger's cry reverberated throughout the chamber, shattering the glass along the windowsill in an instant. The 3 formidable assaults surged forth, their combined might potent enough to obliterate all in their path. Bufeng nodded subtly, as the second soul ring illuminated beneath his feet, a violet radiance converging into the trident. The second soul ring, guardian of the sea god. Surrounding him was a series of azure barriers, and the diadem upon his head radiated a blue-golden light. Mysteriously, in a certain part of Heavendoe City, deep within the Heavendoe Imperial Palace, this area was heavily guarded, the most secure place in the entire palace. Apart from the emperor, even the crown prince, Shuqinghe, was not permitted to enter. Inside, the heart of the sea god was being protected, regarded as the national treasure of the Heavendoe Empire, believed to be a soul guide device. However, this was only partly true. It was indeed a soul guide, yet more importantly, it was the very heart of the sea god, the core of the sea god-ash trident. It emanated a profound azure glow, and one could faintly hear the relentless roar of the ocean. Chapter 41. The Confrontation of 3. The heart of the sea god is indeed located within the Heavendoe Imperial Palace, Bufeng murmured. The sea god's diadem resonated with the heart of the sea god, their powers echoing in harmony, a sensation Bufeng could distinctly feel. This is bad. How can one fight while distracted? Damn. Channeling the power of the sea through the trident in his grasp, Bufeng deftly countered the attacks launched by the 3 Soul Kings one by one. Utilizing the mist generated by the explosions, he swiftly closed the distance, finding himself before the Ghostvine Soul King in an instant. His right hand glimmered with a green light, as countless ghostly vines erupted from the ground, overwhelming and piercing towards Bufeng like a multitude of sharp spears, continuously detonating around him. With the trident of the waves brandished, all ghostly vines succumbed. Even if this were not the legendary trident of the sea god, and possessed merely 1% of its might, the trifling ghostly vines could not pose a threat to the waves. The first soul skill, Spear of the Sea. As the yellow soul ring illuminated, an increasing number of azure orbs surged forth like rippling water, fervently converging into the trident. With a decisive strike, the wall formed by the ghostly vines was instantaneously pierced, and before the terrified gaze of the ghostly vine Soul King, the trident loomed before him. "My esteemed teacher, I must apologize." The ghostly vine Soul King was momentarily taken aback, then managed a wry smile, conceding, "I have been defeated. Indeed, Boss Bo is truly formidable." With that, the ghostly vine Soul King stepped aside. The Battle Tiger Soul King and the Golden Eagle Soul King were utterly unprepared for the revelation of Boss Bo's extraordinary prowess. The enigmatic trident martial spirit, and the unparalleled soul ring configuration unmatched across the continent. As the ghostly vine Soul King fell, the remaining 2 dared not relax. Their task was unequivocal, to utilize their own advantages to restrict Boss Bo's maximum potential. With a fierce roar, the Battle Tiger Soul King unleashed a flurry of powerful punches, each strike imbued with the might of a tiger's sovereignty. The waves of the wind thrust the trident into the ground, while his right hand clenched into a fist, engaging in a fierce struggle. With a crack and agonizing cries, he trained under the radiance of the sea god, further enhanced by the consecutive teachings of 7-titled Douluo. The prowess of Wave Wind is unfathomable. Despite his seemingly avaricious demeanor, he demonstrates remarkable prowess in combat. The King of Tiger Souls, caressing his formidable claws, recognizes the hardness of his fists. Although Wave Wind may appear unremarkable, the reality is evident, as the tiger's claws tremble slightly. Before Wave Wind could launch his next offensive, another wave of golden feathers descended from above. The feathers fell like raindrops, striking the ground, which was laid with unyielding stone, embedding themselves to a depth of approximately 1/3. Wolfing patted his chest, exclaiming what a remarkable individual he was. Fortunately, his reflexes were swift, otherwise, he would have been akin to a hedgehog. Raising his gaze to the poised golden eagle soul master, Wolfing smiled subtly, thinking it was time to make his move. With a gentle motion of his right hand, the trident swiftly soared into his palm. A mysterious smile graced his lips as he prepared to demonstrate the formidable prowess of his third soul skill. The third soul skill. Cage of the Sea, illuminated beneath his feet, as the violet soul ring transformed into beams of light that rapidly merged with the trident. Under the watchful eyes of the remaining two soul masters, Wolfing stood resolutely with the trident held between his brows. Surrounding him were numerous identical tridents, a total of 10. Suspended in midair, emanating a chilling aura that cast an eerie glow. Wolfing cast a subtle smile at the golden eagle spirit master suspended in midair. Bidding farewell as he shouted, "Chase!" 10 hovering tridents transformed into streaks of azure light, hurtling toward the golden eagle spirit king above. The golden eagle spirit king sighed inwardly. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, and hastily ascended, its speed unparalleled among the myriad soul beasts. However, it appeared that the tridents were swifter, converging from all directions. The golden eagle spirit master steadied himself, surveying the surroundings, only to find himself entirely encircled by the tridents, their sharp tips drawing ever closer. Utilizing his fifth soul skill, Majestic Eagle's Wing, he unleashed a formidable black 10,000-year soul technique, revealing his true trump card. Enveloped in a sea of golden light, his golden wings radiated brilliance, transforming into a colossal golden eagle that let out a mighty roar directed at Wolfing below. The encroaching tridents were instantly repelled, prompting Wolfing to regain his composure and alter the flight trajectory of the tridents in his grasp. Clang! The 10 tridents landed beside the Battle Tiger Spirit King, and a surge of blue electricity coursed between them, rendering the Battle Tiger King completely paralyzed. Thus, the tridents were irregularly embedded in the ground, effectively sealing off his escape route. In this dire moment, the two could only place their hopes on the sole-surviving golden eagle, soaring high, its massive form and striking demeanor poised for a final dive. The golden eagle prepared to unleash its accumulated power as Wolfing engaged the Battle Tiger Spirit King with his soul technique. Planning to confront head-on? I admire such tenacity. A 10,000-year soul ring, is it? To triumph over an adversary, one must wield even more formidable methods. Wolfing retracted his trident, facing the situation with calm composure. The two defeated teachers were perplexed. Among the trio, the Soul King of the Golden Eagle possessed formidable strength, and the quality of his martial soul surpassed theirs by an immeasurable margin. Furthermore, he had already reached the 59th level, his prowess rivaling that of any ordinary soul emperor on the continent, a testament to a millennium of soul skills. Does Boss Bo possess a means to withstand this? With a gentle smile, Wolfing Yun Dan lightly stepped back with his right foot. Faintly, a crimson glow began to converge upon his right leg, interwoven with strands of red lightning as a waning moon encircled it. Soul Bone! Exclaimed the three teachers in unison, their voices filled with astonishment. You guessed correctly, but alas, you have already lost. The malevolent skill of the demon orca Soul Bone, demonic slash of the abyssal whale. As the sweeping leg of the wind surged forth, the blood-red crescent moon abruptly swelled in size. It resembled a scythe of death, gradually descending from the heavens, while the golden-eyed eagle, poised for a dive, narrowed its pupils. The crimson crescent moon drew near with alarming speed, an overwhelming aura of death enveloping the air. Yet, in an unexpected twist, the moon suddenly altered its course. A few golden feathers drifted helplessly from the sky, cascading gently, while the wind stood smiling in place. At that moment, the eagle spirit master, having retracted his soul weapon, felt a chill of cold sweat drench his back, gasping for breath, his face a portrait of terror as he gazed upon the wind. Soul bones were already rare, and the powers they bestowed were nothing short of formidable. The right leg bone of the kraken originates from a malevolent orca that roamed the seas 50,000 years ago, a creature that even the soul-rending great white shark finds formidable. In the vast ocean, the true predators, aside from the 100,000-year-old malevolent orca king, render the soul bone an exceptionally rare and precious artifact, second only to those of the 100,000-year variety. Infused with the tyrannical and brutal essence of the malevolent orca, the skills derived from this soul bone instill a profound awareness of impending death. The golden eagle spirit master expresses his gratitude for the mercy shown by Boss Bo. The gentle breeze swayed slightly as Wolfing expressed his gratitude to the three, inquiring if he could now meet the dean. Chapter 42. Lu Erlong. Have we met before? Young master, Wolfing has stirred up new developments, spoke the elder with the snake spear. Shuqingha immediately showed interest and hurriedly asked, Uncle Shi, have there been any new advancements? Upon returning from the Qibao Glaze sect, Wolfing did not head straight back to his shop but rather took a detour to the Blue Tyrant Academy. Blue Tyrant Academy? Shuqing amused, if I recall correctly. That is a prestigious soul master academy. What business does Wolfing have there? According to the notice posted at the city gate, Wolfing was to take up a teaching position there. Upon hearing this, Xueqinghe burst into hearty laughter. A teacher? Haha, how will I know him? That miser. Becoming a teacher? Although I cannot ascertain his soul power level precisely, the Dean of Blue Tyrant Academy, Lu Erlong, is a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Could it be? The elder with the snake spear interjected. Young master, are you concerned about a potential connection between the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan and Bofeng? Xueqinghe slowly shook his head. It is unlikely there is any connection. Bofeng has been under my watch for the entire year. He cannot stir up any significant trouble. His actions are merely an attempt to evade us. Evade us? Has he sensed something? The elder inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. He is far too clever, attempting to seize the opportunity to secure a teaching position at Blue Tyrant Academy, thereby severing our surveillance over him, Xueqinghe realized. Enlightenment dawning upon him. What shall we do next? The elder asked. At that moment, a mysterious smile crept across Xueqinghe's lips. I have sent him invitations for 3 consecutive months, yet he has not attended. Just as Uncle Shi said, this marks the 100th time he has declined my invitation. From the very beginning, he is the first man bold enough to refuse me. This time, I shall take the initiative to probe his bottom line. With a cold smirk, Xueqinghe's gaze turned towards the direction of the general store. At Blue Tyrant Academy, Bofeng successfully passed the first phase of the assessment. Under the guidance of the assessing teacher, the two made their way towards the back mountain. Does the dean usually reside in the back mountain? Bofeng inquired. The assessing teacher patiently explained, the dean prefers solitude. Thus, most affairs of the academy are managed by the vice dean. Unless there are significant matters, the dean seldom intervenes. For the majority of the time, the dean stays alone in the back mountain. By the way, Bospo, I should kindly remind you, our dean is notoriously temperamental. The previous candidates either fled in fright or were personally defeated by the dean and subsequently expelled. Bofeng was taken aback. Could it really be this dire? The instructor, with a grave demeanor, nodded in affirmation. It is all for the upcoming Continental Senior Soul Master competition in a year and a half. Last time, our academy barely made it to the knockout stage and even managed to eliminate the second team from the Tiando Royal Academy. However, in the subsequent matches, we were utterly swept aside. Thus, this year we are sharpening our blades and preparing earnestly. The principal has personally selected a number of exceptionally talented students to advance toward this year's competition. While we do not seek the championship, at the very least, reaching the finals would be a remarkable achievement. The Wind of the Waves smiled gently, reassuringly declaring, rest assured, your dreams are about to materialize. I recall hearing Ning Fingji mention this morning that Ning Rongrong has already joined Shrek Academy. Judging by the timeline, it won't be long before they arrive. Tang San's grandson. We shall soon have the pleasure of meeting. Shall we perhaps venture to Soto City for a glimpse? This would also provide an opportunity to evade the watchful gaze of Xueqinghe. For now, it is imperative that we attend to the immediate matters at hand. As they ventured deeper into the mountains, the environment became increasingly enchanting, filled with the melodious sounds of birds and the fragrant allure of blooming flowers. Before long, a quaint wooden cottage appeared, from which the soothing strains of song wafted through the air, touching the very core of Bofeng's soul and soothing the deepest scars within. A beautiful woman, cradling a watering can, hummed a tune while tending to the blossoms in her garden. The breeze caressed the surroundings as the assessment teacher paused his steps. The tranquil wooden cabin, nestled in an idyllic landscape, was adorned with a gently flowing stream, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a celestial paradise. The woman, with her alluring curves and cascading black hair, possessed features of exquisite beauty. Her large, expressive black eyes sparkled with vitality. Completely unaware of the presence of the breeze and the assessment teacher, as she seamlessly melded into the enchanting environment. This prompted the breeze to feel a twinge of envy towards the master. Indeed, he was a true virtuoso, a being endowed with a soul power of merely 0.5 and an extraordinary mutated martial soul. What kind of charismatic allure did he possess that could captivate both the spirit hall and the enchanting woman before him? It was akin to a fairy descending to marry a scholar, reminiscent of tales such as Dong Yon and the Seven Fairies or the Cowherd and the Weaver Girl. This was a quintessential tale of an underdog triumphing against all odds. With a deep sigh, the breeze resolved to pay a visit to the master when time permitted. The assessment teacher addressed the woman with respect. Director, a new applicant for a teaching position has arrived. Another one? The woman replied, her impatience evident. I hope he is not another fragile soul who cannot withstand even a single blow. A single blow? With wide eyes, Bofeng thought to himself, as a soul sage. Even a casual attack could easily take a life. He readied himself for battle. When the woman set down her kettle and caught sight of Bofeng, she froze in place. Bospo? What brings you here? Bofeng inquired. Do you know me? The woman promptly smiled and replied. How could I not recognize the illustrious Bospo? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Erlong, a level 78 battle soul saint. With a martial spirit of the fire dragon, I currently serve as the principal of Lamba Academy. The cosmetics produced by your shop are truly remarkable. I visited your establishment recently to make a purchase. Although our encounter was brief, I distinctly remember you, as your reputation precedes you, Bospo. Wolfing introduced himself. I am Wolfing, a level 44 battle spirit sect member, with a martial spirit in the form of a trident. My purpose here is to join your esteemed academy and become a remarkable teacher, Bo. Lu Erlong replied. Bospo? Surely you jest? The young man, Bofeng, chuckled and shook his head. Director Lu Erlong, do I appear to be jesting in any way? Moreover, I have successfully passed the first round of assessments. At that moment, the instructor responsible for the evaluation remarked, Boss Bo has triumphed over the three of us. It is indeed a source of great embarrassment. As Lu Erlong gazed upon the remarkably youthful Bofeng, a multitude of memories flooded her mind, leading her to ponder the past. Boss Bo, have we not crossed paths before? Lu Erlong inquired. Kaze no Kaze shrugged. Did you not mention this before? We encountered each other at the shop. Lu Erlong gently shook his head. No, what I meant to convey is that it seems we were acquainted in my youth. Take note. This sets the stage for the final plot. Chapter 43, Fury against Shuechinga. Wolfing chuckled helplessly, saying, Director Lu Erlong, this is our first meeting. Moreover, I was not even born when you were young, so how could we possibly have met? Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong nodded slightly, realizing that she must have been mistaken. Although Wolfing bore a striking resemblance to that individual. By the way, Boss Bo, are you here to apply for a teaching position? Lu Erlong ventured into the main topic. Wolfing nodded slightly, requesting the dean's guidance. According to this esteemed teacher of sound and literature, the final challenge rests in your hands. Please proceed. Indeed. The ultimate trial lies in my hands. However, I intend to amend the rules a bit. Lu Erlong smiled mysteriously. I humbly request your teachings, Dean, Wolfing inquired. Lu Erlong replied with a grin. To become a competent teacher, one must possess not only formidable strength but also a profound patience towards students. Both are indispensable. You have already demonstrated your prowess by defeating the three teachers of sound and literature, so your capabilities are unquestionable. Tomorrow, I shall arrange a special class. And I invite you, Boss Bo, to personally partake in it. A practical exercise, is it? If you fulfill the teaching task assigned tomorrow, I shall consider you have passed this challenge. What do you say? Without hesitation, Wolfing nodded decisively, affirming, no problem. What time shall I come tomorrow? If I recall correctly, afternoon tomorrow, the Academy will organize an outdoor combat class for the students. How about that? Proposed Lu Erlong. An outdoor combat class? Setting aside what the students already know, it is evidently a hands-on course, so we shall await tomorrow with anticipation. No problem, Wolfing replied. Very well. I shall personally attend as well, and I hope that Boss Wolfing can pass the test and officially become a part of Blue Ba Academy. After gaining a brief understanding of the Academy's basic conditions, Wolfing intended to take his leave to prepare for the challenge ahead. Outside Blue Ba Academy, under Lu Erlong's farewell, Wolfing stepped into the carriage, officially returning to the general store. The journey was bumpy, and Wolfing sat quietly in the carriage, contemplating how to successfully deliver his first lesson in life. Before long, the carriage came to a gentle stop. They had arrived home. Boss, we're here. Boss. Boss. Noticing Wolfing's silence within the carriage, the attendant called out a few more times. Oh, I'm coming. I'm coming. Calmly dismounting from the carriage, Bofeng entered the shop, only to be approached suddenly by Xiaobai. Feng Di, where have you been just now? Naruto, there are certain matters that prompted me to deliberately alter my course after departing from the Seven Treasures Glaze sect. Noticing the grave expression on Xiaobai's face, Naruto inquired. Sister Bai, what troubles you? Xiaobai cast a fleeting glance upstairs and softly replied, the prince you despise, Shuechinga, has arrived. Instantly, Naruto's eyes widened in astonishment. Well, isn't this a case of taking the initiative? Is she here alone? Indeed, she has been waiting upstairs for quite some time. Wind, would you like to go and meet her? Wolfing gazed at the tightly sealed room on the second floor, contemplating that some matters must be addressed face to face. He had long been aware that Shuechinga had sent someone to follow him. As soul masters, such petty tricks were easily discernible. Therefore, Wolfing typically conducted himself with utmost caution, rarely allowing her to gain any leverage against him. After adjusting his attire, Wolfing ascended the stairs slowly, hoping that this time he could resolve all issues in one fell swoop. As the wind rustled at the door, he took a deep breath and gently opened it. Brother Bo had finally returned, and I had been eagerly awaiting this moment. Shuechinga, sipping fragrant tea, regarded Bofeng with a cheerful smile. Wolfing took a seat across from Shuechinga, inquiring about His Highness's purpose for visiting. Shuechinga smiled, remarking that he had sent invitations daily for the past 3 months. But it seemed that someone was unwilling to honor them and had persistently declined. Thus, Wolfing had come in person. Is this the manner of hospitality one expects from a merchant? Shuechinga's gaze sharpened as he silently regarded Wolfing. Your Highness, you send these so-called invitations daily. Yet my official duties keep me occupied, rendering me unable to attend the feasts. If there is nothing pressing, you may take your leave. I have matters to attend to. Wolfing felt dismissed. Very well. Shuechinga smiled slightly. Since Boss Wolfing is busy, I shall not impose any further. However, before I depart, there is one matter I must address. Please, go ahead, Shuechinga said with a mysterious smile. Tomorrow, the invitation will continue to arrive as usual, until the day you willingly accept. Wait. Just as Shuechinga was about to leave, Wolfing interjected. Oh, Brother Wolfing, is there something else? Shuechinga asked. Wolfing, his demeanor suddenly serious, approached Shuechinga directly. Your Highness, I have long wished to ask you a question. Noticing the change in Wolfing's usual tone, Shuechinga replied earnestly. Pray, what is it? You have been arranging for people to follow my movements. What is the meaning of this? Over the past year, I believe you are well aware of my actions. If you desire my inclusion in the royal family, you need not resort to such underhanded tactics. We are all soul masters. Let us speak plainly. I have my own space to live and secrets to keep. Your relentless pursuit resembles that of a woman. Coy and hesitant, Xue Qinghe was rendered speechless. Wolfing spoke of the crux regarding Xue Qinghe, affirming that she is indeed a woman. It is true. I have arranged for someone to follow you, and I also hope you can assist me. Is it not a shame for someone of your caliber, like Brother Bo, to be confined to mere commerce? Furthermore, I am aware of your recent visit to the Blue Tyrant Academy. Do not presume I am oblivious. You merely sought to extricate yourself from me to engage in other pursuits. Xue Qinghe cast a penetrating gaze at Wolfing, intending to discern his response. Indeed. I wish to be free of you. Wolfing nodded nonchalantly. I would appreciate it if His Highness the Prince would refrain from disrupting my ordinary life. I harbor no interest in those intrigues. I am just an ordinary fisherman, far from the complexity you imagine. My visit to the Blue Tyrant Academy was merely to experience life. Counting money in a shop is hardly thrilling, is it? Xue Qinghe found herself at a loss for words. Wolfing was indeed a talent, having established a vast commercial empire within a mere year. Aside from the absence of shops in the Soul Master City, in every city across the Douluo Continent, or even in the smallest villages, one cannot escape the presence of various stores. However, despite Wolfing's assertions, Xue Qinghe could not accept his words. A year prior, the resonance produced by the Soul Masters. Chapter 44. How about becoming my sister-in-law? Rarely, Xue Qinghe nodded in agreement. Very well. From this moment forth, I shall no longer intrude upon your normal life. And I will also withdraw all forms of surveillance. However, before that, I would like you to promise me one thing. Without a moment's hesitation, Bo Feng inquired, please speak. I shall comply as long as it is within my capabilities. A smile graced the corner of Xue Qinghe's lips as she replied. It would be ideal for us to meet at least once a month, to maintain our emotional connection. What do you think? Assuming it was of great significance. Bo Feng found this condition acceptable, provided that Xue Qinghe no longer pursued him relentlessly. Meeting once a month was certainly preferable to receiving daily invitations. No problem. If so, I shall take my leave, he concluded. With that, the two descended the stairs slowly, and after bidding farewell to Xue Qinghe, Xiaobai stepped forward to inquire. What did the prince say to you? In the past, your meetings were of considerable duration. Nothing of consequence, Bo Feng replied, shaking his head. She merely rambled on a bit, resolving some unnecessary troubles. It was undeniable that she was indeed formidable. After saying this, Bo Feng returned to his chamber, preparing to face the challenges that awaited him at Lamba Academy the following day. Thus, the day passed in monotony, in the stillness of night. Many within the city drifted off to slumber, yet in a certain chamber of the palace, the lights remained ablaze. Young master, are you truly intent on proceeding with this? Inquired the elder with the serpent spear, observing the figure before him as she adorned herself. At that moment, Xue Qinghe had shed her previous disguise, reverting to her true feminine form. Qian Rinxue, gazing at her regal and beautiful reflection in the mirror, Qian Rinxue smiled faintly and asked, Uncle Shi, how have you fared with my instructions? The elder nodded, and the door creaked open. As Xue Qinghe entered, Qian Rinxue cast a glance at her, nodding in satisfaction. Very well, she declared, before resuming her preparations. Unable to contain his curiosity, the elder queried, Young master, what is the purpose of your actions? The purpose? Qian Rinxue set down her comb, smiling serenely. It is for him. Here, him naturally referred to Bo Feng. You don't mean to say you have feelings for him? The elder's expression conveyed disbelief. Qian Rinxue chuckled ruefully. Uncle Shi, please do not misunderstand. How could I possibly harbor feelings for him? With a disdainful huff, she continued. This is a necessity. I have rescinded all surveillance on Bo Feng. He is far too clever to be tamed so easily. And your intentions? The elder inquired. I plan to meet him personally. Tomorrow, I will seize the opportunity to enter the general store. If my memory serves me correctly, we have personnel within. The elder nodded in agreement. Indeed, they were infiltrated long ago and now perform routine cleaning tasks within the shop. At this juncture, the elder's expression shifted. Young master, you do not intend to use this as a means to approach Bo Feng and uncover his true secrets, do you? Qian Rinxue nodded slightly. This is my only opportunity. Despite dispatching numerous individuals over the past year, I have been unable to ascertain Bo Feng's true identity and intentions. The greater the mystery he presents, the more it piques my interest. Such a person, I yearn to conquer completely. Just wait, your secrets will ultimately be revealed to me. Bo Feng, be wary of losing both the lady and your troops. Early the next morning, the sun shone brightly. At that time, the general store bustled with patrons, each laden with various packages. The wind still swirled about in training, while Xiaobai busied herself with the affairs of the shop. Unbeknownst to them, a graceful figure entered the establishment, clad in professional attire, diligently wielding a broom to sweep the floor. Qian Rinxue had successfully blended in. Sister Bai, I am heading to Lamba Academy now. At that moment, the wind descended the stairs and spoke to Xiaobai, who was meticulously calculating accounts nearby. Xiaobai waved her hand and replied, Go ahead, just return early. Just as the wind was about to depart, he happened to catch sight of the industrious Qian Rinxue. Sister Bai, who is that person? Is she perhaps a newcomer? The shop was quite expansive, and in the past year, many employees had been hired. Most of them were familiar to the wind, save for this one. Xiao Bai glanced over and casually remarked, that is Xiao Wang's sister, Wang Shui. Xiao Wang resigned yesterday to return home, claiming he was going to marry. He then recommended his sister to us. I found this young lady quite agreeable, gentle in demeanor and rather beautiful, so I decided to keep her. Honestly, you, being such an adult, wander around aimlessly. Now that Xue Qinghe has ceased his pursuit of you, you should focus. Qian Rinxue listened intently. Indeed, something significant was about to be revealed. Xiao Bai spoke earnestly. It is time you considered finding a sister-in-law. Before departing the island, your mother specifically instructed you that the next time you return, you must bring back a daughter-in-law and, ideally, a healthy baby boy. Wolfing's expression darkened, and Qian Rinxue stumbled slightly. Now that he had money and was not lacking in looks, and with Xue Qinghe no longer monitoring him, this young man could truly seek out opportunities. In an instant, Wolfing's figure vanished. Observing this, Xiao Bai could only shake his head in exasperation. This rascal always fled at the mention of such matters, which truly gave her a headache. Nevertheless, she turned to Wang Shui and instructed, please tidy up the boss's bedroom, dispose of any clutter without hesitation. Qian Rinxue nodded and slowly made her way towards Wolfing's room, determined not to disappoint this time, as she finally had a chance. Meanwhile, having left the shop, Wolfing arrived at Lamba Academy, where Lu Erlong had been waiting for quite some time. The pursuit of a partner weighed heavily on Wolfing's mind. It was not that he was unwilling, but rather that he had yet to find someone with whom he shared a true connection. Unfortunately, Xiao Bai's incessant urging every few days, coupled with his mother Poseidon's occasional letters, only intensified the pressure from both sides. Boss, you have arrived. Lu Erlong approached warmly. Wolfing nodded slightly. What about the students? I can hardly contain my anticipation. The students had gathered on the playground, awaiting your esteemed presence, Boss Wolfing. With that, Wolfing followed Lu Erlong into the Blue Tyrant Academy. Meanwhile, in Wolfing's room, Qian Rinxue entered, tasked by Xiao Bai to tidy up. Observing the immaculate space, she noted its cleanliness and wondered what there was to clean. Just as she was about to search for anything related to Wolfing, Xiao Bai walked in. Boss Bai, Qian Rinxue greeted hurriedly. Indeed, Xiao Bai nodded, and began to scrutinize Qian Rinxue from head to toe. Occasionally, Xiao Bai would nod in satisfaction, leaving Qian Rinxue perplexed. It was Xiao Bai who had asked her to clean, and now it was Xiao Bai who was here. This pair of siblings was increasingly enigmatic. How about becoming my sister-in-law? Qian Rinxue was taken aback. Chapter 45. The personal maid gazing at the smiling Xiao Bai before her, Qian Rinxue felt a tumult of emotions rise within her. What had she just said? To become. Qian Rinxue had come to investigate Wolfing, not to assume the role of a sister-in-law. How could her first day at work be so overwhelming? Boss Bai, you are a titled Douluo, possessing a 100,000-year soul ring. Even though I wield the six-winged angel, a divine martial spirit, I am no match for you. Yet Xiao Bai showed no intention of engaging in combat. Her focus lay solely on finding a wife for Wolfing. This was one of the tasks assigned to her by the High Priestess, crucial for the future of Sea God Island. Just this morning, she had encountered Wang Shui, the individual who replaced the previous small king. Qian Rinxue had stepped into that role, and due to her long stay in the palace, her appearance and identity remained unknown to many. Even when Wolfing appeared this morning, he could not help but steal a few glances at Qian Rinxue. After all, she was simply too beautiful. Having known Wolfing since childhood, Xiao Bai understood his feelings well, or so she thought. In truth, Wolfing harbored no particular intentions. He was merely misunderstood by Xiao Bai, leading to the current scenario. Qian Rinxue found herself at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. It was her first encounter with such a proposition. Who would speak like this on their first day? The shock was profound. I apologize, Xiao Bai is not human. She is the king of the great white shark, a spirit that has existed for 100,000 years. Did I frighten you? Xiao Bai realized her words had been inappropriate and quickly added, I am truly sorry. I should not have been so hasty. Just as Qian Rinxue began to feel relieved, Xiao Bai continued, how about we arrange the wedding soon? This way, I can fulfill the wishes of Brother Feng's mother and allow her to hold her grandchild sooner. In an instant, Qian Rinxue was stunned, unable to believe such words could come from a titled Douluo. Sorry, Xiao Bai is a shark. Qian Rinxue felt an urge to leave. Yet she knew she could not. Departing now would undoubtedly attract Wolfing's attention. He was exceedingly cunning. Gaining access to this place again would not be as simple. Qian Rinxue explained, Boss Bai, I truly have no inclination for that at the moment. I kindly ask you, she bore the weight of a mission to infiltrate the Heavendo Empire. Although someone was substituting for her in the palace, over time, should any suspicions arise, it would spell trouble. Xiao Bai smiled gently and patted Qian Rinxue's shoulder. It's all right, feelings can be nurtured, and I will not force you. Just as Qian Rinxue thought she could breathe a sigh of relief, Xiao Bai declared, from now on, you shall be Brother Feng's personal maid, responsible for his daily needs. And at night, Xiao Bai giggled mischievously, to warm his bed. At that moment, Qian Rinxue's heart crumbled completely. She had envisioned entering the general store to uncover Wolfing's true secrets, but who would have thought that, instead of unearthing secrets, she would entangle herself in this predicament? Wait a moment, maid? To take care of Woofing? That would allow her to get closer to him, seize the opportunity to uncover the secrets he had deep within, and then slip away, returning to her former identity as Shueqinghe, without anyone noticing. Qian Rinxue nodded in understanding. Xiaobai, with a look of delight, departed, leaving Qian Rinxue alone. Seated upon the soft bed, Qian Rinxue began to examine her surroundings. She started searching for any information regarding Woofing, hoping to discern the secrets he concealed within his heart, so she could leave this place sooner. If what Xiaobai said held any truth, having her become Woofing's, the entire spirit hall would surely be thrown into chaos. For instance, Jin Douluo. His granddaughter was his sole hope, and he had always held high expectations for her. Without understanding Woofing's true identity, Qian Douluo would undoubtedly object. However, if he were to learn the truth, Qian Douluo, I would rather that Woofing's mother never pursued him, allowing Tangshan to take her place. If his son marries my granddaughter, I would be most pleased. Next time I meet Tangshan, I could thump my chest and declare, back in the day, we both pursued Poseidon. I lost to you. Now, my granddaughter has captured your son. This time, I have triumphed. Thus, Qian Rinxue began to rummage through Woofing's room, carefully placing everything back as it was to avoid arousing any suspicion from him, for he was quite clever. Unfortunately, after searching for quite some time, she found nothing related to Woofing. In her hand, she held a red object that made her feel nauseated, and she cast it aside. The cunning individual known as Bo Feng is far too astute to commit his knowledge to paper. It is undoubtedly etched within the depths of his consciousness. One must venture into the tiger's den to capture the cub. Qian Rinxue has resolved to take this bold risk. Simultaneously, Bo Feng, having accompanied Lu Erlong, steps into the Blue Tyrant Academy. The verdant playground is already bustling with numerous students clad in uniforms, all of whom are familiar with Bo Feng. After all, in the Heavendo Empire, his reputation is grand, and his enterprises span the entirety of the Douluo Continent, with an unparalleled quality of goods. Just yesterday, rumors circulated within the academy that Bo Feng intended to join Blue Tyrant Academy as an instructor. This revelation stirred the waters significantly, leaving many puzzled as to why Bo Feng would choose such a path when the leisurely life of a businessman could be so appealing. Bo Feng, you are all on the first level. Today marks the outdoor practical combat class, an inevitable aspect of being a soul master. Whether in the soul arena or out in the wild hunting soul beasts, combat remains paramount. Lu Erlong and Bo Feng arrive at the heart of the playground, and the students hastily take their seats. Remarkably, even the usually reclusive dean has graced this occasion with his presence, indicating the importance of this event. Lu Erlong waves his hand, and the previously boisterous academy falls silent. His notorious temper ensures compliance among the students. Clearing his throat, Lu Erlong adopts a serious demeanor and addresses the assembly. Esteemed students and teachers, this is Bo Feng, who has come today to participate in the outdoor practical class. I believe you are all acquainted with him. Indeed, he is the proprietor of the general store in Heavendo City and a soul sovereign in his own right. At my invitation, should Mr. Bo successfully complete the upcoming 2 tests, he will officially become a true instructor at Blue Tyrant Academy. Mr. Bo, are you prepared? With a solemn nod, Bo Feng made his way to the center of the playground. Lu Erlong announced. The first test will involve the students posing questions to Boss Bo regarding the knowledge of martial souls. As a soul master, and especially as a future instructor, one's comprehension of martial souls will profoundly influence the achievements of their future disciples. Chapter 46, The Avatar of the Sea God. As soon as Lu Erlong concluded his statement, the first assessment officially commenced. One of the students inquired, Boss Bo, I possess a plant-type martial soul. Are there any particular considerations I should take into account when selecting my soul rings? Woofing Dao, it is widely acknowledged that martial souls are categorized into weapon souls and beast souls, with the age of soul rings contingent upon the future accomplishments of the soul master and the evolution of their martial soul. As a plant martial soul, if you encounter a period of stagnation in your journey, you might consider hunting beasts with soul rings that fall within the necessary age range to serve as suitable soul rings. However, a question arises, how could a plant-type martial soul possibly absorb a beastly soul ring without resulting in a conflict between the two? The breeze carried a faint smile from Bo Feng. I recall a master once mentioned that a plant martial spirit need not necessarily absorb the soul rings of plant soul beasts, and conversely, beast martial spirits are not precluded from absorbing the soul rings of plant-type soul masters. Although this conclusion has yet to be substantiated. The name of the master, Lu Erlong, escaped from Lu Erlong's lips in astonishment. It had been quite some time since he had heard that name mentioned. The events of that year must have left a profound impact on him. The continued discourse of Bo Feng revealed a profound truth. In the realm of soul masters today, there exists an individual who has indeed achieved the extraordinary. This is no mere fabrication, for I stand as a singular testament to this reality. As he spoke, Bo Feng extended his palm, and a cerulean trident materialized in his grasp, while soul rings began to rise beneath his feet. Yellow, purple, black. 1 century, 2 millennia. 1 myriad. For soul rings circled around Bo Feng's feet, and such an arrangement left the onlookers utterly astonished. How had he attained the 4th ring of 10,000 years? Moreover, the 2nd ring of a millennium surpassed the conventional limits of soul ring absorption. Even Lu Erlong despite having heard from her teacher about Bo Feng's soul ring configuration just the day prior. Found it difficult to fathom that one individual could possess such an extraordinary assembly of soul rings. Yet now, this irregular configuration rendered all present utterly speechless. The wind waved with a smile, declaring, "I am but an exception. The definitions within the realm of soul masters are myriad and unknown. We must not adhere rigidly to conventionality or dogmatically follow the knowledge inscribed in tomes. The essence of truth is unveiled through practice. Of course, do not emulate me. For I am a genius. Boss Bo," he continued, as he eagerly fielded questions one by one. Beside him, Lu Erlong nodded in satisfaction at each of Bo Feng's responses, suggesting that the Blue Tyrant Academy had indeed struck gold this time. The seemingly unremarkable Bo, who was merely a businessman, turned out to be a person of profound depth. Meanwhile, the master spoken of by Bo was presently within the Shrek Academy. Its founder, Flinder, a level 76 battle soul saint, possessed the martial soul of a cat eagle. Aside from Bo Feng's grandson, Tang San, who ventured into the Star Doe forest to hunt soul beasts, only Flinder and the arriving master remained at Shrek Academy. The scene shifted back to Blue Tyrant Academy, where Bo Feng had officially passed the first round. At this moment, they were engaged in the second round, the practical test. Deploying the second soul skill, Sea Goddess Guardian. With his trident in hand, Bo Feng stood resolute, a cerulean barrier shielding him from the ethereal blue flames that surged forth, causing the entire playground to be engulfed in a tempest of fire. Indeed, Bo Feng's adversary was none other than Lu Erlong. Lu Erlong's martial soul manifested as the mutated blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, the fire dragon, whose ghostly blue flames reached an extraordinarily high temperature, making escape nearly impossible once ensnared. The fire dragon unleashed a relentless torrent of flames, as Lu Erlong stood with a triumphant smile upon his face. Although Bo Feng possesses a Millennium Soul Ring, Lu Erlong stands as a soul sage, rendering any comparison between them futile. However, under the protection of the sea god, Lu Erlong's dragon flames inflicted no harm upon Bo Feng. Director Lu Erlong, is your flame merely of this caliber? Lu Erlong smiled slightly and activated her first soul ring. Is that so? Then allow me to demonstrate this. Her first soul skill, Flame Dragon Claw, manifested as her left hand transformed into a dragon's claw, enveloped in ethereal blue flames. With a sweeping motion directed at Bo Feng, the dragon claw collided with the trident. Indeed, it was the spear of slaughter. In combat, it starkly contrasted with her previously gentle and refined demeanor. It was almost unbelievable that such melodious tones emanated from Lu Erlong. With each swing of the dragon claw, Bo Feng could distinctly feel the fluctuations in temperature around him. Lu Erlong's formidable strength left Bo Feng with no opportunity to retaliate, while conversely, every attack from Lu Erlong was deftly countered by Bo Feng. The audience continued to swell, astonished that their director could engage in a balanced exchange with an opponent of Soul Master rank. This was merely a display of individual prowess at this moment. The two were relying solely on their skills. Lu Erlong had previously stated that she would limit herself to the first 4 soul skills. And as long as Bo Feng remained standing for the duration of a burning incense stick, he would have passed the test. Half of the incense stick had already burned away. The battle raged on, as Lu Erlong wiped the sweat from her brow, perplexed as to why each of her attacks was so skillfully evaded by Bo Feng. In confusion, she inquired, "Might you enlighten me as to why you refrain from launching an attack and instead prefer to evade?" This skirmish lacks excitement. Bo Feng firmly planted the trident into the ground, smiling as he elucidated, "We are merely engaging in a friendly exchange, keeping it within reasonable bounds. Furthermore, we shall all belong to the same academy in the future. Straining ourselves to the utmost in such close quarters would be imprudent. As the dean, I hereby command you to initiate an attack. For the sake of our future students, I must ascertain your true combat prowess," Lu Erlong instructed. To this, Bo Feng repeatedly inquired, "Are you truly certain? Enough with the pleasantries. Let us proceed." Thus, the challenge was set forth. The presence of Bo Feng became truly formidable. With a mere utterance, his trident transformed into azure specks of light and vanished. He radiated an aura of sanctity and nobility, adorned with a crown of the sea god that emitted a resplendent golden glow. Behind Bo Feng, the ethereal figure of the sea god flickered in and out of visibility. In this moment, the martial souls of all present were subdued by an inexplicable force. Even the adversary Lu Erlong was not exempt. Far away in a department store, Qian Rinxue and Xiaobai were taken aback. The sea god, Bo Feng. Xiaobai discerned that Bo Feng had summoned the true power of the sea god, becoming one with him. Could it be that he was facing peril? In the next instant, Xiaobai vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue stood on the balcony of Bo Feng's chamber, her expression grave as she gazed toward the source of the sea god's power, which emanated from the location of the Blue Tyrant Academy. A subtle smile graced her lips. "Indeed, you are concealing something. The martial soul is not merely the trident. Await my return, for I shall unveil the secrets nestled within your heart." Simultaneously, Qian Rinxue continued her search for vital information within the room. Chapter 47, A Blessed Offspring. Under the embodiment of the sea god, Bo Feng donned a robe of blue and gold satin, intricately etched with the undulating patterns of the ocean. A golden trident insignia gleamed upon his forehead, while the crown of the sea god began to manifest further, ripples appearing behind his head, with a golden halo lingering in the air. As Bo Feng opened his left hand, Lu Erlong realized that he had grown stronger, his aura becoming increasingly enigmatic, to the extent that even his fire dragon martial spirit was thoroughly suppressed. What exactly are you? Why is my martial spirit? With a calm smile, Bo Feng declared. If I win, I shall reveal it to you. Very well. Prepare to face my second soul skill, Fiery Inferno. At that moment, the second soul ring beneath Lu Erlong glowed, and the fire dragon behind him roared, unleashing a torrent of flames that surged forward towards Bo Feng with overwhelming force. With a gentle smile, waves of wind slowly raised her right hand, and in that moment, countless blue light spots flickered into existence, resembling tiny droplets of water in suspension. The second soul skill, Guardian of the Sea God, was activated. In an instant, those blue light spots surged towards Lu Erlong. The fiery heat waves she unleashed were swiftly crushed, transforming into white mist that gradually dissipated in midair. This was the true essence of the Guardian of the Sea God, capable of negating all attacks while simultaneously ensnaring the opponent. With the aid of the Sea God's crown, the ocean roared in tumultuous waves, echoing with a thunderous sound. In an instant, the minuscule water droplets formed by the blue light had completely enveloped Lu Erlong. Wolfing's right hand gently tightened around him, and beside Lu Erlong. The tiny droplets of water erupted instantaneously, enveloping Lu Erlong in an unceasing flow of seawater. In an instant, Lu Erlong found herself submerged, the oceanic tide surging relentlessly, nearly suffocating her. In a moment of desperation, the fifth spirit ring beneath her feet ignited with brilliance, the moment the black spirit ring manifested. The water sphere encasing Lu Erlong exploded, drenching her entirely. The wet fabric clung to her delicate form, accentuating her alluring curves, causing every onlooker to hold their breath, fearful of missing such a captivating sight. It was well known that Dean Lu Erlong possessed an admirable physique, and now it was undeniably evident. What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I shall not hesitate to gouge out your eyes. Lu Erlong's fierce words prompted the crowd to promptly turn away. She was indeed capable of following through on her threat. The waves receded, and the diadem of the sea god radiated brilliance, gradually revealing the divine presence that had enveloped it. Director Lu Erlong, you have been defeated, it proclaimed. According to the established regulations, you employed your fifth soul skill, thus breaching the preordained rules. Blue flames erupted from Lu Erlong, instantly drying the damp garments that clung to her. With a resigned sigh, she remarked, in this instance, I underestimated my opponent. I did not anticipate that Boss Bo possessed such formidable prowess, skillfully concealing his true capabilities. With a smile, Bo Feng remained silent. While Lu Erlong officially announced, from this moment forth, Bo Feng will assume the esteemed position of a teacher at the Blue Ba Advanced Soul Master Academy, alongside the role of Deputy Dean. The trials of the day had concluded, leaving Bo Feng in high spirits as he busied himself at home counting his wealth, to the point of nearly straining his fingers. Occasionally, he would step out to impart his wisdom, and in due time, the name of Teacher Bo would undoubtedly resonate throughout the entirety of the Douluo Continent. When, brother, what are you up to? Just then, Xiaobai arrived, descending from the heavens in a dramatic fashion. Konoha explained, Sister Bai, nothing significant occurred. It was merely the dean urging me to exert my utmost effort. In a moment of uncontrollable impulse, I inadvertently went too far. Xiaobai, with a hint of exasperation, shook her head, to be more cautious next time. After all, we are in the city of Heaven Do. Should your identity be revealed, the Spirit Hall would not take it lightly. Wolfing nodded in acknowledgement, and Lu Erlong glanced at the petite figure beside him. Having previously visited the department store, she was naturally acquainted with the individual accompanying Wolfing. Greetings, Boss Bai, she said. Upon hearing her voice, Xiaobai turned to Lu Erlong and inquired, Are you the head of the Blue Ba Academy? Indeed. I have seen you from a distance during my visits to the department store, Lu Erlong replied. Xiaobai scrutinized Lu Erlong for a moment before nodding in approval. Quite impressive. A level 78 battle soul saint at such a young age, your future accomplishments are bound to be remarkable. Thank you for your kind words, Boss Bai. Lu Erlong expressed his gratitude. Boss Bai, you will officially assume your position tomorrow, so please do not be late. Kaze pointed his head in acknowledgement, bidding farewell to Lu Erlong before departing with Xiaobai. Brother Feng, Sister Bai has found you a suitable partner. A sudden gust of wind brushed against Bo Feng's face, and with a helpless shake of his head, he remarked, Sister Bai, I am not anxious about my own matters. Why are you more eager than my own mother? He continued, You must understand that you are the future of our Sea God Island. Moreover, I have nurtured you myself. Having offspring sooner will only fortify our island further. Xiaobai grasped Bo Feng's wrist tightly, determined to prevent his escape once more. This time, you are not permitted to go anywhere. I assure you. Sister Bai will provide you with a delightful companion that will meet your utmost satisfaction. With a heavy heart, Bo Feng was dragged away by Xiaobai, swiftly making their way towards the department store. Meanwhile, in Bo Feng's room, Qian Rinxue searched tirelessly but found not a single strand of hair. No trace or clue had been uncovered. Before Bo Feng's return, Qian Rinxue meticulously restored everything in the room, ensuring that no signs of disturbance would be apparent. She resolved that to truly understand Bo Feng, she must remain close to him. Sister Bai, please spare me. Impossible. Affection can be cultivated gradually. But you are given a year's time to ensure that girl becomes pregnant. Kaze. Qian Rinxue. Oh my. This is the first time Kaze has uttered such a profanity. Realizing that something is amiss, Qian Rinxue quickly decides to flee. For if she truly were to be with child, it would spell disaster. Qian Douluo, I am filled with anticipation. At that moment, the door swung open. And Qian Rinxue, seated at the edge of the bed, clutched her small hands tightly, her heart racing with anxiety. This was her first encounter with Kaze in her true form. Xiaobai forcefully dragged Kaze into the room, and in an instant, Wolfing gazed at Qian Rinxue, who was seated upon the bed, momentarily taken aback. She was not the Wang Shui he had encountered that very morning, having merely cast a few lingering glances. It appeared he had been misjudged by Sister Bai. Although Wang Shui was extraordinarily beautiful, even surpassing his mother Posiasai by a slight margin, Wolfing had no intention of lingering. Just as he prepared to flee, he sensed the impending move. With a right hand emanating a radiant blue light, Xiaobai struck Wolfing's back with a forceful palm, causing him to topple swiftly to the ground. Under the astonished gaze of Qian Rinxue, Wolfing gradually descended. Their lips met in an unexpected intimacy, leaving Qian Rinxue momentarily frozen. Alas, her first kiss was lost. Pinned beneath Wolfing, their bodies pressed closely together, her mind became a void. Wolfing's eyelids fluttered, and a slew of thoughts raced through his mind. Xiaobai exclaimed with excitement, "Wow, how exhilarating! It seems you two are indeed a match made in heaven. I shall not intrude any longer. May you soon be blessed with children." Chapter 48, Spring. In truth, Xiaobai had not departed, but was instead peering through the crack of the door, secretly observing. Meanwhile, both Wolfing and Qian Rinxue's minds were blank, their heads buzzing. Still unable to comprehend what had transpired, their lips remained in close proximity. Wolfing's lips instinctively stirred, a sweet and enchanting sensation enveloping him. Qian Rinxue's gaze became vacant, utterly unable to fathom the occurrence of such events on this day. Initially intending to probe for Wolfing's secrets, she aimed to conquer him completely. Yet, in the end, it was she who faced defeat. Not only did she incur losses, but she also found herself ensnared in the situation. Losing her first kiss was trivial compared to the prospect of marriage. If her grandfather were to discover this, Wolfing would find himself in peril. Wolfing, I fear not. For I have my mother and father. I am invincible against all odds. Qian Rinxue, though apprehensive, was internally a whirlwind of turmoil. Outside, Xiaobai stifled laughter. Win brother. Win brother. Allow me to lend you my assistance. Without waiting for their reaction, Xiaobai produced a box, and upon lifting the lid, revealed its contents, indeed. The very essence of a certain potion. Spring. Moreover, it was a product of her own making, guaranteed to be of superior quality, with a warranty for 7 days. It was an essential remedy for any outing. The powder was a delicate pink. Xiaobai gently pinched a small amount, carefully blowing it into the air. Odorless and tasteless. It promised 7 encounters in a single night, commonly referred to as 7 times Lang. It was said to be quite popular, with the city's gentlemen flocking to purchase it on the very day of its release. As the powder wafted into the room, a myriad of pink glimmers began to illuminate the space. Wolfing cast a glance around, hastily rising to his feet, with the lingering fragrance still gracing his lips. Alas, the potency of the medicine was overwhelming, leaving his mind in a hazy stupor. Qian Rinxue was similarly affected, her body radiating an intense heat, and her gaze towards Wolfing grew increasingly enamored. In that moment, Qian Rinxue resembled an angel descending into the room, her alabaster skin veiled in a delicate blush, her slender wrist encircling Wolfing's waist. She then leaned in, kissing him with fervor. Though he outwardly expressed his reluctance, his heart yearned for the connection. Observing this, Xiaobai chuckled softly, realizing that this mischievous lad had finally succumbed. For a year, ever since Wolfing's general store had flourished, raking in profits and drawing countless patrons. His striking appearance, largely inherited from Poseidon, had captivated many. Numerous noble women from the city had not hesitated to shower him with affection. Yet, to no avail. For Wolfing had dismissed them all. Xiaobai, witnessing Wolfing's persistent singlehood, felt an urgent need to intervene. Before departing the island, the high priest had explicitly commanded that this matter was of utmost importance. Thus, Xiaobai had meticulously devised this plan over a long period. Everything was in place. Only Qian Rinxue was needed to bring it to fruition. It was indeed fate that had brought them to this juncture. Had Qian Rinxue concealed her true self with her soul bone, transforming into an ordinary woman, Xiaobai's scheme would have been thwarted. It is well known that Qian Rinxue's beauty is unparalleled. Consequently, Xiaobai had set his sights on her, ensuring that their union was all but guaranteed. Fearing not that she would escape. Once the deed was done and a child born, everything would naturally fall into place. Xiaobai gave Wolfing a thumbs up before quietly closing the door behind him. Wolfing opened one eye, summoning the last vestiges of strength in his body to catch a glimpse of the departing figure of Xiaobai, who wore a gentle smile. Sister Bai. Sister Bai. In truth, it was not entirely Xiaobai's fault. Wolfing had been nurtured by her since childhood. Poseidon serves as the esteemed deity of the island of the sea god, perpetually engrossed in the affairs of his domain. At times, his duties consume him entirely, rendering him absent for several consecutive days. Consequently, the responsibility of caring for young Wolfing naturally falls to Xiaobai. Ostensibly, Wolfing refers to Xiaobai as his sister, however, in a deeper sense, Xiaobai embodies the role of a stepmother. Who does not hope for their son to marry and bear offspring at an early age? Moreover, individuals in this world mature swiftly. It is no wonder that Poseidon, his mother, frequently urges him onward, for Bufing was once a promising youth. Yet, when in Rome, one must adapt to local customs. Qian Ruxue finds herself in a state of numbness. Her body resists, yet the potency of Bufing's homemade concoction is undeniably overwhelming. Gradually, under a guise of reluctance, their paths converge. Xiaobai leans against the door, eavesdropping on the sounds emanating from within, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Esteemed deity, your entrusted task has been flawlessly executed by Xiaobai. The next step now rests in Bufing's hands. Today, Xiaobai feels an uplifting joy and commands that no one is to disturb Bufing, regardless of who may come. As the night envelopes the world in a hazy embrace, the allure of spring lingers. Inside the chamber, Bufing sits languidly to one side while Qian Rushue's eyes glisten with tears. What a predicament this is. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Bufing adeptly utilizes the crown of the sea god to dispel the effects of the potion, averting disaster just before the final act. However, aside from that last step, most of the process has already unfolded. This was merely a small batch of powdered essence. Had Xiaobai procured a greater quantity initially, the results would have been exponentially more potent. A single night could yield far more than just 7 encounters. Bufing gazed at Qian Ruxue, who lay curled up on the bed, her eyes devoid of light, silently shedding tears. I am sorry. This time, it was my fault. And I shall take responsibility for you. Qian Ruxue turned her gaze towards Bufing, a bitter smile gracing her lips. Responsibility? Are you truly capable of shouldering such a burden? Do you comprehend the magnitude of the trouble this will bring you? Trouble? The gentle breeze swayed as Bufing took a seat beside Qian Ruxue. The events had transpired. Although Qian Ruxue had issued a silent warning with her gaze, Bufing deemed it inappropriate to revisit the matter. It was a foregone conclusion, and I could not evade my responsibilities any longer. May I ask for your name? Qian Ruxue took a deep breath and replied, Wang Shui. Wang Shui, Bufing nodded, acknowledging the beauty of the name. The situation had escalated beyond Qian Ruxue's control. Returning was no longer an option, with Shui Qinghe in the palace. She could find solace in her present circumstances. The true identity of Bufing is her sole focus. For an entire year, she has conversed with Bufing under the guise of Zwiking. This enigmatic young man has long been regarded as her designated prey. As a competent hunter, it is Qian Ruxue's mission to pursue and conquer her quarry. Now, their roles have been reversed. The winds of fate have turned. With Bufeng now the hunter and Qian Ruxue cast in the role of prey. Their camaraderie flourished, yet it remained confined solely to Shui Qinghe and Bufeng, rather than extending to Qian Ruxue and Bufeng. Events have transpired, though the final act has yet to unfold. Should Qian Ruxue wish to marry, it has become the most profound shadow lurking within her heart. A woman's virtue is paramount, especially for one such as Qian Ruxue, a six-winged angel embodying purity and sanctity. Presently, Qian Ruxue glanced at Bufeng and let out a resigned sigh. Perhaps it is best to explore all avenues. Who knows what might be suitable? Chapter 49. Spouses. I ask you, Qian Ruxue suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. Kaze no Kaze nodded slightly and asked, Are you truly prepared to take responsibility for me and to be with me? Qian Ruxue inquired with a serious expression. Bufeng took a deep breath, nodding earnestly as he said, I have made my decision. Although such circumstances are not of my choosing, they have nonetheless transpired. While Qian Kong's gaze warned him, it was not entirely unwarranted. I, Bufeng, am not a beast. I will fulfill what I have proclaimed. Qian Kong's nodded slightly before continuing, I have many enemies from my youth. If they were to discover my association with you, it could prove detrimental to me. What would you do in such a scenario? The reason she articulated this was that Qian Kong's had concealed her true identity, utilizing her adversaries as a substitute for her future grandfather. Should they uncover the entirety of the situation, it was likely they would confront her directly. For Bufeng's safety, it was imperative that neither her grandfather nor he be made aware of this matter. Fortunately, Uncle Shi was on friendly terms with her and would not disclose this information. Moreover, the presence of the titled Douluo beside Bufeng further solidified Qian Kong's resolve. He was no ordinary individual. The wind and waves, resolute and unwavering, declared, I shall strike with unyielding force, ensuring that they cannot inflict even the slightest harm upon you, until they are utterly eradicated. Very well. Qian Ruxue nodded, committing to memory the vow you have made to me today. From this moment forth, we are bound as husband and wife. Bufeng exclaimed, What? Are you unwilling? Qian Ruxue furrowed her brows, gazing at Bufeng's reluctant expression. Kaze no Kaze swiftly shook his head, exclaiming, No. It's just that suddenly having an additional wife, especially one as beautiful as you, is quite difficult for me to accept. It truly feels as if I am in a dream. Qian Ruxue smiled slightly, asking, May I inquire about your origins? Naruto gazed at Qian Ruxue, recalling his mother's admonition. The continent is unlike Sea God Island. The waters here run deep. If one does not trust someone completely, they must never reveal their true identity, lest they invite unnecessary trouble. After much contemplation, Bufeng smiled and said, Allow me to formally introduce myself. My name is Bufeng, and my martial soul is the Trident. I am a level 44 battle soul master hailing from an island on the outskirts of Hanhai City. My sister is named Sibai. And I also have a mother who has been cared for by my sister since my childhood. To be honest, I was perplexed until I arrived in Tiando City, where I finally understood that my sister is, in fact, a titled Douluo. Upon hearing Bufing's words, Qi and Rengshu could only regard them with skepticism. This morning, the power exhibited by Bufing was on par with, if not surpassing, that of his six-winged angel. Qi and Rengshu asked earnestly, "Are you certain you are not deceiving me?" Kaze no Kaze hurriedly nodded, declaring, "I assure you, I am not deceiving you. We are indeed husband and wife. In the future, we shall walk hand in hand. And there is no need for deceit. A husband never lies to his wife," he vowed. "And a wife never deceives her husband," Qi and Rengshu vowed in return. The two met each other's gaze, their eyes so clear that they could perceive one another's souls. There was no trace of ulterior motives, only a profound sincerity towards each other. In truth, both had deceived one another. Each acted out of concern for the other, as Qian Rinxue feared that her grandfather might suddenly come for them. In the realm of the Sea God Island, Bofeng harbored deep concerns, for on the mainland, all referred to that place as the Devil's Island. Furthermore, he feared the presence of Wang Shui at that moment. Should the spirit hall discover his true identity, it would spell trouble for Wang Shui. Though it was their first encounter in appearance, it was far from the truth, as they had known each other for a year, dating back to when Qian Rinxue was still known as Shuqinghe. During this time, they had shared their innermost thoughts on countless occasions. Otherwise, Qian Rinxue would not have accepted Bofeng so readily. After a year, even the most stoic of hearts would harbor some affection. Having spoken, they exchanged a knowing smile and then embraced each other fervently. The night stretched before them, destined to be long, as Bofeng held Qian Rinxue close, both lying in bed, finding it difficult to succumb to slumber. The pain endured by Bofeng and Qian Rengshu was palpable, even though the effects of the medicine had dissipated. Its residual potency lingered. "Sister Bai, I truly have the best sister," Bofeng lamented. Qian Rengshu's complexion flushed slightly. "Darling, please refrain from complaining. Your sister is only looking out for your well-being. Otherwise, we would not have experienced such a tranquil night." Early the next morning, Bofeng rose particularly early, as he was to take up a position at Lamba Academy. "Feng, how was last night?" Xiaobai suddenly appeared from nowhere, inquiring about the events of the previous evening. Bofeng found himself at a loss when it came to his sister, unsure of what to say. "Sister," Bofeng struggled to articulate the tumultuous emotions swirling within. He could only give a silent thumbs up before retreating to the side to partake in breakfast. Meanwhile, Xiaobai remained undeterred, sitting beside Bofeng and once more inquiring, "What is the relationship between us siblings, and what is the situation with Wang Shui?" Bofeng endured the unvoiced inquiries of Xiaobai, recognizing that if he remained silent, Wang Shui would undoubtedly speak up. "It has all been resolved. Everything is accomplished. Sister Bai, I trust this brings you joy," he remarked. In truth, only the final step remained, while everything else was already firmly established. Upon hearing these words, Xiaobai's heart blossomed with delight. Her exceptionally clever younger brother had never anticipated that he would one day be outsmarted by her, a thought that filled her with exhilaration. At that moment, Qian Rinxue descended, casting her gaze upon Xiaobai once more. Following her line of sight, Xiaobai wore a gentle smile, fully aware that all events had unfolded as she had anticipated. Qian Rinxue's cheeks flushed with warmth as she leisurely approached Xiaobai. "Sister-in-law, please take a seat. From this day forth, we shall be a family," she declared. Xiaobai promptly ushered Qian Rinxue to sit down, then added, "In the future, should anyone dare to bully you, simply invoke the name of Sister Xiaobai. And let us see who would dare to cross you. And you, Feng Di, be sure to treat Xiaoshui well. Let us strive for a healthy baby boy by next year." Kazakage wiped his mouth with a tissue and hurriedly said, "Well, Sister Bai, I must head to the academy now. Today marks my first day at work, and I absolutely cannot afford to be late. I shall take my leave." With that, Kazakage swiftly departed, genuinely apprehensive about the possibility of Sister Bai broaching unnecessary topics. As Kazakage distanced himself, Sister Bai placed her hands on her hips and sighed, "This rascal. Even after starting a family, he doesn't remember his sister. If it weren't for me." Beside her, Qian Rushue was leisurely enjoying her breakfast, needing to swiftly acclimate to her new surroundings. Sister Bai was innocent and kind-hearted, treating everyone well. Aside from her occasional cunning nature, she had no significant flaws. Chapter 50. The arrival of my wife today marked Kazakage's official appointment as a teacher and the director of education at Lamba Academy. Upon entering the academy gates, he encountered a steady stream of students, all greeting him warmly. His recent battle and performance had not gone unnoticed. After all, he was the director of education, responsible for overseeing the students. Wufeng returned the greeting with a smile and promptly entered the office that had been prepared in advance by the academy. In the department store, after finishing breakfast, Qian Rengshu found herself alone in Wufeng's room. Xiaobai was preoccupied with the affairs of the store. The goods from Hanhai City had arrived, and she needed to arrange their distribution throughout the Douluo Continent. Qian Rengshu gazed at the immaculate room and felt quite bored being there by herself. From being Shuqinghe yesterday, she had transformed into a virtuous wife today. Though still unsettled and grappling with the change, Qian Rengshu knew she must quickly adapt to this new identity. Over the past year, while engaging with Wufeng under the guise of Shuqinghe, she had developed a faint affection for him. Otherwise, she would not have accepted him so readily. Rather than languishing in solitude, She decided it would be more fruitful to visit Lamba Academy and seek out Woofing, hoping to uncover some clues in the process. With determination, she stepped out of the room and descended the staircase. She spotted Sibai instructing the staff as they bustled about. The entrance to the store was lined with carts filled with goods destined for various locations. "Sister," Qian Ringsha called out. Sibai turned around, and upon seeing her sister-in-law, she smiled brightly. "Sister, why aren't you in your room? What brings you here?" Xiaobai was quite pleased with her sister-in-law and had no intention of letting Qian Ringsha touch anything. Qian Ringshu's designated role was to bear children. "Sister, I intend to go to Lamba Academy." "Lamba Academy?" Xiaobai quickly understood, chuckling. "Could it be that you wish to see Brother Feng?" Qian Ringsha blushed and nodded. "Go ahead. Just in time, my younger brother is teaching at the academy. He has been alone at the store, with nothing to do but train, while I've been busy managing most matters this past year." Sighing, Xiaobai rubbed her aching temples and lamented, "What can I say? I raised her myself." With Xiaobai's consent, Qian Ringsha set off on her own. Although Xiaobai thought about sending a few people to ensure Qian Ringsha's safety, the latter declined, reasoning that with the store so busy, losing a few workers would be detrimental. As a soul master, she felt confident that no one in Tiando City would dare threaten her. Exiting the store, Qian Ringsha headed towards Lamba Academy, which was not far, and she arrived there in a short while. Wearing a veil to conceal her extraordinary beauty, lest it attract unwarranted attention, she surveyed her surroundings to ensure safety before arriving at a hidden location. A secret stronghold arranged by the Spirit Hall, known to few. "Uncle Shi, you have arrived," Qian Ringsha said as she removed her veil. The elder with the snake spear inquired. "Young master, how goes the progress?" Qian Ringsha nodded. "I have successfully infiltrated the department store." The elder pressed, "And?" "I have married Woofing, and now I am his wife." The elder's eyes widened in shock. "Young master, have you truly?" Qian Ringsha silently nodded, prompting a deep sigh from the elder. "How do you expect me to explain this to the Grand Priest and His Holiness the Pope? Protecting you is my duty, yet now you are wed to a stranger." As the heir of the Spirit Hall, Qian Ringsha held a noble and unique status, one that not just anyone could match. In the elder's eyes, Woofeng was merely a merchant. Tainted by the sin of trade, how could the young master be with him? Qian Ringshu offered a wry smile and shook her head. "Uncle Shi, I hope you can keep this confidential. Please do not breathe a word of it to grandfather or her, or else." The elder, feeling helpless, replied. "Even if I remain silent, the Pope and the Grand Priest will eventually learn the truth. Given their capabilities, uncovering the reality of the situation would be child's play." After all, Woofeng had a title Douluo by his side, and within the Spirit Hall, only 3 possessed a 10,000-year soul ring. Qian Ringsha remarked, in other words, aside from grandfather, Elder Genie and her are the only ones who could rival Sister Xiaobai. "Let me ask you this, Uncle Shi, do you consider yourself a match for Sister Xiaobai?" The elder shook his head decisively. The difference between an ordinary title Douluo and one with a 10,000-year soul ring was immense. "Good morning." Woofeng, having spoken at length, arrived at the prearranged office, a spacious room encompassing over 100 square meters. The establishment was replete with all necessary amenities as Woofeng settled into a chair. Upon the desk lay the schedule for the week, and this afternoon, he was set to teach a class. As he perused the textbooks, Woofeng diligently prepared for the upcoming lesson, the soft rustle of paper and pen creating a rhythmic sound. With a leisurely morning at hand, he found himself engrossed in everything pertaining to the Blue Tyrant Academy. By day, he instructed students. By night, he returned to his wife, relishing a life of contentment. In his previous single days, both Xiaobai and Poseidon had urged him countless times to find a partner, yet he remained indifferent. Thus, just the day prior, Xiaobai devised a plan that nearly led to an intimate encounter between the two. They had seen each other fully, having crossed many boundaries, yet the final step remained elusive. The sensation was undeniably thrilling. Suddenly, a knock resounded at the door. "Come in," he called. A student entered. "What is it?" "Director, your wife has arrived." "Oh, what did you just say? Who is here?" Woofeng repeated, bewildered. "Your wife is here, waiting at the academy entrance." Before the student could finish, Woofeng had vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, Qian Ringshu, wearing a veil, awaited at the entrance of the academy. Despite the concealment of her stunning visage, her graceful figure stirred quite a commotion. Whispers circulated among the onlookers, speculating who was so fortunate. In the distance, Woofeng's silhouette approached. Qian Ringshu smiled, moving forward to converse with him. "What brings you here?" she inquired, her smile brightening the atmosphere. "I thought you might come. Is my presence unwelcome?" "How could that be?" "Come in quickly, it's quite chilly outside." Woofeng then took Qian Ringshu's hand, guiding her toward the academy, drawing the attention of numerous students along the way. Who would have thought that the youthful Woofeng was married, and to such a beautiful woman, her veiled countenance hinting at an air of mystery. Chapter 51. Departure to Soto City. The lair of the human-faced demon spider Qian Ringsha followed Woofeng into the office. "Did you come alone? Where is Sister Bai?" Sister Bai is currently arranging quotas to be dispatched to various shops on Douluo Continent. The stores are quite busy at the moment. I wanted to assist, but Sister Bai forbade me, insisting my task is, at this point, Qian Ringsha began to blush. "To have children," Woofeng interjected. Qian Ringsha shot him a playful glare, her cheeks flushed. Woofeng smiled silently, and this matter had been repeated by Xiaobai countless times. Over time, Woofeng became numb to it. Days passed one after another. During the past 2 months of coexistence, Qian Rinxue had fully integrated into this big family. By day, Bo Feng went to teach, and by night, he returned to accompany Qian Rinxue, living a life of great joy. One night, Bo Feng sat in his room, gazing at the paper in his hand, suddenly falling into silence. Indeed, Poseidon had written, urging him. The letter read, "My son, I heard from Xiaobai that you have taken a wife. And she is rather beautiful. Though I disapprove of Xiaobai's methods, as long as she can bear children, such measures are necessary to deal with you." The expression on Bo Feng's face darkened. After all, this was his mother, who favored Xiaobai over him. The letter continued, "You have 1 year to give me a grandson. Ever since your father departed, I have been alone on Sea God Island. And I am starting to feel rusted from solitude. Hurry and provide me with a child. If, after a year, you have not made any progress, do not blame me for personally coming to the mainland to supervise you." After reading the contents of the letter, Bo Feng let out a deep sigh. "I'm not anxious, yet my mother is." After incinerating the letter, Bo Feng picked up another stack of papers. In his hands was the next batch of quotas to be sent to Soto City, which required his personal signature for confirmation. 2 months had passed since then. Ning Rongrong had already gone to Shrek Academy, and by now, she was likely undergoing the rigorous training from the master. It seemed he would need to make a personal visit. Bo Feng murmured, "My dear, what troubles you? You look so worried," came the voice of Qian Rinxue, who, dressed in her nightgown and with damp hair, approached him. "What could possibly trouble me? It is merely my mother pressing me for grandchildren. If there is still no sign of a response from you, I fear my mother may indeed come to the mainland herself. She is a woman of her word. And that would certainly complicate matters." Kazakage shook his head slightly, dismissing the matter. "It's nothing. I've arranged for a leave of absence for a while and intend to take a trip to Soto City. Would you care to join me for a stroll?" "Soto City? What purpose do you have for going there?" Qian Rinxue inquired, puzzled. "If I recall correctly, it is merely a small town, lacking the vibrancy of Tiando City." Wolfing chuckled. "Staying here for so long, don't you find it rather tedious?" Qian Rinxue silently nodded her head. Little did he know, she had spent countless years here, previously playing the role of Shueqingha. Now married, her days with Wolfing were quite comfortable, and an occasional stroll outside was a welcome change. Just now, a letter from her mother arrived. "Oh?" Qian Rinxue inquired, "What did my mother's letter say?" Naruto chuckled mischievously. "Let us hasten to add a little one." Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue's face instantly flushed with color as she promptly burrowed into the blankets. Wolfing smiled helplessly. It had only been half a month since their marriage, and the couple had already consummated their union. Yet, there was no sign of pregnancy. Who could be blamed? It was merely the first month. How could one expect results so swiftly? Consequently, the following day, Wolfing and Qian Rinxue boarded the carriage bound for Soto City. After taking leave from Blue Ba Academy, they bid farewell to Xiaobai, laden with the goods required for the shops in Soto City. The caravan set forth from the city in grand procession. Unbeknownst to them, the elder snake spear had been trailing them discreetly. Regarding the time between Qian Rinxue and Wolfing, Qi Dalu remained oblivious, kept in the dark. The journey was long, and the carriage inevitably swayed. Inside, Wolfing and Qian Rinxue leaned against each other. The trip from Tiando City to Soto City would take at least 2 days. Enduring the hardships of travel, both Wolfing and Qian Rinxue, being soul masters, were capable of withstanding the rigors. Alongside them were the porters transporting the goods, former members of the Purple Pearl Pirate Group. It could be said that everyone under Wolfing's command on this journey were soul masters. The sheer quantity of goods being transported amounted to a total value exceeding several 100,000 gold soul coins. They continued their journey until the sun dipped below the horizon, casting its golden rays in the west. Wolfing instructed everyone to rest on the spot, for they found themselves in a dense forest where few ventured, be they humans or soul masters. The group promptly dismounted from the carriage and began to gather materials from their surroundings to prepare a meal. As Bo Feng and Qian Rinxue sat in the carriage, they gazed at the map in their hands. Having already departed from Tiando City, they were but a day's journey away from Soto City. This forest bordered the Star-Do Forest and was situated in the outermost region, where soul beasts were seldom encountered. As the sun began to set behind the mountains, Bo Feng and Qian Rinxue finished their meal and prepared to return to the carriage for rest. At that moment, an inexplicable sound emanated from the depths of the forest. The air was thick with a faint purple haze, causing several companions to feel dizzy and even succumb to nausea. Poisonous. In a swift motion, Bo Feng shielded Qian Rinxue as a multitude of crimson eyes emerged from the depths of the forest. Their numbers were staggering, each creature boasting a body diameter exceeding 3 meters, accompanied by elongated legs resembling spears, each surpassing 3 meters in length, cloaked in a jet-black exoskeleton. Their slender legs silently pierced the ground with each step, revealing their sharpness. "The faceless demon spider!" Bo Feng exclaimed. "Why are there so many?" As Bo Feng calculated, there were no fewer than dozens of the human-faced demon spiders present, each at least 3,000 years old. Could it be that we have stumbled upon their lair? "Shwell," he urged, "I will hold them off. You must flee at once." However, Qian Rinxue firmly grasped Bo Feng, her voice laced with discontent. "What foolishness is this? We are husband and wife, and thus, we should share both fortune and adversity. So what if there are countless demon spiders? Let us not forget that we are soul masters. Moreover, the elderly serpent spear is nearby. For the safety of his young master, he will strike at any moment. Naruto surveyed his surroundings. The battle had yet to commence, yet his comrades were already nearly incapacitated by poison. Their faces bore a pallid hue. And without even engaging in combat, half of them had succumbed to their plight. "Boss, what shall we do?" one exclaimed. "Let us confront these beasts. We are all soul masters. What do we have to fear? Let us fight. Let us fight." Wave Wind waved his hand, and immediately, the crowd fell into silence. Among them, the grotesque human-faced demon spider, towering over 8 meters in height, dripped with repulsive viscous fluid from its maw. I had previously encountered references to this creature in the archives of the Blue Tyrant Academy. This being cannot merely be classified as a human-faced demon spider, it is. In fact, the human-faced spider monarch. Wolfing's expression grew solemn as he remarked, "At least 70,000 years of cultivation. This could spell disaster." Chapter 52, The Lone Battle Against the Demon Spider. Wolfing's true nature. The colossal visage of the human-faced Spider King loomed before Qianren Shui. Even should she intervene personally, it would undoubtedly require considerable effort. Uncle Shi should be nearby. Yet, with her husband present, would Uncle Shi take action? As time ticked away, the swarm of human-faced demon spiders watched them with predatory intent, targeting not only their lives but also the goods behind them. This batch comprised primarily of dried goods and jerky, likely attracting the demon spiders by their enticing aroma. The sheer number of these creatures sent a shiver down Wolfing's spine. At this juncture, losing the cargo was not an option, nor could they afford any casualties. Before marrying Qianren Shui, Wolfing had vowed to be truthful with her. Now, however, he could no longer afford to dwell on such matters. "You take my wife and flee. I shall hold them off alone," he declared. With that, the soul rings beneath his feet illuminated, 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. Not far away, the elder with the serpent spear was taken aback, exclaiming, 100 years. 2,000 years. 1 10,000-year soul. How has he achieved this? For the past 2 months. The elder had been tirelessly safeguarding Qianren Shui's safety while silently observing Wolfing. However, the enigmatic nature of Wolfing left him with limited insight. Now, witnessing the 4 soul rings beneath Wolfing, he resolved to ensure the safety of both Qianren Shui and Wolfing. Previously perplexed as to why the young master would marry an ordinary person, he now recognized Wolfing as a prodigy. First soul skill, Spear the Sea. With a trident adorned in shimmering blue light, Wolfing cast it precisely at the most vulnerable point in their defense. Screech. 2,000-year-old human-faced demon spiders fell to their demise. Though their exoskeletons were incredibly tough, the trident was a weapon of the sea god. While it may not rival the genuine artifact from Sea God Island, it was more than sufficient to contend with the human-faced demon spiders. "Take my wife and flee. Follow that path and do not return," Wolfing instructed firmly. With a wave of his right hand, he unleashed a gentle blue light, enveloping Qianren Shui and all present with the soothing power of the sea. Breaking through the encirclement of the demon spiders. Screech. The human-faced Spider King was suddenly enraged, uttering some unintelligible words as a third of the demon spiders pursued them. As Wolfing receded into the distance, tears welled in Qianren Shui's eyes. No matter how she called out, the power of the sea carried them farther away, unburdened by concern. Wolfing resolved to unleash his true strength. Sea God. Manifest. The ethereal visage of the sea god materialized behind him, and the sea god's crown began to radiate a golden halo. Draped in a blue and gold robe, the sound of crashing waves echoed from behind him. With the trident in hand, Wave Wind stood proudly, reminiscent of a sea deity descended upon the earth. Not far away, atop a rugged cliff, the serpent spear elder nodded in approval. This Wave Wind individual was indeed commendable. In a moment of crisis, he had ensured the safe passage of the young master, bravely facing the onslaught of the human-faced demon spider horde alone. Among them was the formidable 70,000-year-old human-faced spider monarch, whose defeat would require considerable effort even from the elder himself. At present, the young master remained the utmost priority, and thus, the serpent spear elder set forth. First, he would rescue the young master, then attend to Wave Wind. After the safe departure of Qianren Shui, the human-faced demon spiders launched their assault on Wave Wind, brandishing their robust spider spears and relentlessly stabbing towards him. They exhaled faintly purple webs that emanated a sweet yet sickening odor, imbued with deadly neurotoxic properties. With the trident in hand, Wave Wind swings it with vigor, each motion accompanied by splashes of deep purple blood from the arachnid beasts. Severed limbs and dismembered arms of the monstrous spiders lie scattered around. In mere moments, these creatures are reduced to a state of disarray, missing their appendages. Some have had all 8 of their legs severed, leaving only their heads and bodies helplessly thrashing upon the ground. The waves of the ocean were wielded by the trident, granting liberation to its master. In the realm of solitary combat, the wielder had yet to taste defeat, skillfully maneuvering the trident with remarkable finesse. Especially in the state of being possessed by the sea god, these monstrous arachnids could inflict no harm upon him. Meanwhile, Qianren Shui and her companions had been escorted to a safe zone. All her companions lay unconscious, while Qianren Shui, feeling slightly disoriented, rose to her feet and surveyed her unfamiliar surroundings, realizing she had escaped peril. "Oh no, my husband is still in battle. I must return." Clutching the angel's sword, she summoned golden angelic wings behind her, poised to aid the one she loved. Just then, a swarm of human-faced spiders descended upon her, numbering at least a dozen, including one that had existed for millennia, while the others had existed for a millennium. As they launched their assault, a serpent spear plummeted from the heavens, its shockwaves annihilating several nearby arachnids in an instant. Uncle Shi, the elderly figure wielding the serpent spear, appeared before Qianren Shui, brandishing his weapon. With glowing soul rings beneath his feet, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 4 black, a tidal Douluo, the serpent spear Douluo, gripping his spear tightly. He transformed into a being of golden lightning, and in the blink of an eye, the horde of monstrous spiders was obliterated. Master, are you unharmed? Qianren Shui shook her head, urgency in her voice. I'm fine, Uncle Shi, please hurry and rescue him. I cannot be without Bufing. The serpent spear Douluo reassured her. Master, for the time being, Bufing is not in grave danger. Why? Qianren Shui inquired, puzzled. Before my arrival, I took the liberty of observing Bufing. To my astonishment, his prowess seems to surpass mine. When he wields the trident, not only is his speed remarkable, but his strength and every movement are executed with impeccable precision. The serpent spear Douluo remarked in admiration. In the short term, Bufing should be safe. Moreover, his martial soul is not the trident, but a person. A person? Qianren Shui queried. Uncle Shi, what does that person look like? The serpent spear Douluo shook his head gently. I could not see clearly. I only vaguely heard Bufing utter a phrase, possessed by the sea god. It must be true. Possessed by the sea god. The sea god. The sea god. Sea god island. Qianren Shui murmured, realization dawning upon her. The serpent spear Douluo nodded. In our past battle against them, we suffered tremendous losses. And there is a significant probability that Bufing hails from there. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for a tidal Douluo to accompany him. Furthermore, Bufing's martial soul must indeed be the sea god. Do you recall the time when the Grand Offering united with Tangshan to battle the sea god Douluo, Poseidon? Qianren Shui nodded, recalling, of course, I remember. Back then, my grandfather and the sect master of the Haotian sect, Tangshan, together could not defeat Poseidon. Bufing. Poseidon. Bufing. Poseidon. Qianren Shui's eyes widened with astonishment. The sea god martial soul, sharing the same surname as Poseidon, could he be the son of the sea god Douluo, Poseidon? The elder's face registered fear as he replied, if that is the case, it is the only explanation that makes sense. He must indeed be the son of the sea god Douluo, Poseidon. Chapter 53, The Sea God's Thunder, External Spirit Bone. What a terrifying lineage. No wonder he could connect with the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Master, this matter is of utmost significance. Sea God Island is our mortal enemy, he cautioned. Qianren Shui offered a wry smile. Let us not inform grandfather just yet. Now, I am his wife. Whether he comes from Sea God Island or is the son of Poseidon, I have always been his wife. Let this matter be as if it never occurred. Uncle Shi. You the serpent spear Douluo chuckled and nodded, indicating he would keep this matter to himself. Just as they were about to set off to rescue Bufing, the inky night sky was illuminated by a radiant blue-golden light, prompting Qianren Shui and the serpent spear Douluo to gaze towards the source. They were astonished to discover in midair stands Bufing, wielding a trident that radiates a brilliant golden light. The formidable aura he exudes causes the serpent spear Douluo's martial soul to tremble slightly, hinting at a sense of submission. Adorning his forehead is the sea god's crown, emanating a dazzling golden halo. At this moment, Qianren Shui can ascertain that Bufing is undoubtedly the son of the sea god Douluo Poseidon. Where there is a mother, there must be a son. A smile almost escapes her lips as she recalls her grandfather's words about pursuing Poseidon alongside Tangshan, only to be rebuffed. Suddenly, Qianren Shui's expression shifts dramatically at the mention of Tangshan. Gazing up at Bufing suspended in the air, she thinks, my husband? My husband? How many secrets do you still harbor within your heart? If your father truly is Tangshan, then our entanglement with the Spirit Hall could very well lead to an irreconcilable conflict. As the heiress of the Spirit Hall, she has unwittingly married the son of Poseidon. Qianren Shui is astutely aware of the implications. Perhaps it is a cruel twist of fate that her grandfather's pursuit of Bufing's mother ended in failure. And now? Here I am, having unwittingly married you. It is almost laughable. The Spirit Hall, Sea God Island, and the Haotian sect are sworn enemies. And now our union could potentially serve as the spark that ignites their animosity. On this side of the tempest, the ground was littered with severed limbs and lifeless bodies. The count of the fallen, who had succumbed to the monstrous face spiders, was immeasurable. Even the face spider monarch, at this moment, bore numerous wounds. Under the radiant influence of the sea god's crown, it ultimately fell short against the might of the tempest. The 4th soul skill, Sea God's thunderous roar. This strike, infused with the essence of the ocean, surged forth as the golden trident soared through the air, intermingled with bolts of golden lightning. The face spider monarch and the remaining face spiders were swiftly transformed into a cascade of violet light, gradually dissipating from sight. The ordeal had reached a conclusion. The tempestuous warrior gently descended to the ground, retracting the sea god's martial spirit. In the place where the face spider monarch once stood, 2 objects floated serenely in the air. Bufing arrived at the location where the spider queen had vanished. This was the soul bone. Moreover, there were 2 pieces, each a staggering 70,000 years old, undoubtedly of great worth. My dear. Not far away, Qianren Shui rushed over and, in a sudden embrace, wept softly in Bufing's arms. You frightened me. I thought you. Qian Rinxue gently struck Bo Feng's chest. Bo Feng gently ruffled Qian Rinxue's hair, indulging her with affection. It's nothing to worry about. Both the human-faced spider emperor and the human-faced demon spider have perished, leaving behind 2 soul bones of considerable value. Qian Rinxue quickly shook her head, insisting, there's no need for that. These soul bones are not suited for me. You should keep them. In truth, Qian Rinxue had already obtained a soul bone, a treasured heirloom of angelic armor passed down through her family for generations. Seeing her persistent refusal, Bo Feng relented, deciding to seize this opportunity to find a secluded spot where he could sit cross-legged and commence the absorption of the 2 soul bones. Gradually, several comrades returned. Bo Feng had thoroughly exterminated the group of human-faced demon spiders. These soul bones were exceedingly formidable, one being the left leg bone of the 70,000-year-old human-faced spider emperor, while the other was rather unique. During the absorption process, it unexpectedly attached itself to Bo Feng's back. Could it be a vertebra? That seemed implausible. The sea god's crown radiated divine light, enveloping Bo Feng. Amidst the boundless resentment of the human-faced spider emperor, it vanished without a trace under the illumination of the sea god's light. Sitting nearby, Qian Rinxue observed Bo Feng as he silently absorbed the soul bones. Her heart filled with a complex array of emotions. If he were to discover his true identity in the future, how would Bo Feng react? Just then, Qian Rinxue suddenly covered her mouth, overwhelmed by an inexplicable urge to vomit. She hurried to a concealed spot and heaved for a long while, yet nothing emerged. This was a novel experience for her. Perhaps it was merely the result of fatigue from travel. Awakening in the early morning, she found herself bathed in sunlight, surrounded by the fresh air of the forest. As the gentle breeze caressed the surroundings, Bo Feng gradually awakened, having fully absorbed the 2 soul bones. The divine radiance of the sea god alleviated any concerns regarding the resentment from the soul beast associated with the absorption. Suddenly, a tingling sensation arose from behind him. The crisp sound of metal drew the attention of his companions. Qian Rinxue rubbed her drowsy eyes, and upon witnessing Bo Feng's condition, she couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. 8 spider legs unfurled from behind Bo Feng, the spider spear, dark purple in hue, glimmering ominously at its sharp tip. My dear, how could this be? The enigmatic Bo Feng began to attempt to unleash the hidden spider spear, only to be astonished to discover that the spear resonated with his very thoughts, moving in accordance with the desires of the wind and waves. An external soul bone. Haha. Bo Feng laughed heartily, astonished that this human-faced spider emperor had yielded not 1, but 2 soul bones. One was a left leg bone, while the other turned out to be an external soul bone, truly a stroke of immense fortune. An external soul bone? Its worth is comparable to a 100,000-year soul ring, and within the entire realm of soul masters, those possessing an external soul bone are fewer than the fingers on 2 hands. After much contemplation, it became clear that this was indeed an external soul bone. With the absorption of these 2 soul bones, Bo Feng's strength had significantly increased. However, Qian Rinxue was still plagued by unease. His newfound power could complicate future relations with the spirit hall. That unsettling sensation resurfaced. Qian Rinxue covered her mouth and retched once more, though it was merely dry heaving, leaving her feeling nauseated with no other symptoms. Bo Feng hastily retracted his spider spear and quickly assisted Qian Rinxue, his expression laced with concern. What has happened to you? Why did you suddenly vomit? Could it be motion sickness? We are all soul masters. I have traveled by carriage before, and it is utterly improbable for us to be afflicted by such a malady. This condition has actually been present since last night, and I have been perplexed, unaware of its cause. Qian Rinxue responded, bewildered. In an instant, it seems that Bo Feng has come to a certain understanding. Shui'er. Could it be that Bo Feng is uncertain about his own feelings? Is that so? What is it? Qian Rinxue inquired. I must not be the one who has made Qian Rinxue realize this, covering her small mouth in disbelief. Kazakage nodded absent-mindedly, the atmosphere around them imbued with a serene stillness. Qian Rinxue and Kazakage locked eyes for an extended moment. It was unmistakably a sign of pregnancy. Although it was their first experience, uncertainty loomed over them regarding the outcome. Consequently, Kazakage promptly assisted Qian Rinxue, carefully guiding her into the carriage, intending to conduct a thorough examination upon their arrival in Sato City. Chapter 54. A new beginning after a day of exhausting travel. Bo Feng was ever vigilant in safeguarding Qian Rinxue. Regardless of whether she was with child, he vowed to protect her, ensuring that no one could ever inflict harm upon her. They had finally arrived at Sato City. As the carriage rolled into the Sato City department store, Bo Feng's first course of action was to escort Qian Rinxue for a medical examination. How is it? Bo Feng inquired, suppressing his excitement. Simultaneously, Qian Rinxue felt a flutter of anxiety, such as the experience of a first-time mother. The doctor smiled warmly and, with a respectful bow, proclaimed, Congratulations! Your wife is indeed over a month pregnant. She must be handled with utmost care. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue and Bo Feng exchanged a glance, and she exclaimed, Mamma mia! It's truly happening. What a profound moment. Bo Feng is filled with excitement, while Qian Rinxue is engulfed in distress. What troubles her? To her astonishment, she is with child. An unexpected turn of events that seemingly cannot be concealed given her status as the young master of the spirit hall. If Bo Feng were to find out, what would become of her? With a heart full of joy, Bo Feng was elated. Just a couple of days ago, his mother had written to him, And to his surprise, today his dreams had come to fruition, relieving him of any worries regarding the matter. Immediately, Bofeng assisted Qian Rinxue as they slowly made their way towards the department store. Wufeng appeared exceedingly cautious, genuinely fearing any unforeseen mishaps. The streets basked in brilliant sunlight. With but a few pedestrians meandering, this place was far less bustling than Tiando City. All right, I can manage on my own. Qian Rinxue immediately expressed her displeasure. Wufeng remained exceedingly cautious. It had only been a month, and such vigilance seemed unnecessary. Both he and his companion were soul masters, possessing physical attributes that far surpassed those of ordinary individuals. Nonetheless, one must not be complacent. Henceforth, you must remain by my side, never straying even an inch from me. This child is destined for greatness. He is the progeny of the bearer of the six-winged angel and the sea god martial soul. And Wufeng possesses the Haotian hammer martial soul as well. This child is the future of Sea God Island and the Spirit Hall. On the streets, several individuals racing with bamboo baskets caught Wufeng's attention. Within the baskets lay enormous stones. The 7 of them, drenched in sweat, dashed under the scorching sun. Among them were 4 men and 3 women, one of whom appeared strikingly familiar to Wufeng. Is that not Ning Rongrong? The little sorceress. Who is it? Ning Rongrong abruptly halted her steps, her face contorted with indignation as she scanned her surroundings. The remaining 6 also came to a stop. They were a cohesive unit, sharing both triumphs and tribulations, a lesson imparted by their master. Over here. Hi. Wufeng greeted. The 7 turned their gazes toward him, confronted by an unfamiliar countenance. Wufeng. Why, brother? Ning Rongrong exclaimed in astonishment. What brings you here? Recognizing one another alleviated the tension among the group. And who might this be? Inquired a robust blond man. Allow me to introduce him. This is Wufeng, the proprietor of the general store and a friend of our 7 treasure glazed tile school. Ning Rongrong elaborated. Boss Wufeng, exclaimed the others in unison. The name of Bofeng has long reverberated throughout the entirety of Douluo Continent. His establishments are ubiquitous, spanning every corner. And in just a year's time, he has ascended to the status of an unparalleled super-rich magnate on the continent. Even the emperors of the 2 great empires must regard Bofeng with deference. Firstly, Xiaobai, a titled Douluo, serves as a formidable deterrent. Secondly, Bofeng holds the lifeblood of the continent in his hands. In other words, the vast majority of people on Douluo Continent have become reliant on the goods he provides, much like one is dependent on sustenance. As the saying goes, seeing is believing, and the crowd hastily exchanged greetings. Boss Bo, greetings. I am Daimubai, spoke the golden-haired young man. Wufeng smiled and said, I understand. If the opportunity arises, please extend my regards to your father. The last time we met was 6 months ago, and I will certainly seek another chance to intrude upon you. Daimubai promptly shook hands with Wufeng, exclaiming, absolutely, absolutely. Following this, the others continued with their introductions. Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Zhu Qing, Tang San, and Xiao Wu. Wufeng particularly scrutinized Tang San and Xiao Wu for a moment. This was his grandson. One could only wonder how Tang San would feel upon discovering his true identity. As for Xiao Wu, she was a soul beast of 100,000 years, the soft-bone rabbit. Wufeng is not a titled Douluo. Thus one cannot discern his true identity at a mere glance. If Sister Bai were present, she would undoubtedly recognize him instantly. Tang San, perplexed, pondered why he felt an oddity in Boss Bo's gaze despite it being their first encounter. Additionally, he noticed his left hand's hammer vibrating slightly, indicating a resonance with his martial soul. This Boss Bo is indeed remarkable. At such a young age, he has already made a name for himself on the Douluo Continent, exhibiting exceptional prowess. Brother Bo, what brings you here? Could it be that you have come specifically to see me? Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed slightly. At that moment, Oscar from the team felt his heart shatter. It was evident to all that Ning Rongrong harbored feelings for him. Wufeng promptly cleared his throat and said, do not misunderstand. I have come to Soto City to replenish supplies and, coincidentally, brought my wife along for a leisurely visit. Wife. This time, it was Ning Rongrong who felt her heart shatter. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue smiled subtly, acknowledging that it was only natural for her handsome husband to attract the attention of other women. However, they were married, and Qian Rinxue was already with child, a precious heir to the hopes of Sea God Island, Spirit Hall. Should both parties discover her pregnancy, this child would undoubtedly become a focal point of contention between them. Hu Wu and Ti coveted a dual spirit master. Moreover, the Angel clan was already sparse in numbers, and Wufeng's family was similarly limited. As for whether a fierce conflict would ensue, that remained uncertain. Thus, Wufeng and Qian Rinxue decided to keep the secret from everyone and quietly bring the child into the world. When the time came, they would address it. Any delay, however brief, was advantageous. The onlookers directed their attention to Qian Rinxue beside Wufeng, momentarily struck dumb by the sight of such extraordinary beauty. Heavens! Ahem! You little rascals! Have you slacked off halfway? Be cautious on your return. Master will have words with you. Upon hearing this, the 7 youths hurriedly resumed their journey, laden with stones, visibly anxious. At that moment, a man in his 50s, robustly built with a flat face and a prominent chin, wearing black-framed crystal glasses, approached with deliberate steps. He clasped his hands before Wufeng and introduced himself. I am Flender, the supervisor of these children. I kindly ask that you refrain from interrupting their training. Flender, the head of Shrek Academy, Wolfing inquired. Oh, you know me? Flender responded, surprised. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wolfing, a teacher at the Advanced Soul Master Academy, Lamba. Wolfing? Flender murmured. Why does that name sound so familiar? I feel as though I have heard it before. With a gentle smile, Bofeng added, I also serve as the proprietor of a general merchandise shop. Upon hearing this, Flander turned to Bofeng, his expression brimming with excitement, and exclaimed, You are indeed the esteemed Boss Bo. Chapter 55, Confession of Him. Upon receiving Bofeng's confirmation, Flander abruptly grasped Bofeng's hand, his enthusiasm palpable. Boss Bo, seeing you in person is far more impressive than merely hearing about you. I am Flander, the head of Shrek Academy, and I have long admired your esteemed reputation. Please do visit our academy when you have the opportunity. Wolfing was taken aback by Flander's warm demeanor and managed an awkward smile, saying, I will certainly visit when I have the time. He offered a piece of advice. These students possess considerable talent, yet Shrek Academy offers them so little. Consider attending the Douluo Advanced Soul Master Academy in Heavendo City, where you can obtain what your heart truly desires. Flander murmured to himself, What I yearn for deep within. With that, Wolfing assisted Qian Renqiwei in departing from the place. Upon their return to the Soto City branch, Wolfing promptly arranged for Qian Renqiwei to lie down on the bed. Qian Renqiwei remarked, Darling, is there truly any need for such alarm? It has only been a month. Kaze no Kaze said, Even if it's just a month, there are still 9 months left. Over 270 days, you must not cause any disturbances. Soon, you will become a father. How can one not feel exhilarated? My dear, are you truly not going to inform Sister Xiaobai? She will find out eventually. Wave Wind chuckled softly and said, Let's not inform Sister Bai just yet. Her big mouth would surely stir up a tempest throughout the city. Just a couple of days ago, our mother sent me a letter. And now it seems to have come to fruition. Yesterday, Qian Renshui's speculation lingered in my mind. Could it be true that Wave Wind is the offspring of the sea god Douluo Poseidon? Tentatively, I inquired, My dear, who exactly is our mother? You've spoken of her for 2 months, yet I remain in the dark about her identity. Wolfing was momentarily taken aback, gazing into Qian Rushui's puzzled eyes, feeling an inner turmoil about whether to reveal the truth. She had become his wife and was now carrying their child. Trust is the foundation of a marital bond. Yet, both had deceived one another. My dear wife, before I share this with you, you must promise to keep it a secret. Do not disclose it to anyone. Qian Rushuin nodded solemnly, vowing, Rest assured, my husband, I shall never reveal it to another soul. Should I betray this promise, may I face the consequences. Kaze swiftly covered Qian Rushui's mouth, breathing a sigh of relief, and said, There is no need to make such a solemn vow. Our son is still here. How can you be so certain it is a son? What if it is a daughter? Qian Rushue smiled gently. With a smile, Bofeng nodded and said, Yes, she is my daughter. My dear wife, before anything else, I must sincerely apologize. I have deceived you. Indeed, Qian Renshue felt certain that his mother was indeed the one. In truth, I hail from Sea God Island, and my martial soul is not a trident, but the sea god. As Qian Renshue composed herself, she listened intently. The gentle breeze whispered, It is none other than Poseidon, the sea god Douluo. Poseidon, the sea god Douluo. Is he not one of the 3 unparalleled Douluos in the world? Qian Renshue feigned surprise. Let us not speak of diminishing intelligence. The protagonist spoke with the consideration of a child in mind. Moreover, the heroine would not voice it. Those who understand do so implicitly. You must keep this a secret. Under no circumstances should complications arise. Qian Renshue nodded, assuring him, Rest assured, my dear. For the sake of this child, I shall remain silent. Should her grandfather discover the existence of this child, combined with their respective martial souls, the 6-winged angel and the sea god, a union of 2 beings with divine martial souls, it would be an unprecedented occurrence in history. As for the nature of their child's future martial soul, at present, they could not ascertain, but one thing is certain, their child is destined for greatness. Both Sea God Island and the Spirit Hall are premier forces on the Douluo Continent, and everyone yearns to grow ever stronger. The union of Bofeng and Qian Renshue, coupled with the presence of this child, could potentially lead to a fierce confrontation between the two. For the sake of the Douluo Continent and the preservation of harmony between them, such a conflict must be averted. Both Bofeng and Qian Renshue are united in their resolve to keep the existence of this child a secret from others. However, it is undeniable that with a growing belly, concealment becomes increasingly difficult. One can only proceed step by step. My dear husband, I never anticipated that you possess such profound connections. It seems I have indeed reached beyond my means. The gentle breeze tenderly embraced Qian Renshue as it whispered, What foolish words you speak. Encountering you has truly been the most beautiful moment of my life. So when shall we return to Tiendo City? The goods have now been delivered, Qian Renshue inquired. Let us linger a while longer. Sister Bai is managing the shop, and everything will proceed in an orderly fashion. With a solemn expression, Bofeng revealed that he had 2 ulterior motives for coming to Soto City. Qian Renshue inquired, perplexed. What are those purposes? The first is regarding the individual we encountered this morning, Flander. I intend to visit Shrek Academy tomorrow. Shrek Academy? What kind of institution is that? I have never heard of it. A gentle smile graced the lips of Bo Feng as he spoke of Dean Flandra and Dean Lu Erlong of the Blue Tyrant Academy, who together formed the illustrious Golden Triangle. If my conjecture holds true, they shall soon relocate to Heaven-Do City, for with the imminent commencement of this tournament, their participation is inevitable. And what of the other? Qian Rinxue inquired further. The other? Bo Feng took out a letter from his bosom, and the emblem on it made Qian Rinxue's gaze sharpen. The symbol of the Spirit Hall. My dear husband, what is this? Bo Feng nodded solemnly. Indeed. It was a message from Her Holiness the Pope of the Spirit Hall. It was she, Bibi Dong, the mother of Qian Rinxu. Qian Rinxu gritted her teeth. What could she possibly want to communicate? Unless she had learned of her daughter's impending marriage. That cannot be. Uncle, she shares a close friendship with her and would never divulge such matters. Bo Feng shook his head, expressing his helplessness. It is not merely a matter of the department stores, as you well know. My establishments are spread across every corner of the Douluo Continent. And aside from the formidable Wuhuan Temple, I have opened branches in all other areas. 6 months ago, I personally visited Xinglua City to meet with the Emperor of the Xinglua Empire, and we amicably discussed the possibility of collaboration. However, it is solely the situation with Pope Bibi Dong that remains a source of concern. Wu Feng let out a long sigh. Darling, is she purposely making things difficult for you? Qian Rinxu exclaimed in indignation. Although Qian Rinxu and Bibi Dong share a maternal bond, Bibi Dong has never fulfilled a single duty of motherhood, resulting in a consistently strained relationship between them. She would rather refer to Bibi Dong as her elder sister than as her mother. The gentle breeze swayed as he shook his head and said, while there is no deliberate difficulty, she desires 7 parts, whereas I can only concede 3. Who would engage in such a loss-making venture? Qian Rinxu nodded slightly. This indeed mirrored her character, unyieldingly assertive. So, what do you intend to do? Will you personally make a trip there? Wu Feng calmly remarked, Indeed, once I have concluded matters here, I shall set forth to the Spirit Hall to bring this to a decisive end. However, this raised a concern. Qian Rinxu, being the heir of the Spirit Hall, would inevitably reveal her true identity upon arrival. Chapter 56. I fear my mother will come, my dear, once you have finished your affairs in Suatua City. I wish to return to Heaven-Do City to ensure a peaceful pregnancy. Qian Rinxu expressed this sentiment to prevent Bibi Dong and her grandfather from discovering her current condition. Without securing their consent, she had rashly wed him. As the heir to the Spirit Hall, her status and position were exalted, embodying the pride and future of the Spirit Hall. Yet now, she found herself as Bu Feng's wife, and with child, unaware of Bu Feng's true identity. Qian Dalu and Bibi Dong might harbor suspicions towards him. Should they become aware of his real standing, it would undoubtedly incite conflict between the two formidable factions. Hence, Qian Rinxu resolved to return to Heaven-Do City first, thereby averting unnecessary complications that could arise from a visit to the Spirit Hall. Wu Feng inquired, Do you feel any discomfort? Please do not push yourself. The first 3 months are exceedingly crucial. Qian Rinxu smiled and shook her head reassuringly. I am perfectly fine. The journey to the Spirit Hall is quite lengthy. How can you set off with a pregnant woman by your side? Therefore, in order to expedite your mission and ensure your swift return to me. As she spoke, Wu Feng smiled gently, taking Qian Rinxu's hand in his own. And they exchanged a tender glance. To have you as my wife is indeed the greatest blessing of my life. Wu Feng retrieved a conch shell from the soul guiding device and said, I shall notify sister by to personally escort you. Observing the conch in Wu Feng's hand, Qian Rinxu asked in confusion, Darling, what is this? Given the considerable distance from here to Tiando City, even the time required for sending a message and receiving a reply would take a full 4 days. This is a sound-transmitting conch on our Sea God Island. It is an object that utilizes soul power to convey messages. I had intended to sell it on the Douluo Continent, but due to its rarity, I abandoned that plan. As he spoke, Wu Feng infused the conch with his soul power, causing it to emanate a unique energy wave that swiftly disseminated outward. Simultaneously, in a department store within Tiando City, Xiaobai, having concluded her day's work, was preparing to visit Tangyuewa for some leisure. At that moment, the sound-transmitting conch on a nearby shelf began to emit a series of low sounds. Unfazed, Xiaobai approached the conch. It had only been 2 days since she left. Could it be that Win Brother had forgotten something at home? She picked up the conch and held it to her ear. Win Brother, how did you manage to use the sound-transmitting conch? Did you leave something behind again? At your age, can't you spare sister by some worry? The distance from Tiando City to Suatua City is exceedingly vast. Even if I rushed there as a title Douluo, it would take me an entire night. When will you give sister by some peace of mind? On the other end, Wu Feng, holding the conch and hearing the voice emanating from it, couldn't help but twitch his lips. Beside him, Qian Rinxu stifled a laugh, clearly amused. How delightful. As Wu Feng had yet to utter a word, Xiaobai was already launching into a tirade. Originally intending to have Xiaobai escort Qian Rinxu back, he was unexpectedly met with a barrage of complaints. After toiling for an entire day, Xiaobai finally sought to unwind, only to be interrupted by Wu Feng's arrival. After enduring a lengthy lecture, Xiaobai finally managed to respond. What is it that you wish me to deliver? She inquired. Where is she? You rascal. Speak. On the other end, Wu Feng covered his ringing ears and vigorously shook his head. Hearing Bai Jia's nagging always left him with a wry smile, as he replied, Bai Jia, I kindly ask you to come to Tiando City tomorrow to bring Shuer back. Shuer? Isn't your sister accompanying you to Suatua City? What? Do you dislike her? It was clear that Bufing bore no resentment towards Xiaobai's reprimands. Meanwhile, Qian Rengshu sat nearby, listening to Xiaobai's voice emanating from the conch shell. A warm sensation enveloped her heart. Marrying Bufing was undoubtedly the finest decision of her life. She had a loving husband, a protective sister, and an unseen mother-in-law, Poseidon. Uncertain of her future mother-in-law's disposition, she wondered if she would be fond of her or if her status would be a hindrance. Bufing had mentioned that his mother was a very amiable person. Sister, stop nagging. Shuer is pregnant. Hurry over. As the words left his lips, a sudden silence fell on the other end of the conch shell. In the shop, Xiaobai inadvertently dropped the conch from her hands. With a crack, she stood frozen in disbelief, unable to fathom that her brother had been so impressive, only 2 months into marriage, and there was already news of a child. Quickly picking up the fallen conch, she smiled and exclaimed, I sincerely apologize, Fingdi, Bai Jie mistakenly misunderstood you. I offer my apologies. Where is Shueler? Quickly. Give her the conch. With a smile, Bofeng shook his head and handed the conch to Qian Renxue. Sister, exclaimed Xiaobai, her face beaming with joy. You've worked so hard, Shuer. You are indeed a great benefactor of our island. If you need anything, feel free to ask, and I shall bring it to you without delay. Qian Renxue responded with a gentle smile. Sister, I require nothing. My husband has everything we need here. It was I who troubled him to contact you. Sister, you must be weary after such a long journey. Perhaps you should rest for the night before coming again. Meanwhile, Xiaobai chuckled softly. Our little sister is quite endearing, unlike my brother Fingdi, who only brings me worry. Woofing, then I shall take my leave. After a conversation with Xiaobai and Qian Rengshu, Woofing once again picked up the conch and said, Sister Bai, I kindly ask that you refrain from informing our mother about this matter. Why? Your mother has been longing for her grandson for quite some time. Why not tell her? Xiaobai inquired, puzzled. Kazuki explained that the sound transmission conch has a range limitation, and since Tiando City is quite distant from the island, it would be impossible for you to establish contact. Moreover, considering my mother's temperament, she has been quite insistent ever since I departed. She has introduced countless young ladies, all of whom were virtuous and possessed a certain charm. Fortunately, I did not acquiesce to any of those introductions. Otherwise, I would never have had the fortune of encountering someone as wonderful as Shuer. Qian Renxue smiled faintly. Naruto continued, considering my mother's character, there are 2 possibilities. First, she may instruct someone to escort Snow to the island. The perilous nature of the sea is something I believe Bai Jie also comprehends. The little white figure nodded in agreement. The ocean is tumultuous, and should any unforeseen circumstances arise, it could lead to irrevocable losses. After all, this child is the future of the Sea God Island. As for the first possibility, if my mother does not comply, I fear what? You have neither stolen nor robbed. Wave Wind, she will come here in person. Xiaobai's expression changed. It couldn't be, could it? Your mother is the one in charge of the island, bearing the heavy responsibility of safeguarding it. She cannot possibly come here. Chapter 57, The First Encounter with the Master. Sister Bai, do you still remember when the malevolent Orca King invaded the island? Mother relentlessly pursued it across half the sea, disappearing for several days. Wave Wind recalled. Of course. I remember. Those days were filled with your 6 uncles and the sea maidens busily taking care of the island's affairs. Upon hearing this, Xiaobai instantly understood. Do not worry, I will absolutely not inform your mother, Xiaobai assured. Wufing was acutely aware of Sister Bai's temperament, and after a lengthy series of admonitions, he finally felt a sense of reassurance. Meanwhile, in the bustling department store, the recently concluded call had not left Xiaobai idle. That very night, she set off towards Soto City, and with the swiftness befitting a titled Douluo, she would arrive before dawn. The night was shrouded in darkness, and Soto City lay in silence, with all its inhabitants deep in slumber. In bed, Wufing held Qian Rengshu tightly, anxious about unforeseen circumstances. Fully aware of his duty to protect the child. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the stillness. Qian Rengshu and Wufing awoke almost simultaneously, their gazes locking in mutual inquiry. Who could it be at such an hour? Feng, sister-in-law, hurry and open the door. I'm freezing out here. Sister Bai, they exclaimed in unison, as the wind howled. Bofeng and Qian Renxue spoke in unison. Did we not agree to meet tomorrow? How is it that you have arrived so soon? Hastily rising from his bed, Bofeng opened the door to find the long-awaited Xiaobai. Sister Bai, was it not stated that you would come on the morrow? Why have you arrived this evening? Bofeng questioned, bewildered. Xiaobai retorted, why must it be strictly tomorrow? I simply wish to meet my future nephew a little earlier. Is that so wrong? Do not impede me. Let me in at once. With that, Xiaobai pushed past Bofeng and hurried to sit beside Qian Renxue. Take care. Slow down. You are now my prime protection target. Nothing must go awry. Xiaobai quickly supported Qian Renxue, ensuring she was comfortably resting against the bed. Then, she turned her gaze back to Bofeng, standing at the door. Tonight, you shall sleep in another room. From this moment forth, you are forbidden to approach Xiaoxue even a step closer. With a swift motion, Xiaobai slammed the door shut, leaving Bofeng standing alone in the cold. The following morning, Qian Renxue and Xiaobai boarded the carriage returning to Tiando City, accompanied by their companions. Their mission of restocking supplies was accomplished, and they were ready to return. Under Xiaobai's watchful eye, Bofeng and Qin Rinxue exchanged a farewell kiss. Silently observing the departing caravan before Bofeng gradually made his way towards the location of Shrek Academy, nestled on the outskirts of Soto City. Shrek Academy lay in a quaint village. As Bofeng walked along the country path, golden rice fields flanked him on either side, and the air was filled with the sweet melodies of birds and fragrant blossoms. Today felt somewhat peculiar. Ordinarily, the Shrek 7 monsters would already be training. Could they have other plans? After inquiring with several passers-by, Bofeng finally arrived at the gates of Shrek Academy. Before him stood an aged village, with a sign at the entrance boldly displaying the words Shrek Academy. Stop. This is Shrek Academy. No idle persons are permitted entry. At that moment, a white-haired elder emerged from within, a teacher of the academy. Naruto politely requested, please inform him that Naruto has matters to discuss with Dean Flander. The elderly man nodded and promptly entered the academy. At the entrance, Bofeng awaited patiently. Before long, Flander approached with a beaming smile, eagerly grasping Bofeng's hand. Boss Bo, you have finally arrived. Come, allow me to introduce you to my esteemed Shrek Academy. Such fervent enthusiasm genuinely startled Bofeng. Bofeng comprehended the intentions behind Flander's actions. Although he was somewhat avaricious, he was also a person of profound loyalty and protective instincts. For the sake of Shrek Academy, he had devoted nearly his entire life. The academy was established adjacent to the village. Upon following Flander inside, Bofeng surveyed the surroundings, which were modest yet bore witness to the emergence of 7 remarkable figures who would astonish the continent. At the heart of the academy lay an open space, where a man with a buzz cut stood, his expression rigid and devoid of emotion, arms crossed behind his back. His gaze, cold and indifferent, was fixed upon Tang San and Daimubai, who were engaged in combat before him. The remaining 5 students stood to the side, as the buzz-cut man patiently elucidated the various issues evident in each of them. Bofeng and Flander stepped aside. Tang San's right hand shimmered with a blue light, and beneath his feet, 2 yellow and 1 purple spirit rings ascended, causing the blue-silver grass to dance around him. Daimubai gathered the radiant white light of the white tiger, sweeping away the obstructing blue-silver grass before him. As a control-type spirit master, he naturally held an advantage over the assault-type spirit master, yet it did not take long for Daimubai to find himself at a disadvantage. Enough, exclaimed the man with the crew cut, halting the proceedings. He then cast an irritated glance at Flander and remarked, Flander, did I not make myself clear? While I am instructing this young prodigy, I shall not permit anyone to disturb me. Woofing, it seems I have become superfluous. Clearly, he is the master. The invincible expert of theory, a former member of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family, and also the beloved of Lu Erlong. This perfectly aligns with his image, as he was the greatest nightmare of the Shrek 7 monsters during their early days. Flander smiled slightly, addressing the master, my dear master. You have been teaching the little monsters for quite a while since this morning. It is time for them to take a break. Haste makes waste. Subsequently, Flander stepped forward, cleared his throat, and declared, today's lesson concludes here. Everyone, disperse. As the dean, even this master had to comply with Flander's wishes. The crowd exchanged glances before dispersing in a lively manner, several groups heading toward the distance. Ning Rongrong glanced at Woofing beside Flander, letting out a silent sigh. Sometimes a missed opportunity is just that, a missed opportunity, and perhaps the next will be better. When Ning Rongrong turned her gaze to Oscar, who was gazing at her with infatuation, a wave of revulsion washed over her, particularly at his incantations. Never mind, let that be. Tang San quietly observed Woofing, thinking, it's him again. The owner of the department store, he exudes an air of familiarity. What could it be? Coincidentally, Woofing was looking back at Tang San, and their eyes met, prompting Woofing to smile and nod. This left Tang San momentarily taken aback. Did this fellow take an interest in him? No, they had merely crossed paths the day before. Hardly enough to be considered acquaintances. Once the Shrek 7 monsters departed, the master approached Flander, saying, Flander, you should not indulge them so. If this continues, how will they ever become true powerhouses? Strength is built through perseverance, not through such rigid training methods. Woofing interjected, indeed. The master scrutinized this sudden stranger, his tone laced with hostility. What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting there is something wrong with my teaching methods? Chapter 58, Grandson. I wouldn't say there is an issue, merely a suggestion. Woofing gazed at the departing Shrek 7 monsters and remarked, each of them possesses extraordinary talent, particularly that one named Tang San, who no longer needs to be confined to solitary training. What they currently lack most is practical combat experience. Engaging with diverse opponents is precisely what they require. The master, fully aware of Woofing's implications, recognized that this was also his next course of action. However, being publicly criticized by this sudden stranger left him feeling quite displeased. Was this not a slap in the face? Not far away. The Shrek 7 monsters had not truly left. Instead, they concealed themselves in a nearby corner, observing the conversation between Woofing and the master. Ning Rongrong. Is this Woofing truly so formidable? It seems he is debating something with the master, inquired Xiaowu with curiosity. Ning Rongrong replied with a smile. You must not underestimate Woofing. He is a close friend of my father and has ties to our 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School, with whom he conducts business. His general store even holds shares in our sect. Even the emperors of the 2 great empires show him respect. It is said that Bufing's sister is a formidable title Douluo. Title Douluo, exclaimed the group in unison. The title Douluo represents the pinnacle of soul masters, each holding an exceedingly prestigious status. The reason why Bufing can hold his ground is intricately connected to Xiaobai. Tang San gazed deeply at Bufing, having met him twice. He always found Bufing's peculiar gaze unsettling. Does he harbor intentions towards me? Instinctively, Tang San felt a tightening sensation. I care not who you are. My affairs are not for an outsider like you to meddle in. The master waved his hand dismissively, placing it behind his back, feigning an air of a wise sage. Bufing, outsider? Just wait until you arrive at the Blue Tyrant Academy. We shall all be under the same roof. The master harbored a deep-seated disdain for the interruption by Bufing. He was exceedingly confident in the training regimen he had devised for the little monsters, firmly believing they would evolve into true powerhouses. All right. Flandre stepped forward to mediate. Xiaojiang, allow me to introduce you to this esteemed gentleman, Bufing, the proprietor of the department store. He is quite the significant figure. You must be aware of the department store, the one located in Tiando City. The department store? The master regarded Bufing with newfound respect. He was indeed familiar with the department store, a colossal entity. Aside from the 2 great empires and the Spirit Hall, the department store monopolized a vast majority of commerce on the continent, with no one able to rival its stature. It stands as an empire within the realm of trade, holding an exceptionally high position. And that seemingly inconspicuous Bufing is the true mastermind behind it all. Outsider? Bufing chuckled lightly, introducing himself further. In addition to being the owner of the department store, I also serve as a teacher and the director of education at the Blue Tyrant Academy. What relevance does that hold for me? The master inquired. With a gentle smile, Bufing addressed the esteemed dean of the Blue Tyrant Academy, Lu Erlong. Surely, the master is familiar with him? The master's gaze flickered, revealing a complex array of emotions, for it had been nearly 2 decades since he last encountered Lu Erlong. Bosbo, is it truly the younger sister of Erlong, the dean of the Blue Tyrant Academy? Flandre exclaimed with excitement. Bufing nodded slightly and smiled. Dean Flandre. How could I possibly deceive you? I have heard that you, along with Dean Lu Erlong, form part of the illustrious Golden Triangle. Indeed, Flandre replied with pride. Along with this esteemed master, the 3 of us once made quite a name for ourselves as the legendary Golden Triangle. Sighing, Flandre continued. It has been over 20 years. I wonder how Erlong has been faring? As he reminisced about the days when the trio roamed the continent, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. Meanwhile, the master remained silent, the past tribulations having left a profound impact on her. Eventually, she inclined her head towards Bufing and said, I apologize, Mr. Bo. My earlier behavior was quite disrespectful. With a smile, Bufing shook his head and said, No worries, master is merely considering the well-being of those 7 children, which I can personally comprehend. Dean Flandre. Do you intend to participate in the Continental Senior Soul Master Competition in a year and a half? Flandre replied with a wry smile. I harbor such aspirations. Yet our Shrek Academy has not registered and thus lacks the qualification to partake. It can be said that these 7 children represent the final cohort of students from Shrek. This was Flandre's source of heartache, embodying all his dedication and effort. Why not, in the name of Blue Tyrant Academy, invite you to Tiando City? With the talents of these children, participating in this competition should pose no problem, Bufing suggested. Flandre was suddenly taken aback, invigorated as he exclaimed, Indeed. How could I have overlooked this? If we go to Sister Erlong, won't all our issues be effortlessly resolved? Xiaojiang. Where is he? The master, who had just been present moments ago, had vanished without a trace. There existed an insurmountable emotional barrier between him and Lu Erlong. He had harbored guilt for over 20 years, and though he now knew her whereabouts, he still lacked the courage to face her. Alas, Flandre sighed deeply. It seems the blow to Xiaojiang was quite significant. Even after 20 years, he has yet to find closure. Subsequently, Bufing and Flandre toured the academy. Though small, it was complete in every aspect. Bufing assured that as long as Flandre led the team to the Blue Tyrant Academy, he would allocate special funds and take full responsibility for the training expenses and competition uniforms of the Shrek 7. Flandre's aesthetic was beyond Bufing's imagination. That dreadful green school uniform served as the sole testament. Upon hearing this, Flandre promptly agreed, vowing to persuade the master as swiftly as possible. After all, this was an investment from Bufing, the illustrious boss beau of the continent, whose depleted treasury was soon to be replenished. Just the thought of it filled Flandre with excitement as he temporarily bid farewell to Bufing and hurried ahead to the master's residence to engage in some soul-stirring persuasion. As Bufing found himself at leisure, the Shrek Academy had transformed considerably. Not far ahead, he spotted Tang San and Xiao Wu, seated together, their bond appearing quite strong. Finally, an opportunity had arisen for a private meeting with his grandson. No, Tang San. Upon hearing his name called, Tang San rose and turned around. Boss Bo, may I inquire what it is you wish to discuss with Tang San? After a moment of scrutiny, Bufing nodded in satisfaction. Recognizing the noble lineage of Tang Hao's nephew, whose appearance was indeed distinguished and remarkable, Upon sensing Bofeng's peculiar gaze, Tang San instinctively took a step back, his expression gradually becoming serious. Boss Bo, you. Wave Wind chuckled. Do not misunderstand. I harbor no such intentions. Your father, could it be Tang Hao? Chapter 59. Tang Hao's visit, little uncle indeed. He is my father, the boss of Waves replied. Do you, by any chance, know my father? Tang San inquired. Wolfing nodded slightly, acknowledging the connection. Logically speaking, according to lineage, I should be considered a relative of your father, Tang Hao. Ah. Tang San suddenly found himself in a state of confusion, unable to comprehend Wolfing's words. Boss Wolfing, I grew up in Holy Spirit Village with my father. Apart from Grandpa Jack, our family has no other relatives. Moreover, my father is all alone. What do you mean by that? Bofeng smiled. For it was your father who deliberately concealed the truth. Some extraordinary events had transpired, which compelled your father to take you to the secluded village of Shahan. Wolfing turned to the petite figure of Xiaowu and said, I need to discuss something with Tang San. Could you please excuse us for a moment? Tang San gave a slight nod to Xiaowu, and she promptly departed from the scene. Afterward, Wolfing gently inquired, do you possess a hammer as your martial spirit? In an instant, Tang San's eyes widened in shock. This secret had only been shared with his father and his teacher, and he had never confided in anyone else. Not even the sisterly Xiaowu had caught wind of it. A sense of agitation washed over Tang San, amplifying his anxiety. Given Tang San's temperament, the number of individuals privy to his secret was exceedingly limited, and if it were to be disclosed to others, he would act without hesitation. Wolfing then smiled subtly, revealing a hammer in his palm, the Haotian hammer. Suddenly, Tang San trembled, his focus sharpening as he gazed intently at the Haotian hammer resting in Wolfing's hand. It dawned on him that the martial spirit resonance from a few days prior had been connected to this. His own martial spirit was indeed the same hammer. We share a common martial spirit, and there exists a certain blood relation between you and my father. From this revelation, Tang San began to ascertain the familial bond he shared with Wolfing. What exactly is your relationship with my father, Boss Wolfing? Tang San inquired, puzzled. With a raised eyebrow and a smile, Bofeng said, guess. If son wishes to unravel the mysteries that dwell within your heart, as well as the truth behind your father's departure, the answers await you in Heaven Do City. Having spoken, Bofeng departed, leaving Tang San standing alone, lost in thought. Since that fateful day at the age of 6, when his father Tang Hao vanished without a trace, 6 long years have passed without a reunion. In reality, however, Tang Hao has been vigilantly safeguarding the safety of his only son from the shadows. Just moments ago, he observed the scene from a distance in the densely wooded area of the back mountain, cloaked in a tattered black robe. After bidding farewell to Dean Flander, Bofeng intended to proceed to the Spirit Hall to discuss matters of collaboration with Pope Bibi Dong. On the once quaint country path, a man cloaked in black now stood before him. Although the man concealed his appearance, the marks of time were evident, accompanied by a faint, unpleasant, and musty odor. Are you attempting to rob me, sir? Bofeng found himself perplexed. As a prominent figure in his own right, he was well aware of the many who sought to prey upon merchants, yet here he was, confronted by one such individual. Might we converse privately? The man uttered, his voice steeped in the weight of experience. Wolfing nodded slightly, and soon the two took a seat beneath the shade of a tree. The man inquired first, how has the Haotian sect fared in recent years? Bofeng. Although Bofeng is the biological child of Tangshan and has recognized his kinship with Tangxia, the master of Haotian sect, in Tangweihua, he has never set foot there. The time simply has not yet come. Only he, having been expelled from the sect, could pose such a question. Are you Tang Hao? Bofeng inquired tentatively. The man in the black robe nodded and pulled back the hood of his cloak. Wolfing beheld a middle-aged man, whose face was adorned with a tangled beard and etched with deep wrinkles, appearing to be in his 50s. His hair was disheveled, and his eyes lacked luster. Observing his young nephew in such a state, Wolfing couldn't help but shake his head and remark, even my eldest nephew does not appear as aged as you. Your elder brother is over 70, yet you, my young nephew, have endured much hardship over the years. Young nephew? Tang Hao furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Aren't you a member of the Haotian sect? Wolfing slightly shrugged, retrieving the sect's token from his bosom and tossing it directly to Tang Hao. At the moment he grasped the token, Tang Hao's expression transformed into one of profound excitement. For he understood better than anyone what this hammer truly represented. The Haotian order? From where did you acquire the Haotian order? The gentle breeze whispered. This is a legacy left to me by my father. Your father, Tangshan, and my mother, Poseidon. As he spoke, the Haotian hammer materialized in Bofeng's hand, devoid of any soul rings above it. This was because his primary martial spirit was that of the sea god. Only when the sea god possessed 9 soul rings would Bofeng bestow them upon the Haotian hammer. You are truly the son of my grandfather. Tang Hao exclaimed in disbelief, for Tangshan had been absent from the clan for over a decade. Tang Hao's father held the title of the previous sect master of the Haotian sect, while Tangshan was Tang Hao's grandfather. Thus, in terms of lineage, Tang Hao was indeed. Wolfing retrieved the Haotian order and solemnly declared, the Haotian hammer and the Haotian order are the sole proofs of my allegiance. If you doubt me, I can lead you back to the Haotian sect at this very moment. Those who once cast you out would not dare to utter a single word of grievance. With that, Tang Hao nodded gravely, knelt on one knee, and clasped his hands, saying, your unfilial disciple, Tang Hao pays his respects to my dear uncle. Rise. Wu Feng quickly assisted Tang Hao to his feet, his gaze lingering on his young nephew, whose countenance was clouded with sorrow. The events of the past had been enough to shatter his heart. Uncle, what of grandfather? Is he well? Tang Hao could not help but inquire. With a smile, Bo Feng replied, my father is in good health, currently striving to reach the 100th level in a mysterious location, completely unaware of the events occurring in the Hao Nan sect. However, how is it that you, Tang Hao, do not comprehend that? Despite my grandfather's ignorance of the happenings at the Hao Nan sect, I, as the progeny of Tangshan, would seek out Tang San? Moreover, how is it that you discern the secret of Tang San's dual martial souls at a mere glance? A gentle smile graced Bo Feng's lips as he spoke. All of this was imparted to me by my mother. I grew up on the island of the sea god. And it was my mother who urged me to leave the island, all for the sake of the Hao Tian sect. Have you remained by Tang San's side all these years? Tang Hao nodded. Dear uncle, you may be unaware, but I have been apart from that child for 6 years. Throughout this time, I have failed to fulfill the responsibilities befitting a father. Though guilt weighs heavily upon my heart, I find myself powerless. My presence beside Xiao San would inevitably draw the attention of the spirit hall towards this child, which is our final glimmer of hope. He possesses twin martial souls, akin to the Pope Bibi Dong. Should the spirit hall discover the child's true identity, they would surely act with lethal intent. Uncle, I wish to entrust Xiao San to you. Chapter 60. Meeting the parents, Bo Feng furrowed his brows and inquired, you are Tang San's father, and likewise, Tang San is my grandson. It is only natural that I care for him. What are your intentions? Tang Hao, with a bitter smile, shook his head. Since Ian's death, my heart has ceased to live. Little uncle, I entrust Xiao San to your care. With that, Tang Hao donned his robe once more and swiftly vanished before Bo Feng's eyes. Wu Feng, goodness, is this akin to entrusting a legacy? The way Tang Hao addressed him as uncle is of immense value. He remains indifferent, yet also entrusts Tang San to Wu Feng. Wu Feng helplessly shook his head. Never mind. It is only natural for a grandfather to care for his grandson. The Spirit Hall is situated in the Spirit City, nestled between the two great empires. After several days of journeying, Naruto's finally arrived at his destination today. He was about to meet the legendary Pope, evoking a sense akin to a mother-in-law meeting her son-in-law. Although neither party was yet acquainted with the other, Kazekage wed his daughter, and she, in turn, became the bride of Kazekage, now expecting a child. Upon entering the city gates, one finds themselves enveloped by the vibrant atmosphere within. Although the Martial Soul City does not boast a land area comparable to the capitals of the two great empires, it stands on par with Soto City. Yet, the local customs and the lively ambience here rival that of Soto City in every regard. As one strolls along the streets, countless pairs of eyes observe the unfamiliar figure of Kazekage, each gaze filled with intrigue. Calm and composed, Bo Feng continued to advance towards the magnificent edifice before him. Upon reaching the grand entrance of the Spirit Hall, he encountered two vigilant knights stationed as sentinels. The Spirit Hall is sacred and inviolable. Halt, they commanded in unison. Anticipating such a situation, Bo Feng promptly produced the letter entrusted to him by Bibi Dong. Upon recognizing the papal seal affixed to the document, the knights swiftly knelt in reverence. They instructed Bo Feng to wait there, leaving one knight to maintain watch while the other proceeded to deliver a report. At that moment, 7 individuals approached from behind Bo Feng, adorned in garments emblazoned with the insignia of the Spirit Hall. Under the leadership of a golden-haired woman, they steadily made their way towards the papal chamber. Hey, you there. Step aside. Do not obstruct the path. As Bo Feng turned, he happened to catch sight of 7 individuals approaching slowly. Noticing that Bo Feng showed no intention of retreating, a red-haired man slightly furrowed his brow, his tone laced with discontent. You there. Quickly step aside and do not obstruct the path. With that, the red-haired man advanced, intending to shove Bo Feng aside with a forceful palm. However, Bo Feng effortlessly grasped the man's wrist, speaking calmly, if there is something to discuss, we can do so amicably. Is it truly necessary to resort to violence? Furious, the red-haired man retorted, you dare to fight back. He lifted his left foot, preparing to launch an attack, but Bo Feng was quicker, throwing the red-haired man directly to the ground. The 6 companions behind him were momentarily stunned, particularly a blonde woman, who noted the impressive skill of this individual. Why had she never encountered him before at the Spirit Hall? The fallen red-clad man seethed with rage, having intended to impress the lady he admired, but now found himself humiliated. You will pay for this, he bellowed, summoning a colossal fiery figure behind him, as 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black spirit rings materialized beneath his feet. He was a spirit king. Witnessing this, Bo Feng could only shake his head in resignation, pondering the volatile temperament that often accompanied those with fire-based martial spirits. Why was it that those with such attributes, like Lu Erlong, tended to be so irascible? He had no desire to escalate the situation, yet the red-haired man persisted obstinately. As the tempestuous wind surged, let us vanquish the foe. The moment the trident materialized in the grasp of the tempest, a golden-haired man in a nearby palace was abruptly startled. Behind him stood a magnificent angelic statue, reminiscent of a seraph with 6 resplendent wings. This aura, is she arriving? No, this presence is not hers. In a swift motion, he vanished from his original position. As golden light radiated, he materialized between the Tempest and the crimson-haired man, promptly halting their impending clash. We pay homage to the Elder of Judgment. All present knelt in reverence, including the previously combative crimson-haired man, who hastily restrained his spirit weapon. The Elder of Judgment? Daulu? Wufeng gazed at the golden-haired man before him, one of the three extraordinary Duluos renowned alongside his mother. What could have prompted his unexpected appearance here? Daulu declared, "Let today's affairs conclude here, Hulaina." The golden-haired woman responded with a respectful gesture, "Elder of Judgment, take heed of your allies. This is not a place for conflict." Daulu cast a sidelong glance at the crimson-haired man kneeling before him. Hulaina, the saintess of the Spirit Hall, was a direct disciple of Bibi Dong. Without hesitation, she stepped forward to retrieve the red-haired man, and then the group hastily withdrew. Daulu turned to Wufeng, a faint smile gracing his lips, and inquired, "What is your name? I perceive a hint of familiarity about you, reminiscent of an old acquaintance." "An old acquaintance?" He must be referring to my mother, who once pursued Daulu together with my father. Ultimately, my father emerged victorious, while Daulu faced defeat. Before Wufeng could utter a word, Daulu continued, "You are her son, are you not?" Wufeng's eyes widened in astonishment. Such a reaction could not possibly escape the keen perception of Daulu. In an instant, Daulu grasped Wufeng's true identity. To his surprise, even her son had grown so much. "How is your mother faring?" The wind, too, sensed that the other party had unraveled his true identity. Thus he made no attempt to conceal it. Naruto chuckled, saying, "My mother has always been well, and Senior Daulu, you still possess your remarkable grace." "Oh?" Daulu smiled. "Do you know me?" Kaze no Kaze nodded slightly and remarked, "Of course, I am well aware. You are a defeated foe of my mother. In the past, you and my father dared to challenge her, but alas, upon hearing this, Daulu interjected, 'Why must you bring up such memories?' This young man—" "Wait a moment," he continued. "The events that transpired at the Haotian sect all those years ago cannot be absolved from the blame of the Spirit Hall. And what of your father? How has he fared lately?" "I find myself quite eager to engage in battle with him once more," Daulu inquired, with a serene smile. Bofeng spoke, unaware that his father was in the midst of cultivation, oblivious to the events of yesteryear. Given a few more years, his father would undoubtedly transcend the shackles of the 99th level, achieving the centennial stage. At that time, he would return to the Sea God Island, reuniting with his mother. "What did you say?" Daulu exclaimed in astonishment, hastily inquiring, "Are you saying that Tangshan can truly break through to the 100th level?" Both Daulu and Poseidon, as divine emissaries, had long since relinquished any hope of reaching such heights. If there remained any possibility on the continent of ascending to the 100th level, it could only be Tangshan, who had achieved a pinnacle unattainable by any soul master throughout their lifetime through sheer individual effort. Wufeng nodded earnestly and said, "Why would I deceive you? In no more than 4 to 5 years, the Haotian sect will not only make a grand return, but my father will also reunite with my mother." This revelation genuinely shocked Daulu. Indeed, Tangshan was a miracle in his own right. Chapter 61. Selling my granddaughter? Apologies, but she is already mine. Before Daulu stood none other than the son of Tangshan and Poseidon. The information he brought was nothing short of explosive. Should Tangshan successfully break through to the 100th level, the Spirit Hall would truly have no opportunity to rise. Furthermore, given the marital bond between Tangshan and Poseidon, it was merely a matter of time before the Sea God Island and the Haotian sect joined forces. Did the Spirit Hall aspire to dominate the continent? Although Daulu had retreated to the shadows, he remained deeply concerned about the affairs of the Spirit Hall. As the Judgment Elder, he would not allow anyone to jeopardize the interests of the Spirit Hall. Gazing at Wufeng, he had only come in response to Bibidong's invitation, intending merely to discuss matters of cooperation with no detrimental implications for the Spirit Hall. Daulu understood that Wufeng's department store had gradually entered countless households, becoming an empire in the realm of commerce. Were it not for someone provoking him, Wufeng would not have taken the initiative to engage. Nor would Daulu have taken notice. For the sake of the Spirit Hall and to remedy past regrets, a terrifying thought began to take shape in Daolu's mind. His gaze toward Wufeng softened, resembling that of a biological father, leaving Wufeng bewildered. "Senior Daulu, what is this about?" Wufeng felt an unsettling chill. With a gentle smile, Daulu remarked, "You bear a striking resemblance to your mother. In the past, I traveled to see God Island with your father. Together, we ultimately fell short against your mother. Consequently, both your father and I developed a deep affection for her, yet in the end." Daulu gritted his teeth and continued, "Your father managed to gain the upper hand, which remains my lifelong regret." Wufeng, perplexed by these words, responded, "Senior Daulu, the past is difficult to revisit. Why dwell on such memories?" "Indeed." Daulu sighed deeply. "The past is hard to bear, but now that I see you, I find myself reminiscing about those bygone days." "How old are you this year?" "I'm 13, Wufeng replied. "Ah, excellent." Daulu praised, "At 13. You are already a soul master, with a soul ring configuration of 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. In my youth, I was nowhere near as exceptional as you. Allow me to offer you some guidance, shall I?" "Guidance?" "I would be grateful for your insights, Senior," Wufeng inquired. With a mysterious smile, Daulu said, I have heard that your department store is located in the Heaven-Do Empire? Indeed. I have a granddaughter who is currently also in the Heaven-Do Empire. Though she is slightly older than you, her beauty is unparalleled, unmatched across the continent. Woofing. Is your granddaughter not Qian Rengshu? We are acquainted, and at this moment, she is still in the Tiando Palace, continuing her role as the crown princess. Could it be that Qian Dalu intends to sell his granddaughter? In truth, Woofing has already become the son-in-law of Qian Dalu. However, Qian Rengshu has kept this information under wraps, and both of them remain oblivious. Senior Qian Dalu, what do you mean? Woofing perceives the truth but chooses to remain silent. Qian Dalu chuckled softly and replied, given the circumstances, have you truly not grasped the meaning? Your father and mother, alongside me, are renowned as the three unparalleled Douluo in the world. As their son, it is only fitting that you refer to me as uncle. Kazakage, the fortress granddaughter, should have stated it plainly. There was no need for obfuscation. Ahem. Chidao coughed lightly and declared solemnly, I have taken a liking to you. Kazakage hastily retreated several steps, his face a mask of astonishment as he regarded Chidao Lu. How could someone of over 100 years display such behavior? Chidao Lu, with a furrowed brow, interjected, I have yet to finish my words. Remain composed. I have intentions of proposing you as a suitor for my granddaughter, who is no longer young herself, and it is indeed time for her to settle down. Has your mother arranged any betrothal or similar commitment for you? Naruto shook his head and replied, no. That's a relief. That's a relief. However, I am already married. Qian Dalu was abruptly taken aback, his eyelids twitching, and his lips quivering, momentarily at a loss for words. He could hardly believe his ears. Surely he must have misheard. What did you say? He repeated, in disbelief. With a resigned shake of his head, Kazakage said, I appreciate the good intentions of Senior Qian Dalu. However, I must inform you that I have been married for over 2 months now. Moreover, my wife is with child, so I truly apologize. Qian Dalu appeared utterly taken aback, feeling a profound embarrassment. After all the discussion, he had not anticipated that Kazakage had already taken a wife. He had envisioned introducing his granddaughter to Kazakage, hoping they would wed, allowing for future harmony between the Houtian sect and the Spirit Hall through their familial ties. Yet, to his dismay, this rascal had already entered into matrimony. How unfortunate. Pray tell, what is the background of your esteemed wife? Qian Dalu inquired, skeptical. Given Kazakage's status, he could hardly fathom who else, apart from his granddaughter, could be deemed worthy of such a match. Kazakage explained, my wife is named Wang Shui. Hailing from a humble background, though she may not possess the nobility of your granddaughter, she is a kind-hearted and understanding young woman, and we share great happiness together. Wang Shui? Who exactly is she? It warrants a thorough investigation. I dread the truth. It may be too beautiful for you to bear. Senior Qian Dalu. If there are no further matters, I must take my leave to meet with His Holiness the Pope. My purpose here is to discuss the collaboration between the department store and the Spirit Hall. Oh? Qian Dalu inquired, what are your thoughts on this collaboration? Naruto, 6 months ago, I had intended to collaborate with the Spirit Hall. However, to my surprise, the Pope's demands were exceedingly exorbitant, resulting in the failure of our previous partnership. My visit this time is also in response to the Pope's invitation. Qian Dalu, very well, you may approach her directly, but do exercise utmost caution in your dealings with her. Upon nodding in acknowledgement, Bo Feng proceeded towards the papal palace after exchanging formalities with Qian Dalu. As he watched Bo Feng depart, Qian Dalu began to ponder. Tang Xin was on the verge of reaching the 100th level, which would place the Spirit Hall in a precarious situation. Moreover, as Bo Feng was the son of himself and Poseidon, it would be unwise to act against him. Initially, he had contemplated utilizing his granddaughter to forge a favorable union, but it appeared that the opportunity had slipped away, as the two were already wed. Time was not on the side of the Spirit Hall. Should Tang Xin return, everything would be irreversibly lost. The only course of action left was to establish a cooperative relationship with Bo Feng's general store. Qian Dalu found himself questioning the extraordinary capabilities of the girl named Wang Shui, who seemed to surpass even his own granddaughter. Go to the general store in Tiando City and investigate this Wang Shui. I desire all information pertaining to her. Qian Renxue, are you surprised? Is it unexpected? Chapter 62. The son-in-law meets the mother-in-law, and the bed established after bidding farewell to Qian Dalu. Bo Feng followed a palace knight to a long-sealed door. You may enter directly. His Holiness has been awaiting your arrival. With that, the ancient door slowly creaked open. Naruto took a deep breath, gradually making his way toward the papal palace. The expanse surrounding him, stretching for thousands of meters, resembled a resplendent palace adorned in gold and splendor. Bo Feng had the fortune to visit both the heavenly and the Xinglua, and the scene before him now was no less extravagant and opulent than either of those. The grandeur of this place was indeed befitting of the Pope's palace. Shortly after, Bo Feng arrived at the central position, and before him stood a woman of unparalleled beauty. Adorned with a crown of purple gold and wielding a 2-meter-tall scepter encrusted with jewels, her youthful skin and nearly perfect figure suggested she was in her 30s. Echoing the noble presence of his mother, she exuded an aura that evoked a desire for reverence. It was Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, the heir to the Rakshasa god, and the mother of Qian Renxue. You have arrived. Bibi Dong spoke with a melodious voice that carried an undeniable authority, truly embodying the demeanor of an empress. A gentle smile graced the lips of Bo Feng as he beheld Bibi Dong, who exuded an air of nobility and elegance. Just as people had described. Your Holiness, I am but a merchant. State your terms. As long as they fall within my means, we can certainly forge a partnership. Bo Feng was forthright and direct, embodying the essence of a businessman. Indeed, Bo Feng's candor was commendable. Bibi Dong, holding her scepter, approached slowly. The delicate fragrance surrounding her evoking a profound sense of intimacy within Bo Feng. How about a division of 4 for you and 6 for me? The collaboration proposed was one of mutual benefit, advantageous for both parties involved. Without a moment's hesitation, Bo Feng resolutely declined. Your Holiness, might I suggest that your demands are somewhat overbearing? If you were to propose a 50-50 split, I could perhaps acquiesce. Bo Feng took a deep breath. Pondering the magnitude of the profits at stake, Bibi Dong was acutely aware of this. If the Spirit Hall aspired to grow stronger and larger, the foremost requirements were ample funding and formidable spirit masters. Collaborating with department stores presented an exceptional opportunity, as this commercial empire had rapidly ascended within a mere year, establishing itself as a preeminent force on the continent. Despite its involvement in commerce, its status remained unassailable. Backed by the support of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Tiando royal family, along with the formidable strength of the Sea God Island, the foundation was indeed robust. Boss Bo, I must admit I greatly admire you. At such a tender age, you have amassed a considerable fortune. A year ago, you visited the Spirit Main Hall. I wonder, do you still recall that visit? The wind rustled as it nodded and remarked, I recall there was a title Douluo, known as the one from Jiuhua Pass. At one point, he even considered pursuing my sister, but ultimately, he met with failure. Bibi Dong scoffed, her gaze sharpening as she replied. Your sister possesses remarkable talent, with innate full soul power and a martial spirit that is the Queen of Flowers, the heartbroken red. It has even stirred within me the desire to take her as my disciple. I offer you this opportunity, should your sister choose to become my apprentice. I shall agree to a 50-50 split. With a smile, Bo Feng shook his head, reflecting on how a year had passed yet the intention to pursue his sister remained. Did he not possess allure himself? Bah, Your Holiness, how about this? Shall we establish a wager? Bibi Dong, intrigued, replied, Very well, Boss Bo, do proceed. Woofing Danren remarked, I have long heard of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, and among them, the 3 most distinguished individuals have already attained the Purple Record Medal. Therefore, I propose a challenge against these 3. Should I find myself defeated, our collaboration could not only be divided 60-40, but I would also acquiesce to the requirements of His Holiness the Pope. The 3 luminaries of the golden generation are Hulaina, Xiaoyu, and Yin, each possessing a soul power that has reached level 50, marking them as the vanguards of the younger generation within the Spirit Hall. Among them, Hulaina is notably the direct disciple of Pope Bibi Dong. A subtle smile graced Bibi Dong's lips, for she harbored great hopes for those 3. Very well. But I must add one condition, she said, a mysterious smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Kanoa, should you face defeat, it will not only be your sister who suffers, but I shall claim you as well. Woofing exclaimed, What has transpired between Kendaliu and Bibi Dong? Your daughter seeks to conquer me, yet as her mother, you wish for my submission instead. I propose that you join the Spirit Hall. I recall you have a sister as well, let her join too, and together we can ascend to the pinnacle of the continent. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong could not help but shake her head and replied, Your Holiness, such grand ambitions, are you not concerned about overreaching? This woman, her mother-in-law, possessed an insatiable appetite for power. The outcome of this battle would determine their fates. Should the Spirit Hall emerge victorious, there would be little loss. The collaboration would simply shift to an even split. However, if Bufing were to falter, the consequences would be dire. Once he allied with the Spirit Hall, his business would inevitably become theirs, an audacious gamble indeed. Woofing, have you reached a decision? Bibi Dong inquired. With unwavering confidence, Bo Feng faced the 3, among whom were the Soul Kings, and noted that Hulaina and Xiaoyu possessed the formidable martial soul fusion technique, demonic charm. While waiting at the entrance, he encountered a confrontation with one of them. Yin, very well, Bo Feng acquiesced. Victory in this battle was imperative for him. After a taxing journey, Qianrenqiwei and Xiaobai finally arrived at the bustling marketplace of Heavendo City. Xiaobai, ever cautious, assisted Qianrenqiwei down from the carriage, ensuring that no one, not even Bo Feng, laid a finger on her. Take your time, take your time. Xiaobai smiled warmly. Since Qianrenqiwei's pregnancy, Xiaobai had been exceedingly jubilant. Even more so than when Bo Feng was born. The serpent spear Douluo had been shadowing Qianrenqiwei, exerting every effort to conceal his presence and avoid detection by Xiaobai. However, he was perplexed by the change in the young mistress's gait. As she occasionally placed a hand upon her abdomen, her previously flat stomach now exhibited a slight prominence. Could it be that she was already pregnant? This was monumental news, with implications for the legacy of the Spirit Hall. The serpent spear elder pondered whether he should conceal this revelation from the young mistress. Considering the gravity of the situation, if she was indeed pregnant, keeping it a secret was untenable. Should the judgment elder hold him accountable, the repercussions would be dire. After much deliberation, the elder resolved to inform the judgment elder. Forgive me, young mistress, he thought. For the future of the Spirit Hall, I must reveal your condition. Seeking solitude, the serpent spear Douluo found an isolated spot to channel his soul power, murmuring incantations softly. Chapter 63. Dalu smiled subtly, remarking, "This is quite intriguing. She has indeed made such a wager with Bo Feng. The prowess of Bo Feng is beyond dispute. As the son of Poseidon, the sea god Douluo, and Tangchen, the Haotian Douluo, it is inconceivable that Bo Feng would engage in any venture without certainty. This wager presents substantial advantages for the spirit hall. In truth, Dalu harbors a genuine curiosity regarding Bo Feng's true combat abilities and intends to witness them firsthand. Hulaina and her companions, being part of the golden generation of the spirit hall, are undoubtedly well known to Dalu. Naruto audaciously dared to challenge all three of them consecutively, displaying remarkable courage. The configuration of the soul rings for Bo Feng Na is simply beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. Just as Dalu was preparing to depart, he suddenly halted his steps. Elder Judgment, a significant event has transpired, came the voice of the serpent spear Douluo. Dalu promptly settled into a meditative position, channeling his soul power through the unique transmission method of the spirit hall. The serpent spear Douluo, tasked with safeguarding Qianrenshue's safety, had delivered urgent news. In the grand scheme of things, the granddaughter is of utmost importance. Dalu inquired with urgency. The serpent spear Douluo, with a look of complexity, replied, "Elder Judgment, you must brace yourself. The young mistress." Impatiently, Dalu interjected, "What has happened to Xiaoshui? Has her identity been compromised?" "The young mistress." The serpent spear Douluo clenched his teeth and disclosed, "She is already wed." For a moment, Dalu stood frozen in disbelief. How could Xiaoshui, who was supposedly infiltrating the Heaven Do Imperial Palace to undermine and replace the Heaven Do Empire, have married? As the sole heir of the Spirit Hall and a descendant of angels, he could proudly assert that there was no one worthy of his granddaughter in this world. "Are you not overseeing the young mistress? How could you allow her such recklessness? Who is the man she has married?" Dalu demanded fiercely. He had intended to connect Bo Feng with his granddaughter, but alas, Bo Feng was already wed. The marriage of Bo Feng is indeed a significant blow to Dalu. With Tang Chen's return, how will the discord between the two be resolved? Yet, what was utterly unexpected was that his granddaughter also married. This could not help but infuriate Dalu. The serpent spear Douluo dared not breathe a word. As the Judgment Elder, although he had long retreated to the background, he remained the most powerful figure in the Spirit Hall. The Judgment Elder possesses authority surpassing even that of the Pope. The serpent spear Douluo, merely an elder, was beneath Dalu's disdain. As events unfolded, the serpent spear Douluo gritted his teeth and said, "The young master has married the owner of the general store, Bo Feng." Dalu was momentarily taken aback. Did he hear correctly? Who did Xiaoshui marry? The serpent spear Douluo reiterated, "The owner of the general store, Bo Feng." Which Bo Feng? Dalu pressed for clarification. "There is only one Bo Feng, the owner of the general store, Bo Feng." "Is it truly the Bo Feng of the general store?" Dalu asked again. "Indeed, it is the owner of the general store, Bo Feng." The serpent spear Douluo continued. He recently set off for the Spirit Hall to discuss a collaboration between the store and the Spirit Hall with His Holiness the Pope. He should currently be at the Spirit Hall. Dalu smiled, a radiant smile. When one intends to plant flowers but fails, they inadvertently sow willows that flourish. The serpent spear Douluo continued, "Judgment Elder, and moreover, the young master, it appears that Xiaoshui is already with child by Bo Feng." Listening to the report from the serpent spear Douluo, and combining it with what Bo Feng had just mentioned, it seemed that Xiaoshui's pregnancy was indeed a certainty. Soon, he would have a great-grandchild. How could this not bring joy to Dalu? His lips twitched, and within, he was overwhelmed with excitement. Unable to express himself in words. Tangchen. In the past, I pursued Poseidon alongside you, yet I lost to you. Now, by a stroke of coincidence, my granddaughter marries your son. Just wait. When you return, let us see how you dare to act against my Spirit Hall." Unable to contain his joy, Dalu was elated not only by the union of Bo Feng and Qianrenshui but also by the child growing within his granddaughter, the sole heir of the angel lineage. No issues could arise. "Serpent Spear, I am aware of this matter. Protect Xiaoshui and the child within her, and allow no misfortune to befall them. Should anyone dare to harm them?" Dalu's gaze flashed with a hint of murderous intent as he coldly stated, "Kill." "Understood," replied the serpent spear Douluo. "Judgment Elder, there is another matter concerning Bo Feng's identity." In truth, Dalu had known Bo Feng's identity since the moment he revealed his martial soul. What surprised him was how Tangchen and Poseidon's son had grown up to be so remarkable. Dalu nodded and said, "I am already aware. Let it be." Meanwhile, the serpent spear Douluo was greatly puzzled. Just moments ago, the Judgment Elder was furious, yet in the next instant, he appeared so composed. The enmity between the Spirit Hall and Sea God Island was well known to all. The leader's intentions were beyond his comprehension. His duty was solely to protect the young master. After a long moment, a smile broke across Dalu's face. The descendants of angels would finally have successors. This child must be protected at all costs. He did not wish to see a repeat of past tragedies. Would he inform Bibi Dong? Clearly not. Given her nature, she would forcibly bring Xiaoshui back. Not to mention Bo Feng's true identity, which was crucial during the Spirit Hall's collaboration with the general store. No unusual circumstances could arise. Qian Daolu contemplated visiting Tiando City to see his granddaughter, but ultimately decided against it, to avoid unnecessary complications, especially since Xiaoshui was now pregnant. The next 10 months would feel like an eternity to Qian Daolu. Even before his great-grandchild was born, he began pondering names. What should the child be called? Dear friends, think about it. One thing was certain, the child must bear the surname Qian. Poseidon, did I agree to this? The sea god island must not get ahead. Measures must be taken swiftly. With a mood buoyant with joy, Qian Daolu smiled and strode outward. Meanwhile, Bo Feng and Bibi Dong had reached a wager. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the open ground outside the Pope's palace, selecting this as the battlefield for their upcoming confrontation. Hulaina, Xieyu, and Yin were already prepared and ready for battle. This time, it was a direct order from the Pope. This battle must be won. As it concerned the dignity of the Spirit Hall, especially for Yin at the entrance, if not for the obstruction of the Judgment Elder, he would have. Chapter 64, not as pretty as Xiaoshui. Greetings, Judgment Elder. The surrounding guardians knelt, as Qian Daolu held significant sway in the Spirit Hall. What brings you here? Bibi Dong coldly shot a glance at Qian Daolu. He smiled slightly, disregarding her, and instead approached Bo Feng with a gentle demeanor, extending his hand to lightly pat Bo Feng's shoulder. This action bewildered everyone present. Wu Feng is the son of Poseidon. And although Qian Daolu is acquainted with his mother, and they are adversaries, by virtue of their familial hierarchy, Wu Feng must address Qian Daolu as uncle. Qian Daolu, no. I eagerly await the day you shall call me grandfather, my grandson-in-law. Hulaina and her companions possess formidable strength, and they have a soul fusion technique known as demonic charm, which is a critical point for you to heed. Qian Daolu specifically admonished. Wu Feng, my dear elder brother, you are indeed a judgment elder of the Spirit Hall. This reminder could be perceived as a betrayal of your comrades. In an instant, the surroundings fell into an eerie silence, and Bibi Dong's countenance darkened. Hulaina and the others were utterly taken aback, as they had intended to leverage the martial soul fusion technique to determine the outcome of this battle. However, the elder's intervention left them momentarily stunned. Qian Daolu, unperturbed, considered his assistance to be of equal merit, regardless of whom it benefited. Moreover, Wu Feng was his grandson-in-law, and Qian Daolu's relationship with Bibi Dong had never been amicable. The recent death of Qian Xuanji at her hands only exacerbated this animosity, had it not been for the potential expansion of the Spirit Hall. Qian Daolu might have sought to eliminate Bibi Dong at that very moment. Within the Spirit Hall, besides his granddaughter, Qian Daolu had no other kin. Now that his granddaughter was wed, and to the son of Poseidon no less, he held no grievances, finding Wu Feng exceedingly agreeable, nearly regarding him as a true grandson. Furthermore, with his granddaughter carrying the offspring of the angel clan from Sea God Island, Qian Daolu felt even more compelled to support his grandson-in-law. Esteemed Qian Daolu, is this truly appropriate? Wu Feng inquired, momentarily taken aback. Qian Daolu, with a smile, shook his head and replied, there is nothing inappropriate about it. You are facing 3 opponents alone, which is inherently disadvantageous. Those 3 are all Soul Kings, and moreover, members of the Golden Generation. My actions are entirely justified. I have faith in you. Wu Feng gazed at Qian Daolu, who offered a reassuring glance accompanied by a maternal smile, and instinctively nodded in response. After speaking, Qian Daolu stepped aside once more. What do you mean by this, Qian Daolu? Bibi Dong questioned, casting a cold glance at him. In the face of Bibi Dong's inquiry, Qian Daolu remained unperturbed. He replied nonchalantly. My actions are beyond your jurisdiction. This battle posed an inherent disadvantage and unfairness for Wu Feng, with the odds stacked at 1 against 3. His chances of victory dwindled to less than 30%. Moreover, the combined martial soul technique of Xie and Hulaina, known as enchantment, was formidable, their powers reaching at least that of a soul emperor when unleashed. So you chose to reveal this secret. Bibi Dong pressed on. Do you truly believe that Wu Feng alone can alter the course of this battle, even with the knowledge of the martial soul fusion technique? Bibi Dong scoffed, fully aware of the combat prowess of the trio she had personally trained. In response, Qian Daolu merely cast a casual glance at Bibi Dong, stating, you should focus on your own responsibilities. The decisions I make are not for you to question. And do not underestimate Wu Feng. Bibi Dong's gaze shifted towards Qian Daolu, pondering why this old fellow, who usually lingered in the Elder Hall, had suddenly appeared today. This was not a momentous occasion, yet. Judging by Qian Daolu's demeanor towards Wu Feng moments ago, Bibi Dong suspected there was something significant hidden between the two, perhaps vital information or a deeper connection. On the battlefield, Wu Feng bore a heavy expression. His adversaries were exceedingly powerful, and he could not afford to underestimate them. This battle was pivotal, concerning the ownership of the general merchandise shop. As a denizen of Sea God Island, he ought to remain uninvolved with the Spirit Hall. Yet, faced with the circumstances, Wu Feng felt helpless. Yin chuckled lightly, kid. Just now, outside, I was eager to give you a thorough beating. Had it not been for the timely arrival of the Judgment Elder, you would surely be the one lying down. Wu Feng retorted. You. Yin gritted his teeth, flames flickering in his palm. Yin. Hulaina interjected promptly, let us proceed according to the teacher's plan. Yin was utterly obedient to Hulaina's words, a sycophant forever destined for mediocrity. Exchanging knowing glances, Hulaina and Xie moved in perfect harmony. With a graceful step, Hulaina suddenly appeared directly before Bluffing, a gentle smile slowly gracing her features. As she released her martial soul, a delicate pink fox tail sprouted behind her. Hulaina's martial soul was a mesmerizing fox, imbued with potent charm. Exuding a soft pink aura, her enchanting form moved with a rhythm that stirred the blood. Her eyes veiled in a rosy haze, this unique allure ensnared anyone who beheld her. In contrast, Bluffing remained as composed as ever, his gaze steady and tranquil. Having entered the bonds of marriage, he found himself unperturbed by such allure, especially considering that Xiaoxue's beauty far surpassed that of Hulaina. Such enchantment dared not be wielded beneath his very nose. Bluffing gracefully lifted his wrist, his fingers delicately tilting Hulaina's chin as he shook his head in disappointment, exclaiming, "Is this all? My little Shui is far more beautiful. Let us depart." With that, Bluffing abruptly raised his right leg, dark crimson energy swiftly converging, forming a blood-red crescent moon. This is dire. He possesses a soul bone. Bibi Dong has miscalculated. The skill of the evil demon killer whale soul bone, evil whale demon slash. The force of Bofeng's kick struck Hulaina with a resounding impact, sending ripples of crimson cascading outward. In the gaze of all present, Hulaina was propelled backward. Nana. At that moment, Xiaoyu caught Hulaina firmly in his grasp. As Xiaoyu's sister, they had grown up together, and he had always taken meticulous care of her. Under the influence of the evil moonbreaker, Hulaina succumbed to a deep state of unconsciousness. Xiaoyu remained silent, instructing others to carry his sister away. The silence of a person can be the most terrifying. Xiaoyu, wielding his blood-red moon blades, summoned his soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, each blooming in succession. Beside him, Yin, Hulaina's foremost admirer, could scarcely bear to witness the state of his beloved. A towering figure of flames loomed behind Yin, as his own soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, began to rise slowly. Chapter 65, Seizing the Great-Grandson to Command Tangchen. As an injured apprentice, Bibi Dong felt a pang of anguish in her heart. Qian Rinxue was indeed her biological daughter, yet in her youth, she had received not a shred of Bibi Dong's affection, the depth of which paled in comparison to the care bestowed upon Hulaina, her disciple. Bibi Dong rushed forward to assess the situation, and upon discovering that Hulaina was merely in a light faint, she breathed a sigh of relief. However, her gaze directed at Bofeng shifted from frivolity to one of despairing death. Xiaoyu, Yin, make swift work of it. Bibi Dong issued her cold command. With Hulaina incapacitated, the possibility of executing a soul fusion technique with Xiaoyu had vanished. The tide of battle swiftly turned in favor of Bofeng. Bibi Dong had not anticipated that someone so young could possess a soul bone of at least 10,000 years quality. Yet, Bibi Dong had underestimated him. Fueled by his sister's injury, Xiaoyu emanated an overwhelming aura. Brandishing his moon blades, he launched a rapid series of lethal strikes at Bofeng. Yin did not hesitate either. His soul rings pulsated with urgency as the ground transformed into molten rock beneath him. In that instant, Bofeng found himself with no path of retreat, as Xiaoyu, brimming with rage, bore down upon him. At that moment, Bofeng extended his right hand, summoning a blue trident that materialized in his grasp. The trident crossed his chest, intertwining fiercely with the moon blades, sending sparks flying. Simultaneously, Yin swung a massive fist encased in molten stone, driven by an overwhelming hatred, aiming to crush Bofeng's head. Crack, crack. Bibi Dong's gaze sharpened as she beheld 8 spider spears sprouting from Bofeng's back. Wasn't his martial spirit a trident? How could this be? The emergence of such a phenomenon could only suggest an external soul bone. Qian Dalu mused on the remarkable fortune of this young man, having acquired such a precious external soul bone. Indeed, Bibi Dong's suspicions were confirmed. It appeared that this external soul bone was derived from a soul beast of the demon spider variety. Bibi Dong herself possessed a dual martial spirit, the twin spider empress. This external soul bone stirred memories deep within her heart. Yin and Xiaoyu dared not underestimate Bofeng. His strength was unfathomable, and in such a brief time, he had already provided them with many surprises. First, the soul bone had vanquished Hulaina, then the external soul bone, and now, the soul rings of Bofeng have manifested, yellow, purple, and black. Yin and Xiaoyu held their breath, witnessing the most astonishing spectacle of their lives, the second ring of a millennium and the fourth ring of 10 millennia. All present were utterly astounded by this seemingly chaotic arrangement of soul rings, including by Bidong herself. The enigmatic presence of Bofeng is truly perplexing. What secrets does this individual harbor? It is imperative that she uncovers the truth. Years ago, at the Chrysanthemum Pass, she witnessed firsthand the 2 golden century soul rings of Bofeng, yet now, reality has delivered a harsh slap to her face. Qian Dalu nodded in satisfaction. This indeed is the son of the sea god Douluo and the Haotian Douluo, Tangchen, and he is well deserving of being his granddaughter's husband. Even if Tangchen were to return in the future, seeking retribution would require consideration of their intertwined relationships. Former adversaries have now become inexplicably connected as in-laws. And quite closely at that. Qian Dalu could almost envision the astonished expression on Tangchen's face upon his return. He yearns to witness it. The spirit hall may find it challenging to pursue vengeance. It is not as simple as it seems. With his great-grandson cradled in his arms, It would be akin to holding a trump card over tension. Would they reconcile? He chuckles at the thought. In the arena, Bofeng wields a trident, with 8 spider spears emanating a violet glow behind him. His left and right legs radiate purple and red light, respectively. The surprises he brings today are truly abundant, leaving Bibiong momentarily at a loss for words. Given his stance, it is apparent that his left leg likely possesses a soul bone, and the shimmering glow indicates its considerable age, certainly not inferior to that of the right leg. Bofeng has now fully unleashed his potential, armed with his trident. His movements are as swift as lightning. His first soul skill, Spear the Sea. The trident ripples with blue waves, with a single strike. The moonblade wielded by Xiaoyu is met with resistance. Xiaoyu is pushed back several dozen meters. They, who are hailed as the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, prided themselves on being the foremost of the younger generation, yet now Bofeng, equipped with the resources of a soul master, stands undefeated against 2 soul kings. As the gentle breeze caressed the surroundings, the figure known as Wave Wind smiled faintly, wielding a trident which he thrust once more toward the side where Flame stood. Having learned from the lesson imparted by the Dark Moon, Flame displayed newfound cunning, his fiery fist crashing against the trident while Flame soared skyward. 4th soul skill, Magma Surge. Wave Wind, this time your defeat is inevitable. The 4th soul ring beneath Flame's feet illuminated swiftly, leaving Wave Wind in a passive state amidst their standoff. The magma beneath him began to churn, approaching the brink of eruption. Flame's martial spirit, the Lord of Flames, was a formidable dual-element spirit of fire and earth. He intended to drag Wave Wind into the molten depths alongside him. Meanwhile, Qian Dalu watched with growing concern. Truth be told, he believed Wave Wind would triumph. Yet the current situation was exceedingly dire. Flame activated his 4th soul skill, and magma erupted into the sky, forming a pillar of fire that ensnared both him and Wave Wind within its grasp. Bibi Dong, observing from a distance, secretly reveled in the moment. Ordinary individuals could not withstand such extreme temperatures. Although Wave Wind possessed great strength, he was ultimately still too young and lacking in experience. Within the flames, Wave Wind remained composed, the surrounding magma inflicting no harm upon him. Enveloping his form was a translucent blue protective barrier, his 2nd soul skill, Sea Goddess Protection. Suddenly, Wave Wind broke free from Flame's grasp, striking his shoulder with one thrust and his waist with another. This was merely a contest, and Wave Wind had no intention of inflicting any serious harm. Holding the moonblade, the Dark Moon's mind was flooded with images of his sister in a state of unconsciousness. No longer contemplating, he fused his 2 blades into a singular crescent moon, launching it directly toward Wave Wind. At this juncture, after subduing Flame, Wave Wind turned his attention to the approaching Dark Moon. It was time to conclude the battle. With his right hand gripping the trident and his 4th soul skill activated, the blue trident radiated a dazzling golden light before the eyes of onlookers. 10,000 your soul skill. 4th soul skill, Sea Goddess Thunder. The golden trident, interwoven with lightning, was hurled forth with great vigor by Wave Wind, soaring swiftly toward the Dark Moon. This strike contained the boundless might of the ocean, instilling a sense of impending crisis within the Dark Moon's heart. Before the gaze of the crowd, an explosive sound erupted, causing their hearts to collectively leap into their throats. With the trident firmly grasped in his hand, Bofeng aimed for the throat of the malevolent moon, signifying the conclusion of the battle. The outcome was evident. Bofeng emerged triumphant, securing the final victory. With a gentle smile, Bofeng remarked in admiration, the golden generation of the Spirit Hall truly lives up to its esteemed reputation. Although Xiaoyu was reluctant to accept the harsh reality, the truth remained they had lost, and lost utterly. Bibi Dong, with a countenance shadowed by gloom, had initially believed that the 3 of them could vanquish their opponents and seize control of the marketplace. Now, however, Bofeng emerged victorious. Chapter 66. As long as the hoe is wielded well, the tide has turned in favor of Bofeng, while the Spirit Hall faces defeat. In comparison to Bai Dong, this outcome is decidedly unfavorable. She has missed the opportunity to seize control of the prosperous marketplace, and the marvels that have transpired around Bofeng are indeed numerous. It is a lamentable loss that such a prodigious talent does not align with the Spirit Hall. Xiaoyu clutched his chest, enduring the excruciating pain that surged through his body as he rose to his feet. Next time, fortune may not favor you as it has today. His gaze fixated on Bofeng, his fist clenched tightly, for even the trio revered as the golden generation of the Spirit Hall has fallen before him. With a smile, Bofeng nodded and said, I shall wait. As he turned away, he caught sight of Qian Daolu's motherly grin, a smile that was undeniably peculiar. He had only met Qian Daolu once, so why did it feel so unsettling? No, something was amiss indeed. Yet, he chose to disregard these thoughts. Wolfing cast a glance at the somber-faced Bibidong and remarked, Your Holiness, I wonder about the fate of our wager. At that moment, Bibidong's mood could not have been more dismal. The golden generation, whom she held in high esteem, had succumbed to the avaricious Wolfing. Indeed, the opponent's soul rings were astonishing. Yet this was not the sole reason for the defeat of the 3 soul kings. As for the sudden appearance of soul bones and external soul bones, it is remarkable for an ordinary person to possess even one, but Wolfing? He possessed 3, including the most precious external soul bone. Bibiong truly desired to recruit Wolfing. Yet alas, she had lost this gamble. With a bitter smile, she shook her head and said, Wolfing, you are indeed formidable. Might you have any interest in joining the Spirit Hall? The personal invitation from Her Holiness would surely be irresistible to everyone present. Beside them, Qiandalu cast a teasing glance at Bibi Dong, thinking how foolish it was. How could a person from Sea God Island ever align themselves with the Spirit Hall? Even though his granddaughter has married Bo Feng, this does not alter the undeniable truth that Bo Feng is from Sea God Island. Wait a moment, upon reflection. If his granddaughter has wed Bo Feng, then that implies his granddaughter is finished. He has suffered a tremendous loss. Wolfing smiled helplessly and turned to Bibi Dong, replying, I must apologize, Your Holiness. I am merely a merchant, and it is only natural for a merchant to covet wealth. I have already triumphed in this wager. May Your Holiness now fulfill the terms of our agreement? At this juncture, the Spirit Hall is experiencing rapid growth, and what it requires most are talent and financial resources. Without a doubt, Wolfing is indeed such a person. As the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong naturally could not go against the terms of the wager. Very well, Bibi Dong, suppressing her inner fury, nodded in indignation and continued, From this day forth, the Spirit Hall shall enter into a partnership with the General Store, granting the store the right to establish a branch in Spirit City. Having spoken, Bibi Dong turned on her heel and returned to the Papal Hall without a backward glance. Observing Bibi Dong's discomfiture, Qiandalu felt a surge of elation and gently draped his arm over Wolfing's shoulders. With a smile, Qiandalu remarked, Well done. You are indeed the first person to make her falter. Wolfing shook his head lightly, offering a wry smile. Today, I have undoubtedly offended this Pope. Life shall not be as easy in the future. How so? As the heir of Sea God Island, do you still harbor fears? Qiandalu inquired softly. Senior Qiandalu. This is the Spirit Hall, not Sea God Island. Were we on Sea God Island, I would not need to tread so cautiously. Even you once faced setbacks there. He retorted. Impudent brat. Is it truly necessary to resurrect old grievances? Qiandalu exclaimed, clearing his throat to dispel the awkward tension. What are your plans now? Will you return? Bo Feng smiled faintly as he gazed toward the direction of Heaven-Do City, with his wife expecting. It was only natural for a husband to return to her side. In just 8.5 months, their child would enter the world. Bo Feng couldn't help but reflect on the extraordinary journey across the continent. Not only had he acquired his own shop, but he had also married a wife of stunning beauty, gentle disposition, and profound understanding. This was indeed the greatest happiness of his life. At this juncture, Qiandalu meticulously calculated the remaining time until his great-grandchild's arrival, which was a mere 8.5 months away. Since the demise of Qianshu and Ji, the Angel clan had experienced a significant decline in numbers, now consisting solely of him and his grandson. Presently, with his granddaughter married and establishing her own family, and with a child soon to be born, this child must be brought back to the Spirit Hall. It represented the last hope of the Angel clan. Moreover, with Bo Feng's martial spirit being that of the sea god, as the son of Poseidon and Tangshan, his innate talents were beyond compare. Their child was destined to start life at the pinnacle of potential, with the backing of Sea God Island and the Spirit Hall. Along with the love and support of his grandparents, Tangshan and Poseidon, as well as his great-grandfather Qiandalu, who was one of the 3 unparalleled Douluos in the world, this child would not be an ordinary individual. It seemed that Qiandalu had indeed been a generation ahead of Tangshan and Poseidon. Hiki, by the way, when will you inform your mother about this matter? It concerns the legacy of Sea God Island, Qiandalu inquired, eager for a contest with Poseidon. Naruto gazed at the smiling face of Chidori, questioning whether this was truly the same Chidori he had known. From beginning to end, Naruto had observed that the smile never wavered, and the gaze remained fixated upon him without the slightest pause. Could it be? No, it couldn't be. With a gentle smile, Bo Feng remarked, I have yet to inform my mother. Given her disposition, it is highly likely that she would set aside matters concerning the Sea God Island and come to Heaven-Do City, devoting herself entirely to the care of my wife. Poseidon, having traversed the path of experience, possesses the wisdom of nurturing the waves, entrusting her mother-in-law with the care of her pregnant daughter-in-law. One can presume she would arrive without hesitation. Concerning the future of the Isle of the Sea God, as the High Priestess, she has always regarded the waves with greater reverence than anyone else. Now that a grandchild is on the way, it is only natural. Waves, shall I take my leave? Naruto has fallen from grace. Poseidon is coming. Qiandaolu's eyes sparkled with excitement. At this moment, Tangshan was striving to reach the 100th level. The regrets of the past haunted Qiandalu for a lifetime. What a curse. He had always believed that with a well-wielded hoe, no corner of the wall was beyond reach. Seizing this opportunity, Qiandalu planned to execute one final, desperate push. What is it about Tangshan that captivates Poseidon so profoundly? As of now, Tangshan has yet to return. Qiandalu realized that his moment had arrived. First, he must establish a connection. This is paramount. He quickly exclaimed, Young man, with such significant matters at hand, you must promptly inform your mother. This pertains to the legacy of Sea God Island, and it surpasses all else in importance. Kaze's gaze fell upon Qiandalu, who wore that enigmatic and peculiar smile. Kaze was aware of Qiandalu's affection for his mother. Could it be that, heavens, this fellow had not yet relinquished his hopes? Wolfing smiled helplessly and tentatively inquired, Senior Qiandalu, you have not yet lost hope. Chapter 67. Unable to dig in the corner, the Pope contemplates action. Douluo instinctively nodded in agreement. Indeed. Indeed. With narrowed eyes and a solemn expression, Bofeng gazed intently at Douluo. Realizing the implications, Douluo hastily shook his head, exclaiming, "You think too much. Am I truly that kind of person? Bofeng, is it not? Your smile has already betrayed you. Douluo, I regarded you as a senior. Yet I never anticipated you would aspire to become my new father. Senior Douluo, it would be wise for you to abandon that notion. My mother has never harbored any feelings for you. She once declared that whoever among you could ascend to godhood would win her favor. And now? My father is returning. As the divine emissary of the angels, you have already attained the 8th trial of the angels. Should you succeed in the 9th trial, it would be assured. Despite this, Douluo remained undeterred, holding on to his last flicker of hope. But what brings your father back? Do you seek to be struck? Bofeng interjected. I merely wish to discuss the experiences of ascension to godhood, Douluo replied. After all, as the divine emissary of the angels, I possess no opportunities for ascension myself and can only await the arrival of the true heir to the angelic legacy. With a sigh, Douluo lamented. How many years have passed? I wonder how much longer I must wait. You shall not have to wait much longer. With a mysterious smile, Bofeng contemplated that Douluo still held hope for his mother. His eyes twinkled as a thought occurred to him. Douluo, I can reveal to you the precise moment of my father's return, as well as the divine position he is destined to inherit. Douluo immediately became intrigued. Eagerly pressing for details, what is it, exactly? In this world, there exist 2 great deities of death, one a Rakshasa, the other an Asura. My father. With a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, Bofeng remarked, it is indeed Shura. Shura, the god of Shura, has already recognized Bibi Dong, which is one of the reasons why Douluo dares not act against her. To his astonishment, the Shura god has chosen Tangchen. Good heavens. Douluo could hardly fathom the implications. He must abandon such thoughts at once. Otherwise, the entire spirit hall would face utter destruction. For now, it is imperative to focus on that child. Let us hope that time is still on our side. The events of the past have already left Douluo with regret. Yet it is too late to amend them. The spirit hall's actions have led to the closure of the Haotian sect's gates. As the founder, how could Tangchen simply let this matter rest? I am aware that the closure of the Haotian sect is inextricably linked to the spirit hall. I hope that when Tangchen returns, you can speak favorably, for after all, we are family. Bofeng understood what Douluo was contemplating. It was merely the fear of facing his father's reckoning after autumn. Rest assured, esteemed Douluo, I am well aware of the course of action I must take. If there are no further matters to discuss, I shall take my leave and return to Tiando City. I have been away for quite some time, and my wife must be missing me dearly. Upon hearing this, Douluo promptly advised, Shui, your wife is a remarkable woman. You must treat her with utmost care and never let her down. Otherwise, you may find yourself in a situation reminiscent of my own from years past. The eyes of Wave Wind narrowed once more, fixating intently on Thousand Flow. Is it a crime to reminisce? Thousand Flow mused. After exchanging a few pleasantries, it was time for Wave Wind to take his leave. Following his farewell to Thousand Flow, he officially embarked on his journey home. In the Pope's chamber, Bibion sat on the throne, her face contorted with fury, the purple gold scepter in her hand emitting a series of resonant sounds. Today marked the most distressing day since her ascension to the papacy. She had intended to firmly grasp control over the general merchandise store, yet unexpectedly, the outcome was far from her expectations. Wufeng possesses formidable strength that has transcended Bibidong's control. Such an individual, if not recruited, must be annihilated. In a fit of rage, Bibiong resolved to take decisive action. With a mere utterance, the 2 titled Douluos, Gue and Yueguan, immediately manifested in her presence. Bibidong's gaze was icy. The spirit hall must dominate the Douluo Continent. Everything will ultimately belong to her. She had long coveted the lucrative business of the general store. Now, with Wufeng at the helm of this enterprise, she must secure him firmly. Should he dare to resist? A chilling glare from her sent shivers down the spines of the 2 Douluos, who hastily made their way to the exit. At that moment, Douluo entered slowly. Where are you 2 planning to go? He questioned the duo. As a judgment elder and the grandfather of Qianrenxue, he felt compelled to protect Wufeng, who was his granddaughter's husband. Gue and Yueguan exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. What brings you here? Do you intend to meddle in my affairs? Bibidong's discontented gaze fell upon Douluo, who had previously agreed not to interfere with the matters of the spirit hall. Douluo smiled slightly. I am aware of your intentions toward Wufeng, but today, I am not here to thwart you. Rather, I am here to issue a warning. At this declaration, both Gue and Yueguan were nearly paralyzed by the overwhelming aura that Douluo emanated, far beyond their capacity to withstand. Bibidong's expression darkened as she rose from her seat, wielding a purple gold scepter that radiated a power nearly equal to that of Douluo. I am quite intrigued. What warning do you have for me? Bibidong's smile was enigmatic as her gaze fixed upon Douluo. Humph. Douluo scoffed. Should you dare to lay a finger on Wufeng today, be wary of my wrath. Oh, I am curious. Bibidong inquired. How is it that you, having never met him, place such significance upon this individual that you would stand against me? You will understand when the time comes, Douluo replied, shaking his head without further elaboration. Remember, if I discover you attempting to harm him. Beware of your position as Pope. Though I have promised not to interfere with the affairs of the papal hall, do not forget that as a judgment elder, I possess the power to revoke your authority. Bibidong cast a cold glance at Qian Daolu, acknowledging his capability as he had asserted. Just as Qian Daolu was about to depart, Bibidong suddenly interjected, "Wait, what is Bufing's background that would evoke such a reaction from you? One who typically remains uninvolved. Why would you risk enmity with me? You will understand when the time comes," was Qian Daolu's repeated response before he vanished from sight. Once Qian Daolu had left, Yu Egwan cautiously inquired, "Your Holiness, what should we do now? If you are not afraid of death, then proceed as you wish. Do you think Qian Daolu would spare you?" Bibidong dismissed Yu Egwan with a glance, turning her thoughts inward. Who exactly is this individual that even Qian Daolu regards with such trepidation? When Bufing and Qian Rinxue returned home with their child, all would be made clear. Chapter 68. Home with my wife with the matters of the Spirit Hall concluding. Wolfing resolved to return to Tiando City. As he exited the papal hall, he coincidentally encountered Hu Laina, supported by Xiaoyu. Her complexion was poor, having endured the assault of the evil whale's demon breaking slash, leaving her somewhat overwhelmed. The ferocious power of the evil demon tiger whale still lingered within Hu Laina, causing beads of perspiration to form on her brow. Hu Laina was on a quest to seek guidance from her teacher, hoping Bibiong might possess a method to purge the violent energy that remained within her. Upon encountering Bufing, Xiaoyu's expression soured, his demeanor unfriendly. Having suffered defeat, the trio, once lauded as the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, had become targets of widespread criticism. With less than a year and a half until the Continental High-Level Soul Master competition, their time was running short. They must secure victory, not only for the honor of the Spirit Hall but also for the 3 soul bones that rightfully belonged to them. Following today's battle, both Xiaoyu and Hu Laina had witnessed the formidable power of Bufing's soul bones. As Bofeng was about to depart, he was suddenly halted by Hu Laina's voice. "Wait." Bufing halted his steps, turning to look at Hu Laina, and inquired, "Miss Hu Laina, what brings you here? Might you enlighten me as to why you remain impervious to my charms? You, after all, belong to the Spirit Hall, even with the advantage of your spirit ring. Or perhaps your mental fortitude." A gentle smile graced the lips of Bofeng as he contemplated Miss Hu Laina's enchanting abilities, which would undoubtedly ensnare an ordinary individual. However, in his youth, Bofeng had spent an extensive period listening to the haunting melodies of the sea maiden Douluo, who played the divine melody of tranquility. This composition possessed the power to disturb one's senses, yet over time, Bofeng found solace in its strains. Thus, Hu Laina's allure was rendered ineffective against him, far less potent than the divine melody itself. It must be noted that after employing her charm, Hu Laina's figure and beauty ascended to an entirely new echelon, though, of course, she could not rival his beloved Xiao Shui. "But what is it?" Hu Laina inquired, her expression one of confusion. As Bofeng spoke halfway, he suddenly shook his head and remarked, "It is nothing. You are not as beautiful as my little Shuer. Of course, this allure is of no use to me." Casting a glance at Hu Laina's rather unremarkable visage, Bofeng faintly sensed a trace of the malevolent power of the demonic killer whale within her. Almost forgot. Being struck by the evil whale's demon-slaying slash is certainly an unpleasant experience. As Bofeng gently raised his right hand, the diadem of the sea god upon his head radiated with a resplendent blue-golden light. Upon witnessing this, the malevolent moon became immediately cautious. Accompanied by a flicker of the sea god's luminescence, a soothing force swiftly penetrated Huliina's being, commencing the purification of the lingering malevolent power of the demon whale within her. This force was imbued with a gentle warmth, enveloping Huliina in a comforting embrace as she blissfully closed her eyes, feeling a wave of warmth enveloping her. In but a fleeting moment, the light of the sea god had dissipated the remnants of the ferocious energy within her. Wolfing nodded slightly, and upon confirming that Hu Laina was unharmed, he swiftly departed, eager to return home to his wife. After a considerable time had passed, Hu Laina gradually regained consciousness. "Nana, what did Bufing do to you?" Xiaoyu inquired anxiously, his concern directed solely at this singular sister, as he could not afford any further mishaps. Hu Laina offered a faint smile and replied, "Brother, rest assured. The remnants of power within me have been thoroughly eradicated by Bufing." After surveying her surroundings and noticing Bufing's absence, she asked, "Brother, where is Bufing?" Xiaoyu, somewhat irked, responded, "He has already departed. The next time I encounter him, I shall personally ensure his defeat." Hu Laina shook her head with a bittersweet smile, her gaze filled with complexity as she pondered the matter of strength. Following his exit from the Spirit Hall, Bufing promptly set off towards Tiando City. In just a day and a half, he returned to the bustling marketplace. As usual, the shop was teeming with customers, and business was thriving more than ever. Upon his arrival, the staff greeted him warmly, to which Bufing responded in kind. His first priority was to find his wife. Entering his room with an exhilarated heart, he gently opened the door. Creak. The door slowly swung open, revealing Qian Rinxue and Xiaobai seated on the balcony, basking in the sunlight and engaging in carefree conversation. It was evident that Qian Rinxue's belly had grown slightly. "Darling, you're back," Qian Rinxue exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Bufing. "Fendi, how did things go at the Spirit Hall?" Xiaobai inquired. Sitting beside Qian Rinxue, Bufing gently embraced her. "Sister Bai, the Spirit Hall has consented to collaborate with us, But an unforeseen incident has arisen. What exactly transpired? Could it be that someone is deliberately causing you trouble? Xiaobai furrowed her brow slightly. Wolfing lamented, it is none other than that Pope Bibi Dong. When I proposed a collaboration with her, she audaciously insisted that I join the spirit hall and even sought to dominate the entire department store. This woman harbors considerable ambition. Upon hearing Wolfing's words, Qian Ringshu furrowed her brow in discontent, asking, how has she made things difficult for you? Are you all right, my dear? Qian Ringshu was well aware of her mother's nature, forceful, indeed, exceedingly so. She possessed the power to obliterate anything in her path. The profits of the department store had caught Bibi Dong's envious eye as the spirit hall evolved. Its aspirations to dominate the Douluo Continent increasingly hinged on acquiring both talent and wealth, both of which Wolfing had claimed for himself, thus prompting Bibi Dong to entertain the idea of recruiting him. Alas, it is utterly inconceivable for Bofeng to join the spirit hall, as he is inherently a denizen of Sea God Island and maintains a profoundly adverse relationship with the spirit hall, were it not for a collaborative arrangement. He would never contemplate setting foot there. To suggest that I join the spirit hall? That is simply out of the question. I immediately proposed a wager. Let the spirit hall's golden generation, led by Hu Laina, face me alone against their trio. What ultimately transpired? Qian Rinxue inquired anxiously. With a gentle smile, Bofeng declared, of course, I emerged victorious. Consequently, Bai Dong abandoned her attempts to sway me, inadvertently paving the way for a collaboration with the spirit hall. However, the days ahead promise to be arduous, as I have drawn the attention of a certain pope. A formidable woman indeed. Strong-willed. Truly formidable. Xiaobai waved his hand dismissively and said, are we at Sea God Island still fearful of the spirit hall? In bygone days, I commanded the mighty soul-devouring great white shark swarm, inflicting untold losses upon them. With a note of anxiety, Qian Rinxue inquired, dear husband, did anything else transpire during your visit to the spirit hall? After a moment of contemplation, Bofeng remarked, I also had the pleasure of encountering Qian Douluo. Grandfather. Qian Rinxue suppressed her inner excitement, asking, did that esteemed elder Qian Douluo say anything to you? Bofeng Dao, Qian Douluo is indeed Qian Douluo. He discerned at a glance that I am my mother's son and revealed my origins from Sea God Island. Chapter 69, The Shrek 7 Monsters? How has Qian Douluo treated you? Has he posed any disadvantage to you? Xiaobai inquired hastily. The gentle breeze swayed as Bofeng shook his head and remarked, Qian Douluo has not been detrimental to me. Rather, his demeanor is somewhat peculiar. He even contemplated introducing his granddaughter to me. Qian Ruxue exclaimed, isn't that me? With curiosity. She inquired, how did you respond? Wolfing chuckled and replied, naturally, I declined. As a married man, it would be unwise to reach for unattainable heights. It is said that Qian Daolia's granddaughter, Qian Ruxue, is a stunning beauty. Well, at least you know how to flatter. He added, however, I already have Xiaoxue her. Regardless of who Qian Ruxue is, it bears no significance to me. In this lifetime, Xiaoxue her is all I need. Qian Ruxue smiled softly and nestled comfortably against Wolfeng's shoulder. My dear husband, my beloved, I hope that when you learn of my true identity, you will not be taken aback. With a playful giggle, she continued, by the way, Phone, I have already informed the Grand Priest about your wife's pregnancy. Xiaobai reminded him. Wolfing, Sister Bai, did we not agree to keep this from mother? How can you go back on your word? Xiaobai, with a hint of pride, replied, as the heir of the Sea God Island, you bear the weighty responsibility of ensuring its prosperity. Were it not for me, would you have had the chance to meet Xiao Xue and gain such a virtuous wife? Ever since you arrived on the mainland, you have grown quite indolent. Wolfing inquired, what exactly did mother say? Xiaobai glanced at Wolfing and smiled. The high priest holds great regard for this grandson. He is indeed the hope of our Sea God Island, as there are still matters to address on the island. The high priest will not be visiting us for the time being. However, once Xiao Xue gives birth, the high priest wishes for you to bring both her and the child to Sea God Island. Wolfing nodded slightly, expressing that there was no issue. There remained 8.5 months before Xiao Xue was due, and everything was still timely. Xiao Xue, soon you will meet our mother. Are you nervous? Qian Rinxue gently shook her head, smiling as she replied, not at all. In your absence, Sister Bai has taken excellent care of me. I have also heard you speak of our mother as a very amiable person, though we have yet to meet. I believe I will establish a good relationship with my mother-in-law. After a few days of separation, early the next morning, Wolfing gathered his belongings and, after bidding farewell to Qian Rinxue and Xiaobai, set off towards Lamba Academy. In addition to being the proprietor of a general store, he was primarily a teacher Bo. Today, he had a class to conduct and was en route to the academy. At that moment, he noticed a crowd of people, led by an individual wearing glasses, engaged in a heated discussion with the gatekeeper of the academy. I have already stated that I am acquainted with Dean Lu Erlong. Acquainted or not, everyone entering the academy must identify themselves and state their purpose. Unauthorized individuals are not permitted entry. Dean Flander? What brings you here? Just then, Wolfing arrived at the scene. Upon seeing him, the gatekeeper immediately approached, saying, Teacher Bo, these individuals claim to be from Shrek Academy and wish to speak with Dean Lu. The visitors were indeed Flander, and, as events had unfolded, they had not lingered long in Soto City. How had they arrived at Lamba Academy so swiftly? Moreover, Flander was accompanied by the Shrek 7 monsters and all the teachers from the academy, including the master himself. However, the master's expression was somewhat complex. Flander's ability to bring him here indicated that he had engaged in considerable persuasion. Flander's eyes sparkled as he grasped Woofing's hand. Boss Bo. It has been quite a while. Dean Flander, what is the occasion? Woofing inquired, glancing at the crowd behind Flander. With a hearty laugh, Flander proudly surveyed those accompanying him and explained, in order for these little monsters to participate in the Advanced Soul Master competition in a year and a half. I have decided to come to Tiendo City to make a living and, coincidentally, seek refuge with Sister Erlong. Thanks to your earlier advice, Boss Bo, without which, Shrek Academy alone would not suffice to train these 7 exceptional talents. They are all extraordinarily gifted children who require a more suitable environment to fully realize their potential. Therefore, the day after your departure, I set out with all the faculty and students, and we have only just arrived in Tiendo City today. Woofing nodded slightly, then turned to the student guarding the school gate and said, I am familiar with these individuals. I will lead them to meet Dean Lu Erlong. The student did not dare to hesitate and promptly opened the academy's gates, for if Woofing recognized them, there was no need for further questioning. Under Woofing's guidance, the students from Shrek Academy strolled through the expansive campus, which boasted a spacious layout, an excellent educational environment, and the necessary simulated training facilities. This was the very purpose of the master's visit, as the second phase of training aimed to secure silver soul badges for the little monsters in the Soto Great Soul Arena. However, the master found it difficult to resist Flander's urging, especially after learning from Woofing that the head of Blue Tyrant Academy was Dean Lu Erlong. Flander had long intended to visit Blue Tyrant Academy. The primary consideration was the master, who had not seen Lu Erlong for over 20 years. It seemed that Flander had thoroughly prepared the master for this visit. Here stood the teaching building, the place where students attended classes, while there lay the dormitories, offering rest for the students. As Bofong walked along, he introduced the Shrek 7 monsters, and the group of teachers and students nodded in satisfaction, pleased with their surroundings. After all, they were about to embark on a new chapter of their lives here. The group glanced around the Blue Tyrant Academy before Bofong led them towards the back mountain. Lu Erlong, who cherished tranquility and nature, had chosen the back mountain as his sole residence. Generally, Lu Erlong would not make appearances unless for significant matters. Dean Flander, Master. How do you feel as we approach Dean Lu Erlong's residence? Bofong teased. Flander chuckled, his eyes sparkling with excitement, and replied, we have come quite unexpectedly. I wonder if Erlong still remembers her elder brother? Let us hope she doesn't send us away. It's been over 20 years since we last met. I must admit, I've truly missed her. Am I right, Master? Flander cast a glance at the master. As Bofong followed his gaze, he noticed the master's vacant expression. From the very moment he entered the hospital, the turmoil within him had been profound, leaving him uncertain about how to confront Lu Erlong. This individual, once cherished, was now his own cousin. 20 years had elapsed. Certain matters were inevitable and must be confronted. Chapter 70, I shall not disclose it. The rear mountain remained as beautiful as ever. Under the leadership of Bofong, the members of the Shrek team gradually approached the residence of Lu Erlong, not far away. As was customary, Lu Erlong's melodious singing wafted through the air. Living here in solitude, her interests were limited to watering plants, tending to flowers, and singing each day. Her voice, both tender and resonant, carried a hint of sorrow, a reflection of longing for someone who was en route. Suddenly, the master's expression darkened, leaving him momentarily frozen in place. A stream of clear tears unexpectedly adorned his previously stoic face. He fell into silence, as though his soul had departed. Tang-san, observing the master's current state, felt an insatiable curiosity about the cause of this transformation that had rendered his usually composed teacher so vulnerable. Flander, wiping away the remnants of tears from his eyes, reminisced about the past, recalling how spirited they once were, now all aged by the passage of time. Time is unforgiving. As the master clenched his teeth, preparing to depart, Flander grasped his shoulder firmly. Xiao Gang, 20 years have passed. Are you truly unwilling to see her? Flander implored. The master shook his head frantically, exclaiming, it is not that I am unwilling to see her, rather, I lack the courage within my heart to do so. Sighing helplessly, Flander acknowledged the profound impact of the past on him. The two, once deeply in love and poised to wed, were thwarted by their own kin, who revealed that she was his cousin, a relationship that was utterly unacceptable. This was one of the reasons the master had evaded the situation for over 20 years. Flander offered a comforting remark. Well, you've come this far. Some matters must be faced. For the sake of these children and for Bo's kindness, you must meet her today. Subsequently, Flander forcefully dragged the master away, under the watchful gaze of all, while the master's eyes betrayed his helplessness as he yearned to resist. Yet, Flander was a soul sage. How could a mere soul master contend against him? With a smile that spoke volumes, Bofong silently led the group towards the residence of Lu Erlong. Director Lu, there is an acquaintance seeking you, Bofong announced as he approached. Lu Erlong promptly set aside his current tasks and approached Bofong with curiosity. An acquaintance? From where might this person hail? He inquired, glancing at the unfamiliar faces behind Bofong. What is the meaning of this? He pondered. Teacher Bo, who are they? This marked Lu Erlong's first encounter with the Shrek 7 monsters, aside from Flander and the Master. Wolfing turned to look. "Where are the Master and Flander?" he inquired. Tang San replied, "The Master and Dean Flander are still at the foot of the mountain. When we ascended together, the Master appeared somewhat reluctant. It seems he still harbors some trepidation." "Flander? You were students of the old Master?" Lu Erlong asked in astonishment. Upon hearing Lu Erlong's question, everyone present nodded in tacit agreement. As one of the Golden Iron Triangle, known for their camaraderie, the bond among the trio was akin to that of brothers. And the Master referred to by Tang San was indeed significant. "I must ask you, what is the name of the Master you mentioned earlier?" Lu Erlong pressed eagerly, yearning to uncover the name that resided deep within her heart, though Tang San was unsure of the circumstances. He could clearly sense that Lu Erlong's emotions were far more intense than those of his own teacher. Without hesitation, he revealed, "My teacher is known as the Master. And Dean Flander often refers to him as Xiao Gang." "The Master? Xiao Gang?" Lu Erlong murmured, her excitement palpable yet unspeakable. "It is truly you. After 20 years. I have finally awaited this day. Now, you cannot escape my grasp." With that, Lu Erlong shed her previous demeanor and dashed down the mountain. The onlookers were left bewildered, none comprehending the unfolding events. With a resigned smile, Bofeng shook his head and then instructed, "Everyone, please take a seat and rest. We are all part of the same academy from now on, so there is no need for formality." After traveling for so many days, the distance from Soto City to Heaven-Do City is quite substantial. Moreover, this place boasts a beautiful environment, making it an ideal spot for leisurely living. The group began to scatter and sit on the ground. At that moment, Tang San gazed at Bofeng with a complex expression, pondering the identity of this teacher who shared the same hammer martial spirit as himself. What was his true background? Furthermore, how did he know his father? Could it be true, as he claimed, that they were somehow family? These questions lingered in Tang San's mind, leaving him perplexed for quite some time. Before he could approach, Ning Rongrong took a step forward and came to Bofeng's side. "Brother Bo, it has been a long time since we last met. Have you thought of Rongrong?" she asked, her eyes shining brightly as she looked at Bofeng. Wolfing gently pushed Ning Rongrong aside and, with a smile, remarked, "Little sorceress, be good. Do not be mischievous. I am already a family man." Ning Rongrong immediately expressed her displeasure, responding, "Brother Bofeng, could you refrain from calling me little sorceress? I have grown up." With a smile, Bofeng shook his head and said, all right, our Rongrong has grown up. This place is not far from your 7 treasure glazed tile school. When you have the time, do return for a visit. Your father misses you dearly. The last time I met him, he often spoke of you." "Brother Bo, I have a question that I have wanted to ask you for a long time," Ning Rongrong inquired tentatively. With a slight raise of his brow, Bofeng remarked, "Speak your mind. Furthermore, this is Lamba Academy, and as one of its instructors, you shall henceforth be my student. Do not address me as Brother Bo. You shall call me Teacher Bo." Yes, Teacher Bo," she replied. "I have always been curious. Where do you hail from to possess such an array of peculiar knowledge?" "I have inquired of my father countless times, yet he remains tight-lipped on the subject," Ning Rongrong questioned. This curiosity stemmed from Bofeng's inaugural visit to the 7 treasure glazed tile school and his first encounter with Ning Fingxi. Ning Rongrong was acutely aware of her father's disposition as the leader of a sect. His ability to forge an alliance with Bofeng upon their initial meeting spoke volumes of Bofeng's extraordinary nature. Indeed, it was proven that Bofeng was exceptional. Within the span of merely 1 year, his general merchandise stores had established a presence in every corner of the continent. Recently, the wind rustled as Bofeng extended his hand towards the spirit hall. "Are you curious?" he inquired with a hint of intrigue. Ning Rongrong nodded earnestly, her anticipation evident as she awaited Bofeng's response. After a prolonged moment of silence, he playfully declared, "I shan't reveal it to you." With that, Bofeng intended to depart, as he had his classes to prepare for. "You, Bofeng, are truly pushing your luck. Beware, for I shall return and inform my father." Urging him to cease his collaboration with the department store, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her anger palpable. Just as Bofeng was about to leave, he paused, turning slowly to face the irate Ning Rongrong. He couldn't help but chuckle. "If your father hasn't shared it with you, what makes you think I would? Will the waves tell you?" Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze to the scene before them. They all knew that not long after entering Shrek Academy, Ning Rongrong was an utterly mischievous little witch. Having gone through numerous experiences, Ning Rongrong's temperament had transformed, becoming increasingly harmonious with those around her. At this moment, could it be that Ning Rongrong was reverting to her former self? Just then, Flinder arrived, his heart brimming with joy, with remnants of tears at the corners of his eyes, perhaps shed from emotions or other reasons. In any case, what was lost had been lost. Over the past 20 years, Flinder had come to terms with it. Now, Shrek was his sole focus. Immediately, Lu Erlong, holding on to the master with great delight, exerted considerable effort to drag him to this place. Lu Erlong needed to give the master a bit of time, after evading for 20 years. It was not yet time for him to fall into her grasp once more. This time, Lu Erlong was confident that the master would not suddenly depart again. For his disciple Tang San was present, and training Tang San along with the Shrek 7 was a promise the master had made to Flinder. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Erlong intended to rekindle their relationship. Here, tranquility reigned. Flinder cleared his throat, shattering the silence. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring wonderful news. From this moment forth, Shrek Academy will officially merge with Lamba Academy, and the new name will prominently feature Shrek Academy. Henceforth, we shall no longer worry about funding issues. Following Flinder's announcement, the attendees erupted in joyous celebration. As the capital of the Tiendo Empire, remaining here to cultivate would undoubtedly provide a splendid environment for the young prodigies. This also prepared them well for the upcoming grand competition, something that had been anticipated by Bo Feng. Initially, it was thought that Shrek would arrive later. Yet they had come several months ahead of schedule. Lu Erlong, still holding on to the master, approached Flinder with a smile, saying, "From now on, you all are students of Lamba, no, Shrek Academy. Henceforth, I shall serve as the vice dean, while you, Flinder, shall rightfully assume the position of dean." Flinder, feeling somewhat bashful, scratched his head and replied, "Erlong, we have already taken advantage of your kindness by coming here. I believe I should decline the dean's position." Lu Erlong shook her head with a smile, saying, "Flinder, please do not be modest. I have no interest in the role of dean. Otherwise, I wouldn't have moved to this back mountain. Previously, much of the academy's affairs were handled by Teacher Bo. Now that you are here, I have the leisure to pursue my own interests." As she spoke, Lu Erlong tightened her grip on the master, who noticed that she seemed to be quite familiar with him. The onlookers wore expressions of curiosity, making the master feel somewhat uneasy as he quickly freed himself from Lu Erlong's embrace and approached the Shrek 7. With a stern expression, he declared, "Do not think that just because we have changed locations, your training can be neglected. There is still a year and a half until the Continental Advanced Soul Master competition. During this time, I will be even more rigorous and demanding in your training. From this afternoon onward, training will officially commence." "Really, Master? We have just arrived here after a long journey. Could we rest for a few days?" Oscar pleaded with his enchanting eyes, blinking as he looked at the master. The others joined in, casting pitiful looks, fully aware of the master as terrifying training regimen, which they could all relate to. It was hardly a life for humans. During that period, even Tang Sin felt utterly exhausted, not to mention the other 6 members of Shrek. As Bo Feng cast his gaze upon the Shrek 7 monsters, a thought emerged within him. He approached the master and said, "Master, you have been tirelessly overseeing the training of the Shrek 7 monsters. Perhaps I could assist you in this endeavor?" Upon hearing this, the entirety of the Shrek 7 monsters was taken aback. Even the master was momentarily stunned, as were Flinder and Lu Erlong. Lu Erlong, with a bemused expression, remarked, "Teacher Bo, Xiao Gang has a unique method for training these little monsters. While your combat prowess is commendable, when it comes to education, Xiao Gang is the true expert. Perhaps you should refrain from intruding." Indeed, with Xiao Gang already managing to turn these little monsters' lives upside down, the thought of you, Boss Bo, joining him is quite unimaginable. The Shrek 7 monsters couldn't help but envision the days ahead where Bo Feng and the master would collaborate in training them. The 7 of them instinctively shook their heads in unison, declaring it impossible. "Brother Bo, I must apologize for my earlier words. I truly did not mean it. As for that matter, we genuinely do not require your assistance." Ning Rongrong hurriedly expressed her apologies to Bo Feng. Yes, Teacher Bo. We really do not need it. In fact, the master is quite good. We have already grown accustomed to his ways, haven't we?" In an instant, the 7 of them voiced their opinions, their intentions crystal clear. They must prevent Bo Feng from intervening, for their future days would be arduous otherwise. In a moment of indecision, Flinder turned to the master and inquired, "Xiao Gang, you have always been the one to train these little monsters. What is your perspective on this?" The master pondered for a moment before glancing at Bo Feng and asking, "If you were to train them, what methods would you employ?" This was a question posed by the master, encouraging Bo Feng to consider the situation from a different perspective. Bo Feng cast a glance at the 7 members of Shrek, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his mouth, instilling an unsettling chill among them. "If it were I, with less than a year and a half remaining until the competition, I would not be concerned about their current capabilities, particularly with Daimu Bai, Tang San, and Xiao Wu among them. Their innate talents are exceedingly high, and given sufficient time, reaching the Soul King rank would undoubtedly be within their grasp. However, the prospects for the others remain uncertain. At the tender age of 6, I commenced my training through an exceptionally rigorous regimen. Allow me to share a fragment of my experience. I was instructed by 7 titled Douluos in succession from a young age. 7 titled Douluos. The astonishment among all present was palpable. The formidable strength of Wufeng was something that Lu Erlong, who had engaged in combat with him previously, could readily perceive. Who would have imagined? To be taught by 7 titled Douluos from childhood is indeed a monumental fortune for any soul master. The excellence of Bo Feng is evident to all. Moreover, what can be said of the terrifying forces behind him, comprising no less than 7 titled Douluos, and perhaps even more? Chapter 72, The Nightmare of the 7 Monsters has arrived. With a gentle smile, Bo Feng continued, "In other words, I can employ the training methods of those 7 titled Douluos to instruct you. I have no doubt that, in a year and a half, you will claim victory in the Continental Advanced Soul Master competition." The Shrek 7 monsters were instantly engulfed by despair. The days ahead were destined to be shrouded in darkness. The master, suppressing his inner excitement, calmly stated, "Very well, from this moment onward, I shall train alongside Teacher Bo to ensure that you achieve the most commendable results in the upcoming competition. It was over. It was truly over. The gazes of the seven grew vacant. This time, they were indeed lost. Bo Feng gazed at the despondent Shrek 7 monsters, and soon, they would experience a period of respite. Shortly thereafter, Lu Erlong convened a meeting for all faculty and students, officially renaming Lamba Academy to Shrek Academy. Flander was appointed as the inaugural dean of Shrek Academy, while Lu Erlong stepped back to assume the role of vice dean. Though puzzled by Lu Erlong's intentions, it seemed that the outcome would have been the same regardless of who was chosen. It was said that the newly appointed Dean Flander shared a long-standing friendship with Lu Erlong. Aside from the change in the Academy's name, there were no significant alterations. As for the training of the Shrek 7 monsters, Bo Feng already had a plan in mind. On the mountainside, Bo Feng stood alongside the master. Teacher Bo, what is the purpose of bringing me here? The master inquired, perplexed. With a serene smile, Bo Feng extended his hand towards the rugged mountain path. Master, the peak upon which we stand is the highest summit within the Shrek Academy. Could you perhaps estimate the distance from the base to the pinnacle? In response to Bo Feng's inquiry, the master began to gauge the distance, furrowing his brow. It is approximately over 3,000 meters. Surely, you do not intend for them to. You have only guessed half of it, Bo Feng interjected. Half? Are you suggesting they must carry large stones? The master contemplated for a moment, stating, this method is one I have employed before. During my time in Soto City, I consistently adhered to such training regimens. The master had anticipated that Bo Feng might present some innovative approach, but perhaps youth brought with it a certain naivety. Before long, Tang San and the others had arrived at the base of the mountain, following Bo Feng's previous instructions. Wolfing and the master had been waiting for some time. Daimubai inquired, Master, Teacher Bo, what is the agenda for our training this afternoon? The master glanced at Wolfing, who nodded in affirmation, and replied, initially, I observed your training methods in Soto City, where you ran back and forth to the city with a basket of stones, completing 10 circuits. Today's training will be similar, as it too will involve running. I thought it would be something more challenging. Teacher Bo, you may have us run 10 circuits if you wish, shouted Ma Hongjun. With past experiences in mind, the Shrek 7 devils were now brimming with energy. This task was merely a warm-up, a mere appetizer. With an enigmatic smile, Bo Feng stepped aside, revealing the rugged path behind him, strewn with stones of various sizes, stretching endlessly into the horizon. Today's training task is devoid of the burden of stones. I permit you to utilize your soul power and all your hidden skills. As long as you can ascend to the summit, this stage will be deemed complete. The seven glanced at the treacherous journey ahead. Despite its ruggedness, it seemed deceptively simple for their current abilities. I shall go first, declared Daimubai, the leader of the seven monsters, eager to take the lead. Beside him, Bo Feng exchanged a knowing glance with the master, both sporting mysterious smiles. Unbeknownst to Daimubai, as he set foot on the mountain path, his pupils constricted. Overwhelmed by an immense pressure, his movements became sluggish, as if a mysterious force were opposing him. In an instant, he was propelled backward. Tang San, sensing the urgency, activated his purple extreme demon eye, revealing a faint blue-golden glow emanating from the seemingly unremarkable mountain, imperceptible to the untrained eye. What could this possibly mean? The others hurried to assist Daimubai, and at that moment, Bo Feng approached slowly, stating with a smile, this is the consequence of your underestimation. I have tampered with this mountain, at its peak lies my crown. The radiance it emits imbues the entire mountain with pressure. Your training, both today and in the future, will take place here. This is merely the preliminary phase. Within a month, all seven of you must reach the highest peak. Otherwise, I possess numerous methods to train you. Just wait and see. This is merely a slight manifestation of the sea god's light, incomparable to that atop Sea God Mountain. Currently, the Shrek 7 monsters have only reached the rank of Soul Sovereign. Such intensity of the sea god's light is a formidable challenge for them. Upon hearing Bo Feng's description, a shiver ran through the group. It was utterly terrifying. For the sake of their future, the seven steeled themselves and began their ascent. Tang San and Daimubai led the charge. However, as Tang San lifted his right leg to truly engage with the mountain, he immediately encountered a formidable resistance impeding their progress. With the silent operation of the Xiantian skill, Tang San gradually ascended while stabilizing his form. This place was indeed extraordinary. Everyone, be cautious. The pressure here is immense, Tang San warned. The others quickly sensed it too, and Daimubai, experiencing the sensation for the first time, became exceedingly cautious. The overwhelming pressure bore down on him like a tidal wave, rendering him momentarily incapable of moving. Daimubai and Tang San fared somewhat better. Yet Ning Rongrong and the remaining four had already collapsed on the ground. The sea god's light was not something they could afford to underestimate. If the training in Soto City merely skinned their exterior, this current training felt as though it were stripping away flesh. Ma Hongjuan's complexion turned a deep crimson. His face flushed, and his clothes drenched in sweat. Teacher Bo, I was wrong. Please, could we perhaps change the training method? He pleaded. Yes, master. Please intercede with Teacher Bo on our behalf. I would gladly run 20 laps while carrying stones. The stoutest among them, Ma Hongjun, along with the food-type Soul Master Oscar, were the first to voice their struggles, utterly overwhelmed by the relentless onslaught of the sea god's light, rendering them incapable of standing. Bo Feng said solemnly, Ma Hongjun, Your martial spirit is the fire phoenix. Such a splendid martial spirit is indeed squandered on you. And you, Oscar, as a food-type soul master, you are the primary target for the enemy to focus their attacks on during team battles. Do you expect your teammates to divert their attention to protect you? I have heard from Dean Flinder that you are among the rare food-type soul masters with innate full soul power. While even Ning Rongrong from the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School possesses only innate soul power of level 9. Are you truly unable to measure up to a mere girl? Chapter 73. Going to the Wild, the Master added. What Bo said is indeed correct. From now on, your training will be entirely under Bo's supervision. I shall take my leave. With that, the Master hurriedly departed. He was their last hope, and now that he had abandoned them, what awaited the Shrek 7 Devils would be an entirely new nightmare. With a playful smile, Bo Feng expressed that this was merely an appetizer. As the Master had just mentioned, from this moment onward, their training would be under his complete authority. Hurry up. Today, I do not expect you to reach the summit. But at the very least, you must progress 300 meters. Otherwise, none of you shall have dinner tonight. This announcement struck like a bolt from the blue. Under the immense pressure of the sea god's light, the 7 began their slow march forward. By the wooden cabin on the back mountain, Flander, having officially assumed the title of the esteemed Dean of the Blue Tyrant Academy, was reclining in a chair, humming a tune while relishing this hard-earned leisure. Flander, you have truly gone too far. Lu Erlong approached, hands on her hips, slamming her palm onto the nearby wooden table. Startled, Flander fell from his chair onto the ground. Erlong, please refrain from scaring me in broad daylight. I haven't done anything to provoke you, Flander protested innocently. I have been tirelessly managing the affairs of the new academy. While you, on the other hand, simply moved a chair to lounge about. Do you truly believe that just because you are Dean, I cannot discipline you? Lu Erlong retorted. Her frustration palpable. Flander stammered, well, as Dean, I must oversee the overall development of the academy. Given my age, it is only natural that I enjoy a bit of retirement. Wouldn't you agree? Lu Erlong was momentarily rendered speechless. At that moment, the Master approached from a distance. Xiao Gang. Upon seeing the Master, Flander rushed to his side as if he had found a savior. Xiao Gang? Lu Erlong's demeanor instantly softened, resembling that of a delicate woman. Aren't you supposed to be training the little monsters? How did you find time to come here? Hiding behind the Master. Flander nodded and said, Indeed, has Boss Bo already? The Master chuckled and nodded. I must admit that I underestimated Teacher Bo. When it comes to educating others, he surpasses me. Is it true? Boss Bo is that impressive? Flander exclaimed in astonishment. The Master affirmed, Do not forget. He has undergone training under 7 titled Duoluos since childhood, and his experience and methods are far beyond our imagination. I feel entirely at ease in trusting the little monsters to Teacher Bo. Teacher Bo is indeed enigmatic, and in the general store, his sister, Xiao Bai, is also a titled Douluo, possessing a soul ring of 100,000 years, Lu Erlong reminded them. 100,000 years. Both the Master and Flander were taken aback. My goodness. The Master lamented, in the current world of soul masters, there are only a handful of titled Douluos with a soul ring of that age. What exactly is Teacher Bo's identity that allows him to have a titled Douluo by his side? Lu Erlong slowly shook her head. I do not know either. But this is undoubtedly a good thing for our academy. The general store has also invested considerable funds for development. And much of our academy's expansion is thanks to Boss Bo. Let us not dwell on this any longer. Since the little monsters are under Boss Bo's direct guidance, it is akin to having 7 titled Douluos instructing them. Xiao Gang, now that you have some free time, what will you do next? Flander inquired. I intend to. Before the Master could respond, Lu Erlong seized his wrist and smiled. Of course, Xiao Gang will help me manage the academy. Unlike Flander, who lounges about all day, I would rather seek Xiao Gang's assistance. The Master nodded blankly, realizing that Lu Erlong had articulated everything he wanted to say. Meanwhile, on the mountain path illuminated by the sea god's light, the Shrek 7 were utterly exhausted. The 7 of them collapsed onto the ground, their soul power completely depleted. Even Tang San and Dai Mubai, who were typically strong, were now panting heavily, unable to fathom what kind of training awaited them in the future. With a gentle smile, Wolfing observed that the 7 individuals seemed to have exhausted their last vestiges of strength. Knowing when to cease, he extended his arm, and the divine light of the sea god atop the mountain abruptly extinguished. Instantly, the Shrek 7 felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, as the burdens they had been enduring vanished entirely. The sea god's crown returned to rest upon Wolfing's forehead. Pray tell, how do you feel? Wolfing inquired. The group collectively sighed in relief, with Dai Mubai gasping, Teacher Bo, we can hardly move a step further. The pressure is akin to tumultuous waves, rendering us breathless. Indeed. Advancing even a single step is exceedingly arduous, Xiaowu added. Our soul power is being incessantly drained. It is utterly impossible to ascend to the pinnacle, Zhu Shiqing remarked. The sentiments were unanimously shared among the group. After listening to their accounts, Wolfing offered a wry smile and explained. The source of this pressure emanates from the crown I wear, known as the light of the sea god. The light of the sea god? The group responded. Perplexed and bewildered, Wolfing nodded and remarked, Indeed, the light of the sea god will bestow upon you an immense pressure. Likewise, have you assessed your current physical condition? Upon hearing Wolfing's description, everyone began to channel their nearly depleted soul power. To their astonishment, they discovered their progress. I have reached the 29th level. Just one step away from becoming a soul zone, Ning Rongrong exclaimed in surprise. Zhu Zhuqing concurred. I too have attained the 29th level. Could it be the light of the sea god? Others chimed in. I have also advanced a level. Suddenly, Tang San interjected. I comprehend now. My teacher once mentioned that pressure serves as the impetus for advancement. Wolfing, could it be that the light of the sea god possesses the ability to enhance soul power? Wolfing nodded and said, since my youth, I have cultivated under the radiant light of the sea god. Indeed, this divine illumination enhances one's soul power. And its benefits extend far beyond what is apparent. If you have only trained under pressure, the outcome may not be favorable for you. Why do you regard me with such expressions? Ning Rongrong chuckled. Brother Bo, why not employ the sea god's light once more? We assure you this time. Had they known that the sea god's light could bolster their strength, they would not so carelessly squander it. Enough. Wolfing rolled his eyes at the seven of them and declared, do you truly believe the sea god's light can be used indiscriminately? It is limited to half an hour each day. This afternoon's training concludes here. I shall grant you time. After dinner tonight, follow me into the city to hunt. Chapter 74. Developing in a cautious manner. Hunt? What are we hunting? Wolfing chuckled helplessly, acknowledging that these terms were indeed quite obscure to them. They had, of course, developed in a rather unscrupulous manner. In their current state, their strength remained feeble. With such a lackluster foundation, were they truly considering participating in the Advanced Soul Master Tournament of the entire continent? Within just a few exchanges, they would undoubtedly be vanquished. I had previously inquired with the Master, who originally intended to take you to the Soto Great Soul Arena, which was to be the second phase of your training. However, this time, we shall venture to a different locale, the Heaven Do Great Soul Arena. I am aware that it is the largest arena on the continent, far exceeding the Soto Great Soul Arena in scale. Ning Rongrong's expression shifted uneasily as she asked, Brother Wolfing, you do not mean to suggest that we will engage in soul battles there, do you? Quite perceptive, little demoness, Wolfing replied with a smile. The Heaven Do Great Soul Arena serves as the main venue for this tournament, and this will provide you an opportunity to acclimate to the combat atmosphere and the peculiarities of the soul masters therein, allowing you to gain a tactical advantage in advance. Perhaps you might even encounter some of your future adversaries. All right, no one is permitted to be late tonight, he commanded, prompting a collective shiver among the group, who nodded in agreement. The night in Heaven Do City was particularly vibrant. The Shrek 7 monsters, visiting a large city for the first time, were irresistibly drawn to the bustling scene. Aside from Ning Rongrong, the streets were filled with a cacophony of vehicles. As the group made their way towards the Heaven Do Great Soul Arena under Wolfing's guidance, before the tournament commences, you are all to obtain the Golden Soul Badge. Wolfing stipulated. The Golden Soul Badge, gasped the group in unison. Oscar hesitantly interjected, Teacher Wolfing, as support-type soul masters, must Rongrong and I also secure the Golden Soul Badge? Ning Rongrong nodded in agreement. Among the seven, they possessed no combat prowess whatsoever. Bofeng suggested, you and Rongrong could team up with Tang San and the others, thus enabling you to participate in the 2-on-2 battles to earn points, with a year and a half remaining until the grand competition. This ample time should suffice for you to achieve your goals. The resources in Heaven Do City are abundant, making it an ideal location for the current training of the 7 monsters. The Heaven Do Great Spirit Arena, at this hour of the night, marks the beginning of a joyous life, a place where the affluent eagerly gather to relish in exhilarating battles. As Bofeng and the 7 monsters of Shrek entered the venue, Tiando City truly lived up to its reputation as the imperial capital, with its soul arena far surpassing that of Soto. You are free to partake in the soul battles, whether one-on-one or in pairs, though I advise against team fights for now, as your soul power has yet to be fully restored. Perhaps you may engage in such contests when the time is more opportune. Furthermore, I recall that the master provided each of you with a mask to don them immediately to avoid attracting the attention of other soul masters. Tiando City is unlike any other place, teeming with spies and informants. Should any incident arise, notify me at once. Additionally, ensure that your identities are concealed, so that none may discern your presence. From this moment forth, you shall be known as the 7 monsters of Shrek. Understood. With that, the group dispersed to register, awaiting the forthcoming battles. Wolfing, with a leisurely disposition, decided to head to the VIP section to observe the competition. Given his unique status, he enjoyed considerable renown in Tiando City, and naturally, he wielded certain privileges within the Tiando Great Soul Arena. Among these privileges was the access to the VIP section. This exclusive area was a spacious room, measuring over 200 square meters, equipped with every conceivable amenity. It featured a layer of specially crafted glass, rendering it opaque from the outside while allowing those within to clearly witness the events unfolding in the arena, thus serving its purpose of effective observation. The confidentiality it offered was quite commendable. As Wolfing made his way to the VIP section, he unexpectedly encountered 2 acquaintances. Lord Ning? Sword Douluo? What brings you here? Wolfing exclaimed in surprise, pondering how they had come to be present in this venue. Upon recognizing Wolfing, Ning Feng greeted him with astonishment. Boss Wolfing, what wind has carried you to this place? If I recall correctly, you are not one to frequent such establishments. Wolfing sighed with a wry smile. It is all for the sake of my students. Recently, I have taken on a significant task to train them to reach the Soul Sect level before they participate in the upcoming prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master competition. Oh, this sounds intriguing. Ning Fingji was aware that Bufing had become a teacher at the Lamba Academy. Which young prodigies could possibly warrant your personal guidance? Your daughter. Oh, my daughter? What? Ning Fingji did not quite catch that. Bufing remarked once more, aside from your daughter, who else is there? She has now become one of my students. As for the relocation of Shrek Academy to Heaven Do City, I believe Master Ning is already aware of it. Ning Fingji nodded. Having received news a few days prior regarding Shrek's move to Heaven Do City, Lu Erlong from Blue Tyrant Academy was once a member of the esteemed Golden Iron Triangle and a long-time acquaintance of Dean Flander. It is quite surprising how swiftly they have integrated into their new environment. Together with Ning Fingji and the Sword Douluo, they took their seats in the VIP section, observing the battles unfolding below. I see. It appears my little witch will require more of Boss Bo's guidance, Ning Fingji remarked after comprehending the situation. A year and a half to have Rong Rong enter the Spirit Hall seems rather daunting. The Sword Douluo expressed his concerns. Bo Feng understood the challenges inherent in the situation. The duality of ice and fire was at play. He sought an opportunity to venture forth. Below, the battle raged with fervor, and in no time, the formidable duo of Ning Rong Rong and Dai Mubai made their entrance. The serpent and scorpion combination faced off against the White Tower formation. Ning Fingji and the Sword Douluo focused intently, for this was their inaugural encounter with Ning Rong Rong, engaging in combat before such a vast audience. Bo Feng was entirely engrossed in the scene before him, the diadem of the sea god upon his head emanating a subtle azure glow that instantly captivated his gaze, granting him a momentary effect reminiscent of Tang San's purple extreme magic eyes. With the referee's command, both sides commenced a new round of combat. Their opponents, a male and a female, embodied their martial spirits. The male wielded a serpent spirit while the female commanded a scorpion spirit, both of which were imbued with toxins. Their soul rings consisted of one white, one yellow, and one purple. Given that Dai Mubai was a soul master at the rank of Soul Sovereign, it was reasonable to assume their adversaries were also of the same rank, accompanied by Ning Rong Rong, a support-type soul master. This situation left Dai Mubai somewhat overwhelmed. As the seven treasure glazed tile martial spirit blossomed into existence, the arena fell into a profound silence. It was unexpected to encounter a soul master of the seven treasure glazed tile here, for it was the most esteemed support-type martial spirit on the continent. Boss Dai. Ning Rong Rong exchanged a glance with Dai Mubai, then promptly consumed a pink sausage. To the astonishment of the onlookers, a pair of transparent purple wings sprouted from her back, allowing her to soar into the air. Chapter 75. The grandfather observes his grandson. The ability to fly. When did the seven treasure glazed tile acquire such prowess? The spectators were left in awe. In the VIP room, Sword Douluo remarked, Rong Rong's ability to fly must be attributed to the consumption of some food crafted by a food-type soul master. Wufeng remarked, truly worthy of the sword duelist. You discern the truth at a mere glance. Rong Rong's ability to fly stems from the third soul skill of a food system soul master among the Shrek 7 monsters. This third soul skill is derived from the Millennium Phoenix Tail Coxcomb Snake, which bestows the power of flight. Boss Bo, after hearing all this, I'm genuinely eager to learn about the outstanding talents among Rong Rong's classmates, sighed Ning Fingji. Ning Zhongju, you shall soon meet them. Rest assured it will satisfy you, replied Wufeng. Upon the arena, as Ning Rong Rong soared into the air, she continually activated the seven treasures glazed tower. The brilliance in her hands never waned, amplifying both speed and strength into Dai Mubai's being. Accompanied by a powerful tiger's roar, Dai Mubai manifested the White Tiger, bolstered by the White Tiger Guardian, charging swiftly towards his opponent. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tower, indeed the premier auxiliary martial soul of the continent, effortlessly aided Dai Mubai in overcoming his adversary, despite the latter also being a soul sage. In terms of age, soul ring configuration, and the rarity of their martial souls, Dai Mubai and Ning Rong Rong far surpassed their opponent. Once the battle concluded, Dai Mubai and Ning Rong Rong promptly withdrew from the arena. In the intricate and bustling Heaven Do City, numerous eyes were upon them, necessitating discretion. Ning Zhongju, sword duelist, let us depart. With Rong Rong's battle concluded, I believe the others have similarly finished, he stated as the trio exited the room, delving deeper into the waters of Heaven Do City. Outside the Heaven Do Great Soul Arena, the seven, as Bufeng had anticipated, had already concluded their battles and gathered to discuss their recent exploits. You cannot imagine. With a single punch, my opponent was rendered incapable of continuing the fight, Dai Mubai boasted with pride. Come now, Dai Lauda. Would you have triumphed so effortlessly without the assistance of my seven treasures glazed tower? Ning Rong Rong countered playfully. Seeing Dai Mubai's embarrassment, laughter erupted among the group, relishing their youth. Everyone performed admirably today, stated Bufeng as he approached, accompanied by Ning Fingji and the sword duelist. Grandfather sword. Father. Ning Rong Rong joyfully ran forward. As the little witch of the seven treasures glazed sect, her lineage was well known among the crowd. However, Oscar instinctively recoiled upon seeing Ning Fingji in person. His affection for Ning Rong Rong buried deep within. The current situation resembled that of a future son-in-law nearly meeting his prospective father-in-law. Yet, given Oscar's abilities and Ning Fingji's discerning eye, it seemed that, apart from Bufeng, none present were worthy of his daughter. What a pity. The winds of change have ushered in a union. Ning Fingxi, with a fond smile, affectionately ruffled his daughter's hair and remarked, I witnessed your battle just now, my dear. With utmost clarity. At his words, Ning Rongrong blushed deeply, overwhelmed by shyness, and fell into her father's embrace. Smiled gently, then turned to the crowd, saying, It is quite late this evening. Everyone should return to the academy and rest. Let us reconvene at the usual place tomorrow, and do not be late. Just as was preparing to depart, suddenly spoke up, Teacher, why? As Bofeng turned to glance at Tang San, who seemed hesitant to speak. It was evident that the young man wished to inquire about his father. Is there something on your mind? Bofeng inquired. Teacher Bo, why do you regard me with such a peculiar gaze? Despite sharing the same hammer martial spirit, the look in Bofeng's eyes was distinctly odd, evoking an indescribable sensation. Tang San felt an unsettling strangeness in the air. With their shared martial spirit, there should be some connection of blood between them. Perhaps it was time for Tang San to address Bofeng as grandfather. In that moment, everyone turned their attention to the two, wondering if perhaps Bofeng had a penchant for such peculiarities. Curiosity bubbled among the onlookers, and even Ning Fingxi could not help but wonder. Having known Bofeng for quite some time, surely it couldn't be. Woofing, the feeling of a grandfather watching his grandson. See you tomorrow. As soon as the words left his lips, Woofing swiftly vanished from the sight of the crowd. A grandfather watching his grandson? What sort of response is that? Tang San scratched his head, perplexed, standing in place. The ever-discerning Ning Fingxi cast a penetrating glance at Tang San, whose surname was Tang. A grandfather watching. Well, I have a general idea now. Unexpectedly, the Shrek 7 monsters, truly a remarkable group. As night deepened, Woofing returned alone to the general store, where everyone had long since retired for the night. This evening marked the latest he had ever returned. Quietly ascending the staircase, he opened the dust-covered door, revealing Qian Rinqiwei resting peacefully in bed. For a pregnant woman, the paramount necessity is to attain a restful slumber. Woofing tiptoed beside Qian Rinqiwei, feeling the gentle rhythm of her breath. Fortunately, all was well. Honey, you're back. Woofing, I apologize for making quite a commotion upon my return. I hope I did not startle you. Qian Rinqiu gently rubbed her delicate, enchanting eyes and offered a charming smile. It's all right. I had only just fallen asleep when I heard the noise. After all these years as a couple, I can recognize your footsteps immediately. Ah, so you were teasing me. Woofing replied, as he tenderly pulled Qian Rinqiu into his embrace, his hand resting on her slightly rounded abdomen, distinctly feeling the subtle movements within. The wind of surprise swept through as Woofing exclaimed, My dear, I have probed with my soul energy, and it appears there are two. Qian Rinqiu nodded with delight. Her smile radiant as she replied, Today, Sister Bai specifically utilized her soul energy to investigate. I am carrying two twins. Twins. Just as Woofing reveled in his joy, the door to the room swung open forcefully, revealing. Kazuki was unceremoniously expelled, and the door was firmly shut, leaving not even a sliver of a gap. During Xiaoxue's pregnancy, you must exercise some restraint. The affairs of the department store do not require your concern. I shall handle everything, and chaos shall not ensue. Indeed. Sister Bai is true to her word, providing genuine protection. Particularly today, when Stubbai employed her spiritual energy to ascertain that Xiaoxue was carrying twins, she acted immediately. Naruto was utterly isolated. At this moment, Xiao Bai's voice resonated once more. Until the time of Xiaoxue's delivery, you are permitted to return to the academy dormitory for rest, with allowance for 1 visit per week. Woofing, whose wife is she, mine or yours? The night was desolate, and Woofing involuntarily shivered. Nevertheless, he decided it was unwise to quarrel with Sister Bai. Considering the children, it seemed Woofing had no choice. Chapter 76. The Serpent Spear Douluo is unemployed the following morning. The Shrek 7 monsters arrived punctually at the designated spot on the back mountain, eager to commence a new day of training. The previous day, they had savored the sweetness of the sea goddess light, although they only had half an hour each day. They were unwilling to relinquish such an excellent method of cultivation. On their way, they even devised plans for their subsequent training. At the familiar location from the day before, the Shrek 7 monsters were not late. It was Woofing who was tardy. Early in the morning, Woofing, nursing a throbbing head, stumbled along the path to the back mountain. Sister Bai had been excessively cautious since Woofing's wife became pregnant. Understandably, the inheritance of Sea God Island was paramount and could not afford any missteps. Currently, Qian Rinqiwei had become the primary target of Xiao Bai's protection. Almost every day, for 12 hours, Xiao Bai's figure could be seen incessantly. Consequently, the Serpent Spear Douluo, stationed at the perimeter of the general store and concealing his presence, found himself at a loss. He had become unemployed, tasked with protecting his pregnant granddaughter. He pondered, did she even require his protection? One Xiao Bai was worth 3 Serpent Spear Douluos. The Serpent Spear Douluo often reflected on how he had spent so many days there without catching even a glimpse of the young master. Having only seen him once on a whim when he attempted to peek out and greet him. What happened next? Xiao Bai appeared immediately with such caution that it nearly exposed his concealed presence. Heaven above, guarding against Woofing and Serpent Spear. The formidable king of the abyssal great white shark was a daunting task. In a corner, the Serpent Spear Douluo, stroking his stubbled chin, shook his head in despair. It had been several days since he had seen the young master. Should the Elder of Judgment inquire, how would he respond? Surely he could not candidly admit. Elder of Judgment, I am unemployed. Meanwhile, within Shrek Academy, Boofing adjusted his appearance and approached the Shrek 7 monsters, observing the 7 of them standing in neat formation. He nodded approvingly and stated solemnly, "Well done, everyone. None of you are late today. But Teacher Boofing is late," Oscar whispered. Everyone. On the previous day, Boofing, feeling a tumult of suppressed emotions, found himself dozing off when a pillow was unexpectedly delivered to him, a welcome distraction. Everyone, run 10 laps around Shrek Academy. And only then shall we commence today's training, he stated coldly. The 6 others instinctively turned their gazes towards Oscar, whose penchant for careless remarks had evidently remained unchanged. Nevertheless, they were all members of the same academy, bound to encounter one another frequently. For the current members of the Shrek 7, those 10 laps were merely a trivial undertaking, akin to a light appetizer before the main course of their training. As soon as he finished speaking, the 7 promptly embarked on their journey around the track. Boofing gazed at the departing crowd, a wave of relief washing over him as he exhaled slowly, murmuring to himself, Oscar proves to be of some value in critical moments. Indeed. With that, he made his way to a nearby clearing, settling into a cross-legged position upon the ground to commence his training during this interval of respite. On the God of the Sea island, ships laden with goods gradually set sail. Zazinza stood upon the deck, bowing slightly to the distant sea god temple, before embarking on a new round of maritime cargo transport. In recent years, due to the expansion of Boofing's ventures, the unique specialties of the God of the Sea island have begun to flourish on the mainland, creating a significant impact. Naturally, the fine products from the mainland have also found favor among the islanders, fostering a mutually beneficial relationship that has officially opened trade routes, with cargo-laden vessels slowly departing. Within the sea god temple, Poseidon sat upon his throne, staff in hand, a smile gracing her features as she observed the unfolding scenes within the water screen. Witnessing the residents of the God of the Sea island thriving in their endeavors brought her considerable solace as the high priestess of the island. It had been over a year since her son departed, and Boofing, having lived on the island for 12 years, was experiencing his first departure. Now, Poseidon found her heart longing for her son, yet her thoughts were predominantly occupied with the prospect of her future grandson. In a state of excitement, Poseidon exclaimed, "My grandchild is soon to arrive. As the son of the sea, I find myself eagerly anticipating the arrival of my grandson, who is sure to be charming." The mere thought of becoming a grandmother filled Poseidon with uncontainable joy, were it not for pressing matters to attend to on Oceanus Island. Poseidon would undoubtedly hasten to the mainland, eagerly awaiting the moment of the grandchild's birth. As Poseidon was preparing to depart and attend to the affairs of the Isle of the Sea Gods, a handmaiden approached from outside the hall. "Great High Priest," she announced, "here is a letter for you." Upon receiving the letter, Poseidon instructed the maid to depart. The letter was signed, Little White. Poseidon was taken aback. The last time he learned of his daughter-in-law's pregnancy was through Xiaobai. His son had nurtured her with great care, insisting that she would reveal the surprise only after the birth. Nevertheless, what could he do? One cannot simply return a son born of one's own flesh. As he carefully opened the envelope, Poseidon began to scrutinize the contents within. In a mere moment, a radiant happiness illuminated his face. For the letter revealed that his daughter-in-law was expecting twins too. This was a monumental event for the Sea God Island. For both the Angel clan of the Spirit Hall and the Poseidon family, offspring represented the sole legacy. Each was a dominant force on the continent, one unrivaled on land, the other sovereign of the seas. Would they be 2 girls, 2 boys, or perhaps a pair of twins, one of each? Poseidon began to indulge in beautiful fantasies. The situation on the continent was tumultuous, particularly in the capital city of Tiendo, where the intricate web of various powers intertwined, all striving for the safety of their sons, daughters-in-law, and future grandchildren. A mere individual like Xiaobai could hardly guarantee their security. Orders were dispatched for the sea spear Douluo to come and see me. Meanwhile, at Shrek Academy, the Shrek 7 had just concluded 10 laps of running and were now sprawled on the ground, gasping for the fresh air. Along the way, they had taught Xiao Ao a lesson, ensuring that Oscar would not utter another word from this day forth. Behold, the footprints left behind by Oscar were the only evidence of the event. With a clap of his hands, Boofing commanded the Shrek 7 monsters to stand at attention, their spirits invigorated and ready for training under the divine light of the sea god. He then cast the sea god's crown into the air, where it landed securely atop the mountain peak. In an instant, a dazzling blue-gold radiance illuminated the mountainside, so brilliant that even in daylight, its luminosity was striking. "Tang-san, come here for a moment. The rest of you may enter the sea god's light for your training. Keep track of time for half an hour," he instructed. Afterward, Tang-san scratched his head in confusion and followed Boofeng's lead as they departed. Chapter 77. Personal Training with Tang-san. Tang-san, accompanied by Boofeng, arrived at a secluded area on the opposite side of the mountain, where the divine light of the sea god also enveloped a broader expanse. "Teacher Bo, why have you brought me here?" Tang-san inquired, perplexed. Silent and composed, Boofeng summoned a dazzling black light in his left hand, revealing the Haotian hammer. As he brandished the hammer, he proclaimed that from this day forth, for half an hour each day, under the radiance of the sea god's light, he would personally demonstrate the chaotic wind hammer technique. Tang San, bewildered, questioned the existence of such a youthful grandfather, yet determined to grow stronger. He complied with Bo Feng's wishes, and with a flash of black light, the Haotian hammer appeared in his grasp. At Bo Feng's signal, Tang San approached the sea god's light, wielding the Haotian hammer. The moment the blue-golden radiance enveloped him, Tang San's expression shifted dramatically. The hammer he held felt as if its weight had multiplied by a dozen times. With a resounding thud, the hammer struck the mountain, causing the entire structure to tremble. On the opposite side of the mountain, the other 6 companions, diligently training under the sea god's light, sensed the disturbance and instinctively turned their gazes toward the source of the commotion. Bo Feng and Tang San, Ning Rongrong, filled with curiosity, wondered aloud what they were up to create such a ruckus. Daimu Bai shook his head, his expression solemn. The pressure from the sea god's light had yet to fully dissipate. He could even perceive a gradual enhancement in his soul power, prompting everyone to seize the opportunity to continue their training. Meanwhile, Tang San's garments were drenched in sweat, his fingers turning pale as he tightly gripped the Haotian hammer. Under the sea god's light, even the lightest objects grew increasingly heavy. The Haotian hammer, devoid of any additional soul rings, already weighed 500 pounds. Now, illuminated by the sea god's light, its weight seemed to have soared into the tens of thousands of pounds. What? Is the Haotian hammer too heavy to lift? Bo Feng remarked coldly. Tang San, panting heavily, struggled to respond. Master Bo, the weight of the Haotian hammer is overwhelming. I truly cannot. Bo Feng, with a sense of resignation, shook his head, then ventured alone into the divine light of the sea god. He stood tall, unaffected in the slightest by the heavenly hammer. Behold, this is the true art of the chaotic wind hammer. With the heavenly hammer in hand, Bo Feng swung it with abandon beneath the divine radiance, producing a cacophony of thunderous sounds that reverberated through the air. Tang San was momentarily taken aback. The pressure seemed utterly ineffective against Bo Feng. Could it be that the heavenly hammer he wielded was a mere imitation? After a vigorous display, Bo Feng rested the heavenly hammer on his shoulder and cast a sidelong glance at Tang San. From this day forth, your task is to master the heavenly hammer. As a wielder of dual martial souls, your potential is unparalleled. Dedicate half an hour each day to practicing the chaotic wind hammer technique under the sea god's light. The remainder of your time, you may allocate as you wish. Furthermore, under no circumstances should you harbor any disdain for the blue silvergrass. To the untrained eye, the blue silvergrass may appear to be a worthless martial soul. However, consider this, it is a soul that has been passed down alongside the heavenly hammer. Do you truly believe your blue silvergrass is that simplistic? With this, Bo Feng withdrew the heavenly hammer and slowly departed. His words profoundly altered Tang San's impression of him. Just as his mentor had stated, Bo Feng was indeed a commendable teacher, imparting the art of wielding the hammer, while reminding him that he had trained under the divine light of the sea god since childhood. If Bo Feng can achieve it, then so can I. Tang San struggled to rise from the ground, forcing himself to straighten his back. The Xiantian skill circulated within him as he executed the control crane seizing dragon technique, managing to lift the Haotian hammer with great effort. Yet, the reality was stark. With each swing, Tang San would find himself weakly kneeling on the ground, expending all his strength with just a single strike. After half an hour had passed, he could barely manage to swing the Haotian hammer 3 times before completely succumbing to fatigue. As the moment the sea god's light faded, he retracted the Haotian hammer and collapsed onto the ground, his entire body aching, unwilling to rise. On the treetops, Bo Feng shook his head in resignation. This was not the true sea god's light. If it were truly on Sea God Island, not only would a single strike be impossible, but even lifting it would be beyond his capabilities. What difference would it make if he possessed the Xiantian skill? There is still much time ahead, and the journey of the Shrek 7 monsters is far from over. The wind swirled as it returned to the location of the remaining 6 companions. Half an hour passed quietly after reclaiming the sea god's crown. At this moment, the 6 were seated cross-legged upon the ground, diligently absorbing the fruits of their recent training. Having experienced their inaugural attempt yesterday and today's further personal encounter, the 6 had managed to navigate slowly within the light of the sea god. Upon the return of the wind, a question arose. Where was Tang San? Teacher Bo, where is my brother? Xiao inquired. It was only upon her question that the others realized Tang San's absence. Meanwhile, Tang San, at that very moment, found himself utterly drained of strength, lacking the will to move. He could only muster the energy to support his body as he slowly walked towards Xiao Wu and the others, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Wolfing Dao, do not be anxious, Tang San will arrive shortly. After the morning warm-up exercises, the next training session will take place in the mimicry training area, where you will engage in 2-on-2 combat, each of you facing an opponent. No laziness will be tolerated. I shall be observing you at all times. Understood. The 6 individuals hurriedly dashed towards the nearby area, knowing that Bo Feng could accomplish anything. As Xiao departed, she occasionally glanced back, wondering why her beloved third brother had yet to return. It was only after the 6 had left that Tang San staggered back, his forehead and hair drenched in sweat. Tang San surveyed the surroundings and turned to Bo Feng, inquiring, Teacher Bo Feng, where are Xiao Wu and the others? Naruto, they have already gone to the metamorphic training area for their practice. You need not go. Bo Feng hastily called out to Tang San, who was about to depart. I shall personally train you. Tang San felt a profound sense of despair after finally concluding the arduous training of the sea goddess light. He found himself once again under Bufing's tutelage. Immediately, Bufing utilized the sea goddess crown to unleash a faint beam of the sea goddess light, a gentle force that began to alleviate the burdensome fatigue of Tang San's body. In a brief moment, he astonishingly regained a significant portion of his soul power, and his physical strength followed suit. Tang San abruptly gazed at Bufing, his demeanor filled with intrigue. Do not regard me with such astonishment. Were it not for your father entrusting you to my care, I would not extend such attention to you. Chapter 78. The Sea Spear Father? Tang San's heart ached for Tang Hao. The father and son had been separated for several years. Ever since Tang San departed from the Holy Spirit Village to embark upon the path of a soul master, Tang Hao had vanished completely. Aside from a brief encounter with the master and an incident where he had fiercely reprimanded Zhao Wujie, Tang Hao had remained in the shadows, safeguarding his only son. Since Bufing and Tang Hao's recognition of one another, Tang Hao had returned to the back mountains of the Holy Spirit Village, accompanied solely by a blue silver grass, entrusting his son to his younger uncle, which brought him peace of mind. The relationship between grandfather and grandson is remarkably intricate, particularly in the case of Bufing and Tang San. To the untrained eye, it would be impossible to discern their familial bond. Teacher Bufing, could you enlighten me about my father's whereabouts? What is the nature of your relationship with our family? The anxiety etched upon Tang San's face was the profound longing of a child for his father. It is not that I withhold this information from you, but rather that you have yet to meet my expectations. When the time is right, you shall meet Tang Hao, and he will reveal the truth. However, I fear you may not be able to accept it, dear grandson. Tang San was taken aback. Enough. Bufing coughed lightly, striving to maintain his composure. I shall serve as your opponent. The twin martial souls are not solely yours to command. With that, Bufing manifested his sea god embodiment. His feet surrounded by a configuration of 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings, causing Tang San to tremble. Is he truly human? Does he possess such a soul ring configuration? Tang San pondered in disbelief, questioning the validity of his teacher's teachings. Do not adhere strictly to the rules, at times. The knowledge within books cannot be entirely trusted. For instance, one might think that a plant-type martial soul must absorb a plant-type soul ring. Tang San nodded in agreement. His blue silver grass had accomplished this. Although he was unaware of Bufing's current martial soul, his instincts warned him of the impending danger. This battle was one he could not afford to underestimate. Manifesting his 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings, the sweet-scented purple-blue silver grass emerged around him, infused with toxicity. In other words, Tang San was now a vessel of poison, and even the poisoned Douluo, Dugu, would need to tread carefully. What if misfortune befell him? First soul skill, binding. The purple-blue silver grass erupted from the ground, surging towards Bufing from all directions. In the depths of the forest, the blue silver grass thrived, often yielding unexpectedly advantageous results. Tang San sought to test Bufing as the robust vines, reminiscent of an infant's arm, proliferated in overwhelming numbers. Capable of obscuring the sun, Bufing, wielding a trident, emanated a blue light as he proclaimed, Spear of the Sea, accompanied by a flash of azure brilliance at that moment. The blue-silver grass ceased its advance as if time itself had been suspended. The trident rested perilously against Tang San's throat, the chilling intent of death sending shivers down his spine. He dared not even swallow, lest he grazed the tip of the spear. You have grown careless. Bufing's gaze sharpened as he wielded the trident, striking Tang San's abdomen, causing him to crash to the ground. You activated the first soul skill of your blue-silver grass to test me, which is correct. However, you should never underestimate my trident, for it can pierce through all defenses. Do not presume that your blue-silver grass can bind me, ignoring the disparity in our soul rings and levels. In a real combat scenario, you would have already become a cold corpse. Upon hearing Bufing's words, Tang San nodded silently as he rose from the ground, acknowledging his earlier oversight. He had intended to use the blue-silver grass for a test, yet Bufing's trident had left him astounded. Its speed and sharpness were extraordinary. With that, Bufing retracted the trident and seated himself upon a nearby stone, gesturing towards the mountain path. Due to your earlier carelessness, you shall climb the mountain. After 5 round trips, we shall resume our training. Tang San shook his head in resignation. Today's lesson would be indelibly etched in his memory. With a steady resolve, he commenced the first round of his ascent, repeating the process once more. Bufing gazed at Tang San, who was laboriously climbing, and pondered whether he had been too harsh on him. However, upon further reflection, he realized that Tang San had yet to fully mature. He was merely a nascent soul master, and his expectations were still too modest. Indeed, they were far too modest. He removed the sea god's crown and cast it into the air, whereupon the light of the sea god began to envelop the entire mountain. The resplendent blue and gold radiance instantly enveloped the area, including the climbing Tang San. In that fleeting moment, Tang San's limbs collapsed beneath him, and he helplessly looked down at Bufing, struggling to utter, Teacher Bo, what is the meaning of this? With a gentle smile, Bo Feng remarked, You possess a twin martial soul, and so do I. In the realm of cultivation, we are indeed seasoned experts. The light of the sea god envelopes you. This time, you need not wield the Haotian hammer. Instead, ascend under the brilliance of the sea god. I have faith in you. After speaking, Bo Feng reclined on a stone. plucking a leaf to shield himself from the sun, and began to rest with his legs crossed. Tang San was utterly astonished. He couldn't believe he had received such a training mentor. This was simply more masterful than even the master himself. How ruthless. Yet, upon further reflection, he realized that this was the light of the sea god, granting him a privilege that others only experience for half an hour each day. He hastily took advantage of the sea god's illumination and commenced further cultivation, silently operating the Xiantian skill. Meanwhile, in the bustling city of Tiando, a stranger had appeared. This individual was the sea spear Douluo, dispatched by the esteemed Poseidon on a mission to safeguard Bofeng and Qian Rinshue's unborn twins. Draped in a black cloak, he navigated the crowded streets. Following the information he had gathered earlier, the sea spear Douluo finally arrived at a bustling shop in Tiando City, which was teeming with people. The business was thriving. His immediate priority was to locate the young master and Xiaobai. After much effort to maneuver through the throngs of people, the sea spear Douluo managed to squeeze inside. Upon investigation, he harnessed his soul power. In the room where Xiaobai was tending to Qian Rinshue, she suddenly sensed the familiar energy he had arrived. She quickly informed Qian Rinshue and stepped outside. Standing on the second floor, Xiaobai gazed down at the crowd and immediately spotted the sea spear Douluo, clad in black robes. Their eyes met, and she slowly descended the stairs to confront him. Sea spear, what brings you here? She inquired. The sea spear Douluo replied. I have come at the behest of the esteemed Poseidon to ensure the safety of the young master and young mistress. Where's the young master? Why can I not sense his presence? Xiaobai shrugged helplessly and explained, he is at Shrek Academy. Feng is now a teacher there, coincidentally passing the time. Teacher? The young master has become a teacher? The sea spear Douluo was taken aback. From a young age, Bofeng was tutored by the 7 great sacred pillars of Douluo, complemented by the personal guidance of Poseidon. The 7 great sacred pillars of Douluo served as Bofeng's mentors, and the prowess of Bofeng was well understood by the sea spear Douluo. The prospect of becoming a teacher at the academy truly astounded the sea spear Douluo. Xiaobai, where is the young mistress? I would like to meet her, he inquired. Xiaobai nodded, and the two ascended the stairs. Upon opening the door, the sea spear Douluo lifted his hooded cloak, revealing his gaze upon the figure of Qian Rinshue lying on the bed. Truly, as the young master, her discernment was exceptional. Young mistress. The sea spear Douluo bowed respectfully. This gesture left Qian Rinshue momentarily stunned. Sister Bai, who is this? Qian Rinshue asked. Xiaobai smiled and introduced. This is sea spear Douluo, one of the 7 great sacred pillar guardians from our sea god island. He has come primarily to fulfill the command of the great offering. To ensure your protection. Qian Rinshue could not help but chuckle wryly, with a skilled individual like Xiaobai by her side. Accompanied by the presence of the snake spear Douluo, and now the arrival of the sea spear Douluo, she found herself surrounded by 3 titled Douluo for her safeguard. When had she ever been bestowed with such honor? With such a formidable entourage, which force on the continent would dare to make a move against her? You, a grown man, do not belong here. How about this? You should go to Shrek Academy, stay by Feng's side, and protect his safety as well, Xiaobai suggested. The sea spear Douluo replied, but the great offering instructed me to. What did the great offering instruct you? Do you understand women? Do you know how to care for them? Xiaobai queried. The sea spear Douluo shook his head. Then that settles it. Go to Shrek Academy. I will have Feng return once a week, and you shall return to me once a week as well. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I will inform you through the sound transmission conch. So be it. Thus, the sea spear Douluo found himself turned away, resigned to his fate as he made his way to Shrek Academy, specifically to the rear mountain. As the gentle breeze caressed his face, Bofeng indulged in a peaceful slumber, basking in the rare warmth of the sun that enveloped him. Rubbing his drowsy eyes, he gradually rose to a sitting position. Instinctively, he directed his gaze towards Tang San, who was situated on the mountainside. Why have you all returned? Bofeng inquired, puzzled, as he observed the 7 members of the Shrek team. To his surprise, they were all deeply engrossed in their training beneath the divine light of the sea god. Their expressions serious and focused. It seemed they had not heard his words. As the radiance of the sea god faded and the divine crown reappeared atop Bofeng's head, the 7 practitioners slowly awakened from their meditative state. Brother Bo, you are truly biased, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, visibly displeased. How could I be biased? Bofeng responded, bewildered. Oscar shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, Teacher Bo, we were engaged in combat in the simulated training area. As soon as we finished, we noticed Xiao San training in the sea god's light. If that isn't favoritism, then what is? You promised us only half an hour a day. How could you? The group nodded in agreement, while both Tang San and Bofeng exchanged dry smiles. Let us rest for now. We shall continue our training this afternoon, Bofeng declared, concluding the session. In an instant, the 7 of them darted away like wild horses freed from restraint. With such stamina, it seems we must intensify the afternoon's training regimen. Just as Bofeng prepared to depart, a sudden change swept across his expression. That aura, there's no mistaking it. With a gentle smile, Bofeng remarked, Uncle Meow, there is no need for you to conceal yourself. Given our long acquaintance, your presence cannot be masked. As he spoke, the figure of the sea spear Douluo, clad in a dark robe, materialized before Bofeng. Young master. The The breeze of the waves nodded slightly and inquired, "Uncle Mao, what brings you here? Could it be that my mother sent you? Or perhaps she has already arrived in Heavendo City?" The sea spear Dulau shook his head slowly and replied, "The grand offering did not come personally. Rather, I was entrusted with the task of safeguarding you, the young lady, and the safety of the twins within her womb. Then why did you not visit the general store, but instead come here? Did Sister Bai send you away?" The sea spear Doluan nodded, expressing his helplessness regarding the situation. Bai had indeed changed completely. However, one could not blame her. Both Bo Feng and the sea spear Doluo were men of stature, unable to remain constantly by Qian Renjue's side. If Poseidon had dispatched a sea maiden Doluo, that would have been acceptable, yet most of the 7 sacred pillar Doluos were also men, and one could not send them all away, lest Poseidon Island. Thus, Bo Feng deliberately made his way to the wooden cabin on the back mountain to secure a room for the sea spear Doluo. Aside from returning to the general store once a week to accompany his wife, Bo Feng would spend the majority of his time at Shrek Academy. After all, there were training tasks for the Shrek 7 monsters to oversee, now that the sea spear Doluo had arrived. The training content for the Shrek 7 monsters would undoubtedly become more enriching. As usual, Flinder was comfortably reclining in his chair, relishing his leisure time. Surrounded by a multitude of subordinates, he was enjoying the role of the dean to the fullest. "Dean," Bo Feng addressed. Flinder leisurely opened his eyes, gazing at Bo Feng, and stretched comfortably. "Boss Bo, you have arrived. What brings you here?" "Kaze no Kaze. We toil diligently, yet you lie about carelessly." "Dean, I demand privileges. Grant me a private chamber." "Is that all?" "Boss Kaze, you may proceed directly without disturbing my slumber." With that, Flander promptly returned to his deep repose. Bo Feng shook his head with a hint of helplessness, not out of discontent towards Flanders, but rather reflecting the sentiments of all the instructors at Shrek Academy. In the past, during the events in Soto City, you had notably established a shop within the city to alleviate the burdens on Shrek. Now that Shrek has firmly established itself, it is indeed fitting for Flanders to enjoy some liberation. However, as the head of the academy, he must not indulge in leisure so frivolously. Even though Lu Erlong has visited countless times, Flanders has developed a certain resilience, rendering Lu Erlong powerless against him, and thus, she has ceased to concern herself with him. With some time remaining before lunch, Wolfing casually sought out an open area approximately 50 meters from the wooden cabin. "Uncle Meow, shall we engage in a friendly spar? It has been over a year since our last practice." From within the woods, Haimao Doluwa gradually emerged, wielding the Nonic spear, adorned with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black spirit rings atop the golden spear. "Sea God, possess me." A blue ripple spread around Wolfing, who donned the sea god's crown. A golden halo lingered behind his head, while he was draped in blue and golden satin, brandishing a golden trident. Beneath him, 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black spirit ring materialized. "Young master, I beg your pardon." The growth of wave wind is evidenced by the dark soul ring that encircles him. The golden spear, crackling with lightning, intertwines with the golden trident, and in that fleeting moment, a tremendous surge of energy envelopes the entire Shrek Academy. Chapter 80, the 7th Soul Skill. True Martial Soul Boom. Boom, boom. The sharp sound of explosions reverberates through the air as the golden trident and spear transform into streaks of meteors. The speed of the exchanges between wave wind and the sea spear Doluwa is so swift that only fleeting golden afterimages can be discerned. The shockwaves generated swiftly radiate outward. And Flander, who has just fallen into slumber, is inadvertently toppled to the ground by the formidable gust of energy, curled up on the floor. Flander finds a chair precariously positioned atop him. Who on earth is making such a ruckus in broad daylight? Can't anyone let me have a decent sleep? Flander grumbles as he rises in indignation. He surveys his surroundings and is met with the astonishing sight of wave wind engaging in combat with the sea spear Doluwa. Removing his crystal spectacles, he rubs his bleary eyes in disbelief. 9 soul rings. 9. A title Doluwa. Flander exclaims in astonishment. With the golden trident firmly in hand, wave wind swung it towards the sea spear Doluwa, unleashing a series of shimmering golden blades that slice through the fabric of space, hurtling directly towards his opponent. The young master had significantly enhanced his strength, prompting a satisfied smile from the sea spear Doluwa, who positioned his golden spear across his chest as a powerful gust of energy surged towards him. Renowned for his formidable prowess, the sea spear Doluwa ranked among the top 3 of the 7 sacred pillar Doluwa, his martial spirit being the Nonic spear, later bestowed with divine power by the sea god, marking him as one of the rare weapon soul masters among sea spirit masters. As he wielded his spear, a brilliant golden lightning erupted, swiftly transforming into 3 identical spears that darted through the air with breathtaking speed, each targeting a distinct direction. The sea spear Doluwa himself, gripping the golden spear, launched himself towards wave wind with the swiftness of thunder. Being one of wave wind's 7 mentors, he was acutely aware of his pupil's forthcoming strategy. 2nd soul skill, sea god's protection. Indeed, the sea spear Doluwa had anticipated his move. He deliberately slowed his pace, allowing the 3 spears to strike solidly against the sea god's protection, immediately raising a cloud of dust. Amidst the swirling haze, the sea spear Doluwa, still wielding his golden spear, emitted a glint of cold light before vanishing from sight. With a thunderous explosion, the spear struck the ground where wave wind had stood. Uncle Spear, I am no longer a child. Brace yourself. Third soul skill. Seize prison. The golden trident fragmented into 8 identical tridents, and with a sweeping motion, wave wind sent them hurtling towards the sea spear Douluo. With a smile, the sea spear Douluo deftly maneuvered his spear, knocking each of wave wind's tridents aside one by one. Young master, I must concede that you have grown considerably over this past year. Yet, even so, this will not secure your victory over me. Is that so? Wave wind replied with a mysterious smile. The previously scattered trident suddenly radiated a dazzling golden light, erupting explosively around the sea spear Douluo in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. As the gentle breeze settled, Wave Wind cast a glance at the dust-laden sea spear Douluo across from him, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, Uncle Spear, what do you think of my third soul skill? Coughing lightly, sea spear Douluo brushed off the ashes clinging to him, unfazed by the recent explosion. The clash of a soul sect against a tidal Douluo was akin to an egg striking a stone. You've become cunning, was sea spear Douluo's assessment of Wave Wind. In response, Wave Wind nodded nonchalantly, recalling the arduous training of his youth, where each day was tightly scheduled with demanding tasks. There were times he would skip classes, only to face a heavier workload the following day. Most daunting of all, however, was the inevitable reprimand from his mother, which left him utterly speechless. Children are often rendered mute before their mothers. With that, Wave Wind brandished his golden trident, dragging it along the ground as he quickened his pace towards sea spear Douluo's position. In a moment of flight, he raised the trident high, poised to strike just above sea spear Douluo's head. In that instant, sea spear Douluo swiftly positioned his spear overhead. Around them, dust erupted into the air as their combined might surged, creating ripples of energy that reverberated through the atmosphere. Frand, concealed behind a wooden cabin, cautiously peered out, the forceful wind biting at his face, nearly dislodging his crystal glasses. Frand, what on earth are you up to? He heard Lu Erlong's exasperated voice behind him as the entire academy trembled with a cacophony of sound. Upon turning, Frand was taken aback to find the Shrek 7 monsters and the master, all wearing expressions of discontent directed at him. Please don't blame me. It's Wave Wind's doing. He is currently trembling before a tidal Douluo. What? The master exclaimed, hastily pushing Frand aside to cautiously inspect the scene. As Frand had described, Wave Wind stood brandishing his golden trident, draped in blue and gold satin, facing a stranger who wielded a golden spear, another tidal Douluo. The sheer intensity of the energy unleashed by the trident and spear was overwhelmingly potent, rendering close observation impossible, which was precisely why Frand remained hidden in that spot. With a powerful kick, Wave Wind sent the spear flying, gripping the golden trident tightly in his hand. The sharp tip of the trident lunged fiercely toward the sea spear Douluo. The sea spear Douluo was no ordinary individual, as one of Wave Wind's mentors. His mastery of the spear was comparable to that of any on the continent, including the currently unemployed snake spear Douluo. The trident clashed head-on with the spear, their points entwined, generating a dazzling display of golden lightning and sparks. With the activation of his 7th soul skill, the true essence of his martial soul emerged. The sea spear Douluo broke free from the trident's grasp, his 7th black soul ring coiling around him, releasing a surge of pitch-black radiance. Subsequently, he began to transform into a golden liquid, merging completely with the spear. Unity of man and weapon. The master exclaimed in astonishment. Master, what does it mean for man and weapon to unite? Tang San inquired. The master explained. The concept of man and weapon unity refers to the soul master merging with their weapon's martial soul, achieving a true synthesis. It is akin to the sword Douluo of the 7 treasure glaze tile school, whose martial soul, the 7 killing sword, is renowned as the continent's foremost offensive martial soul. I have never met this individual, yet his mastery of martial souls is undoubtedly formidable. Wolfing cast a glance at the sea spear Douluo, who had unleashed his martial soul's true form, and shook his head with a wry smile. Uncle Spear, is it truly necessary for you to manifest your martial soul's true form? The sea spear Douluo replied, Young master, you instructed me to exert my utmost strength. I dare not defy your command. Come forth. With that, the spear whistled through the air, its velocity astonishingly swift. In the blink of an eye, it had reached Wolfing's front. The manifestation of a martial soul is no trifling matter. Fortunately, Wolfing managed to evade in time, and where the spear passed, not a blade of grass remained, followed by a resounding explosion, with billowing smoke dispersing in all directions. Oscar remarked with sympathy, should we not assist Teacher Bo? It appears he is on the verge of being overwhelmed. Damubai playfully tapped Oscar on the forehead and replied, Little Ao, are you foolish? With our numbers, we would only be courting death by intervening. Did you not hear that titled Douluo refer to Teacher Bo as young master? They must be acquainted, otherwise their exchanges would not be so evenly matched. The master interjected, now, let us patiently observe. The battle of a titled Douluo is a rare spectacle. The knowledge you glean will depend on your attentiveness. Commencing the manuscript, prior to its official release, there will be 2 chapters daily, and on the day of release, I aim to offer approximately 10 chapters. Let us persevere for a few more days. I have faith in you all. After the official release, expect 3 to 4 updates daily, depending on circumstances. Chapter 81. The 7 Oddities Battle the Sea Spear. Wolfing found himself increasingly overwhelmed, feeling a sense of helplessness. The Sea Spear Douluo truly lived up to his title, exerting a formidable suppression over Bofeng under the influence of his martial soul's true form. In terms of spear techniques, Bofeng was not inferior to the Sea Spear Douluo if they refrained from utilizing soul power. Their skills alone would render it impossible to determine a victor even after several hundred exchanges. However, the Sea Spear Douluo was indeed taking advantage of the situation. Maintaining such a state required a significant drain on his soul power, and it was likely that he too would eventually succumb to exhaustion. Chaotic wind. With a low roar, Bofeng gripped the end of the trident with one hand, and a resplendent golden light suddenly illuminated the surroundings. Channeling all his strength into the trident, he clashed with the oncoming spear. To everyone's astonishment, the spear was forced to retreat. Subsequently, the Sea Spear Douluo reverted from his martial soul form, standing in place with a slight pant, for the martial soul form was indeed excessively draining on soul power. The wave of wind retracted the golden trident, subsequently withdrawing from the state of divine possession by the sea god. Allowing you to unleash your true martial spirit, Uncle Spear, must be quite taxing on your soul power. Is it not? The Sea Spear Douluo chuckled wryly, saying, "Young master, I merely feared injuring you. Otherwise, I would have directly employed my ninth soul skill. Your progress is astonishingly swift. It is likely that within a few years, you may surpass us old fellows." As Bofeng shook his head with a smile, he remarked, "It is not that simple. All the skills I possess have been imparted by you. Moreover, my techniques are quite familiar to you all, aside from Sister Sea Maiden. I cannot accept the divine melody of the sea, but the other 5 uncles." He sighed, realizing that he could not win. Upon seeing the two cease their battle, the onlookers, who had been hiding behind the wooden house, slowly emerged. "Allow me to introduce this esteemed individual. One of my 7 teachers, the Sea Spear Douluo," Bofeng presented to the crowd. Flender and the master exchanged incredulous glances. After all, he was a titled Douluo. And who would dare act recklessly? As the principal of Shrek Academy, Flender held his ground, casting a resentful glance at the master. "Your Excellency, I am Flender, the principal of Shrek Academy. I wonder if..." The Sea Spear Douluo interjected, "You need not concern yourselves with me. I am merely here on a mission to ensure the safety of the young master. Go about your business, and I shall not interfere with you." This was the Sea Spear Douluo's duty. Having left Sea God Island, he had hastened to the mainland without delay. As a guardian of Sea God Island, they held an unwavering loyalty to it. At noon, after finishing lunch, Bofeng and the Sea Spear Douluo arrived at the empty space on the back mountain where the battle had taken place. "Young master, do you mean to say that I should train these 7 individuals?" The Sea Spear Douluo inquired, surprised. Bofeng nodded slightly and remarked, "It is not merely a matter of training, but rather ensuring that they truly comprehend what it means to be a titled Douluo. I have been entrusted by someone to look after one of them, and I cannot go back on my word. When I take action, I shall strive not to injure them, as there awaits a substantial training regimen ahead." After a prolonged wait, the Shrek 7 monsters finally arrived, their hearts filled with trepidation. Especially Tang San. Following the experiences of the morning, he now harbored a hint of fear towards Bofeng, genuinely concerned that Bofeng might conjure some new trickery. Bofeng gazed at the assembled 7 individuals and nodded in approval, expressing his satisfaction with their recent performances. Time waits for no one. Those participating in this competition are undoubtedly the Sea Army de la Sea Army from each academy. You represent Shrek Academy, and indeed, you embody its honor. He continued. This afternoon, there is but one training task, the Shrek 7 against the Sea Spear Douluo. As his words hung in the air, the 7 members of Shrek Academy twitched their lips in disbelief. How could they be pitted against the titled Douluo? They had witnessed the formidable prowess displayed by the Sea Spear Douluo earlier that morning, a level of strength that felt insurmountable. As the strongest figures on the continent, the 7 lacked the confidence to confront such an opponent. Oscar swallowed hard and ventured, "Teacher Bo, surely you jest. Are we truly to face?" With a faint smile, Bofeng inquired, "What do you think?" He granted them time to deliberate on combat strategies and tactics. "This morning's skirmish with Uncle Meow. I trust you have all witnessed. I eagerly anticipate your true capabilities." After speaking, Bofeng nonchalantly seated himself on the grass, observing with keen interest the Shrek 7s, whose expressions were vacant and devoid of vitality. They were confronting their most formidable opponent since their inception, a titled Douluo, no less. What a predicament. Each encounter with Bofeng invariably yielded an unexpected surprise, and now, faced with a titled Douluo, the 7 felt an urgent need to remain vigilant. Under the leadership of Tang San, they began to devise their response strategies. "Is Teacher Bofeng slightly off his rocker?" murmured Ma Hongjun, casting a sidelong glance at Bofeng's position. Undoubtedly, Ma Hongjun harbored the most significant grievances towards Bofeng. His inherently lazy disposition, compounded by his corpulent physique, had fostered a character inclined towards indulgence. Despite possessing a remarkable martial spirit, it seemed rather unjust. Daimobai promptly admonished Ma Hongjun with a swift kick, whispering, "Fatty, are you attempting to lead us to our demise? Be cautious, or Teacher Bofeng might just have you dealt with." "All right, die. There's no need to reprimand Fatty." Tang San sighed, shaking his head in resignation. In truth, Fatty had articulated Tang San's unspoken sentiments. "Uncle Meow, aim for the plumpest one first," Bofeng remarked with a mischievous grin. The Sea Spear Douluo brandished his golden spear, his piercing gaze directed at Ma Hongjun. In that instant, Ma Hongjun collapsed to the ground, his sturdy calves trembling uncontrollably, panic etched across his face as he looked towards the sea spear Douluo. Damn it, did he hear that? We're finished. Wu Feng has always been a person who harbors grudges, possessing the crown of the sea god. Even the feeble voice of Ma Hongjun is distinctly audible to him. The crowd hastily turned away, engaging in cautious discourse to prevent Wu Feng from catching any discordant sounds. Confronted with the formidable title Douluo, they felt utterly powerless, silently praying for the chubby one's well-being. With the sea god's crown at his disposal, Wu Feng began to eavesdrop attentively. Regardless of whether it involved entangling with blue-silver grass or devising a series of strategies, all of it proved futile in the face of true strength. It must be acknowledged that Tang San is an adept commander. During critical moments, he always manages to present Wu Feng with unexpected surprises. Perhaps this time would be no exception. After much deliberation, the 7 individuals barely settled on a strategy, approaching the sea spear Douluo with trepidation. Centered around Tang San, the other 6 formed a circle. As Wu Feng surveyed the formation of the 7, he noted their remarkably conservative approach. Tang San, a control-type soulmaster, utilized blue-silver grass as a conduit, reminiscent of their previous battles. The sea spear Douluo gripped his golden spear tightly, its brilliance radiating as a heavy aura spread around him. The 7 felt a tremor within, instinctively retreating a few steps, wary of any complacency. In the subsequent chapter, the soft-boned rabbit, the Shrek 7 released their respective martial spirits. As their spirits manifested, the sea spear Douluo nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing the fire phoenix, the 7 treasure glazed tile, the white tiger, and the exceptional sausage martial spirit. However, he was taken aback by the presence of blue-silver grass, a hallmark of a discarded martial spirit, noting its soul ring configuration of 2 yellow and 1 purple. The ability to cultivate blue-silver grass to such a level indicated that the young master had profound intentions in mentoring them. Following his gaze, the sea spear Douluo fixed his attention on Ma Hongjun, recalling the young master's instruction to first deal with the plump one, transforming into a bolt of golden lightning. The sea spear Douluo dashed forward, reaching Ma Hongjun before the 7 could react. A smile crept across his lips, sending a chill down Ma Hongjun's spine. As the golden spear descended, Ma Hongjun's expression shifted dramatically, and he was sent flying across the battlefield. Blue-silver grass, entwine, Tang San commanded, his palm glowing with blue light as the purple blue-silver grass erupted from the ground, aiming to ensnare the sea spear Douluo. Despite its impressive manifestation, Tang San's soul power proved insufficient. Before it could approach the sea spear Douluo, the grass was crushed by his overwhelming aura, unable to penetrate his defenses. Daimubai unleashed the white tiger barrier in the white tiger transformation, advancing toward the sea spear Douluo, his massive claws poised to strike. Yet, the golden spear intercepted his full force assault, the impact sending shockwaves through Daimubai, leaving him in agony. Seizing the moment, the sea spear Douluo delivered a powerful kick, propelling Daimubai away, causing him to feel as though his very insides had been displaced. Now, only 5 remained. Ning Rongrong clenched her fists tightly, holding the 7 treasure glazed tile aloft, which instantly radiated vibrant, multicolored light. The extraordinary supportive capabilities of the 7 treasure glazed tile were well understood by the sea spear Douluo. Before the light could descend, he approached Ning Rongrong, delivering a swift blow that rendered her unconscious. Without the enhancement of the 7 treasure glazed tile, the tide of battle had decisively turned. The sea spear Douluo disowned the true form of Xiaowu, recognizing her as a 100,000-year soul beast. As a title Douluo, he could not be mistaken. Indeed, the sea spear Douluo had seen through Xiaowu's true nature and slowly advanced towards her. Tang San watched anxiously, having promised Xiaowu that he would protect her for a lifetime. Uncle Spear, it ends here, Wu Feng called out, prompting the sea spear Douluo to halt. Casting a final glance at the trembling rabbit before he gradually withdrew. Xiaowu. After the sea spear Douluo departed, Tang San rushed to her side, urgently inquiring, Xiaowu, are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere? Seeing that the opponent had left, Xiaowu sighed in relief and reassured the worried Tang San. Don't worry, brother. Xiaowu is fine. With Xiaowu unharmed, Tang San finally felt at ease. The battle concluded with an overwhelming victory for the sea spear Douluo. Young master, did you already know that this is a 100,000-year soul beast, the soft-boned rabbit? Wavewind nodded slightly and said, indeed, the moment I laid eyes on Xiaowu, under the radiance of the sea god, her true form was unveiled before me. A spirit beast of 100,000 years is immensely precious, not merely for its age and soul rings, but for so much more. He paused, shaking his head gently. I must admit, I hold a certain satisfaction regarding our granddaughter-in-law. With that, Wavewind unleashed several beams of divine light, enveloping the 3 unconscious individuals. In a mere moment, Daimubai, Ma Hongjun, and Ning Rongrong gradually regained consciousness, supported by the others as they approached Wavewind. Only Xiaowu remained, her face etched with terror as she gazed at sea spear Douluo. Being recognized by a title Douluo was a fate more excruciating than death itself. Wu Feng gazed at the terrified Xiaowu and offered a faint smile, assuring her, Uncle Miao will not harm you. The crowd was perplexed by his words, but Xiaowu secretly rejoiced, feeling a sense of relief. Then, Wu Feng continued, having been lax in your training, you now comprehend the disparity in strength. The others remained silent, their expressions dark as they cast their eyes downward. It was hard to believe that their opponent had yet to unleash his soul skills. One could only wonder what Wufeng had endured in his youth. Given the sheer might of Sea Spear Douluo, after a prolonged discussion, the 7 individuals finally dispersed one by one. The day's events had dealt them a significant blow, illuminating the vast chasm that separated their abilities from those of the formidable adversaries. Meanwhile, Bofeng made his way to Professor Flander's office. Professor Flander, please take a look at this, Bofeng said, as he handed a letter to Flander. Bofeng cast a surprised glance and remarked, "The Heavendale Imperial Academy has invited us to participate in a social event?" Flander solemnly nodded and replied, "Numerous esteemed academies have received this invitation, including the 4 Elements Academy, among others. Our Shrek Academy is also among the invitees. Initially, I intended for Xiaogang to attend, however. Given that Shrek is still in its early establishment phase, he cannot easily depart at this time. Thus, I have decided to have Teacher Bo lead the 7 monsters of Shrek to the Heavendale Royal Academy for the social gathering." Wufeng glanced at the letter, noting that the so-called social event was merely a preliminary contest among various colleges, a means of gauging one another. Nevertheless, since attendance was required, the stakes must be elevated. "Rest assured, Dean Flandra, we shall undoubtedly be the center of attention," Wufeng declared, patting his chest. Early the next morning, the Shrek Academy had prepared the carriage, and the 7 monsters had been eagerly anticipating this moment. The previous night had been a sleepless one. As news had spread that the Tiando Royal Academy was to host a social gathering, everyone was determined to represent Shrek Academy with distinction, ensuring a grand display. Each person meticulously dressed for the occasion. Even the typically disheveled Ma Hongjun had taken special care, styling his hair into a slick back, his fiery red locks gleaming before the others. "When did you become so fashionable, fatty?" Oscar inquired, playfully tousling Ma Hongjun's plump head. "Little Oscar, you think I'm like you, neglecting my grooming every few days to end up looking like a sausage uncle?" Ma Hongjun retorted, slightly offended, as he promptly retrieved a small mirror from his pocket to tidy himself up. Oscar rolled his eyes at Ma Hongjun, striking a pose he believed to be quite dashing, enhanced by the attire provided by the department store for the event. To be fair, the outfit did lend Oscar an air of charm, and after shaving it, he exuded a hint of handsomeness. "Oscar, tone down the flamboyance. Let us not embarrass ourselves at the Tiando Royal Academy," one of the others advised. As they awaited the arrival of Wufeng and Sea Spear Douluo, the group settled down a bit. Chapter 83, Let Us Show Him. Looking at the Shrek 7 monsters before him, Wufeng smiled slightly and said, "Before we set off for the Tiando Royal Academy, I have a few matters to discuss with you. Those invited to participate are all prestigious Soul Master Academies, quite renowned across the continent. This includes individuals from the 7 major sections. Oscar, Ma Hongjun, let us go." Bofeng cast a glance at the 2 and deliberately advised, "Refrain from your lewd demeanor. We are representing the entire academy this time. Especially you, Ma Hongjun. When you encounter any attractive female students, stand tall. Do not display that pig-like obsession. Daimubai. Keep an eye on him. If he dares to act up, humph." "Understood, Teacher Bo." Daimubai's nodded, then turned to Ma Hongjun with a mysterious smile. "My apologies, fatty." Daimubai's words undoubtedly caused a tightening unease within Ma Hongjun, who was internally flustered. Representing the academy's honor, there could be no room for error. As Bofeng added, "When in someone else's territory, one must refrain from causing trouble and meddling. However, should one be provoked, what should you do? Strike back with fervor." The 7 responded with conviction, their fists clenched tightly. "Go. Let us depart." With Bofeng's command, everyone boarded the carriage, embarking on a grand journey to the Heavenly Royal Academy. Nestled in the mountains beyond the city, the academy is constructed against the hillside, boasting comprehensive facilities. Being a royal institution, even if the students lack strength or character, their status remains unassailable within the empire. The carriage carrying the likes of Wave and his companions approached leisurely, and before long, they had arrived at the foot of the mountain after leaving the city. The 7 disembarked from the carriage, gazing upon the beautiful surroundings of the academy, unable to suppress their admiration for the grandeur and opulence of the royal establishment. Wealth certainly has its advantages. Indeed, with Wave's current financial resources, constructing such an academy would be a mere trifle. As the winds and the sea converged, the group cast their gaze upon the soul path leading into the mountains, ready to ascend. At that moment, a conflict erupted. Just as the Shrek 7 monsters prepared to embark on their journey, a band of robust individuals suddenly approached, seizing Oscar's shoulder with a powerful grip and effortlessly shoving him off the steps, leaving him sprawled on the ground. "Get out of the way," bellowed the burly man. This act instantly ignited Daimubai's ire. As the leader of the 7, he could not tolerate the bullying of his brother. In a swift motion, he lunged forward, his fist infused with the might of a tiger, striking the man down to the ground. "Do you dare to bully my brother? Do you truly believe the Shrek 7 monsters are easy prey?" Daimubai glared at the opposing group, emanating an air of superiority. "Big brother." The others hastily assisted the fallen giant to his feet, their faces etched with fury as they glared back. Those who had come to this place were evidently summoned. Yet the identity of the force behind it remained a mystery. "You possess audacity beyond measure, daring to provoke our elephant armed sect. Do you fear for your lives?" The man, rising in anger after being struck by Daimubai, pointed accusatorily at the Shrek 7 monsters. "Elephant armed sect?" One of the 7 pondered. recognizing it as one of the 7 major sects, belonging to the lower 4 sections. Bo Feng and Hai Miao stood quietly to the side, allowing the young men to resolve their own matters, choosing not to intervene, as the unreasonable actions originated from the Xiangjia sect. It was only natural for Dai Mubai to take action. After prolonged disputes, both sides found themselves in a stalemate. What a disgraceful academy Shrek is. It should be called the Stinking Excrement Academy. Before Hu Yanli could react, Dai Mubai and Tang San struck simultaneously. Hu Yanli, having been sent flying, clutched his bleeding nose. His face contorted with rage as he bellowed, "Charge! Take them down! I will bear the consequences." With that, the remaining disciples of the Xiangjia sect surged forward, collectively unleashing their martial spirits. Diamond Mammoth, a spirit renowned for its formidable defense, showcasing the depth of the Xiangjia sect's heritage. Tang San summoned his blue silver grass, as the third soul ring beneath his feet rapidly illuminated. His third soul skill, web binding, was deployed immediately, indicating Tang San's rising fury. A purple orb of light swiftly penetrated the ranks of the Xiangjia disciples, exploding in a brilliant flash. From within the orb, strands of blue silver grass erupted, ensnaring the disciples like a web. Having undergone several evolutions, the blue silver grass now possessed the ability to paralyze nerves. The trapped individuals soon found themselves dizzy and disoriented, collapsing to the ground as the toxin began to take effect. Just as the Shrek 7 believed their troubles had dissipated and prepared to ascend the mountain, a towering figure, standing at 2 meters tall and possessing a physique even more formidable than theirs, approached with a heavy aura. Observing the plight of the Xiangjia disciples and then glancing at the Shrek 7, it was clear who was responsible for the chaos. The man let out a cold snort, his oppressive presence leaving the Shrek 7 somewhat breathless. "Which academy do you belong to, daring to injure my sect's disciples? Summon your leader to address this," the man demanded. His expression fierce and his head held high, clearly dismissive of the Shrek 7. "Senior," Tang San stepped forward and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. "Your disciples instigated trouble first. They were the ones who initiated the conflict." The man remained obstinate, retorting, "What are you? My Xiangjia disciples are far more valuable than you. Release them immediately, and have your responsible teacher come forth to apologize, or I assure you, this matter will not end well." "And what will you do? Are you threatening to report us?" Wolfing gradually stepped forward, gazing intently at the man ahead. "Are you the teacher of these students?" The man inquired with a solemn tone. Wolfing nodded and inquired, "Pray tell, who are you?" He continued, "Listen closely, I am the esteemed master of the armor sect, Hu Yinjin." "Hu Yinjin? I am unfamiliar with that name," Wolfing replied, intentionally mocking his adversary. "Hu Yinjin, the celestial master, a formidable soul Douluo. What an ignorant fool. Your disciple has injured a member of my sect, and as their mentor, you cannot escape responsibility. Prostrate yourself and apologize at once." Hu Yinjin emanated an overwhelming aura that momentarily suppressed everyone present. Silence fell, an eerie stillness enveloping the air. A golden spear was poised against Hu Yinjin's throat, mere millimeters away, and he felt a stirring within him from the formidable presence unleashed by his opponent. The title Douluo Hu Yinjin trembled in fear. The sea spear Douluo regarded him coldly, maintaining his grip on the spear, the chilling intent to kill causing Hu Yinjin to crumble under pressure. Although he was a soul Douluo, he was but a fleeting shadow in the presence of a title Douluo. Hu Yinjin felt a surge of terror as the spear pressed even closer to his throat. Chapter 84. An Unsettling Snow Qinghe. Tang San, release these individuals. As soon as Bufing's words fell, the blue-silver grass binding the disciples of the Elephant Armor Sect was completely retracted by Tang San, master of the Elephant Armor Sect. "I implore you to return and thoroughly interrogate your esteemed disciple. Had they not instigated the trouble, my student would not have acted. I adhere to the principle of non-aggression. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. However, should one provoke me, I shall retaliate with overwhelming force. My students are not to be trifled with." With that, Bufing waved his hand. The sea spear Douluo retracted his golden spear and followed Bufing towards the Royal Academy of Tiando. Looking at the disciples sprawled on the ground, Hu Yinjin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, narrowly escaping disaster. Fortunately, no confrontation ensued. Otherwise, the entire Elephant Armor Sect could have faced annihilation. However, what institution is this that harbors a titled Douluo? The path into the mountains was rugged yet picturesque, with Bufing and Sea Spear Douluo leading the way. "Wow, whoa, Teacher Bufing was so impressive just now," Oscar exclaimed, gazing at Bufing's silhouette, his eyes brimming with admiration. "Thank goodness for Teacher Bufing. Otherwise, we would have been in dire straits." "What exactly is the Elephant Armor Sect?" Ma Hongjun queried, bewildered, glancing at his companions. Daimubai shook his head, offering a wry smile as he patted the plump Oscar. "I told you to read more and avoid such places. Don't criticize me." "Boss Dai, back in Soto City, how did that exquisite pair of twin sisters detect Zhu Shuqing's cold gaze?" Daimubai hastily covered Oscar's mouth, chuckling nervously at Zhu Shuqing. He was now striving to maintain his integrity. Although he could not claim absolute purity, the past was too painful to revisit. With Ma Hongjun bringing it up again, Daimubai found himself at a loss for words. Pinching Ma Hongjun playfully, Daimubai explained. "The 7 great sects are divided into the upper 3 sects and the lower 4 sects, with the Elephant Armor Sect being one of the latter. The individual we encountered earlier is Hu Yinjin, the sect master. It is said that the Elephant Armor sect will also participate in this competition, sharing the Tiando City competition area with us. Given the enmity we have now incurred, we must exercise extreme caution during the tournament. What are we afraid of? Oscar pounded his chest, grinning. With teacher Bufing's Sea Goddess Light assisting our cultivation, we are bound to secure the championship in this competition. While the Sea Goddess Light is indeed beneficial, one should not overly depend on it. The enhancement of soul power is paramount. As they spoke, Bufing and his group continued their leisurely journey. At the grand playground of the Royal Academy of Tiando, a multitude of individuals had gathered, donned in various attires, most of whom were future competitors in the tournament. The Tiando City competition area comprised over 20 teams, with only a handful of renowned academies. A few representatives from the Four Elements Academy were whispering to one another. It was rumored that the Blue Tyrant Academy had changed its name to Shrek Academy. Historically, as opponents, the Blue Tyrant Academy had consistently ranked moderately well in past competitions. It remained uncertain what merits the new Shrek Academy possessed, making this an opportune moment to gauge their strengths and uncover their secrets. Before long, the Shrek Academy, led by Bufing, arrived at the scene. The unfamiliar configuration of personnel, coupled with the verdant Shrek insignia on their shoulders, immediately captured the attention of the crowd. Is that really Shrek Academy? They seem rather ordinary to me. Not nearly as formidable as the rumors suggested. Oh, don't be so hasty. Did you see the leader? That boss Bo from the general store. He is said to have become a teacher at Shrek Academy. No way. A wealthy merchant becoming a teacher? Has he lost his mind? Ouch. Who hit me? Kaze has always been rather petty. He would not easily forgive someone who speaks ill of him. As Bofeng strolled along, he instructed the Shrek 7 monsters to engage in free activities, urging them to gather intelligence about other academies without causing any disturbances. Upon receiving Bofeng's command, everyone hurriedly dispersed. Only Ma Hongjun remained, his heart aflame with desire. He gravitated towards a group of enchanting beauties clad in blue garments, all of whom were female students from the Tianxue Academy, renowned for their stunning beauty. Their slender, youthful legs were exposed to the air, complemented by exquisite features and delicate waist that seemed almost ethereal. Ma Hongjun, with a rather foolish expression, inadvertently caused a flurry of panic among the girls, leaving them momentarily speechless. Daimu Bai shook his head in disappointment, for it was indeed true. While landscapes may change, one's nature remains steadfast. After apologizing to a few female students, Daimu Bai seized Ma Hongjun by the ear and led him away to a more secluded spot. Upon witnessing the scene, Bofeng helplessly shook his head and smiled. Little brother Bo, came the voice of Xue Qinghe. It has been quite a while since we last met, Your Highness. Bofeng greeted him. Xue Qinghe nodded and said, Little brother Bo, have you not kept our agreement? We had promised to meet at least once a month, yet several months have passed without a single sight of you. After Xue Qinghe finished speaking, Bofeng gave a resigned smile and replied, Your Highness, I have been quite occupied with official duties. Currently, I am also serving as an instructor at Shrek Academy, responsible for numerous students. I hope you can forgive any lack of attention on my part. Something felt amiss. This Xue Qinghe seemed disingenuous. His every gesture was in stark contrast to the person Bofeng had once known, while outsiders might not perceive the difference. To Bofeng's discerning eyes, he lacked a certain elegance that was once evident. Could it be that Qian Rinxue no longer played the role of Xue Qinghe and had taken on some other task? Qian Rinxue, indeed. I am now your wife. Little brother Bo, what are you pondering? Bofeng hastily shook his head and said, It's nothing, Your Highness. I am unaware of the details of this social event. Xue Qinghe offered a faint smile. Her demeanor and gestures bore a striking resemblance to the previous incarnation. Yet there was an unmistakable subtlety lacking. This was something Bofeng could distinctly sense. Reflecting on the moments spent with Xue Qinghe, Bofeng was almost certain that she was not the true Qian Rinxue, but rather a mere impersonator. Where could the genuine Qian Rinxue have vanished to? In the bustling commercial district, within Bofeng's room, Qian Rinxue reclined on a plush bed, her countenance reminiscent of her mother as she gently smiled, her hand caressing her increasingly prominent belly. With just over 8 months remaining until the birth of her child, the anticipation of motherhood filled Qian Rinxue's heart with longing and dreams. She yearned to meet her future offspring. Achoo! A sudden sneeze escaped her, a seemingly trivial act that instantly caught the attention of Xiaobai. Sister, what is the matter? In the blink of an eye, Xiaobai appeared at Qian Rinxue's bedside. Xiaobai had grown quite sensitive, attuned to even the slightest of movements. Chapter 85. Conflict resurfaces. Qian Rinxue shook her head, brushing her elegant nose with her hand. Sister Bai, I am fine. There is no need for alarm. So Bai promptly adjusted the blanket covering Qian Rinxue's belly, ensuring not a single gap remained. You are now my primary focus of protection. Nothing must happen to you. Otherwise, how could I explain it to the grand offering? Feng Di has been under my care since childhood, and my experience is quite extensive. You must be catching a cold. Wait here. I will brew some nourishing tonic. Wolfing thought. Actually, that's not the case. With that, Xiaobai hurriedly dashed out. Watching Xiaobai's bustling figure, Qian Rinxue felt a warm sensation in her heart. She deeply appreciated the warmth of home. At the Tiando Royal Academy, the esteemed position of president was held by the Emperor Shui himself. The 3 chief positions were occupied by the legendary Soul Masters, Dream Machine, by Bashan, and Ji Lin. Upon Bufing's arrival at the academy, Xueqing promptly introduced him to the trio. Dream Machine clasped his hands and said, "Boss Bufing, I have long heard of your illustrious reputation. To meet you today is indeed a tremendous honor for us." Bufing smiled and replied, "Esteemed members of the Education Committee, you are overly gracious. I am merely a humble merchant, while you three are the true educators shaping the minds of the youth. I am but a distant shadow in comparison. Boss Bo, you are exceedingly modest. And who might this be?" Meng Shunji inquired, casting a glance at Hai Miao Douluo. Bufing was momentarily taken aback. He certainly could not reveal that Uncle Miao was a title Douluo, for that would be exceedingly ostentatious. The only individuals on the entire continent who could have a title Douluo at their beck and call, aside from the Pope Bibi Dong and a select few others, were indeed few and far between, with Bufing being one of those fortunate enough to possess such privilege. The Sea Spear Douluo remarked, "I am merely a subordinate." With that, he lapsed into tranquility, promptly tempering his aura so that the three Soul Douluo teaching committee members were not immediately aware of his true identity. In this place rife with deception, the Sea Spear Douluo could not afford to reveal Bufing's identity too readily. It was a closely guarded secret, known by very few. Regarding the identity of Dream Machine, he felt a moment of discomfort, even deigning to inquire of a mere attendant, an act unbecoming of his stature. The peculiar glint in Dream Machine's eyes did not escape the notice of the Sea Spear Douluo, yet he chose not to dwell on it. His primary duty was to protect the young lord. As long as there were no more ignorant individuals like the one from earlier, he would refrain from taking action. Even the newly arrived disciples of the Elephant Armor sect, upon encountering the Shrek 7 monsters, instinctively bowed their heads and circumvented them. The earlier lesson still vivid in their minds. Hu Yinzhen dared not meet the gazes of Bufing and the Sea Spear Douluo. Despite his soul power having reached the 89th rank, just a level shy of becoming a title Douluo. That singular level of difference rendered him akin to a slightly larger ant in the eyes of a title Douluo. The disparity of a single soul ring was not something easily compensated for, especially considering that the Sea Spear Douluo's non-spear, under the blessing of the sea god, held a certain degree of restraint over Hu Yinzhen's martial spirit, the Diamond Mammoth. Teacher Qiming. Dream Machine called forth a figure who approached the three teaching committee members and Bufing with a commanding presence and resolute strides. "Chief, you called for me?" Dream Machine introduced. "Teacher Bufing, this is Qin Ming, a teacher at our Tiando Royal Academy, hailing from your very Shrek Academy." Qin Ming? After careful reflection, Bofeng recalled the individual in question. Due to the early relocation of Shrek Academy, Qin Ming remained at the Royal Academy of Tiando, and, fortunately, no untoward incidents transpired. "Teacher Qin, I am indeed aware," he replied. "In moments of leisure, I have even heard Dean Flinder mention it." Qin Ming smiled and responded, "You are too kind. Teacher Bo, I will forever be a part of Shrek Academy. I cannot forget the invaluable education bestowed upon me by Dean Flinder and the esteemed faculty. I had intended to visit the Dean recently, but alas, my official duties have kept me occupied. I kindly ask you, upon your return, to extend my regards to Dean Flinder and the other teachers." With a smile, Bofeng nodded affirmatively. On the other side, a considerable crowd had gathered. "How could you possibly withstand my phosphor snake venom?" Not far away, a green-haired, green-eyed woman was shouting at Tang San. The commotion attracted many onlookers. Tang San turned towards the woman, offering a slight smile as he replied, "I have already stated that your snake venom is merely trash in my presence. By employing Realgar wine combined with fierce flames, the venom can be effortlessly neutralized. Do you wish to attempt it once more?" The woman, gritting her teeth, felt an overwhelming urge to tear Tang San apart. Her snake venom was her pride and joy. With a flourish, she unleashed her third soul technique, Phosphor Purple Venom. In an instant, her third soul ring illuminated beneath her feet, and behind her loomed a large, vibrant green snake, feverishly flicking its tongue and exhaling a dense purple venom that began to spread ominously. The poisonous gas surged forth, causing the spectators to hastily retreat. This was Phosphor Purple Venom, and a mere touch would result in a gruesome fate. The woman releasing the venom was named Dugu, and her martial soul was the Phosphor Snake. Moments ago, she had been boasting to some familiar students about the formidable prowess of her Phosphor Snake venom. Unfortunately, she had crossed paths with Tang San. Who was Tang San? A disciple of the Tang sect in his previous life, he was an expert in the art of poison. In just a few exchanges, he had dismantled Dugu Yan's venom and had the audacity to declare it as worthless. Dugu Yan, known for her fiery temper, would not let Tang San off easily. As her third soul ring glowed, the ominous and vibrant phosphor purple venom swiftly enveloped Tang San. The crowd gasped in shock. Most present were well aware of the formidable nature of phosphor snake venom, which was notorious not only for its potency but also for another crucial factor, Dugu Yan's grandfather. The illustrious poison Douluo was none other than Dugu Bo, whose martial soul was the Phosphor Snake Emperor. To ensure the safety of his 7 students, as their mentor, Bufing must journey to the Eye of Ice and Fire to procure suitable celestial herbs. Otherwise, the Shrek 7 will stand no chance of winning the esteemed Continental Advanced Soul Master competition in a year and a half. This is not merely a matter of Bufing's reputation, it is a responsibility he must fulfill. Sensing impending danger, Bufing swiftly unleashed a beam of sea goddess light, which instantaneously dispelled the venomous blue phosphor serpent that had ensnared Tang San, purifying the crisis with the brilliance of his divine illumination. Observing that Dugu Yin nearly made a grave error, Qin Ming, as her instructor, could not absolve himself of blame. Yin, did I not expressly forbid the use of blue phosphor serpent venom? Moreover, today is a significant day, a grand assembly convened by His Highness the Crown Prince. How could you? Faced with Qin Ming's admonition, Dugu Yin deflated, casting a resentful glance towards Tang San. Chapter 86, Shrek 7 vs. Royal Combat Team San. Their brother. The Shrek 6 hastily rushed to Tang San's side, for the 7 of them were as one. Upon realizing Tang San was in peril, the remaining 6 resolutely gathered around him. Brother, are you all right? Please don't frighten Xiaowu, they implored. Tang San smiled faintly, ruffling Xiaowu's hair, and reassured her. Xiaowu, I'm fine, all thanks to Teacher Bosi Goddess Light. Even without Bufing's divine intervention, Tang San's prowess would have allowed him to evade Dugu Yan's venom. Upon confirming Tang San's safety, the expressions of the other 6 hardened, for they were bound by shared hardships, akin to brothers, united in purpose. They directed their wrath towards Dugu Yan. Yet, she was not without her defenses. 7 individuals soon surrounded her, with the foremost man gently draping his arm around her shoulder. Inquiring with concern about the entire affair, tension thickened in the air, and the atmosphere crackled with hostility. Enough, Qin Ming bellowed, compelling the 7 students from the Tiando Royal Academy to stand down. You little rascal, Wufing reprimanded as he playfully tapped Tang San's head in frustration. Teacher Bo. Tang San queried, perplexed by Wufing's apparent favoritism towards others despite being the one nearly harmed and under attack. I heard all that transpired just now. I know you are adept with poisons, and to you, the blue phosphor serpent venom is hardly a concern. However, Wufing quietly remarked, could you possibly be a tad more discreet? The girl in question is named Dugu Yan, and her grandfather is none other than Dugu Bo, the renowned poison Douluo of the continent. I have some matters to discuss with her grandfather as well, and your antics have put me in a rather awkward position. Tang San looked at Wufing in astonishment. It was not that he lacked discretion, but rather that he could not abide someone boasting about themselves. While the phosphorescent snake venom was indeed formidable, it was a trivial matter for Tang San, a master in the art of poison crafting. Of course, in the world of Douluo Continent, where martial spirits abound, encountering a poison expert was a rarity, which sparked Tang San's curiosity. He had intended to engage in mutual exchange, as Wufing had instructed him to gather intelligence on the various academies to the fullest extent. However, Tang San had inadvertently ruined the situation, resulting in the current predicament. Professor Tang, I sincerely apologize for this incident. It was my oversight and my failure to properly manage my student. I hope your student has not suffered any harm. Qin Ming promptly expressed his regrets. Wufing shook his head gently and reassured, rest assured, my student is mostly unharmed. He then turned his gaze towards Dugu Yin and inquired. You are Dugu Yin, correct? Dugu Yin cast a sidelong glance at Wufing, her brow slightly furrowed, clearly displeased by the recent events. So you are the so-called teacher from Shrek Academy. I kindly request that you keep your students in check and refrain from unleashing them to bite at will. As her words fell, Daimu Bai clenched his fists, and a resounding roar reverberated through the air. Meanwhile, the man standing beside Dugu Yin slowly rose, his right hand transforming into a blue dragon claw, with a surge of crackling lightning beginning to entwine around it. The overwhelming aura emanating from both parties momentarily plunged the scene into chaos. As Bofeng and Qin Ming exchanged a glance, their eyes revealed a sense of helplessness. Enough. They both shouted in unison, promptly intervening to prevent the imminent conflict between Daimu Bai and the man before him. Teacher Bo, how can you endure this? The opponent could not help but exclaim. Wufing cast a glance at Daimu Bai and inquired, if my conjecture is correct. The opponent should consist of a well-organized team of 7. I present you with an opportunity. Can you lead the Shrek 7 monsters to triumph over their 7 adversaries? Daimu Bai surveyed the opposing team with a confident demeanor and responded, rest assured, Teacher Bo. The Shrek 7 monsters are your proud protégés. We have been diligently honing our skills these past few days, and I have been eagerly awaiting this moment. In response, Wufing nodded in agreement, endorsing this approach. As Dugu Yin, a student of the Tiando Royal Academy, and Wufing, a teacher at Shrek Academy, it was evident that Wufing lacked the authority to reprimand the opponent. When the opposing student spoke disrespectfully, Wufing, as an educator, was constrained by his role. Had Wufing been a student himself, the 7 adversaries would have been swiftly vanquished. Lying defeated on the ground, Bofeng cast a glance at the arrogant Dugu Yin, a faint smile gracing his lips, before directing his gaze towards Qin Ming. Teacher Qin, may I inquire if these 7 are indeed your personally instructed students? Qin Ming nodded affirmatively. Indeed, they are my protégés, and they will be the principal participants in the upcoming Advanced Soul Master competition across the continent next year. He then turned a fierce glare towards Dugu Yin, admonishing. Yin-Zi, do not delay in apologizing to Teacher Bo. To Qin Ming's command, Dugu Yin did not acquiesce. Instead, she huffed dismissively, retorting, Teacher Qin, let us not forget. Had they not provoked me first, I would not have retaliated. Tang San furrowed his brow. Yet you cannot unleash the blue phosphor serpent's poison. Had it not been for Teacher Bo's timely intervention, the consequences could have been catastrophic. Qin Ming shook his head in resignation. In this context, As the granddaughter of the poison Douluo, Dugu prided herself on her unparalleled expertise in toxins. Today, first, Tang San had publicly revealed the antidote to her serpent's venom, leaving her utterly humiliated. And now, this enigmatic teacher Bo, what manner of figure was he? Furthermore, that astonishing blue-golden radiance that could directly neutralize her prized blue phosphor serpent's poison was beyond comprehension. Teacher Qin, how about we resolve this matter through the methods of soul masters? What say you? Bo Feng proposed. Before Qin Ming could respond, a man standing beside Dugu interjected. Very well, I wholeheartedly agree. Let us proceed. Daimubai, not one to shy away, match the intensity of the atmosphere. 7 against 7. This would be akin to a team soul battle, given the gravity of the situation. Qin Ming hesitated to make an executive decision and shifted his focus to the 3 members of the educational committee. They regarded Xueqing He, the crown prince of a nation and the organizer of this gathering, who held a position of considerable influence. With a smile, Xueqing He nodded and said, in that case, Chief Mingxinji, at your service. Mingxinji replied respectfully. As Xueqing is confident, he understood the task at hand and promptly set about making the necessary preparations. The Shrek 7 and the 7 led by Dugu were both poised for battle, having long harbored a disdain for one another. The battleground was established on the playground, with students from various academies attending the gathering, all keenly aware of the significance of this competition. Not only would it reveal Shrek Academy's hidden strengths, but it would also provide an opportunity to observe the combat styles of both parties, thereby gaining a strategic advantage for future competitions. Chapter 87. Destiny. The opposing team was the Imperial Battle Team, led by Yu Tianheng, the direct descendant of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, a level 39 Battle Soul Master. The vice-captain was none other than Dugu a level 38 Battle Soul Master, with the remaining 5 members each possessing a strength exceeding level 35. They were also among the principal contestants for the upcoming tournament, representing the Tiando royal family, and were exempt from the preliminary rounds, advancing directly to the elimination stages. Thus, should you wish to engage with them, you must exert considerable effort in next year's preliminary competition. Wolfing continued, in this group battle, had it not been for your mischief, we would not have initiated the conflict. Upon your return, you shall accept your punishment. Tang San nodded helplessly. Teacher Bo, the fault does not lie with Xiao San. Had it not been for that Dugu releasing the venom of the green phosphor snake, Xiao San would never have acted out. Before Daimubai could finish, Wolfing interjected. What did I remind you of before coming here? Do not provoke trouble, nor fear it. Should anyone dare to offend, we must retaliate with overwhelming force. The others responded in unison. Bo Feng Dao, I fear you may have forgotten. Tang San, I must ask you, is your poison truly formidable? Teacher Bo, I, Tang San, am at a loss as to how to respond. Answer me. Bo Feng commanded sternly. Tang San stammered, unable to divulge to Bo Feng that he was a traveler from another realm. Bo Feng, what a coincidence. So am I. Tang San's mastery in both the creation and application of poison is unparalleled. Even the renowned poison Douluo, Dugu, cannot rival his techniques. In light of the inquiries posed by Bo Feng, Tang San genuinely found himself at a loss for words. Wolfing understood Tang San's inner turmoil. He was deeply conflicted. Every individual harbors their own secrets, yet Tang San's were numerous. The memories of his past life in the Tang sect, along with various clandestine weapons and toxicology techniques, were indelibly etched in his mind. Observing Tang San's bewilderment, Wolfing sighed and remarked, never mind, inquiring would yield no fruitful answers. Just remember this. Act with grandeur in your endeavors but maintain a low profile in your personal life. There are many formidable beings on this continent. Among them is Dugu grandfather, known for his ruthless demeanor as the poison Douluo. He is infamous for his mercilessness. If you propose a solution to counter her snake venom today, there exists a substantial likelihood she will relay it to her grandfather. Exercise caution. For Dugu may very well seize you. Brother Wolfing, there is no need for such alarm. If that Dugu dares to approach, wouldn't you be there to protect me? Besides you, there is also Sister Xiaobai and the Sea Spear Douluo at your side. If necessary, I could summon Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Bone to give that Dugu a sound thrashing. Wouldn't that suffice? Ning Rongrong asserted with an air of confidence. Wolfing, you young girl, lacking in martial virtue. In any case, you must be cautious in the days to come. Should you detect any strange or mysterious individuals following you, it is imperative that you inform me immediately. Wolfing specifically cautioned Tang San. Tang San nodded and replied, I will remember, Teacher Bo. How shall we proceed against them? The 7 adversaries before us are all above level 35. Among us, aside from Rong, Zhuqing, and the fatty who have yet to reach level 30, only 4 of us have attained that milestone, and they possess the unparalleled beast martial soul, the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. The gentle smile of Bo Feng graced his face as he spoke. Indeed, the opponent is formidable. However, you must pay particular attention to 2 individuals. The first is Dugu. Her phosphorescent serpent venom is exceedingly potent. Tang San, since you possess a method to counter her, now is the time to employ it. There is no need for concealment, for this battle is vital for both you and me. Tang San nodded in acknowledgement. The second individual of concern is the support-type soul master, Yi Lingling. Her 9-heart begonia martial soul is exceedingly rare, and its soul effect is area-wide healing. Regardless of how grievous the injuries sustained by the opponent, as long as they draw breath, she can restore them entirely. Daimubai and Tang San. Your first task upon entering the fray is to neutralize this soul support soul master. We must not allow Yu Lingling to unleash her soul abilities. Understood. They replied in unison. Moreover, do not underestimate Yu Tianheng's blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul. After you have dealt with the support soul master, shift your focus to him. His strength is perilously close to that of a soul zone, making him a foe not to be taken lightly. Apart from Tang San, the control-type soul master, only Daimubai stands a chance against him. Do you have confidence? In response to Bo Feng's inquiry, Daimubai pounded his chest, eager and ready, saying, rest assured. Teacher Bo, in this battle, we shall showcase the prowess of the Shrek 7 monsters. With a glance at his spirited comrades, Bo Feng felt reassured. The next step was to journey towards the Eye of Ice and Fire while also meeting Dugu Bo, whose peculiar temperament was known to be challenging. The celestial herb was of utmost importance to the Shrek 7 monsters and Bo Feng alike, as it could significantly enhance physical capabilities and enable a second evolution of certain martial souls. On the other side, Qin Ming stood with arms crossed, a serious expression on his face before the 7 members of the royal battle team. Yanzi, this matter arose because of you. How can you be so disrespectful to Teacher Bo? Dugu Yin dismissed his concerns, retorting, Teacher Qin, it is that Teacher Bo who inadequately instructs his students. His disciple exposed my weaknesses back then, causing me embarrassment. I cannot simply let that slide. Now, I shall demonstrate the true might of my phosphorescent serpent venom. Yanzi, remember not to unleash the phosphorescent serpent venom, Qin Ming cautioned sternly. Teacher Qin, when did you become so timid? You have seen the situation today. When has the Tiando Royal Academy ever feared Shrek Academy? Dugu Yin questioned in confusion. The name Shrek held great significance for Qin Ming. Without Shrek, he would not have grown as he had. He had always cherished the teachings of his teachers and the principal. Now, encountering Shrek again brought back memories of his youthful days, fleeting as time may be. Very well, I have conveyed all I needed to. Yanzi, remember my admonition. Qin Ming turned to the 7, speaking with gravity, in today's battle, I hope you will give your all, ensuring the safety of the opposing students while achieving a flawless victory. Tianheng, you are the captain. The ensuing matters are in your hands. With that, Qin Ming sighed and departed. I cannot fathom why Teacher Qin favors Shrek Academy. What merits do they possess that we should regard them with such caution? Dugu Yin expressed her dissatisfaction. Yu Tianheng shook his head helplessly. Yanzi, Teacher Qin has his reasons for acting as he does. Chapter 88. The Clash of Dragons and Tigers. The training ground of the Tiando Royal Academy was expansive, and at its center, a circular platform with a diameter of 100 meters began to rise gradually. Surrounding it were numerous students who had come to witness the event, along with students from other academies who had arrived to partake in the spectacle. Standing amidst the crowd, Bo Feng realized that the time had come to assess the results of the rigorous training of the Shrek 7 monsters. Teacher Bo, I sincerely apologize, said Qin Ming as he approached. There is no need for such apologies, Teacher Qin. In truth, Tang San bears some responsibility as well. The situation has escalated beyond our capacity to evaluate. Wolfing chuckled helplessly as he observed the combatants preparing for battle. Their eyes were ablaze with fervor, each one eagerly flexing their fists. As soul masters, engaging in combat often serves as the most effective means of resolving conflicts. Yanzi's temperament was precisely this way, fiercely competitive. And once she sets her mind to something, her resolve remains unyielding. Qin Ming expressed his exasperation. In truth, my students are no different. Who among them has not experienced youthful ambition? Where there is conflict, there lies the essence of true youth. To be candid, Wolfing harbored a desire to join them in their struggle, for who has not once been reckless in their youth? Initially, I intended to lead them to Soto City for their training, as it is a place where I too have fought valiantly. The Soto Great Spirit Arena has borne witness to my journey. Qin Ming couldn't help but reflect. Indeed, who has not been young and impetuous? Is it not true that when Shrek relocated to Heaven Do City, Teacher Qin abandoned the notion of venturing to Soto City? Bo Feng glanced at Qin Ming and inquired. Indeed, as Teacher Bo has correctly stated, Shrek Academy has officially been established, fulfilling Dean Flinder's dream. I shall return to visit when time permits. Shui Qinghe and the 3 members of the Education Committee occupied the elevated seats, surveying the entire battleground. With a brief interval remaining before the commencement of the combat, Dream Machine stepped forward and announced, the Royal Academy of Tiando will face off against Shrek Academy. May the participating teams take the stage. In an instant, the arena erupted with fervor as all the assembled students fervently chanted, the Royal Academy of Tiando shall prevail. A team comprised entirely of soul masters, each exceeding level 35, represented the Royal Academy of Tiando, which harbored high hopes for this squad after a year and a half of preparation. The team captain, Yu Tianheng, and vice captain, Dugu Yin, boasted formidable backgrounds. This team, in terms of both soul master levels and the quality of their martial souls, was nothing short of impeccable, deserving of the label perfect. Soon after, both combatants entered the arena, a match of 7 against 7. Intense combat fervor ignited in their eyes. What began as a conflict between Tang San and Dugu Yin had now evolved into a showdown between the Shrek 7 and the Royal Academy's battle squad. Sometimes, fate is indeed intertwined. Tang San, await. Today I shall unveil the true potency of my phosphorus snake venom. Dugu Yin glared at Tang San, her words compelling her to redeem herself in front of the multitude. Your poison is nothing but refuse in my eyes. A mere sentence transformed into a spark, igniting the fierce rivalry between the two sides. In truth, Tang San's words were not without merit. To him, the phosphorus snake venom was indeed trivial. As a master of toxins, Tang San's expertise in venom manipulation surpassed even that of the poisoned Douluo, Dugu, who could only look on in envy. The Royal Academy of Tiando versus Shrek Academy. You have 1 minute to unleash your martial souls. No sooner had Dream Machine concluded his announcement than the 14 participants below began their preparations. Yu Tianhing was enveloped in rapid blue lightning, his right hand transforming into a blue dragon claw as the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex materialized behind him. The manifestation of the world's foremost beast martial soul instantly casting a solemn atmosphere over the arena, imbued with a palpable sense of pressure from their martial souls. Wolfing gazed at the blue electric tyrant dragon martial spirit on the field, shaking his head in disdain. It paled in comparison to Uncle Long's sea dragon martial spirit, whose presence commanded an awe-inspiring dominance. In his youth, under the tutelage of the sea dragon Douluo, Wolfing had felt a chilling shiver when the sea dragon martial spirit manifested. After enduring considerable trials, he had barely passed Uncle Long's assessments. The Shrek 7 monsters beheld the imposing dragon form, feeling the weight of its presence. However, having undergone daily training under the illumination of the sea god's light, their psychological resilience was remarkable. The Shrek 7 monsters maintained their composure, unfazed by the oppressive aura of the blue electric tyrant dragon. Yu Tianhing, the owner of the martial spirit, wore a slightly solemn expression, acknowledging the formidable nature of his opponent. Brothers, unleash your martial spirits, Damubai proclaimed, his aura rivaling that of Yu Tianhing. A resounding tiger roar echoed through the sky as his muscles bulged, his gaze resolute as he faced Yu Tianhing. This was the true adversary of the battle. One by one, the others manifested their martial spirits. Tang San's blue-silver grass spread across the battlefield, while the fire phoenix roared and the 7 treasures glazed tower radiated brilliance. The previously contemptuous expressions of Dugu Yin and the members of the Imperial fighting team transformed upon witnessing the emergence of the 7 treasures glazed tower and the fire phoenix martial spirit. They realized that this battle would not be as simple as they had anticipated. After all, the 7 treasures glazed tower was the continent's premier support-type martial spirit, and a supreme phoenix martial spirit appearing on a plump individual was indeed somewhat implausible. Engage! Damubai and Yu Tianhing advanced, their dragon claws and tiger fists clashing in earnest. The disparity in their soul power was merely 2 levels, and neither would concede in their momentum. The struggle between tiger and dragon ensued. Tang San, with a flash of blue light from his right hand, summoned the purple-blue-silver grass that erupted from the ground in a swift motion, catching the Imperial fighting team off guard. The blue-silver grass encircled several of them, effectively isolating them. The objective of the Shrek 7 monsters was clear. Yilingling. On the sidelines, Qin Ming's expression shifted dramatically. Yilingling, their most crucial support-type soul master, wielded the 9-heart sea star martial spirit, which, despite its singular healing capability, meant that losing her assistance would reduce the Imperial fighting team's chances of victory by 50%. Naturally, as the team captain, Yu Tianhing was acutely aware of this reality. Shimo, protect Lingling at once. If anything happens to her, we are doomed, Yu Tianhing commanded urgently. Due to Dai Mubai's role in restraining him, he could not return to defend. Want to return? Too late. Zhu Qing, Xiao Wu, launch your attack swiftly, Dai Mubai urged. Xiao Wu and Zhu Shiqing exchanged glances. Among the Shrek 7 monsters, they were the fastest, with their respective martial spirits being the nether cat and the rabbit. As the 7 treasures glazed tower turned, Nong Rongrong activated it, bathing each member of Shrek in its dazzling light, amplifying both their strength and speed exponentially. Ah, Dai Mubai shouted. And with the enhancement from the 7 treasures glazed tower, he began to gain the upper hand over Yu Tianhing, pushing him closer to defeat. Chapter 89. Yu Tianhing's pride. Yu Tianhing gritted his teeth, as the direct descendant of the blue electric tyrant dragon family. He understood the terrifying capabilities of the 7 treasures glazed tower all too well. The continent's foremost support-type martial spirit, even with just 2 soul rings, was already fearsome. What would it become upon evolving into the 9 treasures glazed tower, a formidable super support? Though he and Dai Mubai were only 2 levels apart, he had anticipated leveraging the advantage of his martial spirit to gain an edge. However, with Ning Rongrong's enhancement of the 7 treasures glazed tower, Dai Mubai transformed into a veritable war god. His attacks became increasingly fierce, tiger claws coalescing into a fist that struck Yu Tianhing with force. After spitting blood, Yu Tianhing was driven back. The Shrek 7 monsters were impressively powerful, and it seemed they had underestimated them. Under Ning Rongrong's potent boost, Xiao Wu and Zhu Shiqing surged forward, swiftly positioning themselves on either side of Yilingling as Yu Tianhing issued commands. Tang San's blue-silver grass effectively isolated everyone, and he manipulated it with finesse, even as the members of the Imperial fighting team struggled to resist. If anything were to happen to Yilingling, their chances of winning the match would plummet. The impact of a powerful support-type soul master like the 7 treasures glazed tower was immeasurable, and Yilingling's contributions in battle far surpassed those of their captain, Yu Tianhing. Shimo, with their martial spirit being the Xuanwu turtle, renowned for its defensive prowess on par with the blue electric tyrant dragon, clenched their fists, their bodies burdened by heavy turtle shells. Boom, boom, boom. Their fists struck the blue silvergrass, akin to pounding on cotton, preventing them from providing timely support to Yilingling. Captain, this blue silvergrass is too resilient. Our attacks are ineffective against it, Shimo expressed, anxiety creeping into his tone. The stakes of this battle were monumental. Not only for the reputation of the Tiando Royal Academy, but also because numerous other academies were observing closely. Should they lose, their future would be bleak. Damn it. Yu Tianheng muttered under his breath. Second soul skill, Thunderous Might. His second soul ring flared to life, and his claw, covered in dragon scales, unleashed rapid blue lightning, darkening the sky. The blue electric tyrant dragon martial spirit, upon a soul master reaching level 30, would undergo a partial dragon transformation. This phenomenon occurred every 10 levels until the mastery of the complete dragon form at level 70. Yu Tianheng's unleashed lightning pressure sent shockwaves through the ground, uprooting vast patches of earth. He aimed to shatter the bonds of the blue silvergrass to allow his teammates to break free and assist Yilingling. Crackle. The thunderous might collided with the blue silvergrass. However, a miraculous scene unfolded. The blue silvergrass absorbed Yu Tianheng's thunderous might entirely, suffering no damage whatsoever. Impossible. This cannot be. Is this still blue silvergrass? Yu Tianheng's panic escalated. Thunderous might was designed for area damage, and he had assumed it would break the blue silvergrass's hold on his teammates. What had gone wrong? Tang San smiled wryly, saying, Teacher Bo had anticipated this. My blue silvergrass is incapable of withstanding your lightning. Take a closer look. Following Tang San's guidance, Yu Tianheng observed that much of the blue silvergrass imprisoning the Imperial fighting team members was embedded in the ground, with the vast majority in such a state. This is... Yu Tianheng gasped in shock. I understand. Qin Ming exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. The blue silvergrass itself lacks the capacity to withstand your lightning. Tang San's maneuver cleverly redirected most of the lightning into the ground, thereby ingeniously neutralizing its impact. Teacher Bo, you are indeed a remarkable mentor. I never imagined you would foresee such a scenario. Wu Feng smiled faintly, shaking his head, and remarked, Yu Tianheng hails from the blue electric tyrant dragon clan. Inherently arrogant in nature, coupled with our presence of 3 formidable soul masters, and the highest soul power among us being merely Daimubai. It is only natural that Yu Tianheng grows complacent. Team battles are not the arena for heroics. They hinge on cooperation and the tacit understanding among teammates. I hope this battle serves as a lesson for him. As a captain, the essence lies in the collaborative synergy among members. When his teammates were ensnared and he himself bound by Daimubai, he could have easily freed himself relying on his own strength. Yet, he was wholly engrossed in his contest with Daimubai, utterly disregarding the plight of his comrades. Tang San's blue silvergrass is anything but ordinary. To cultivate it to the level of a soul master and gain admission to Shrek Academy is no trivial feat. Wasn't Teacher Qin a testament to this? Qin Ming lowered his head with a wry smile, saying, It appears my studies are still insufficient. Thank you, Teacher Bo, for your guidance today. I shall remember it well. No need for thanks. Let us continue observing the match, replied Bo Feng, as both their gazes returned to the arena. The third soul skill, instantaneous movement. The first soul skill, waist bow. Xiaowu utilized instantaneous movement to appear behind Yilingling, leveraging her agility to drive her knee into Yilingling's back. Once caught in the grasp of the waist bow, what chance did Yilingling, as a support-type soul master, have? Under the watchful eyes of all present, Xiaowu had Yilingling suspended in midair, while Zhu Xing transformed into a streak of black lightning, delivering a kick that sent her crashing out of the arena. Being thrown off the stage equated to losing the qualification to fight. In less than a minute of the match's commencement, Yilingling from the Royal Combat Team had already been rendered incapable of battle. This team, whose average level was that of a soul master, appeared deceptively simple. Especially with 3 members of the Shrek 7 monsters yet to reach that level. From the moment they engaged with their adversaries, they deftly led them step by step into meticulously laid traps. Utilizing Yu Tianheng's character to their advantage, they executed their strategy flawlessly, rendering this battle devoid of meaning. It was evident to all that without Yilingling's assistance from the 9-heart begonia, the opposing team still possessed the enhancement from the 7 treasure glaze tile, making victory seem implausible. Oh no. The blue silvergrass was continuously severed, and the Royal Combat Team began to spiral into chaos following Yilingling's loss. Among them, Yilingling, the only quiet girl, though often silent and seemingly cold, consistently played a crucial role at pivotal moments. First, the brothers Shimo and Shimo, their turtle shells in hand, unleashed a barrage of attacks upon Xiaowu. Their resilient shells fused into an indomitable shield that crashed onto the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. The second soul skill, enchantment. While dodging the brothers' onslaught, Xiaowu activated her second soul skill, her eyes shimmering with a soft pink hue, rendering her irresistibly adorable. Beware, do not look into her eyes. Yu Tianheng bellowed as his right hand crackled with electric energy. Chapter 90, Crawl for Me. The first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. Yu Tianheng leapt into action, targeting Xiaowu. If her enchantment was disrupted, it would not succeed. Just as the situation grew dire, a strand of blue silver grass ensnared Yu Tianheng, forcefully dragging him to the ground. He would do well to remember that Xiao was under Tang San's protection. None dared to harm her. With Yu Tianheng's interference eliminated, Xiao Wu's enchantment succeeded, causing the Shimo brothers to be entranced, their eyes filled with a rosy haze, and an inexplicable smile gracing their lips. Seizing the moment, Xiao Wu unleashed the waist bow and the explosive 8-section throw. The Shimo brothers were mercilessly held aloft, as Xiao Wu transformed into a pink flash, delivering blows that echoed with the sound of bone-crunching devastation. The audience was engulfed in despair, fully aware of the destructive prowess of the explosive 8-section throw. The discontent of Soto City served as a vivid example. The first soul skill, Phoenix Fireline. Ma Hongjun unleashed searing flames, continuously disrupting the agile attack-type soul masters. With his wind bell bird martial spirit, Yu Feng found himself in a precarious position, bolstered by Ning Rongrong's enhancement and Oscar's relentless supply of sausages. At that moment, Ma Hongjun resembled a flamethrower, his phoenix flames unwavering since the battle began. Oscar wore a lecherous grin, occasionally handing Ma Hongjun restorative sausages, making the fight far easier than anticipated as the team support-type soul master. His sole duty was to produce sausages, while the fighting was left to others. Boom. Subsequently, the Shimo brothers crashed violently to the ground. Their earlier grasp on their shells had deprived them of adequate protection. Thus, Xiao Wu's assault became the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back. At this juncture, 3 members of the Royal Combat Team had been eliminated, and the situation was turning dire. Meanwhile, the Giba Soul Master found himself entangled with Zhu Qing, creating a stalemate. Zhu Qing, already swift, struck fiercely at the Giba Soul Master's abdomen, augmented by the 7 treasure glazed tile support. "Captain, what should we do?" one teammate exclaimed anxiously. "If this continues, we might not escape to Yu Tianheng's side." Yu Tianheng realized he had underestimated his opponents, having misjudged the 3 formidable soul masters, initially believing it would be an easy victory. After all, this was their home ground. They had to win, as it pertained to the dignity of the Royal Academy. At that moment, the 3 committee members seated above wore grim expressions, sitting in stunned silence, their hearts a tumult of emotions. The Royal Combat Team, upon whom they had placed such high hopes, and a primary contender for the upcoming grand competition, how could this be? It must be a dream, surely. Xueqing, his gaze sharpened as he turned to Bo Feng, recognizing his exceptional talent. Someone so valued by the young master was indeed a rare gem, skilled not only in guiding students but also in business. Alas, the young master had even compensated him, suffering a loss and inadvertently adding a child to the equation. Hiki. The third soul skill, verdant phosphor purple venom. Dugu Yin, now infuriated, as the vice-captain, disregarded all caution. A deluge of verdant phosphor snake venom began to permeate the arena, prompting the spectators to retreat hastily. This substance was no trifling matter. Beside them, Qin Ming's countenance darkened. She had resorted to the phosphor snake venom. What could be done? Should any harm befall the Shrek 7 monsters, how could he ever face his mentors back at Shrek Academy? "Teacher Qin, please relax." Wu Feng gently patted Qin Ming on the shoulder, signaling him to remain calm. "Teacher Bo, Yinzi has employed the venom of the emerald phosphor snake," Qin Ming remarked, casting a glance at Wu Feng, his eyes revealing a complex mix of resignation. With a dismissive smirk at the corner of his mouth, Bo Feng remarked, "Isn't it merely the poison of the phosphorescent serpent? Watch, my students will find a way to counter it." As soon as he finished speaking, a fiery blaze erupted from the group enveloped in serpent venom, the Shrek 7. A radiant flame shot forth, mingling with a few crystalline droplets that ignited upon contact with the fire. In an instant, the emerald venom was disintegrated, vanishing into thin air. The Shrek 7 stood proudly on the arena, their expressions brimming with confidence as they gazed at the astonished Dugu Yin. Tang San stepped forward and declared, "I have already stated that your serpent venom is nothing but trash in my eyes. It can be subdued by a mixture of realgar wine and fierce flames. Now, what other tricks do you have left? Feel free to show them." Dugu Yin, taken aback, stepped back in disbelief, unable to accept that the phosphorescent serpent's poison, which he had placed so much hope in, had proven to be so feeble. Yu Tianheng, the team captain, felt utterly powerless and turned his gaze towards Qin Ming in search of guidance. This sudden turn of events had overwhelmed the captain, rendering him incapable of directing his team. They had exhausted all their strategies. Without the support of Yi Lingling and the formidable defense of the Shijiao brothers, how could the royal fight team hope to triumph over the Shrek 7? Upon receiving Yu Tianheng's pleading look, Qin Ming shook his head in resignation. Between teacher and student, a glance was enough to reveal the truth. They had lost, and it was a thorough defeat. "We concede," Yu Tianheng finally announced after a brief silence. To lose so effortlessly in front of everyone, especially on their home turf, was profoundly disappointing. As the match concluded, Xueqing shook his head in dismay before storming off, ensuring that no incriminating evidence remained. The 3 committee members sat motionless, their expressions darker than the deepest shadows, utterly drained by the outcome. The Shrek 7, exhilarated by their victory over a fully equipped team of spirit masters, reveled in the fruits of their recent rigorous training. As they left the arena, the 7 approached Bo Feng, with Dai Mubai exclaiming, "Teacher Bo, we owe our success to your brilliant strategy. Otherwise, we would not have ended the battle so effortlessly." "Indeed, it is thanks to your guidance that we could resolve the fight so smoothly," Oscar chimed in, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Their praises made Bo Feng feel somewhat elated. Yet he masked his inner joy with a facade of seriousness. Do not rejoice too soon. Do not think that your hellish training ends with today's victory over the royal fight team. Consider this a warning. You must prepare yourselves for the days to come. While maintaining your regular training, I will have Uncle Meow occasionally critique your performances. If any of you falter, you'll be the ones crawling back. The prospect of receiving guidance from a titled Douluo was something the seven eagerly anticipated, leaving no room for complaints about the hardships of future training. Meanwhile, the defeated royal fight team appeared as if their souls had been stripped away. Qin Ming approached them, offering words of comfort. All right, the battle has concluded. And you all performed admirably. No, Teacher Qin, please do not console us. This defeat is entirely my fault, Yu Tianheng lamented, pounding his fist into the ground in frustration. No, Tianheng, Dugu Yin said, embracing him with compassion. This is not your fault. It was the cunning of Shrek Academy that led to this outcome. Not only did they neutralize my serpent poison, but they also eliminated Long Length first. Had we faced them one-on-one, they would not have stood a chance. Yinzi, tell me, what did I say before the match began? Qin Ming's tone shifted to one of sternness as he questioned Dugu Yin. Teacher, Dugu Yin stammered. At a loss for words. You know well the terrifying power of the phosphorescent serpent's poison. Why did you unleash it, especially under my strict orders? Facing Qin Ming's inquiry, Dugu Yin countered, Teacher Qin, this concerns the honor of our academy. If I had not released the poison, how could we have hoped to win? Besides, the opponent was unharmed as well. What good does it do to dwell on this? Unfortunately, Dugu Yan's character mirrored that of her grandfather. And Qin Ming found it difficult to respond. Seeing that Qin Ming was no longer pursuing the matter and given that Shrek had suffered no casualties, Dugu Yin steeled herself and looked towards Tang San. If he could neutralize her serpent poison, it was likely that he could also counter her grandfather's poison. If she informed her grandfather of this, he would undoubtedly be intrigued. Without hesitation, she concocted an excuse and left the team, setting off alone. With the battle concluded, the victorious Shrek 7 garnered the attention and respect of other academies. As the celebration commenced, renowned academies flocked to them, each eager to engage in conversation. With cups in hand and warm smiles, they conversed with the Shrek 7, all the while harboring ulterior motives. They were incessantly fishing for secrets from each academy. Having witnessed the Shrek 7's remarkable performance in battle, frankly, if one were to randomly select any team from the crowd, could they defeat the royal fight team? The answer was a resounding no. Setting aside the presence of a blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul and a phosphorescent serpent, along with the formidable defense of the Xuanwu turtle, renowned for its strength, and the powerful healing capabilities of the 9-heart sea butterfly. How could one hope to win against such a team? With all members at level 35 or above, they represented the pinnacle of power. And one of the Shrek 7, for among them, had reached the Spirit Elder rank, while the remaining 3 were Great Spirit Masters. Their victory was by no means guaranteed, beyond Bofeng's extraordinary training regimen. The majority of their success stemmed from their own relentless efforts. Their opponents were formidable, and as the underdogs, they were far from being underestimated. On the other side, Bofeng was seated with the 3 committee members from the Tiando Empire. Chief of the Dream Machine, may I inquire where His Highness the Crown Prince has gone? Bofeng scanned the vicinity, having discerned that Xue Qinghe was not the same as before. The audacity to undertake such a gamble could only come from the Spirit Hall, as no one else would dare. Teacher Bo, His Highness had pressing matters to attend to in the palace, so he departed immediately after the battle concluded. The Chief of the Dream Machine explained. It was said to be due to pressing business, but in reality, it was the royal fight team's loss of face. Even if he were a mere impersonator, as a prince, he had to maintain a facade. Furthermore, the imitation of Xue Qinghe was evident. Bofeng had noticed the subtle differences. After spending nearly a year in close proximity to the original, he could easily discern the discrepancies in demeanor and speech. While this observation was limited to Bofeng, whether others could perceive it remained uncertain. Teacher Bo, we wish to extend an invitation for you to join the Tiando Royal Academy as a teacher. Certainly, Teacher Bo, esteemed owner of the department store. We may discuss matters of remuneration separately. It is unknown whether the Dream God Machine has extended an olive branch. Yet the coaching prowess of Bofeng is undeniably evidenced by the remarkable Shrek 7 monsters under his guidance. In previous grand tournaments, the championship has been claimed either by the Spirit Hall or the Star Luo Empire. This year, however, is of paramount importance to the Tiando royal family, who have invested considerable effort into the formation of their royal combat team. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon and the granddaughter of Dugu, alongside the Black Tortoise and the 9-hearted Sea Tang, signify the royal family's exhaustive dedication. Yet, today's battle has profoundly disheartened the 3 members of the Education Committee, as a team comprising 4 Soul Emperors and 3 Great Soul Masters has astonishingly triumphed over their prideful royal combat team. This setback is indeed more than merely significant. Wolfing smiled gently, understanding the predicament faced by the 3 committee members. As representatives of the Tiando Royal Academy, the pressure they bore was indeed substantial. Wolfing appreciated their good intentions. The 7 members of the royal fighting team were exceptionally talented, and their mentor, Qin Ming, was also a commendable teacher. I recognize that the outcome of this battle may be difficult for the 3 committee members to accept at this moment. Yet they must not forget that we all stand as representatives of the Tiando Empire in this competition, regardless of who emerges victorious. It is the honor of the Tiando Empire that prevails. We must not allow personal reasons to overshadow this. Sighing, Dreaming Machine remarked, Teacher Bo is correct. This matter was indeed our imposition. Each member of your Academy's Shrek 7 Devils is remarkably gifted. I wonder if the Soul Master from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda is the beloved daughter of the esteemed sect leader, Ning. Kaze no Kaze nodded and remarked, Indeed. She is the cherished jewel of Master Ning. Could it be that the 3 esteemed committee members are acquainted with her? Beside him, Bai Baoshan chuckled, Years ago. When this young girl was but a child, she accompanied Master Ning to your esteemed academy. I had anticipated that Master Ning would send her to the Royal Academy of Tiando for her studies, but alas, it appears that Master Ning possesses a far-reaching vision. Shrek is undoubtedly a splendid institution. In due time, we shall certainly pay a visit. I shall eagerly await the esteemed committee member's arrival, he replied. Wolfing added, 3 members of the Education Committee, are you acquainted with the grandfather of Dugu Yin, Dugubo? Dugubo. The trio exclaimed in unison. Meng Shinji gently inquired. May I ask, Teacher Bo, what is it that you wish to discuss with the esteemed Douluo? Oh, it is nothing significant. Merely a few matters I wish to confer with Douluo about, he replied. Chapter 92, Father. Meng Shinji continued, to be candid. It has been a year since we last encountered Douluo. He is a solitary figure, and we are only aware that he resides in the Sunset Forest. The rest remains a mystery to us. The 3 faced their own challenges. It was difficult for Bo Feng to articulate his thoughts, after expressing a simple thank you. He departed. As the sun dipped beyond the western mountains, hues of crimson illuminated the sky. The 7 members of Team Shrek, accompanied by Bo Feng and the Sea Spear Douluo, descended the mountain together. Bo Feng instructed, Mubai, you are their leader. Once we enter the city, you shall return directly to the academy. Damubai inquired, Teacher Bo, what about you? Will you not accompany us back? A hint of awkwardness crossed Bo Feng's face. Your teacher's wife is with child. I must return to check on her, mustn't I? Tomorrow morning, wait for me at the usual place. Ensure you rest well. It has been a long and tiring day. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. The carriage then gradually made its way towards Tiando City. By the time they entered the city, night had fallen, with stars twinkling and a full moon hanging high in the sky. Bo Feng and Sea Spear Douluo disembarked from the carriage beneath a bustling marketplace, bidding farewell to the Shrek 7 monsters before returning to their long-awaited home after a week's absence. Sister Bai truly had a knack for returning only once a week, which kept Bo Feng perpetually thinking of his beloved wife and their soon-to-arrive child. My dear wife. The sound of the wind was quite loud. Approaching the room, I saw Xiaobai wearing a sullen expression. Sure, Xiaobai whispered softly, please be quiet for a moment. Xiaoshui has just fallen asleep. Wolfing cautiously peeked his head in, and just as Xiaobai had mentioned, he and Rangxu was deep in slumber, sleeping soundly. To avoid disturbing her rest, the 2 of them descended the stairs with utmost care. Sister Bai, how has my wife's condition been these past few days? Wolfing inquired anxiously. Xiaobai rubbed her forehead and replied, rest assured, your wife is in perfect health. Ever since Xiao Xue became pregnant, her appetite has greatly improved, and she has become even more prone to sleepiness, spending a third of her day enveloped in slumber. How are your students faring under your guidance? Naruto took a sip of water, moistening his throat. Let it be as it is, Sister Bai, to speak candidly. The wind of silence lingered for a moment. I yearn to venture into the city of slaughter. Xiaobai's gaze sharpened. Are you out of your mind? Before you left, the Grand Priest explicitly warned against your journey to the city of slaughter. Do you comprehend what that place is? If you go, will you be able to return unscathed? Wolfing smiled helplessly and said, but I miss my father. As he spoke, tears involuntarily streamed down the sides of his cheeks. Since the moment of his birth, apart from his mother, his father had become Wolfing's sole obsession. In Wolfing's heart, family held more significance than anything else. The reason he refrained from seizing the heart of the sea god was out of compassion. Obtaining the 9 trials of the sea god would mean his mother. For the time being, the only solution was to bring his father back. Wolfing vowed to exhaust every possible means to ensure his father ascended to the position of the god of Azura. Only then could his mother evade the sacrifice, allowing their family to truly be united. Stabai, with misty eyes, gently patted Wolfing on the shoulder. All right, you are about to become a father. You mustn't cry in front of your child in the future, Stabai comforted him. As for the city of slaughter, that decision rests upon your shoulders. The future of the sea god island lies in your hands. Sister Bai has lived for 100,000 years. Though she may not comprehend the nuances of human warmth and cold, for the sake of the future of Sea God Island, you must survive. That is the only prerequisite. The High Priest holds you in high regard. And the reason for not allowing you to venture into the city of slaughter is also for the consideration of Sea God Island. With a heart full of helplessness, Bo Feng's eyes brimmed with tears as he lamented, how can I stand idly by while my father becomes the King of Carnage? The King of Carnage? What does that even mean? Do you know something? Inquired Xiaobai. The wind brushed away the tears at the corner of my eyes, and instinctively, I closed my mouth, hastily shaking my head. No, Sister Bai, you have misunderstood. A few days ago, the High Priest communicated that you should retrieve the heart of the Sea God as soon as possible. That is a sacred relic of our Sea God Island, which has long been lost to the outside world. What if? Xiaobai cautioned. The waves fell into a moment of tranquility as he inquired, Sister Bai, Are you aware of what the heart of the sea god is? Xiaobai elucidated. How could I possibly be unaware? It is the essence of the sea god's divine artifact, the trident of the sea god. The grand offering informed you of this initially. Have you truly forgotten? The heart of the sea god is not merely a simple component of the trident. It is the singular, pivotal element obtained through the 9 trials of the sea god, encompassing the vast power of the sea god himself. The 9 trials of the sea god, Xiaobai exclaimed with fervor. Then you must hasten to retrieve it. I recall you once mentioning that you know the whereabouts of the heart of the sea god. With the heart in your possession and having passed the 9 trials, you shall ascend as the next sea god. Xiaobai's excitement grew with each word, while Wufeng, in contrast, sighed restlessly, troubled in spirit, with eyes aflame and voice trembling. Wufeng uttered, once I obtain the 9 trials of the sea god and complete the 9 challenges set forth by the esteemed deity, what then? As the mother of the high offering, I cannot evade the sacrificial duty of his son. How could I bear to seize the heart of the sea god? Xiaobai, once the steed of the sea god, understood these sentiments profoundly. Wufeng spoke truly. I am deeply sorry, dear wind. It is I who have failed to consider your feelings. With a gentle shake of his head, Bofeng smiled wryly and said, never mind, Sister Bai, you are only considering the interests of Sea God Island. As for the heart of the sea god, I shall retrieve it, but not at this moment. I must journey to the city of slaughter to rescue my father. I will exert every effort to assist him in overcoming the trial of the Azure god. Only in this way can we spare my mother from the fate of sacrifice. The resolute gaze of Bofeng was unwavering. His father had not only transformed into a king of slaughter, but also harbored within him the formidable presence of the dark golden 3-headed bat king. The divine light from the sea god's crown possessed the ability to restore his father to his former self. Yet, in the end, would his father be able to withstand the overwhelming power of the Azura? Ultimately, it would lead to a backlash against himself, mirroring the events of the original narrative. What if the high priest disapproved of your intentions? Little Bai pondered. I cannot concern myself with such matters. For the sake of my father and for my mother, I am willing to do anything. Little Shue'er is already with child. These 2 children represent the hope of Sea God Island. In truth, Sister Bai, I owe you my gratitude. Gratitude for what? Little Bai inquired, perplexed. With a gentle smile, Bofeng gazed at Xiaobai and expressed his gratitude. Thank you for creating the opportunity for me to be with Xiao Shue'er. Otherwise, I may never have encountered such a wonderful girl to accompany me through life. Once this grand competition concludes, I shall journey to the city of slaughter, where I will not only bring my father out but also do my utmost to assist him in completing the Shurigat trial. Chapter 93. Tang San has been captured. Wufeng intended to journey to the Eye of Ice and Fire, seeking the celestial herbs found there in hopes of discovering something that could aid his father. Although he was uncertain of the quality of these herbs and the effects they bestowed upon individuals, he had Tang San by his side, who possessed knowledge of the Eye of Ice and Fire. He hoped that together they could locate a herb suitable for counteracting the poison afflicting his father. Meanwhile, the 7 members of the Shrek Academy had returned after a day at the Tiando Royal Academy, which included a thrilling battle that left them utterly exhausted. The 7 of them retired early to their dormitories to rest, except for Tang San. He wandered through the academy, reflecting on Bofeng's words. By coincidence, Tang San spotted his teacher and Vice Dean Lu Erlong, seemingly engaged in conversation. From Flinder, he learned that the 2 had once been deeply in love but had been separated due to certain circumstances. In truth, Tang San felt a pang of envy for Bofeng, who had a caring sister and had achieved so much at such a young age, suggesting that his parents must love him dearly. Unfortunately, Tang San yearned for his father's affection and lamented the absence of his mother, whom he had never met. He decided to return and rest, as training would resume the following day. At that moment, the temperature around him plummeted suddenly, causing Tang San to shiver involuntarily. What could be happening? He had cultivated the Xian Tian skill to such an extent that he was impervious to the cold, and it was still summer. How could this be? To his astonishment, a figure cloaked in emerald green appeared before him, adorned in green garments, with a white beard and eyes as cold as a serpent. Who could this person be? Sensing danger, Tang San instinctively attempted to summon his blue silver grass for a counterattack. However, before he could react, the elder swiftly closed the distance and he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, causing him to lose consciousness. This sudden surge of soul power drew the attention of Lu Erlong, who was nearby. Who is it? She exclaimed, quickly breaking away from Master and rushing toward Tang San's location. The soul power emanating from the figure was more formidable than her own, indicating that the opponent was exceptionally strong. Could it be the sea spear Douluo, or perhaps? No. The aura of the sea spear was not like this. The overwhelming force that filled the air suggested that this individual might be a title Douluo. What happened? Erlong? Master inquired, arriving a moment later, concern etched on his face. Lu Erlong, her expression grave, replied, someone just passed through here, and their strength was extraordinary, even surpassing mine. Is it possible that it was the sea spear? Master speculated. Lu Erlong shook her head slowly. It cannot be the sea spear. I am all too familiar with his aura. Moreover, Teacher Bo has returned to the general store, and I encountered Rongrong and the others when they came back. Rongrong mentioned that Teacher Bo is with Madam at the store, and the sea spear follows Teacher Bo's orders. He could not possibly remain at Shrek Academy. Then who could it be? Master mused, furrowing his brow in thought. At that moment, something glinted in the grass nearby. Approaching it, he pushed the foliage aside. "What is this?" he exclaimed, momentarily frozen in place. "What happened, Xiao Gang?" Lu Erlong asked as she crouched down beside him, her gaze falling upon a flying dagger, cold and razor-sharp. Aside from Tang San, no one else in the academy could possibly possess such an item. Master trembled as he picked up the dagger, his eyes moistening with concern. Tang San must not come to harm. How could he explain this to Tang Hao? Xiao San. Something has happened to Xiao San, Master declared, clutching the dagger tightly. As Tang San's teacher, he understood his disciple's thoughts all too well. This was a message left by Tang San. How can you be certain that this belongs to Tang San? Lu Erlong questioned. Master shook his head vigorously. I know Xiao San's character well. Erlong, didn't you mention a powerful surge of soul power earlier? Combined with the dagger in my hand. It is sufficient evidence that something has befallen Xiao San. He has likely been abducted, and this dagger is the message he left behind before his capture. We must act swiftly and rescue him. We should also summon Flinder to join us. Wait. Master stopped the anxious Lu Erlong. Erlong, you go inform Flinder. I will personally head to the general store to alert Teacher Bo. The enemy is still unaware of our knowledge. 3 of us alone would not suffice against them. With Teacher Bo and the Sea Spear, our chances of success will be greatly enhanced. With that, the two set off to take action. Inside the general store, Wufing and Xiaobai were preparing to rest when suddenly, a series of urgent knocks at the door disrupted them, leaving both of them quite displeased. It was late. And did the visitor not realize that the store had already closed? Unwillingly, Xiaobai opened the door, exclaiming, What is it? If you wish to purchase something, come back tomorrow. Is Teacher Bo in? The sound resonated in the air, striking a familiar chord within Bo Feng. Master? What brings you here? The visitor was indeed the master, his anxious demeanor suggesting that something grave had transpired. Upon seeing Bo Feng, the master hastily exclaimed, Teacher Bo. Xiao San has been abducted by a mysterious figure. What? Bo Feng gasped in disbelief. My goodness. I have only just returned from the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Could it possibly be that poison Douluo's doing? No, that seems implausible. Such efficiency is unlikely. Oh dear, this is truly exasperating. Kaze no Kaze pressed his forehead. Feeling that this day was anything but tranquil, he couldn't even sleep soundly. Teacher Bo, do you know who exactly has abducted the mistress? The master inquired with urgent insistence. The expression on Bo Feng's face grew solemn as he speculated. Earlier today, at the Heaven Do Royal Academy, a conflict arose between Xiao San and Dugu Yin. Dugu Yin is the granddaughter of Dugu Bo, as you are well aware, a master renowned for his lethal poison. By sheer coincidence, Xiao San managed to counter Dugu Yin's venomous green phosphor snake poison. I fear that the master could not help but gasp in shock. Dugu Bo. The poison Douluo, Dugu Bo is a figure of considerable notoriety, infamous for his ruthless mastery of poison, a being who kills without a flicker of hesitation. This is dire. How will he explain this to Tang Hao? Wufing let out a gentle sigh. Despite his advanced age, Dugu Bo moved with remarkable swiftness. In less than a day, he had already taken Tang San away. How fortuitous it is that this evening, he shall have the opportunity to meet with that venerable elder. Wufing Dao, master, you should return for now and ensure the safety of the other 6. As for Tang San's disappearance, please do not disclose this to them. Especially to Xiao Wu. I will bring Tang San back safely. Chapter 94. The light of the sea god shatters the serpent's venom in the sunset forest. Colossal peaks towered majestically. Within a cavern, Tang San stood in confrontation with an elder clad in green robes. Young man, are you the one who neutralized my granddaughter's poison? Merely using wine to augment the flames is likely insufficient, the elder, Dugu, remarked with a venomous gaze, akin to a swift and lethal python, his demeanor chillingly cold. Tang San replied nonchalantly, Senior, is your granddaughter not Duguyan? Reflecting on the events of the day, Dugu confirmed, Indeed, Yin Yin is my granddaughter. Now, answer my question. How did you manage to counteract my granddaughter's serpent venom? His impatience began to surface, and the aura emanating from him forced Tang San into a defensive position. In my eyes, the phosphorescent serpent venom is but refuse. Tang San scoffed disdainfully. That is a grave miscalculation, young man. Dugu's eyes shimmered with an ominous green light as he made a slight gesture. Suddenly, Tang San felt an overwhelming force strike him violently against a nearby rock, the searing pain in his back nearly rendering him unconscious. Do not presume that just because you have neutralized my granddaughter's poison, you can flaunt your arrogance. If you consider my venom to be worthless, then I shall ensure you suffer a torturous demise within its grasp. Should I desire it, no living creature shall remain within a kilometer radius. This was not an idle threat. Dugu was indeed capable of such cruelty. Despite the excruciating pain coursing through his body, Tang San slowly rose to his feet. Must I lie to you? I am still unaware of your true identity, Senior. Dugu coldly regarded Tang San. I am Dugu. With a sardonic laugh, Tang San thought, Indeed. Master Bo was correct. This Dugu is a titled Douluo, a master of poisons far surpassing that of his granddaughter. It must have been earlier today when I neutralized Duguyan's serpent venom, which led her to inform him. Otherwise, Dugu would not have personally sought me out. Very well. I have lost interest in you. Prepare to die. With that, Dugu raised his hand, and a continuous stream of green light began to coalesce as he prepared to unleash the phosphorescent Serpent King's venom. eager to demonstrate to Tang San the true nature of his poison. Wait. Dugu was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. What? Are you begging for mercy now? It is too late. Immediately thereafter, a dense wave of phosphorescent Serpent King's venom surged forth, enveloping Tang San under Dugubo's triumphant gaze. And soon he would be reduced to a puddle of blood, vanishing from existence. Yet, ensconced within the venom, Tang San felt no regret. Rather, an enigmatic force silently shielded him. A warm sensation enveloped him. The light of the sea god. It was indeed Wolfing's divine light, which he had specially cast upon Tang San earlier that morning, and it still lingered. Dugubo's esteemed phosphorescent Serpent King's venom appeared to be rendered ineffective. Gradually, Dugubo's expression shifted from disdain to sheer astonishment. Before their eyes, the venom began to dissipate, and Tang San emerged unscathed. You, what have you done? Why does my phosphorescent Serpent King's venom have no effect on you? Dugubo's eyes were filled with malice. In the realm of soul masters, only a select few could withstand his venom. The individual before him, named Tang San, posed a significant threat that must be eliminated swiftly, bolstered by newfound confidence. Tang San straightened his posture. You, old monster, I have already stated, your serpent venom cannot harm me in the slightest. Is that so? Dugu sneered. Then I could kill you right now. With your demise, this world will be rid of one who poses a threat to me. Outside in the sunset forest, Wolfing and the sea spear Douluo were hastening through the tranquil, silent woods of the night. Based on the divine light of the sea god emitted today, Wolfeng has officially pinpointed Tang San's location. It is certain that Dugu will not pose any threat to Tang San, for the young man is exceedingly astute. The sea spear Douluo inquired, Young master, what is it about this Tang San that commands such your attention, to the extent that you would personally intervene? Wolfeng smiled faintly and said, This is my promise to a person who entrusted me with the protection of Tang San. Moreover, he is my grandson. I cannot abandon him. Grandson? The two continued on their journey. Inside the cave, green flames illuminated the surroundings, adding an eerie ambience to the pitch-black night. Tang San felt his neck tightly gripped by Dugu, the sensation of suffocation overwhelming him. Old monster, you cannot kill me. Otherwise, Teacher Bo will not let you off. Teacher Bo? Dugu laughed heartily. How many years has it been? I have become a titled Douluo and have never regarded anyone with respect, let alone a mere teacher. Rest assured, once you are dead, no one will know. I will ensure your death is comfortable. Just as Tang San prepared to use his external spirit bone, a dazzling blue-golden light suddenly flickered at his brow. This pure and mysterious sea god's light instantly repelled Dugu, sending him back several dozen meters. Cough, cough, cough. Tang San's face turned crimson. He almost met his end. As a poison user, one must never perish at the hands of someone whose poison skills are inferior. Dugu was horrified, filled with fear at the mysterious blue-golden light. It was the first time he had ever felt this way. There were too many surprises within this person named Tang San. For now, he could not kill him, as he might extract something beneficial. Dugu cautiously approached, stopping about 3 meters away from Tang San. Tell me, what exactly is that blue-golden light? It has embarrassed me twice, Dugu demanded angrily. Tang San secretly rejoiced, fortunately. He had the protection of Teacher Bo's sea god's light, or he would have been in grave danger. You have no right to know. Dugu was about to explode with rage. It is well known that a long-time poison user utilizes poison against others. Yet, you are already poisoned. If your poison is not trash, then what is it? Tang San's words struck a significant blow to Dugu, who struggled to suppress his inner shock and glared coldly at Tang San. You brat, I have been using poison for decades. I have always poisoned others. Do not engage in a war of words with me. I do not fall for your tricks. Senior, do you experience symptoms of soreness and numbness in your ribs on rainy days? Do these occur at noon and night, each lasting over an hour? Also, do you feel sharp, stabbing pain in your head and soles at night, unbearable each time? Surely, you should know better than I. Upon hearing this, Dugu completely lost his composure. Chapter 95. Dugu, this Bo kid, tell me, apart from you, does anyone else know about this matter? Dugu inquired anxiously, not wanting this information to spread. If his enemies were to learn of it, the consequences would be dire. Take advantage of your illness to take your life. Old monster. If you do not wish for this matter to spread, then let me go. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that by tomorrow, the entire Douluo Continent will know. Before Tang San could finish, the murderous aura released by Dugu struck Tang San's chest like a solid force. The pressure of a tidal Douluo was indeed overwhelming. Tang San spat blood, producing strange sounds from his back. Under Dugu's oppression, 8 sharp spider spears emerged, releasing a piercing aura that confronted Dugu, temporarily safeguarding Tang San's safety. External spirit bone. As a tidal Douluo, particularly as a poison Douluo, engaging in killing and looting was not uncommon. Killing a 30-level spirit master was exceedingly easy. Today had brought him so many surprises. He forcefully withstood the pressure and even forced out the external spirit bone, which was an unexpected delight. The rarity of external spirit bones is unquestionable. As a tidal Douluo, it would be disingenuous not to covet it. Apart from the 100,000-year spirit rings, this external spirit bone is unique. There are no more than a handful of individuals possessing one across the entire Douluo continent. Unexpectedly, this little monster is well concealed, even possessing an external spirit bone. What a shame. A glimmer of disappointment flickered in Dugubo's eyes. This external spirit bone had already fused with you. In the past, I would have forcibly extracted it and bestowed it upon Yin Yin. Such a fine item would be wasted on you. Indeed, under the influence of the sea god's light, Tang San's external spirit bone had already merged with him, becoming part of his very being, intertwined with his flesh and blood. Tang San felt immense gratitude towards Bo Feng. He truly did not know how to express his thanks. Little did he know, the reason teacher Bo treated him so well was due to their shared martial spirit, and beyond that, grandfather and grandson. Those who understand will understand. Meanwhile, at the forest's edge, Bo Feng and the sea spear Douluo arrived before a poisonous barrier. This was the entrance. But Dugu had skillfully sealed it with deadly toxins. Any ordinary person attempting to enter would undoubtedly perish. But he was Bo Feng. Such toxins posed no challenge to him. Wearing the sea god's crown, radiating brilliant light, he stepped forward to dispel the poison. Under the illumination of the sea god's light, the poisonous barrier vanished in mere moments. Before them stood a towering peak, devoid of any entrance. Its steep cliffs presenting an insurmountable challenge. Young master, I can sense an extraordinarily powerful aura. Shall I draw it out? Suggested the sea spear Douluo. Wolfing shook his head and said, when matters can be resolved peacefully, we need not resort to force. Uncle Meow. You shall observe from the shadows while I draw out that old poison master. If he makes any move, we can take action then. The sea spear Douluo nodded, and his figure swiftly vanished into the forest. Gazing at the towering peaks before him, Wolfing realized that to lure out Dugu, he must create a significant disturbance. Gradually, the soul rings beneath his feet began to rise, and the trident materialized in his hand, followed by the sudden illumination of the fourth soul ring. The trident transformed into a golden hue, interwoven with bolts of golden lightning as the oceanic power surged into it. With the fourth soul skill, sea goddess thunder, he hurled the golden trident, which soared through the air like a meteor, hurtling towards the mountainside. Inside the cave, Dugu, who was preparing to interrogate Tang San, felt an involuntary twitch in his right eyelid. Dismissing it, he intended to continue. Suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed as the cave began to shake violently, and considerable sturdy boulders collapsed. Tang San utilized his blue-silver grass to shield himself, while the 8 spider lances behind him penetrated the massive stones that fell from above. The terrifying aura emanating from Dugu deterred anyone from approaching. Before the rocks could touch him, they crumbled to dust. This was the aura of a tidal Douluo, a force that demanded respect. Dugu was vexed. Having lived here for nearly a decade without incident, he was now faced with a sudden assault. This was no natural disaster, it was clearly man-made. With a potent wave of soul power, who would dare to disturb his territory? He glared fiercely at Tang San. I am stepping out for a moment. Remember, do not wander around here. Otherwise, you will meet a gruesome end. With that, Dugu leaped into action, vanishing into the cave, intent on confronting the intruder daring to create chaos at his doorstep. With Dugu's threat eliminated, Tang San felt as if he were a fish in water. The more Dugu advised him not to wander, the more he felt compelled to do so. This was a rare opportunity, and he would not let it slip away easily. He quickly returned to Shrek Academy to prevent Xiao Wu and his friends from worrying. And then he would inform Teacher Bo about today's events, seeking his guidance. Yes, that was the plan. Meanwhile, outside, Wolfing sensed an approaching presence. Slightly weaker than Uncle Meow's, a tidal Douluo had arrived. Before Wolfing, an elder clad in green descended from the sky, radiating a potent aura, and immediately launched an attack against him. Without hesitation, he conjured a green light in his hands, an intensified version of the Biphosphor Snake Emperor's poison. Surrounding Dugu were countless green orbs of light coalescing from the Biphosphor Snake Emperor's venom, launching an unwarranted assault on his abode. This crossed Dugu's threshold. Observing Wolfing standing before him, he noted that aside from Wolfing, there was no one else in sight. Who else could it be? With a swift motion of his right hand, Dugu unleashed a torrent of green orbs, which surged towards Wolfing, darkening the sky above. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have been paralyzed with fear. Wolfing smiled lightly, standing still in place. Not far away, a golden spear suddenly soared forth, landing majestically before him and dissipating the assault from Dugu with a powerful wave of energy. Dugu's gaze sharpened. He discerned a presence that rivaled his own. His opponent was also a tidal Douluo, and indeed possessed greater strength. Gradually, the sea spear Douluo emerged from the thicket, approaching Wolfing directly. He drew forth his golden spear, its sharp tip gleaming with a radiant golden hue, pointed menacingly at Dugu. The appearance of these two tidal Douluos plunged the scene into a stalemate. Chapter 96. Dugu's frustration facing a formidable adversary. Dugu maintained his composure. As 9 soul rings rose beneath his feet, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black. Behind him, the green Phosphor Snake Emperor roared with an open maw. A testament to Dugu's years as a tidal Douluo, now being pursued to his very doorstep for the first time. The sea spear Douluo's fighting spirit surged. It was his first encounter with a tidal Douluo outside of Sea God Island. The Nonic spear, forged entirely of gold, bore the same configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings. In terms of imposing presence, the sea spear Douluo overshadowed Dugu. Who dares to intrude upon my residence? Dugu demanded angrily. You lack the qualifications to question me. Prepare to die, replied the sea spear Douluo, brandishing his spear and lunging fiercely at Dugu. Due to Dugu's prior insolence, woofing, as the scion of Sea God Island, felt compelled to eliminate the threat before him with haste. Without further ado, Dugu activated his soul rings, emanating a green glow as the potent toxin of the green phosphor snake emperor surged forth. The once lush trees around them began to wither rapidly, and the tender grass turned a sickly yellow. Proud of his prowess as the poison Douluo, Dugu boasted of his unrivaled mastery of toxins. His primary objective in capturing Tang San was to discover the identity of the one capable of overcoming his granddaughter's venom. Little did he anticipate the overwhelming surprise Tang San would bring, which posed a significant threat and even ignited a murderous intent within him. Just then, Woofing arrived, and with a thunderous strike of the sea god, he incited Dugu's ire to a boiling point. The crown of the sea god, adorned upon Bo Feng's head, radiated a dazzling azure golden light. The sea spear Douluo, ensnared by the venom of the phosphorescent serpent emperor, instantaneously broke free from the serpent's toxic grip. The golden spear tip, imbued with a potent aura of lethal intent, was now poised before Dugu. Once again, that azure golden luminescence emerged, effortlessly dispelling the serpent's poison, igniting a sense of unwillingness and frustration within him. With a flourish, he summoned his seventh soul skill, the true body of the martial soul. The seventh soul ring beneath Dugu's feet illuminated, enveloping him in a rich green radiance. The sea spear Douluo furrowed his brow. The true body of the martial soul had arrived. Who shall fear whom? With resolute determination, the sea spear Douluo clutched his spear tightly, plunging it fiercely into the ground, transforming it into a golden liquid that began to merge with the Nonic spear, achieving a perfect union of man and weapon. A 30-meter-long phosphorescent serpent emperor and a golden spear occupied opposite ends, their formidable presence causing the spirit beasts within the setting sun forest to scatter in panic. The once tranquil and silent forest erupted into chaos. The phosphorescent serpent emperor launched the first assault, thrashing its robust tail violently against the spear. Strangely, no matter how fervently the serpent attacked, its efforts seemed futile. Aside from sparks flying, no significant damage was inflicted. The Nonic spear, embedded in the earth, suddenly emitted a golden sheen akin to fine rain, resembling a meteor explosion. In an instant, the 30-meter-long serpent was sent hurtling backward, obliterating countless trees in its wake. Before the phosphorescent serpent emperor could react, the golden spear surged forward, aiming directly for the serpent's head, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Spear uncle, let it end here. The sea spear Douluo intervened just in time, withdrawing from his martial spirit form while wielding the Nonic spear, poised to deliver a lethal strike at the head of the biphosphor serpent emperor. Elder Dugu, let us converse, he intoned, confronted by this unfamiliar title Douluo. The strength of the sea spear Douluo far surpassed that of Dugu. Consequently, Dugu also relinquished his martial spirit form, rendering his most esteemed biphosphor serpent emperor's poison ineffective. Without the venom of the serpent, he resembled a ferocious tiger stripped of its fangs, no longer posing any threat to the sea spear. Standing there, pale as death after exiting his martial spirit form, the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth was a testament to the force behind the sea spear Douluo's strike. When facing adversaries, particularly those who threatened Bo Feng, the seven sacred pillars Douluo would show no mercy, systematically eliminating their foes. Who are you? Dugu inquired, his earlier arrogance dissipated, replaced by a cautious gaze fixed upon the two. Bo Feng smiled and said, Senior Dugu, my name is Bo Feng. I am the proprietor of the general merchandise store. Bo Feng? You are the esteemed boss Bo. The renowned reputation of the general merchandise store has indeed reached my ears. With a smile, Bo Feng nodded and said, Indeed, it is I. Then who is he? Dugu asked, casting a wary glance at the sea spear Douluo. The sea spear Douluo responded, You need not concern yourself with my identity. Answer the young master's question, should you make any other move. I can take your life at any moment. Young master? Dugu gazed fearfully at the smiling Bo Feng. The merchandise shop, widespread across the continent, was so extensive that even the two empires held it in great reverence. Coupled with its close ties to the Seven Treasures glazed tile school and the two royal families, no one dared to lay a hand on the shop. Moreover, within the shop resided a title Douluo with a 100,000-year spirit ring. Little did he expect that behind Bo Feng, there was not merely one title Douluo. Dugu let out a bitter, cold laugh and said, Boss Bo, please state your concerns. Tang San, hand him over. With a dry chuckle, Dugu replied, How does Boss Bo know that it was I who took him? He is merely an ordinary student. Would you truly go to such lengths over him? Even deploying a title Douluo seems somewhat excessive, does it not? A gentle smile graced the lips of Bo Feng as he addressed the esteemed Dugu elder. Tang San is my student. This morning, at the Tiando Royal Academy, he had a confrontation with your granddaughter. Upon returning to the academy, he was abducted. I trust that besides you, no one else possesses the capability to take someone away under the watchful gaze of Vice Dean Lu Erlong. She is a soul sage, and apart from soul masters stronger than her, it seems only you, as a titled Douluo, could achieve such a feat. I see, Dugu mused. The lad named Tang San spoke correctly. Should anything happen to him, Teacher Bo will undoubtedly seek retribution. Initially, Dugu dismissed the notion, for as a titled Douluo, he felt little fear towards a mere academy instructor. However, the tides had turned. It was not solely Bo Feng he feared, but also the terrifying forces that stood behind him, A mere glimpse of them would leave Dugu trembling. Tang San is indeed in my custody. But you have arrived too late. He is already deceased. Dugu declared with deliberate malice. This was not merely a statement of his disdain for Bofeng, but a show of defiance. The poison of the emerald poisonous snake emperor seemed trivial in Bofeng's eyes. If word of this were to spread, his reputation would be in shambles. Deceased? A moment of surprise crossed Bofeng's face, quickly replaced by a smile. Do you think I would believe you? I am well aware of Tang San's character. He is astute and clever, not someone who would succumb easily to death. Hand him over promptly, or you shall face not only my wrath but also the fury of his father. It has been confirmed that the release will be next Tuesday. The initial subscription is set at 300, with 4 updates per day within a month. Should the subscriptions reach 500? There will be 5 updates daily within the same time frame. Chapter 97. Bofeng's conditions within the cave. Tang San began to search for an exit. The path that Dugu had taken was no longer an option. To follow it would lead to an awkward encounter with himself. The cave was dark and damp, enveloped in the stillness of the night, accompanied by a chilling breeze. Only someone possessing the unique prowess of poison, like Dugu, could survive in such a harsh environment. It was unlikely that anyone else would dare to live here. As Tang San continued his quest for an escape, he found himself atop a precipice, beneath which lay a thick layer of ominous clouds, obscuring the depths below. For the sake of Xiaowu and to reunite with his comrades, Tang San summoned his 8 spider lances, which extended from his back, and began to scale the steep, slick rock face. Under the aegis of the sea goddess light, the lances seamlessly integrated with him, allowing for a fluid and powerful motion. Suddenly, he was enveloped by a burst of blue and red light. As he raised his hand to shield his eyes, he exerted great effort to control the movement of his lances. Once he landed safely, a sigh of relief escaped him. But the scene before him was nothing short of shocking. Outside the cave, Old Poison, Bofeng called out, I hope Tang San is unharmed. Hand him over. He sought Dugu for the young man. Dugu sighed deeply and replied, follow me. During their journey to the valley, Dugu could not resist asking, Boss Bo, might you enlighten me on how you managed to counteract the poison of my emerald phosphor snake emperor? I have been quite curious. Wolfing Dangon remarked. The venom of the emerald serpent monarch instills fear across the continent. However, beneath the radiance of my sea god light, such poison poses no threat to me whatsoever. The sea god light? Dugu inquired, his expression one of bewilderment. What exactly is that? At this moment, it was not something easily explained. Wolfing gazed intently at Dugu, noting his green hair, green eyes, and green nails. It seemed that the esteemed elder had been afflicted by poison for decades, diligently practicing toxic arts, which not only harmed his own body but also posed a grave threat to the next generation. Sighing deeply, Dugu lamented, you speak as that little monster does. Indeed. I have long been poisoned. Alas, my beautiful granddaughter is still quite young. Despite having held the title of Douluo for so many years, my soul power remains at level 92. The phrase the gain does not outweigh the loss aptly describes my predicament. If I were to find a way to help you and your granddaughter completely eradicate the toxins within. With a mysterious smile, Bofeng turned to Dugu and spoke. Dugu was momentarily taken aback, his eyes reflecting a flicker of hope rekindled within him. Is what you say truly genuine, Boss Bo? He inquired with urgency, striving to contain the joy bubbling in his heart as he awaited Bofeng's response. As a businessman, I have no reason to deceive you. What I have promised will undoubtedly come to fruition. As for your abduction of Tang San, let us simply move past that. Bofeng replied. Dugu, do not underestimate Tang San. His mastery of poison far surpasses your own. Oh, I pride myself on my unparalleled skills in toxicology. None across the continent can rival me. How could a mere 13-year-old boy possibly be superior to me? Surely, Boss Bo, you are mistaken? Dugu expressed his skepticism, possessing immense confidence in his own abilities. After all, he had dominated the world with the venom of the emerald phosphor serpent. You shall soon see, Bofeng replied. And thus the trio proceeded toward the cave. Meanwhile, Tang San found himself amidst the Eye of Ice and Fire. Indeed, the Eye of Ice and Fire. Every herb in this place could be deemed a celestial treasure. How could Tang San not feel exhilarated to behold the Eye of Ice and Fire in his lifetime? At that moment, he understood that Dugu's ascension to the title of Douluo was inextricably linked to this wondrous sight. Only someone with his toxic prowess could barely survive in such an environment. His excitement surged as he bent down, observing each exquisite celestial herb, his eyes brimming with desire. Consuming even one of these would undoubtedly cause his soul power to ascend exponentially. The likelihood of their victory in the upcoming Continental Advanced Soul Master competition a year and a half hence would also increase significantly. Yet, this was Dugu's territory. If he were to disturb even a single blade of grass, retribution would surely follow. Tang San surveyed his surroundings, increasingly reluctant to part with the Eye of Ice and Fire, and even more so with every celestial herb present. Dugu, lacking the discernment of a treasure hunter, failed to recognize the priceless value of these herbs in Tang San's eyes. After a prolonged contemplation, when Tang San's gaze fell upon the 2 celestial herbs thriving in the spring water, he made a fateful decision. Drawing a sharp dagger from the 24-bridge moonlit night, he unleashed the 8 spider lances, propelling himself forward with remarkable speed. Inside the cave, Dugu's eyes widened in alarm. Indeed, Tang San had escaped, rather than merely fleeing. He had already reached the Eye of Ice and Fire. Strange? Where did that little monster go? He was just here a moment ago. How could he have vanished so swiftly? Dugu muttered impatiently, searching for the elusive figure. According to Bo Feng's understanding of Tang San, he must have already departed. Seizing the opportunity during the clash between Sea Spear Douluo and Dugu, it is quite possible that he has already returned to Shrek. Senior Dugu. There is no need to search further. I believe Tang San has already made his way back. The tempestuous wind promptly halted Dugu. Have you returned? Dugu voiced his discontent. This impudent wretch. I commanded him to wait here, yet he dares to defy my orders. Truly, he has overstepped his bounds. Should I encounter him again, I shall ensure he experiences the formidable potency of the green phosphor serpent emperor's venom once more. Remaining motionless, he is akin to a tortoise. Wolfing, with a resigned smile, addressed the esteemed Dugu. Let us discuss our matters. I have cured both you and your granddaughter of the poison, and in return, I seek to procure an item of yours. Dugu waved his hand grandly. Speak freely. Whatever I possess that can be of assistance is yours. Upon hearing this, Wolfing cautiously inquired, I have heard of your treasured location, esteemed Dugu. I only wish to collect some medicinal herbs that would greatly benefit my students. Might it be possible for you to grant me this favor? Dugu, upon listening to Wolfing's request, burst into hearty laughter. Is that all? I thought it to be something of greater significance. Those herbs are of no concern to me. You have resolved a dilemma that has plagued me for a lifetime. Take as many as you desire. With that, the three of them journeyed to a precipice, which lay directly above the ice and fire yin yang where Tang San resided. Wolfing, this is the entrance to the treasure trove, he declared. The wind swirled as he gazed down into the unfathomable abyss, where the Eye of Ice and Fire awaited his arrival. Shortly thereafter, 8 spider spears sprouted from his back. Strikingly reminiscent of Tang San's 8 spider spears, both having fallen from the visage of the human-faced demon spider, albeit with a subtle distinction. The 8 spider lances of wave wind were dropped by the face spider emperor, surpassing even Tang San's in terms of quality. Along the steep rock face, wave wind set forth. Chapter 98, A Father's Final Hope. An external soulbone. This was the second time tonight that Dugu was astonished. Identical to Tang San's. Wave Wind's external soulbone bore a deeper hue compared to Tang San's, with the darker color signifying an even more potent toxicity. The wind manipulated the 8 spider lances, which plunged forcefully into the rock face, rhythmically bouncing downward. Dugu transformed into a 30-meter-long azure phosphor serpent king, swiftly descending from the cliff. While Sea Spear Douluo also leapt into the air, this height posed no challenge for him. During the descent, Wolfing keenly observed some traces around the rock wall, resembling marks left by a sharp object. They bore a striking resemblance to the impressions made by his own 8 spider lances, suggesting they were relatively fresh. Could it be that Tang San had not departed, but had instead arrived here ahead of him? Without hesitation, Wolfing accelerated his descent, urging the 8 spider lances to hasten. The moment he touched the ground, he saw Dugu and Sea Spear Douluo standing together, their gazes fixed upon the vast pool of water before them. It appeared that someone was lying within. Tang San. The corners of his mouth twitched. This rascal, truly worthy of being the protagonist, radiating an undeniable aura. Could he possibly be insane? This hot spring possesses both scorching heat and frigid cold. Even I cannot endure such extremes for an extended period. Yet, there he lies. Is this not a path to certain demise? Wolfing restrained Dugu, who gazed at him in astonishment. Gradually, he advanced. And as he drew near the Eye of Ice and Fire, Wolfing unexpectedly extended his hand into it. Under the protection of the sea goddess light, the searing and frigid waters posed no harm to him. Instead, a warm sensation enveloped Wolfing entirely. As the waters of the Eye of Ice and Fire began to transform Tang San's physique, he must have ingested the fiery apricot and the octagonal ice grass, along with the residual sea goddess light within Tang San. Empowered by these 3 forces, Tang San was undergoing a monumental transformation. This reckless lad is in no danger. The Eye of Ice and Fire is modifying Tang San's body. Let us step aside. With that, Dugu cast one last glance at Tang San, who lay in the spring, and let out a soft sigh. This young man has brought him countless surprises. As time passed, Tang San, immersed in the spring, suddenly awakened. And the 8 spider lances on his back underwent a remarkable change, turning deep crimson. After consuming the fiery apricot and the octagonal ice grass, Tang San's body had reached a level of invulnerability to both fire and water. Although his soul power had not increased, his physical capabilities had achieved a qualitative leap. Reckless lad. The voice was all too familiar. Tang San turned to the side. Teacher Bo. Senior Sea Spear. Senior Dugu. Teacher Bo. What brings you here? Tang San scratched his head and smiled. Wolfing chuckled with a hint of irritation, fastening his shirt as he mentioned he would seek him out shortly. At that moment, Tang San realized he was still exposed from the waist up. At merely 13 years of age, his 8-pack abs had already begun to take shape. A promising sign for Xiaowu in the future. Tang San's face flushed crimson as he hastily retrieved a new garment from the 24 bridge on a moonlit night. Retreating behind a secluded rock to change his attire with swift efficiency, he then sat down before Wolfing. How do you feel? Wolfing inquired. Tang San nodded and replied. It's all right, indeed. Well then, that's good, Wolfing affirmed. In a conversation with the esteemed senior Dugu, I have deliberated on your capabilities. As you are indeed a master proficient in the art of poison, healing the toxins afflicting Dugu should not pose a significant challenge, correct? Previously, I would have had merely a 30% chance of success. However, with the advent of the Eye of Ice and Fire, my odds have improved to 50%. Although Dugu has been poisoned for an extended period, complete eradication may not be feasible, yet I can alleviate the daily suffering caused by the toxins and extend his lifespan. Undoubtedly. Upon hearing Tang San's account, Dugu gasped in astonishment. What? Only 50%? He then turned to Buofing with a look of resignation. Boss Bo, you cannot be jesting with an old man. Just moments ago, you asserted that you could provide me with a 100% cure. In response to Dugu's bewilderment, Buofing offered a gentle smile. Dear Senior Dugu, please do not be alarmed. While Tang San attends to your treatment, I will employ the light of the sea god as a supplementary aid. I trust you have witnessed the efficacy of the sea god's light. Your phosphorescent serpent king's poison was effortlessly eradicated in an instant. I assure you, within half a year, you shall feel revitalized and liberated from the burdens of your toxic affliction. Is this truly the case? Dugu's eyes sparkled with hope. Buofing nodded solemnly. After receiving Buofing's affirmation, Dugu felt relieved. I have discussed with Senior Dugu, and as long as we successfully heal his body, you may take any celestial herbs you desire from here. Teacher Bo, is what you say truly the case? Tang San inquired with excitement. Previously, Tang San had been concerned about whether the celestial herbs could be taken outside, as his brothers were in dire need of such extraordinary medicinal plants. It would undoubtedly be a vexing matter if they wished to reach the Soul Clan within a year and a half. Aside from Dai Mubai and Xiaowu, the remaining four were exceedingly frustrated. The celestial herbs not only enhance soul power, but also lay a solid foundation for them. In the future, each could at least attain the status of title Douluo. Dugu cleared his throat and remarked, I speak with utmost sincerity. Yet there is one condition. Do not consume all of them. Leave a few for me, if you please. Everyone chuckled softly, realizing that Dugu was not as difficult to deal with as he seemed. Tang San, are you familiar with all the celestial herbs here? Buofing asked. Teacher Bo, do you require any specific celestial herbs? Inform me, and I shall gather them for you at once. Buofing had rendered significant assistance to Tang San, and Tang San was eager to reciprocate in some meaningful way. He pondered whether there existed a mystical herb capable of curing any toxicity and restoring life. If such a remedy were unattainable, he would not press the matter further. However, he kindly requested Buofing to seek out any herb that might suit his needs. After all, even without merit, he had exerted effort and could not be left empty-handed. Upon receiving Buofing's guidance, Tang San immediately immersed himself in the collection of herbs, methodically commencing his search. This was his father's final hope, and Buofing wished to prevent his father from being crushed under the terrifying force of the sure divine power before he could be restored, thereby separating him eternally from his mother. Such a tragic fate was one that Buofing could not bear to accept. Even if the prospect of reunion in the divine realm loomed in the future, Buofing harbored no desire to act in this manner. At present, he could only place his hopes in Tang San, who might procure the appropriate celestial herb for his father. Only then would his father have a glimmer of hope. Chapter 99. The Azure Blossom of the Nine Heavens and the Stars of the Night Skies. Observing Buofing's heavy heart, Haimao Douluo expressed his concern. Young master, do you carry a burden upon your mind? Wei Wen shook his head with a wry smile and said, No, Uncle Miao. I was merely pondering whether to place Tang San here. The unique cultivation environment of the Eye of Ice and Fire surpasses my inferior version of the Sea God's Light, offering far superior conditions for training. At that moment, Dugu suddenly interjected, Boss Bo, having listened to you expound so much, I find myself exceedingly curious. Who exactly is the father of this little monster? Why is it that he is someone I cannot afford to provoke? Buofing gazed deeply at Dugu, a smile playing upon his lips as he inquired, Senior Dugu, are you certain you wish to know? The more enigmatic you become, the more my curiosity is piqued. Speak. For I am a titled Douluo, who would dare to oppose me? Dugu prided himself on his mastery of poison, believing there was no problem that could not be resolved through it. Tang San's talent was beyond question, a sentiment that resonated deeply with Dugu. As for the identity of Tang San's father, that sparked Dugu's interest. Take a deep breath first, he advised. Why? Are you afraid that you might not catch your breath? Dugu pressed, Speak, for I am already bursting with anticipation. With a mysterious smile, Buofeng softly remarked. Tang San bears the surname Tang. In the entirety of the Douluo Continent, aside from that formidable individual of the same name, who else could it possibly be? Upon hearing this, Dugu's expression shifted, transforming into one of terror and unease. Boss Bo, you cannot possibly be referring to Tang Hao, can you? The illustrious reputation of the Haotian Douluo reverberates throughout the Douluo Continent. In his legendary battle against Qian Xuanji, he severely wounded 2 titled Douluos of the Spirit Hall. Despite having only recently attained the 9th level, he nearly vanquished Qian Xuanji in that encounter. After that battle, the name of Haotian Douluo spread far and wide. However, Dugu pondered carefully, but wait, the little monster possesses the blue-silver grass martial spirit. How could he possibly be the son of Tang Hao? I see now. This must be a jest from you, Boss Bo, intended to amuse this old man. Buofeng smiled helplessly. Why should I seek your happiness? Tang San, in fact, possesses a twin martial soul. What? Dugu stared in astonishment at Tang San, who was in search of the celestial herb. This little monster is not just unusually deep in concealment. A twin martial soul, aside from that esteemed Pope of the Martial Soul Hall. It seems that this little monster is the only one of its kind across the entire Douluo Continent. Feng, there is also me. The blue silvergrass and the Haotian hammer, it's truly unimaginable. One is a worthless martial soul, while the other is the continent's premier weapon martial soul. Their remarkable combination has forged the extraordinarily gifted Tang San. Who would have thought? Dugu then wore a peculiar smile. Boss Bo, may I inquire about something? Noticing Dugu's mischievous gaze, Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Might I ask if this little monster is already betrothed? Good heavens. Feng gazed at the enigmatic smile of Dugu, pondering whether he had misjudged the man. Surely not. How could one harbor such thoughts about this impudent youth? With keen interest, Feng inquired further. The little monster possesses remarkable talent. His future accomplishments will undoubtedly rival those of the Pope from the Spirit Hall. I, however, possess foresight and must adequately prepare, do I not? Fortunately, I refrained from eliminating Tang San back in the day. Otherwise, should that formidable figure arrive, not even 10 Dugu would suffice. With a single swing of Tang Hao's hammer, all would return to tranquility. This mischievous lad is not one to be trifled with. If Dugu, you truly harbor such intentions, allow me to recommend Kislang 7 times in one night, ensuring your return to the pinnacle. An essential remedy for maintaining familial harmony. Dugu cast a teasing glance at Feng. Dear Feng, I do not boast. Your Kislang is utterly ineffectual. Perhaps when my granddaughter visits next, we can conduct an experiment to ascertain whether your Kislang is superior to my concoctions. At that moment, Tang San approached, holding 2 resplendent medicinal herbs in his hand. Upon noticing the unwholesome smiles exchanged between Feng and Dugu, he instinctively took a step back. Dugu had always been eccentric, and now it seemed Feng was too. With a cough, Feng remarked, "What are you staring at? Have you never witnessed a conversation between elders before?" "Elders?" "Indeed," Tang San replied, "Teacher Bo. In my left hand, I hold a celestial herb known as the 9 Heavens Azure Blossom, which possesses the remarkable ability to invigorate one's essence, facilitate rebirth, and enhance physical prowess." Enhance physical prowess? Feng's eyes twitched slightly, as it seemed this herb would be of no use to him. Having trained under the light of the sea god since childhood, his physical attributes already surpassed those of ordinary individuals. However, he thought it best not to dismiss the young man's efforts after such a lengthy search. Fortunately, all celestial herbs share a common effect, the elevation of soul power. Currently, Feng's soul power had reached level 48, having surged 4 levels after absorbing the left leg bone of a 7,000-year-old spider king. Attaining level 50 was now within his grasp. Tang San continued, "Teacher Bo, in my right hand, I possess another celestial herb, known as the 9 Heavens Stargrass, which has the extraordinary power to eliminate all forms of deadly poison. Anyone who consumes the 9 Heavens Stargrass will find themselves restored from any toxin swiftly. And it even holds the miraculous ability to rejuvenate their vitality." Feng took the 2 rare medicinal herbs handed to him by Tang San. "Tang San, are you truly speaking the truth?" Feng inquired earnestly. Tang San solemnly nodded, assuring him, "Rest assured, Teacher Bo, everything I have said is entirely true. If you still harbor any doubts, I can solemnly swear by my martial soul." Feng has assisted Tang San in numerous endeavors. He is not a person who would forget his gratitude. The quest to procure suitable celestial herbs for Feng has indeed consumed a significant amount of his energy. This may be one of the few things Tang San can do for Feng. A soul master can swear an oath on their own martial soul, and thus, everything Tang San has stated is entirely true. In his hand lies the 9 Heaven Stargrass, which represents his father's final opportunity. Feng must seize it. Feng smiled faintly and said, "Thank you, Xiao San. From now on, you shall cultivate here." "Master, will you no longer guide me?" Tang San asked, his anxiety evident. Feng's instruction had undoubtedly proven most effective, and their recent victory over the Royal Combat Team was largely attributable to Feng's teachings. Feng shook his head with a smile, saying, "It is not that I have ceased to guide you, but rather the peculiar environment here. My inferior version of the sea god's light is still inadequate. In due time, when I find the opportunity, I shall allow you to witness the true sea god's light, which embodies an overwhelming sense of pressure. I assure you, it will be an experience you shall never forget." In the 100th chapter, the 5th soul ring of the sea god, he added, "By the way, when you depart, procure some suitable celestial herbs for your brothers. For the ultimate victory, they must partake of them." Feng's words were resolute. To this, Tang San nodded deeply, as he shared the same intention. Having spoken, Feng stowed the 9 Heaven Stargrass back into his soul guiding device. Then, grasping the 9 Skies Azure Flower in his left hand, he unhesitatingly consumed it, indifferent to the manner of consumption, as long as it enhanced his soul power. After devouring the 9 Skies Azure Flower, Feng's body began to radiate an unusual heat, signaling the onset of its effects. The crown of the sea god emanated the sea god's light, and as Feng gazed towards the eye of ice and fire, he leaped into the air, only to instantly submerge himself into the pool. This action truly astonished and horrified Tang San. It is worth noting that this was the eye of ice and fire, Even he had to consume the fire apricot and 8-angled xianbing grass before he could barely endure the extreme cold and searing heat of the hot spring. How could teacher Bo dare? Meanwhile, Bo Fang's soul rings began to bloom one by one yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. The ethereal visage of the sea god gradually materialized before the onlookers, exuding an air of solemnity and sanctity that instantly instilled a sense of trepidation in Tang San and Dugu. This was Bo Fang's martial soul, the sea god. The sea spirit Douluo knelt with a demeanor of reverence and awe, for the sea god was the embodiment of faith for all sea soul masters. Amidst the eye of ice and fire, Bo Fang commenced his metamorphosis. The frigid and searing energy surged within his being, while the radiance of the sea god accelerated the absorption of the mystical herb's power. His body oscillated between extreme cold and intense heat. Yet Bo Fang maintained a serene countenance, acutely aware of the profound changes occurring within him. As time elapsed, dawn approached. In the eastern clouds, a faint pearly glow began to emerge, heralding the arrival of sunlight that bathed the entire sunset forest. Within the eye of ice and fire, Tang San sat cross-legged, channeling his Xiantian Kung Fu, aware that cultivation here would indeed expedite the circulation of his soul power. At that moment, Bo Fang, who had been immersed in the tranquil springs, suddenly opened his eyes. The aura he emitted instantly captured the attention of the 3 present. Under the watchful gaze of Tang San and the others, Bo Fang emerged from the spring, and to their astonishment, a new soul ring appeared beneath his feet, 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black. Where could this unexpected 5th soul ring have come from? Bo Fang had spent the entire night here, with no time to acquire a 5th soul ring. Young master, could it be that your 5th soul ring was bestowed upon you by the sea spirit Douluo? He inquired, nodded slightly. Indeed. My 5th spirit ring was bestowed by the sea god, approximately 25,000 years old, with the enhancement of my spirit power. This 5th spirit ring has the potential for evolution, possibly even reaching the realm of a 100,000-year spirit ring. 100,000-year spirit ring. My goodness. Dugu is going to lose his mind. This Bo Fang is more extraordinary than a mere monster. An unequivocal true marvel. Tang San, as you cultivate here, please also concoct an antidote for Elder Dugu. This is an exceedingly slow process, and I shall return periodically to provide Elder Dugu with the baptism of the sea god's light, Bo Fang instructed. Tang San nodded in understanding. After bidding farewell to Dugu, Bo Fang departed this place alongside Sea Spear Douluo. Unbeknownst to them, the day had already dawned brightly. Within the bustling shop, Xiaobai was leisurely seated on the balcony with Qian Rinxue, basking in the early morning sunlight. Sister, do you think my husband returned last night? Qian Rinxue lamented. Ever since she became pregnant, Bo Fang had been preoccupied with the affairs of the academy, and the couple could only briefly reunite once a week. How could she have fallen asleep last night? Her yearning for Bo Fang intensified, especially during her pregnancy, as she desperately craved her husband's affection. Xiaobai nodded and replied. He indeed returned, but you were asleep that night, so he did not want to disturb you. Last night, that master from Shrek came, saying something about Tang San being kidnapped. Thus, Feng Di and Sea Spear went to pursue the matter. As of now, we are still unaware of the situation. Kidnapped? Qian Rinxue inquired. Sister, who could possess such power to dare abduct my husband's student? Aside from that old poison master Dugu. Who else could have such capability? At that moment, Bo Feng pushed open the door, returning with a somewhat weary appearance. Upon seeing Bo Feng's exhausted state, Qian Rinxue's heart ached. Feng Di, how did it go? Was that Tang San rescued? Xiaobai asked. Bo Feng sat opposite the 2 women, exhaling deeply and languidly remarked. Everything is well. I specifically took a day off today. Last night was indeed a fierce battle. Tang San has been rescued. And I have also acquired my 5th spirit ring, elevating my spirit power to the 52nd level. 52nd level? Xiaobai's eyes twitched in astonishment as she queried. Aren't you a spirit master? How is it that you have ascended to Spirit King overnight? Wu Feng smiled helplessly, and the soul rings beneath his feet illuminated one after another. The 5th soul ring serves as the sole proof of a soul king. He had acquired certain fortuities in the Sunset Forest. And this 5th soul ring was a special gift from Lord Sea God. In the future, as my soul power ascends, this soul ring has the potential to evolve, ultimately achieving the status of a 100,000-year soul ring. Upon hearing Wu Feng's account, Xiaobai was instantly intrigued. Why does Lord Sea God show you such favor? As the steed of Lord Sea God, I have not seen him for nearly 10 millennia. My dear, you have endured much. Qian Rinxue smiled gently, her radiance captivating like a gentle spring breeze. That Dugu truly overstepped. How dare he seize your student? He is utterly unworthy of being a titled Douluo. Qian Rinxue's fury surged suddenly. This cannot stand. We must have Uncle Shi teach that old poison master a lesson, or else he may strike again unexpectedly. Wu Feng, with a resigned smile, remarked, Xiaoxue, Senior Dugu merely wishes to ascertain the identity of Tang San. After all, he possesses the antidote to his granddaughter's deadly green phosphor snake venom, which is indeed a formidable trump card. If I were in his position, I too would certainly summon Tang San for a thorough interrogation. Here, Xiaobai retrieved a letter from the nearby table and handed it to Wu Feng. This letter was sent by the high priest this morning. You ought to examine it carefully. Has my mother written to me? Naruto carefully extracted the letter from the envelope and began to read it meticulously. Halfway through, his expression grew increasingly intense. The ever-changing and enigmatic expression on Bo Feng's face left Xiaobai and Qian Rinqiwei utterly perplexed. What could possibly be inscribed in that letter to elicit such a profound reaction from Bo Feng? After a considerable pause, Bo Feng gently set down the letter, letting out a long sigh, and expressed with melancholy, "Sister Bai, my mother is coming." Qian Ringshu exclaimed in astonishment. Xiaobai echoed in disbelief. "The high priest is coming to Tiando City. What shall we do about Sea God Island?" Chapter 101. Mother is coming. Bo Feng picked up the letter again and handed it to Xiaobai. The letter revealed that she had completed her directives regarding Sea God Island and temporarily entrusted the authority to Uncle Long ever since the malevolent tiger whale king was blinded. Peace has graced Sea God Island. Although the demon whale sea still harbors a deep-sea demon whale king, that creature has proven to be exceedingly indolent, remaining in its domain for countless years without ever visiting Sea God Island. Sister Bai, have you ever encountered the deep-sea demon whale king? Xiaobai nodded gravely. That being is indeed a tyrant of the ocean, a true sovereign. While people often refer to the demon soul great white shark, the malevolent tiger whale, and the deep-sea demon whale as the three great overlords of the sea, this is somewhat misleading. Presently, the malevolent tiger whale king has ventured far to other waters, yet the deep-sea demon whale king still reigns. I once heard the high priest mention that its prowess has reached the pinnacle of our soul beasts, just a step away from breaking the million-year mark and ascending to true divine status. Wouldn't that render the deep-sea demon whale king a figure of awe? With a bitter smile, Bo Feng remarked, "Indeed, that is a 999,000-year-old sea soul beast. The expanse of the ocean is 4 times that of the continent, and in terms of both the variety and the cultivation of the soul beasts, they far surpass those found on land. Our Sea God Island is under the protection of the sea god himself. And with the great white shark legion led by Sister Bai ever vigilant, we have enjoyed a state of tranquility, akin to a paradise away from the turmoil of the world. As for the malevolent tiger whale king, I have been coveting its soul ring. 100,000-year-old sea soul beast, they say that such a soul ring grants a soul master 2 soul skills, and I am quite eager to acquire it. The next time I return to Sea God Island, I must pay a visit to my old adversary. The rivalry between the Wind and the malevolent Orca clan is deeply rooted, not to mention the inherent brutality of the orcas. As the young lord of Sea God Island, during his time there, the Orca king frequently led his kin to harass the island's fishermen, plunging the populace into despair. Fortunately, in a moment of opportunity, Wind, while the Orca king was at rest, employed the technique of demonic slash, combined with a thrust of the spear of the sea, piercing the very eye of that fiend. Otherwise, the current tranquility of Sea God Island would not have been possible. Sister Bai, considering our mother's pace, when does she expect to arrive? Wind inquired. Xiaobai pondered for a moment before replying, the Grand Priestess is a formidable level 99 Supreme Douluo. And factoring in the distance from Sea God Island to Heaven Do City, it will take at least a day. I believe she will arrive either tomorrow or the day after. With that, Wind sat alone, letting out a heavy sigh. Xiaobai, dissatisfied, remarked, what is the matter? Do you disdain the Grand Priestess and wish for her absence? After all, you are her only son. Wu Feng helplessly shook his head and replied, it is not that I do not wish for my mother to come, but rather that it is unnecessary to stir up trouble. Do you recall the 6-winged angel? The unparalleled Douluo, who accompanied my father to the island. Qian Rinqiwei immediately became excited, for was that not her grandfather? Xiaobai chimed in, indeed, I remember him. He was once a defeated foe of the High Priestess. He even pursued the High Priestess alongside your father, but alas, your father ultimately triumphed. It seems the High Priestess had a preference for your father all along. Why bring him up in conversation? Wu Feng smiled faintly. The last time I visited the Spirit Hall, I encountered Qian Dalu. During our conversation, I noticed that Qian Rinqiwei leaned in closely to listen. It had been quite some time since I had seen my grandfather, and I was eager to understand him better this time. I sensed that Qian Dalu seemed to harbor some interest in my mother, Wu Feng said with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinqiwei was momentarily stunned, her lips twitching slightly. Impossible. How could the grandfather she had always admired possibly? Husband. Qian Dalu is a renowned figure in the Soul Master community. How could he possibly? Are you mistaken? Qian Rinqiwei inquired earnestly. She found it hard to believe that her grandfather could be involved in such matters. Indeed, your mother is already married, making it even more improbable for Qian Dalu. When your father returns, it might even lead to a family confrontation. What did you say to Qian Dalu? Xiaobai chimed in. Kaze, I have always maintained that once my father returns, he shall transcend 100 levels and thus attain the status of an eternal deity. However, this notion was swiftly dismissed by Qian Dalu. What then do you have to worry about? As the adage goes, with a proficient swing of the hoe, there is no ground that cannot be turned. Sister Bai, what troubles you? Noticing the unusual pallor on Xiaobai's face, Kaze inquired with perplexity. Wu Feng gazed at Qian Ringshu and was surprised to find that his wife was frozen in place, her beautiful eyes sparkling with intensity as they fixed upon him. Be big, she stammered. Impatience flickered in the eyes of Bo Feng as he exclaimed, what do you mean by that? Sister Bai, have you lost your mind? Suddenly, a hand rested upon Bo Feng's shoulder, and the familiar, unmistakable pressure caused him to shudder involuntarily. Son, were your words true just now? Came a voice imbued with an exquisite tenderness. Upon hearing this voice, Bofeng immediately recognized the identity of the newcomer. Trembling, he turned around, and upon seeing her, he gasped, "Mother, what brings you here?" Indeed, it was none other than Bofeng's mother, the sea god Douluo Poseidon, who had arrived. Poseidon smiled gently. "Why can't Mom come? It's been a year. Have you grown your wings?" Kaze swiftly swallowed hard. "Mother, please allow me to explain. I do not wish to hear it." She replied sharply. Did Daolu truly utter those words? Poseidon's gaze was fixed intently upon Kaze. Bofeng's body bristled with a familiar sensation, reminiscent of his childhood when he was chastised by his mother. Who would have thought that after all these years, he would once again experience such an overwhelming presence? "I can swear that Daolu indeed uttered these words." Bofeng vowed. Qian Rengshu's expression darkened. It was over. His grandfather was doomed. "Daolu, thank you." Upon receiving Bofeng's response, Poseidon smiled enigmatically and said softly, Daolu, I have yet to settle the score with you regarding the assault on Sea God Island. There is also the account with my husband and the one with Houghton Insect. I remember each detail vividly. I never anticipated that you would play your cards against me. Very well, when I have the time, I shall certainly settle this with you. Her smile bore a hint of ruthlessness, as a peerless Douluo. Even her anger manifested as a faint ripple of soul power. Considering her daughter-in-law was present, Poseidon quickly tempered her aura. "Mother, this is not the ocean. Can you truly contend with Daolu?" Bofeng asked with concern. "Humph." Poseidon scoffed. "Do you think I am weak? In the past, Daolu was but a defeated foe under my command, and now he is chapter 102, the first meeting between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law as she spoke." Poseidon removed the sea god crown from Bofeng's head. This crown was once worn by the sea god in his youth. It harbors the boundless power of the ocean. Imbued not only with the radiance of the sea god but also Poseidon smiled faintly, for as long as she donned the crown of the sea god, she could wield the extraordinary powers of the deity and, in a fleeting moment, ascend to divine status. This was information she had painstakingly gleaned from the ancient tomes of the sea goddess island. It is no exaggeration to assert that not even 1,000 formidable foes could withstand her might. She could assure victory with a single strike. Upon hearing this, Kei's face lit up with envy, while Little White was overwhelmed with excitement. Yet, only Qian Renshue felt a tumult of emotions within her heart. Her grandfather was in grave peril. She cast a glance at Kei's, her heart filled with resentment. After all, that was also your grandfather. How could you betray him so? However, upon deeper reflection, Qian Renshue realized that she could not entirely blame Kei's. After all, her true identity had remained shrouded in secrecy. While Qian Renshue was aware of Kei's background, Kei's knew little of her, perhaps even nothing at all. She was, in fact, the granddaughter of the formidable Douluo, Qian Renshue. Poseidon placed the crown of the sea god back upon the head of Bofeng. It was then that she noticed Qian Renshue, who was proudly showcasing her pregnancy. The daughter-in-law possessed a commendable beauty, aligning perfectly with Poseidon's standards, prompting a satisfied nod from her. Due to the expectation of twins, Qian Renshue's belly appeared to be approximately 5 months along. Suddenly, Poseidon's martial soul resonated, as she detected a familiar essence emanating from Qian Renshue. As the unparalleled Douluo, Poseidon was able to discern the concealed aura of the angelic soulbone within Qian Renshue. Despite her attempts at concealment, Posey glanced at her son beside her, realizing that this foolish boy seemed to be completely oblivious to the truth concealed by his wife. Perhaps it would be prudent to arrange a time for the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law to engage in a heartfelt conversation. "You must be Xiaoxue. I am the mother of Bofeng. My son has undoubtedly spoken of you," Posey remarked with a warm smile, momentarily dulling Qian Rengshu's suspicions. Renowned for her prowess, Posey, a peer of Daolu, was an unparalleled Douluo, and initially, Qian Rengshu felt a twinge of anxiety regarding her own identity. Despite possessing a soulbone skill for concealment, Bofeng's limited strength rendered him unable to compare with his mother, thus failing to see through Qian Rengshu's disguise. However, Posey, having crossed paths with Daolu and even clashed with him during a fierce battle on Sea God Island, could unmistakably sense the essence before her. The girl named Wang Shui must indeed be a descendant of Daolu. She pondered whether she was a daughter or granddaughter. For Posey had never heard of Daolu having a daughter. His only son had perished many years prior, and had it not been for that, his sect would not have succumbed to the coercion of the spirit hall, ultimately facing a fate of seclusion. It was intriguing to consider that the descendant of Daolu had become her daughter-in-law. Perhaps this was the hand of fate at play. Feeling relieved in the presence of the amiable Posey, Qian Rengshu was grateful that her identity remained undisclosed. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Just as she was about to rise, Posey gently pressed her hand upon Qian Rengshu's shoulder, advising, "You are with child. It is best not to overexert yourself." Whether by mere coincidence or a twist of destiny, Posey found herself unexpectedly pleased with her daughter-in-law, fully aware of Qian Rengshu's heritage. The girl possessed a 6-winged angel martial soul, while her son wielded both the Haotian hammer and the sea god martial soul. The match was entirely fitting. As the offspring of two opposing forces intertwined in a remarkable union, Posey mused about the future grandchild, contemplating whether they would inherit the 6-winged angel combined with the Haotian hammer, or perhaps the sea god with the Haotian hammer, or even a blend of the sea god, the 6-winged angel, and the Haotian hammer. With these thoughts, Posey's spirit soared. Another pressing concern lingered. Douluo must surely be aware of this union between his descendant and her son, regardless of the circumstances. These two children must not fall into the hands of the spirit hall. This was also one of Posey's motivations for her journey to the continent, Sea God Island. As a formidable force in the ocean of Douluo Continent, stood as a fierce rival to the spirit hall. Poseidon initially intended to come and care for his daughter-in-law. As his son Bofong lacked experience in looking after pregnant women, being a seasoned individual, Poseidon meticulously handled all matters concerning Sea God Island. The menacing orca group could no longer pose a threat to the island, prompting Poseidon to entrust all affairs to the sea dragon Douluo. As the most formidable among the 7 sacred pillars, Poseidon held high hopes for him. Meanwhile, Poseidon carved out time to visit the mainland and attend to his daughter-in-law. Fully aware of his son's character as a mother should be. However, upon discovering Qianrenshue's true identity, Poseidon decided to keep it to herself. She recognized that a harmonious environment was essential for both parties involved. For the sake of these 2 children, Poseidon was willing to make sacrifices. Even if Douluo were to demand someone, Poseidon felt confident, for with the aid of the sea god's crown, she could momentarily ascend to a divine level. Challenging Douluo's audacity. Initially contemplating a visit to the spirit hall to reprimand Douluo, she ultimately dismissed the notion. The union of Douluo's descendant with her son, resulting in an unexpected child, meant they should be regarded as a family. The grievances of the previous generation ought not to befall the current one, especially since the child remained innocent. Additionally, she resolved to pay a visit to the Houtinan sect, the establishment founded by her late husband. Although Tang Chen's wife had long since passed, Poseidon considered herself the second. As the mother of Bofong and the widow of Tang Chen, she felt a sense of responsibility towards the affairs of the Houtinan sect. Furthermore, with Tang Chen absent, were there any other formidable forces in the Douluo continent aside from the Spirit Hall and the 2 great empires? Poseidon wore a benevolent smile as he gazed at Qianrenshue, finding her increasingly endearing. The genetic lineage of the Qian family was indeed remarkable, ultimately benefiting his own son. Since you were to wed my son, might you also address me as such? Poseidon gazed deeply at Qianrenshue, the unspoken implications lingering in the air. Initially taken aback, Qianrenshue found herself at a loss for words. Mother, she uttered, a phrase she had not spoken in ages, both familiar and foreign. Due to Qiang Sunji's circumstances, Bibi Dong had shown little concern for her daughter, even feeling detached. In a sudden rush, Qianrenshui instinctively called out, "Mother." The sound resonated with both clarity and a profound sense of nostalgia. As a mother herself, Poseidon could distinctly perceive the yearning and longing embedded in Qianrenshui's utterance. Poseidon stepped forward and gently embraced Qianrenshu, cradling her head in his arms. There, my dear, mother is here," he said with a soft smile, radiating maternal affection. In the warmth of his embrace, Qianrenshu felt a profound sensation, one that she had never experienced before. In her childhood, apart from her grandfather, her mother was a mere specter, an unattainable luxury. She had never shown her biological daughter the slightest bit of maternal care or fulfilled any of her responsibilities as a mother. At that moment, inexplicably, tears welled up in Qianrenshu's eyes, cascading down like pearls that had broken free from their string, as she held on to Poseidon and began to weep softly. Observing this tender scene, Kazakage couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion, his own eyes glistening with unshed tears. He wiped away the tears that had trickled down his cheeks, for maternal love is indeed the greatest force in the world. Compared to Qianrenshu, Kazakage's situation was somewhat fortunate. Although his father was absent from a young age, he had a loving mother. In stark contrast, Qianrenshu had lost her father early on, and apart from her grandfather, her mother had remained indifferent to her existence. The embrace of Poseidon resembles a vast ocean, instilling a profound sense of inclusiveness. The weeping pair blossoms, drenched in tears, evoke a heart-wrenching sorrow. Upon witnessing such a tender scene, Bofong resolved to journey to the city of slaughter, determined to bring his father back unscathed. Thereafter, he would earn the 9 trials of the sea god, ensuring that their family could remain together for eternity. Today marks the most heartwarming day that Qianrenshui has ever experienced since her birth, surpassing every day spent in Bofeng's company. For she has a mother now, and in turn, she aspires to become a mother herself. Posey is undoubtedly a capable mother, and the mother and daughter sat in the room, sharing many whispered secrets. Such leisurely days are truly ones I wish could last forever. The gentle breeze had nothing to do, and coincidentally, today he had taken a day off. He did not interrupt the conversation between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, descending the stairs alone. "Uncle Seahorse? You have come as well." As Bofong descended the staircase, he beheld Sea Spear Douluo engaged in conversation with Seahorse Douluo. Upon noticing Bofeng's arrival, both Sea Spear Douluo and Seahorse Douluo promptly paid their respects. "Young master," they uttered in unison. The decorum of respect could not be overlooked, as the young master of Sea God Island, Bofong bore the weight of the island's fate and the solemn duty of safeguarding the entire ocean. This destiny had been sealed the moment he departed from Sea God Island, when the sea god himself bestowed upon him the crown, marking him as the future sovereign of the seas. "Uncle Seahorse, did you come here with my mother?" The wind gently lifted the 2 individuals, as Bofong, naturally, enjoyed a harmonious relationship with the 7 sacred pillars of Douluo. Douluo Haima chuckled, stating, "Indeed, I journeyed with the high priest from the island. making our way to Heaven-Do City without pause. One cannot deny that the Douluo Continent is quite lively, and the scenery along the way is truly splendid. Within the familiar surroundings of Shrek Academy's back mountain, the Shrek 7, or rather, the Shrek 6, awaited the arrival of Bo Feng and Tang San. Unaware of the news regarding Tang San's abduction, it is well known that Tang San is never tardy, yet today marks an unprecedented occasion, his first delay in life. After a prolonged wait, they were greeted instead by the master. Upon his arrival, the group looked around, searching for Xiao San. Xiao Wu, displaying a hint of anxiety, inquired, "Master, where is my brother?" Having grown up together, often referred to as brother and sister, their shared childhood led to disbelief in the notion that they simply slept in the same room. Xiao Wu's question echoed the collective concern of the group. "Where is Teacher Bo?" Master Dao remarked that Xiao San has been sent by Teacher Bo to a mysterious place for cultivation and will not return in the short term. Everyone has worked hard these past few days, and Teacher Bo has some personal matters to attend to, so today's class is cancelled. Unless there are other matters, you may all disperse. This morning, the master received a message from Bo Feng. Tang San is doing well and has already settled with Dugu for his training. Initially, the master was puzzled, for Dugu is known to be ruthless, with a notorious reputation on the continent. He is a titled Douluo whose thoughts are difficult to decipher. With a peculiar temperament, he prefers solitude and shuns any affiliations, choosing to act solely according to his own desires. However, such judgments are often rendered by those unfamiliar with Dugu. Tang San shares a similar disposition, being a master of poison as well. And they find a kindred spirit in each other. One is a young prodigy, the other an old monster. They are indeed two of a kind. And thus their interactions are remarkably harmonious. As for the notion that Dugu would harm Tang San, that is an impossibility, for this cunning rascal is quite shrewd. The care that Bo Feng extends towards Tang San is well known among the group. They bear no grievances. After all, they are brothers who have weathered numerous trials together. And the bond among the seven has long since solidified into an unbreakable foundation. "Master, do you know when my brother will return?" Xiao Wu inquired. Her question was anticipated by the master, for he had always observed the profound affection that blossomed between the two since childhood. A bittersweet smile flickered across the master's face. Although his expression was somewhat rigid, a smile was certainly preferable to tears. At the least, it will take a month. But it could extend to 2 or 3 months. Tomorrow, Teacher Bo will return. Everyone has been weary after so many days. It is best to rest well. He concluded before taking his leave. Today, they finally had a moment to rest. Bo Feng's training regime was notoriously arduous, though they verbally dismissed their fatigue. Their hearts bore the weight of exhaustion. Ma Hongjun, leading the group, promptly escorted Oscar away, as the most mischievous representatives among the Shrek 7 monsters. Eager to indulge in the pleasures of Heaven-Do City. During their departure, they remembered to bring along their close companion Daimu Bai. However, upon Zhu Zhuqing's arrival, Daimu Bai resolved to maintain his integrity and decided to refrain from indulgence in certain temptations, a commitment he intended to uphold henceforth. The responsibilities he carried were no less burdensome than those that Bo Feng shouldered in safeguarding the ocean. As a prince, he must strive for the title of crown prince. Not solely for his own survival, but also for the sake of those he cherished. Ignoring the two, he instead took Zhu Zhuqing's hand, leading her away toward a nearby location where they intended to engage in solitary training, a crucial preparation for the impending fateful battle that would determine their futures. Once the others had departed, only Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu remained. Ning Rongrong glanced at Xiao Wu, who wore a glum expression, and sighed softly. The bond between Tang San and her had always been exceptionally close. Their inseparable companionship was apparent to all. Now, with Tang San absent, the once vibrant Xiao Wu seemed to have lost her usual exuberance. Chapter 104. A mother-son evening conversation. The day swiftly passed, and the night in Heaven-Do City was bustling with activity, filled with merchants traversing the streets and alleys. The department stores adhered to strict regulations, closing their doors early. Within Bo Feng's room, Qian Renxue lay smiling in her slumber. Today marked the happiest day of her life. She had a caring mother-in-law, a devoted husband, and the constant protection of Sister Bai. For someone like Qian Renxue, who had grown up in solitude and later navigated the intrigues of the royal palace, the events of today were indelibly etched in her memory. With a smile gracing her face, she drifted into dreams. Now, it was time for a private conversation between mother and son. After a year away from home, Poseidon often found himself preoccupied with thoughts of his son. The two sat together on the sofa in the hall. Posey gazed at her foolish son, who had remained blissfully unaware of his wife's true nature and had fortuitously formed a connection with the descendant of Qian Douluo. To say it was a twist of fate would not be an exaggeration. Silly boy, she pondered, is this truly her son? Both she and her husband stood as paragons within the realm of soul masters, yet here was their son. Perhaps it was best left unspoken. She was curious to see how he would react when he finally comprehended his wife's genuine identity. It had been a year since he left home. Did he not have anything to say to his mother? Posey sipped her fragrant tea and took the initiative to inquire. Naruto glanced at his mother and, with a wry smile, said, "Mother, if you intend to visit, shouldn't you give me a heads up? Your sudden appearance has genuinely startled me." Poseidon smiled slightly, glancing at his foolish son, and remarked, "Did I not send you a letter in advance? Surely you must have seen it? I only just received it today." His son replied, Within mere moments, you have arrived, truly catching me off guard. With a resigned smile, he continued. Has anything of note transpired on Oceanus Island this past year? Poseidon remarked. As long as I am here, nothing untoward can occur on Sea God Island. Yet you, for no apparent reason, have chosen to become a teacher at some academy. With your limited abilities, can you truly impart knowledge to others? Mother. Wolfing appeared exasperated. After all, it is not easy for us to be reunited. Please do not belittle me. At the very least, I am now a Soul King at the tender age of 13. Were you a Soul King at my age? Upon hearing this, Poseidon seized Wolfing's ear and, with a tone of discontent, admonished, You mischievous boy. Is this how you jest with your mother? Ouch, that hurts. Wolfing pleaded repeatedly until Poseidon finally released her grip. My dear son, I must concede that you are indeed a prodigy. At just 13, you have already attained the rank of Soul King. When you departed the island, you were merely a 38th level Soul Master, yet within a little over a year, you have ascended by several ranks. One cannot deny that you possess greater talent than both your father and me. Once the child is born, you shall accompany me back to Sea God Island. It is imperative that you complete the trials set by Lord Sea God, so that you may succeed me as High Priestess, allowing me to relish the joys of grandparenthood while we await your father's return. After hearing his mother's words, Wolfing sighed restlessly. Mother, I do not wish to return to Sea God Island, he expressed. Upon hearing this, Poseidon's expression shifted, turning serious as she admonished. Do not forget that you are the young Lord of Sea God Island, personally crowned by Lord Sea God himself. You are destined to be the master of the ocean. What is this? Has your heart turned wild since coming to the mainland? Wolfing slowly shook his head, a look of melancholy gracing his face as he spoke. Mother, what do you intend to do? She interjected. Articulate a valid reason. If you cannot, or if your justification is insufficient, you must return with me. Posexi inquired. Mother, I am truly sorry. For the sake of my father, for you, and to prevent our family from disintegrating further, I must seek to bring him back. Wolfing clenched his teeth, finally voicing the sentiments he had long kept buried within. Mother, I wish to venture to the city of Carnage to find my father. Poseidon was momentarily taken aback as she gazed into her son's resolute eyes. Indeed, she feigned anger, forbidding him to go, for his father had instructed her before his departure. He would return once he had fulfilled the divine test, and for now, it was imperative that the two of them remain patient. Completing the trials set forth by the Lord of the Sea was of utmost importance for him. Naruto had no intention of relinquishing his resolve, and continued, Mother, do you know what trials the sea god shall bestow? How could I possibly know? She replied. In any case, you should stay on Sea God Island with peace of mind and fulfill the trials. That is what you, as the heir of Sea God Island, ought to do. Poseidon's strength is not solely directed towards Bofong. It is also a profound responsibility towards the island of the sea god. Bofong embodies the hope of the island. And Poseidon would never allow his son to be in any peril, especially in that dreadful place known as the City of Slaughter. A realm from which one could easily find oneself ensnared for a lifetime. Yet, Bofong faltered, uncertain of how to convey his thoughts to his mother. But what? Poseidon retorted. Wolfing took a deep breath, but his father had already become the king of slaughter. There was no possibility of his return. Upon hearing this, Posey was instantly taken aback, gazing at Wolfing, whose eyes were filled with tears, hardly able to believe her own ears. Did she truly hear him correctly? What? What did you say? Posey repeatedly inquired. Tears cascaded down like an unceasing torrent, as if a faucet could no longer be contained, allowing sorrow to flow freely. Father had become the sovereign of slaughter in a city rife with violence, his very being now inhabited by a dark golden nine-headed bat king. He no longer recognized us. And the notion of his safe return was but a distant dream. After speaking, Wolfing averted her gaze, unwilling to witness her mother's sorrowful visage. Impossible. Impossible. Your father is the most formidable being. He could not possibly have transformed into the king of slaughter. With tears glistening in her eyes, Poseidon seized Wolfing's shoulders, pleading, Wind. Tell me this is not true. This cannot be true. She fervently shook Wolfing's shoulders in desperation. Kaze, with a vigorous shake of his head, exclaimed, Mother, this is indeed true. It is utterly undeniable. I once encountered a god of death. From his lips, I have gleaned the profound truth of what transpired. Naruto continued, You have tasked me with seeking the heart of the sea god. Once I obtain it, the sea god shall bestow upon us the 9 trials of the sea. In the end, as the high priest, you shall make the ultimate sacrifice. With a heavy heart, I choose to refrain from further discourse. The atmosphere in the grand hall grew exceedingly tense, and the light in Poseidon's eyes dimmed. She gazed at the opulently adorned ceiling. Memories of the day spent with Tang Chen on Sea God Island resurfacing in her mind. 13 years have elapsed since Tang Chen's departure. Their son has grown, and they had promised to reunite. Why then did you waver? You are the mightiest being in existence, and you are the one I cherish. Why? Chapter 105, The Mother-in-Law Discovers the Truth. Why have you become the king of slaughter? Posey's eyes were dim and devoid of luster, having lost Tang Chen. She appeared to have lost her sense of direction. Naruto gazed at his despondent mother, aware that she would inevitably learn of this matter. Whether sooner or later, it would be better for her beloved son to be the one to convey the news. Mother. Wolfing called out, and Posexi was momentarily taken aback before finally responding. her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at her son. My dear, you are determined to venture into the city of carnage, and I understand. You have already sacrificed so much for our family. As she spoke, Posexi gently cupped Wolfing's cheek, wiping away the remnants of tears that lingered at the corners of his eyes. Is there anyone else, apart from you, who is aware of your father's predicament? We must keep the truth about Tang Chen's entrapment in the city of carnage concealed, especially from the spirit hall. Wolfing shook his head and said, Mother, apart from myself, no one is aware of this. That god of death has long since perished, and now, aside from the two of us, no one is privy to the matters we discussed today. The mention of the god of death was, of course, a fabrication by Wolfing. After speaking, Poseidon gradually nodded, her expression turning serious as she gazed at Wolfing and remarked, Have you truly considered your decision to venture into the city of carnage? With unwavering determination. Wolfing nodded firmly, his gaze resolute as he spoke. Mother, I have grown up. I am no longer the child who used to cling to you incessantly. Before long, I too shall welcome a child into this world. I have wrestled with the decision of whether to share this news with you. But it was only upon the arrival of this child that I found the courage to do so. You have placed great expectations upon me, and the responsibilities I bear have never escaped my mind. Once the trials of the sea god descend upon us, it will be too late to speak of anything else. The pressing matter at hand is to rescue father. Poseidon paused for a moment, then let out a deep sigh. The endeavor to rescue your father is no trifling matter. Setting aside the treacherous environment of the city of carnage, he has now ascended to the throne as the king of slaughter, ruling over the entire realm with an iron fist, making it exceedingly difficult to encounter him, even if you were to find him. Do you possess the means to restore him to his former self? With a gentle smile, Wave Wind donned the diadem of the sea god, which emanated a faint blue-golden glow. The light of the sea god within the crown, while not as potent as the genuine divine light from the sea god mountain, was still sufficient. To have the chance to see his father, he must first achieve 100 consecutive victories in the hellish arena of slaughter. There was another vital element he needed. As he spoke, Wave Wind retrieved the 9 heaven stargrass from his soul guide, and an intense vitality instantly filled the grand hall. Even Poseidon, a peerless Douluo with vast experience, was momentarily taken aback by the vibrant little green grass that sparkled like countless stars. This 9 heaven stargrass could restore life to those afflicted by deadly poison. No matter how severe the toxin, it could be neutralized in its presence. This was his father's only hope. If Wave Wind's intuition was correct, his father had completed the 7th trial of Shura and, while progressing to the 8th trial, was unexpectedly interfered with by the demon god, ultimately becoming the king of slaughter in the city of slaughter. Once he saved his father with the light of the sea god and administered the 9 heaven stargrass, completing the 8th trial would lead directly to the 9th, which was the final divine inheritance. The Shura god could then descend upon the mortal realm. Meanwhile, within the Pope's palace, ever since her previous attempt to recruit Wave Wind had failed, Bibi Dong had not lost hope and began to investigate information regarding the general merchandise shop. This time, the chrysanthemum Douluo displayed signs of panic, for the news was undoubtedly explosive. Bibi Dong, as usual, sat leisurely on her throne and casually inquired, Why are you so anxious when reporting on Wave Wind's condition today? Is the sky falling? The chrysanthemum Douluo, unsure of how to respond, stammered, lacking the composure befitting a titled Douluo elder. The matter was of great significance, and he feared that revealing the truth would provoke the Pope's wrath. Speak. Bibidong's impatient roar unleashed an aura that drenched the chrysanthemum Douluo in sweat, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Your Holiness, please, I beg you not to be angered, he murmured. Bibidong frowned. She had never seen the chrysanthemum Douluo in such a state of trepidation. What on earth is happening? I instructed you to investigate the merchandise shop. Facing Bibidong's renewed questioning, the chrysanthemum Douluo steeled himself, gritting his teeth, and finally said, Your Holiness, this matter concerns the young master. Hearing this, Bibidong's gaze sharpened, fixating on the silent and trembling chrysanthemum Douluo, whose forehead was beaded with sweat. The chrysanthemum Douluo was terrified. He did not know how Bibidong would react to the truth. Bibidong's strength was unquestionable, and her status as the supreme pope of the spirit hall was backed by formidable means. Speak, she commanded tersely, her impatience nearing a breaking point. Your Holiness, the young master has married Wave Wind, and she is with child. The chrysanthemum Douluo braved it all. Upon hearing this, Bibidong froze, her eyes widening in disbelief, her eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Surely, she must have misheard. She sat dazed upon her throne, needing a moment to process the chaos of her thoughts. Taking a deep breath, Bibidong asked, Elder Chrysanthemum, is what you say true? The chrysanthemum Douluo nodded solemnly, Your Holiness. I can swear by my martial soul that everything I have said today is indeed true. Furthermore, during my investigation, I happened to encounter the serpent spear Douluo, who was sent by the adjudicating elder to ensure the safety of the young master and the twins in her womb. Twins? Bibidong's expression shifted subtly, a flicker of joy crossing her face. You mean she is expecting twins? No matter how ruthless Bibidong was, Qian Rinxue was still her biological daughter, born after a 10-month gestation. The news of her marriage to Wave Wind had already taken Bibidong by surprise, but now learning of the twins left her astonished. A mix of shock and delight flickering across her features before she swiftly concealed it. She could hardly fathom that Wave Wind had wed her daughter. In other words, Wave Wind was now her son-in-law. It seems that when one is taking a nap, someone will indeed bring a pillow. Twins, how wonderful. No wonder Douluo had valued Wave Wind so highly. This was the reason. Your Holiness. There is one more matter regarding Wave Wind's true identity that I also learned from the Serpent Spear Douluo. Wave Wind hails from Sea God Island, and his mother is the High Priestess of Sea God Island, the Sea God Douluo, Poseidon. Chapter 106, half a year's time. Sea God Douluo, Poseidon, Bibidong exclaimed, rising from her seat in shock. Sea God Island. The battle at Sea God Island had left the Spirit Hall severely weakened, even resulting in the fall of 2 titled Douluos. Woofing, Poseidon. His martial spirit is not merely a trident, but the sea god himself. What an astonishing revelation. Were it not for today, Bibidong would still be in the dark. Has Woofing discovered her true identity? Bibidong inquired. Douluo replied, Your Majesty. The young master has not revealed his true identity. He is assuming the guise of Wang Shui. Currently, their relationship is remarkably harmonious. Your Majesty. The young master is of the lineage of the Spirit Hall. We must not. The implication of Douluo's words was clear. We must retrieve Qianrengshu. The child she carries is a descendant of the Angel clan, and more importantly, the future of the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall and Douluo will never allow these 2 children to fall into the hands of Sea God Island. Moreover, the 2 great powers have reached a point of irreconcilable conflict. Sea God Island has strictly forbidden anyone from the Spirit Hall from entering. Those who are discovered will face immediate execution. Bibidong was also pondering whether to bring her back and allow the birth of these 2 children within the Spirit Hall. The union of a 6-winged angel and a sea god martial spirit is evidently a formidable talent. This thought stirred Bibidong's heart, for these would be her future grandchildren. Regardless of her personal feelings, as the Pope of the Spirit Hall, she must prioritize the future of the Spirit Hall. Therefore, these 2 children must be kept firmly within her grasp. No, it would be more appropriate to say they must be cherished, for her future grandchildren are soon to arrive. And she is on the verge of becoming a grandmother. Moreover, the potential for their martial spirits to be twin spirits is immense. Considering her own soul-eating Spider Emperor and Death Spider Emperor, her achievements are already formidable. The 2 children of Qianrengshu, with divine martial spirits, will undoubtedly surpass even her own accomplishments. Issue a decree to lift the surveillance around the general merchandise shop, Bibidong commanded. Your Majesty. Regarding the 2 imminent arrivals and the young master, Douluo asked. Bibidong replied, She is still in the pregnancy stage. There is ample time for us to prepare. Now, you may leave. With that, Douluo bowed and departed. Woofing. Just wait. There will come a time when we meet again, having married my daughter. Do you think you can escape my grasp? She chuckled heartily. In the city of Tiando, at Shrek Academy, ever since Woofing's mother arrived, he has been completely liberated. With his mother accompanying his fiancée, he could entirely focus on the Shrek 7 monsters, except for Tang San, who is engrossed in his training at the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Eye. The other 6 are engaged in their daily training. In preparation for the grand competition in a year and a half, Woofing has intensified the training regimen for the 6. During their heartfelt conversation last night, he finally convinced his mother that after the competition, he intends to venture to the city of Slaughter to rescue his father. Moreover, at the very moment the 2 children are born, Poseidon will personally lead them and Qianrengshu towards Sea God Island to ensure the Spirit Hall's next move is thwarted. The decision to delay their departure is due to the long journey ahead. The seas are fraught with unpredictable storms and myriad uncertainties. With his mother overseeing the general merchandise shop, Woofing can now devote himself entirely to his training, while honing the skills of the Shrek 7 monsters. He must also refine his own strength, for he must become stronger to rescue his father. Teacher Woofing, could you enlighten me about my brother's whereabouts? Bofeng, without a moment's hesitation, it is evident that the only person raising such questions is Xiao Wu. Since Tang San's departure, she has lost her former vivacity, becoming increasingly withdrawn. Even her daily training has ceased to receive her earnest attention. One cannot blame her, for they have grown up together since childhood, their bond profoundly deep. The winds of fate, with a hint of resignation, remarked, Xiao Wu, this is the 15th time you have posed this question today. Tang San responded nonchalantly, urging her to continue her training. After sending Xiao Wu on her way, Bofeng promptly embarked on his own cultivation. Half a year had passed, and time flowed inexorably. In the realm of the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Eye, as days turned into weeks, the bond between Tang San and Dugu flourished into an extraordinary camaraderie, reminiscent of a friendship that transcends generations. Both adept in the art of poison, the 2 found common ground and a wealth of shared dialogue. During their daily training, Dugu, as a titled Douluo, pointed out various aspects of Tang San's cultivation that required refinement. Conversely, in the realm of toxicology, the roles reversed, with Tang San adopting the mantle of a stern mentor, imparting to Dugu innovative techniques and novel combinations of poisons. Within the bountiful confines of the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Eye, a veritable treasure trove of medicinal herbs lay at their disposal. Numerous hidden weapons from the Tang sect found their way back into Tang San's capable hands. On this particular day, Bofeng arrived at the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Eye, only to behold the sight of Tang San and Dugu, arms draped over each other's shoulders, their silhouettes exuding an air of unseemly camaraderie, utterly inconspicuous as the interaction between a titled Douluo and a soul respect. In times past, such a scene would undoubtedly have stirred considerable commotion. Dugu, known for his ruthless disposition and unflinching demeanor in the face of violence, reserved his utmost sincerity for the peculiar creature by his side. He had a famous saying, "Tang San is my brother, let anyone dare to harm him today." In a spirited tone, the character of Bo Feng proclaimed, "Tang San is my grandson. I challenge anyone who dares to lay a hand on him." At that moment, the esteemed Dugu, who had not seen Bo Feng in quite some time, approached with a smile. "Ah, Boss Bo, it has indeed been a while. I trust you have been well, and I hear your business has been thriving of late." Bo Feng smiled and expressed his gratitude to the esteemed Dugu for his concern, stating that his business was thriving splendidly. "This is a token I bring for you, dear Dugu," he said, as he retrieved a substantial stack of items from his soul guide. Dugu, ever gracious, accepted without hesitation. Both had long understood the nature of their camaraderie, rendering such formalities unnecessary. Turning to Tang San, Bo Feng declared, "Today, I have come to escort you back to the academy. Let us return together." After spending over half a year in this place, Tang San had grown quite fond of it, and he felt a certain reluctance to part with the old poison master. Their shared affinity had naturally deepened their friendship. Noticing Tang San's hesitance, Dugu patted him on the shoulder, chuckling, "Little monster, it is indeed time for you to return. You are still young, with vast opportunities awaiting you. There is no need for you to remain by the side of this old man. Your company has made these past 6 months exceedingly joyful for me. I have learned numerous new toxic techniques from you, and I am quite content." Then, Dugu turned to Bo Feng, saying, "Boss Bo Feng, I have informed Yin Yin to await me at Shrek Academy. Let us depart together. As for my thoughts on the publication, this marks the 3rd time my work has been released. The last attempt was rather disheartening, a complete indulgence in creative freedom, while this volume has been meticulously prepared. Tomorrow, shortly after noon, I will update the VIP chapters, marking the commencement of this book's release. Additional chapters will depend on the initial subscription performance. 300 subscriptions will yield 3 updates daily starting from the 1st of next month, while 500 will result in 5 daily updates. I have previously written 10,000 words in a single day, so I assure you that tonight's update will not occur. It will take place at the aforementioned time, with a stockpile of over 10 chapters ready. In Chapter 107, Tang San, pure and innocent? Nonsense. Dugu's intent remained clear. He requested Bo Feng to treat his granddaughter. Unlike Dugu, who had been poisoned for an extended period, Dugu Yinyan's affliction was relatively mild. Thanks to Tang San's medicinal remedies and Bo Feng's divine light, the toxins that had settled within Dugu were completely eradicated. He appeared rejuvenated, with his green hair, green eyes, and green nails returning to their original state, making him look no older than 50, a stark contrast to his previous appearance. Bo Feng nodded slightly and smiled, saying, "No problem. Tang San, please gather your belongings. We shall depart shortly." After Tang San had left, Bo Feng immediately whispered, "Senior Dugu, how have matters progressed?" Dugu sighed with a wry smile and shook his head. "Do not mention it. The young prodigy possesses extraordinary talent. I had hoped Yin Yin would connect with him. But who could have anticipated that she and Yu Tianheng had already consummated their relationship? How can I bring this up now? Moreover, while Yu Tianheng may not match the prodigy's innate gifts, his lineage is quite respectable. He is the direct heir of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. I need not worry about my granddaughter's future. Alas, it seems I can no longer aspire to the support of the formidable Tang Hao. However, perhaps this misfortune has birthed a blessing. Dugu has formed a friendship with Tang San across generations. When the prodigy eventually ascends to the rank of title Douluo, I shall bask in a measure of his glory. One thing piques my curiosity. For the past 6 months, Bo Feng has been conspicuously absent from Tang Hao's presence. It is as if he has evaporated from this world, leaving no trace behind. Naturally, since Tang San was entrusted to Bo Feng by Tang Hao, it follows that he must accompany that blue silver grass. With his son being cared for, what need has he for anything else? A son may be a surprise, but a wife is true love. Before long, Tang San had gathered his belongings and cast one last glance at the ice and fire in Yag before departing with Bo Feng and Dugu, heading towards Shrek Academy. Along the way, Bo Feng inquired, "Teacher Bo, during my absence, what has transpired with Xiaowu?" Tang San, longing for the company of Xiaowu after half a year apart, felt a deep yearning for her presence. With a gentle smile, Bo Feng remarked, "You and Xiaowu are indeed a match made in heaven." Upon hearing this, Tang San's face suddenly flushed crimson as he resolutely shook his head. "Teacher Bo, Xiaowu and I are merely siblings, devoid of any romantic feelings." With a playful glance at Tang San, Bo Feng turned to Dugu and remarked, "Senior Dugu, have you ever heard Tang San mention that girl named Xiaowu?" Dugu pondered for a moment before shaking his head, inquiring with curiosity, "Ah, the little monster. Having lived with you for over half a year, I never once heard you speak of her. Pray tell, are you and Xiaowu indeed?" Tang San shot Dugu an exasperated look, retorting, "Old monster. When did you become so inquisitive? It is true that Xiaowu and I are a pair." Bo Feng interjected, and Tang San instinctively added, "Yes, we are indeed a pair." Realizing his slip of the tongue, he quickly sealed his lips. So, Senior Dugu, what do you think? This rascal has let something slip. He usually appears so pure and untainted, but you have no idea. Wolfing deliberately conveyed his voice through soul power. At the tender age of 6, he and Xiaowu had already shared a bed. Upon hearing Wolfing's description, Dugubo's face was nearly contorted with laughter. He chuckled while patting Tang San's shoulder, secretly giving a thumbs up. Such playfulness. Tang San was perplexed by their exchange, sensing an underlying strangeness. Just as Wolfing had articulated, the nature of his relationship with Xiaowu was indeed elusive. While they could be deemed siblings, they were often inseparable. And even the other members of Shrek unanimously agreed that they were undoubtedly a couple, rather than mere siblings masquerading as such. After spending 30 years alone in his past life, this was the first time Tang San had felt such emotions, similar to Xiaowu, who had lived for 100,000 years. Bound by their sibling status, neither had crossed the line. As they bantered along the way, it was long before the trio arrived at the gates of Shrek Academy. According to Dugubo's arrangement, Duguyan had been waiting at the Academy's entrance for quite some time. She harbored a deep disdain for Shrek Academy, particularly since it was only half a year ago that the Shrek 7 defeated them, leaving the Huangdo team unable to hold their heads high before other academies. Consequently, Qin Ming had implemented various rigorous training regimens that had made them suffer immensely. Grandfather. Upon seeing Dugubo arrive, Duguyan joyfully threw herself into his embrace. Dugubo affectionately ruffled his granddaughter's hair and chuckled, Yin, has that scoundrel Yu Tianhing been bothering you? Grandfather. Duguyan blushed and playfully punched Dugubo's chest, then turned her gaze to Tang San. Her expression instantly soured. She had harbored a grudge against him for having broken her serpent poison half a year prior. Subsequently, Dugubo had taken Tang San away, which was also instigated by Duguyan. It's you. Grandfather, why did you come with Tang San? Duguyan expressed her displeasure. Dugubo laughed, come now, Yin. Why are you still holding on to that incident from half a year ago? As a young lady, you should practice restraint. Be cautious about Yu Tianhing if you ever marry into another family. Grandfather, if it weren't for Tang San breaking my serpent poison, we wouldn't have been humiliated in front of everyone. I have not forgotten that debt. Duguyan glared at Tang San, her eyes filled with venom. Tang San, you better watch out. In 1 year's time at the Continental Advanced Soul Master competition, I hope you pray we don't cross paths. Unfazed by Duguyan's threats, Tang San replied, I shall wait and see. We are both in the Tiando City competition zone. This time, the ones who will surely lose will be you. You. Duguyan gritted her teeth, harboring no fondness for Tang San. Little monster, when you battle Yin in the future, remember to show some mercy. I have only this one granddaughter. If you go too hard on her, beware that I may not be so forgiving, Dugubo cautioned. After spending half a year with Tang San, he was well aware of Tang San's capabilities. Even though Duguyan had already become a soul sect, if Tang San truly exerted himself, Duguyan would undoubtedly be defeated in a matter of moments. Grandfather, why do you elevate others while diminishing your own prestige? What makes this little brat Tang San superior to me? Duguyan retorted, casting a displeased glance at Dugubo. Dugubo maintained a serious demeanor and replied, Yin. This is not mere exaggeration. You must not underestimate the little monster, otherwise, it will be you who faces defeat. Do you know how high Tang San's level is now? He is a 38th level soul master at just 14 years of age, while you, at 21, are still not yet at 41. With a year until the competition, it is certain that the little monster will reach level 40. The more Dugubo emphasized this, the more displeased Duguyan became. She conceded that Tang San's talent surpassed hers, but that did not imply she could not match him. The primary distinction between a soul sect and a soul master lies in their level and the number of soul rings they possess. Each additional soul ring equates to an extra soul skill, despite their 7-year age difference. And with the rapid progress she made under teacher Qin Ming-e's training over the past 6 months, Duguyan felt her competitive spirit ignite. Dugubo, feeling helpless, turned to Bluffing, hoping he could mediate the escalating tension. Bofeng cast a glance at Dugubo, shaking his head with a faint smile. Duguyan, are you truly intent on confronting Tang San? Duguyan nodded resolutely, stating, Teacher Bo, I apologize for my rudeness 6 months ago. However, this does not signify that Tang San's humiliation of me from that time has been resolved. Tang San, if you are a man, accept my challenge openly. Tang San's expression grew serious as he discreetly glanced at Dugubo, deciding to show mercy during their encounter. I agree to your challenge. But let us enter the academy first. Fighting here at the academy's entrance might disrupt its atmosphere. Tang San acquiesced, recognizing that there was no turning back. Dugubo sighed resignedly, realizing he should not have brought his granddaughter along. After spending half a year with Tang San, he understood his strength, and he feared that his granddaughter's chances were slim against Tang San. Yet, for Duguyan, this battle might not be entirely disadvantageous. Perhaps it could help resolve her inner turmoil. The trio followed Bofeng into the academy, and as soon as they entered, he led them toward the back mountain. After 6 months apart, Shrek Academy had expanded significantly, now occupying an area twice its original size. Most of the facilities were funded by various merchants, their opulence rivaling that of the Tiando Royal Academy. Upon returning to this place after half a year, Tang San found himself pleasantly surprised by the grand scale of the academy. If it were Dean Flanders, he would not have gone to such lengths. At that time, Shrek had yet to participate in the Continental Advanced Soul Master competition, and thus had not caught the attention of the Snow Knight Emperor. To him, it merely appeared to be an ordinary academy, albeit with a new name and a lavish renovation. What puzzled this emperor was that Bo-Fong had become a teacher at this academy, a most novel development. Even Dugu, visiting Shrek Academy for the first time, could not help but marvel at its scale, comparable to that of the Tiando Royal Academy, complete with a specialized training system for students. The sights and experiences along the way genuinely astonished Dugu. Even Dugubo, a titled Douluo, nodded in agreement, acknowledging Shrek Academy's ample teaching resources and the orderly progression of its students. Before long, the trio arrived at the back mountain, an area characterized by its serene beauty and a quaint wooden cabin. Flanders was lounging as usual, reclining with his legs crossed, basking in the warm sunlight, exuding a languid demeanor. "Ah, little San has returned," he exclaimed upon noticing Tang San's arrival, springing up from his chair. "Dean, it has been a long time," Tang San greeted. "Indeed." Flanders nodded in satisfaction, patting Tang San on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Remarkable. Your strength has increased significantly, truly a monster of Shrek Academy." He then turned his attention to Dugubo, who stood nearby. The solemn aura and the faint energy emanating from Dugubo sent a chill down Flanders' spine, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Woofing gazed at the aloof Dugubo, who stood with his arms crossed, embodying the demeanor befitting a titled Douluo. In this regard, Dugubo executed his role with remarkable precision. A faint smile graced Woofing's lips as he addressed the esteemed figure. "Esteemed Dean, may I introduce Dugubo, Senior Dugu." "Oh, Dugubo?" At once, Flanders' eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the frigid visage of Dugubo. His voice trembled as he inquired, "You cannot be the poison overlord, the illustrious poison Douluo?" How could Flinder be unaware of Dugubo's notoriety? He was an entity within the Soul Master realm that none dared to provoke, having dominion over the continent with the venom of the Emerald Phosphor Serpent. The very reason for abducting Tang San was rooted in the fear that news of his Serpent S poison being compromised would circulate, especially at the hands of a junior. If such information were to leak, how could he maintain his standing in the Soul Master community, let alone retain the title of Poison Douluo? Dugubo merely grunted in acknowledgement before making his way to the chair where Flinder had previously reclined, adopting Flinder's earlier posture. He crossed his legs and began to lounge comfortably. Flinder, for his part, exhibited no ire. Who would dare provoke such a figure? Naturally, he would not. Woofing. "You should head to the training grounds and seek out Xiaowu," he instructed. As the words of Bo-Fong faded, Tang San greeted Flinder, Bo-Fong, and Dugubo, his gaze swiftly shifting towards the direction of Xiaowu, igniting a fervent blaze in his eyes, an unspoken yearning that transcended mere words. That rascal, claiming disinterest in Xiaowu, what a farce. Bo-Fong observed Tang San's hasty retreat with a wry smile. Dugubo chuckled, the little monster struggles with expression. "Had it been me, I would have already won over the girl of my affections. Boss Bo," he continued, "I have heard that your wife is soon to give birth. Allow me to extend my heartfelt congratulations in advance." The wind chuckled softly, expressing gratitude to the esteemed Dugu. By calculating the time, it was determined that Qian Rengshu would give birth in 2.5 months. At this critical juncture, Poseidon and Seabai remained steadfastly by Qian Rengshu's side, accompanying her until the day of her delivery. In truth, Dugu was still quite youthful, particularly after purging the toxins. He had rejuvenated significantly, as Bo-Fong praised. Dugubo caressed his jet black hair, noting the diminished wrinkles on his face. He appeared to be in his 50s and was in robust health. This was largely due to the medicinal regimen provided by the little monster and the divine light of Poseidon. Moreover, the old man was on the verge of breaking through to the 93rd level. "Grandfather, are you about to make a breakthrough?" exclaimed Dugu, filled with delight. Dugubo nodded with a smile, explaining that without the torment of snake venom, his soul power would naturally ascend. "I can assure you, within half a year, my soul power will reach the 93rd level." The thought brought Dugubo immense joy. Ascending to the rank of a titled Douluo was no small feat, akin to scaling a mountain. Unless a significant opportunity arose, it was likely that he would remain at this level for the rest of his life. The snake venom that had plagued him for most of his existence was the sole obstacle, had he not encountered Tang San and Bo-Fong. Reaching the 93rd level would have been nearly impossible. Reflecting on the days spent under the relentless assault of toxins filled Dugubo with apprehension. "Esteemed Dugu, have you considered embarking on another journey?" Bo-Fong jested. At that moment, Dugubo expelled the tea he had just sipped, gazing at Bo-Fong in astonishment. With a wry smile, he replied, "Bo-Fong, please do not jest with me. I am already 78. Who would take an interest in this old man?" "Teacher Dugu, aren't you just complicating matters?" Dugu interjected, displeased. She certainly did not wish for another grandmother of similar age to emerge. With a playful smile, Bo-Fong turned to Dugubo and quietly remarked, "Senior Dugu, consider this. In the future, your granddaughter is destined to marry into the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. As the saying goes, a married granddaughter is like spilled water. Once gone, it cannot be retrieved. Surely, you do not wish for the biling serpent martial soul to become extinct on the continent, do you? Moreover, your health seems quite robust, particularly after being enveloped by the light of the sea god. Perhaps we should contemplate a few suitable candidates for her." Enough, Dugubo interjected with a chuckle. I am quite advanced in age and have lost such ambitions. Were I a decade or so younger, there might still be hope. Flander observed the jovial exchange between Bo Feng and Dugu, who was a figure of considerable dread across the continent. It was astonishing to witness them in such camaraderie. Thankfully, for if this old man were to feel displeased and unleash the Biling serpent's poison, not even an entire city would remain unscathed. As their conversation unfolded, Dugu's gaze became distant, seemingly lost in thought as he looked at the smiling Bo Feng, as if recalling someone from the past. Boss Bo. You remind me of an old friend, Dugu stated earnestly. An old friend? Bo Feng inquired, puzzled. Dugu nodded, reminiscing. This was over 20 years ago. My friend was named Tang Feng, a member of the Haotian sect, wielding the Haotian hammer as his martial soul. During a time when I was pursued by enemies and left with no options, it was Tang Feng who came to my aid. From that moment on, we became close friends who shared everything. Your words today echo those he once shared with me. Gazing up at the sky, Dugu let out a long sigh. Over 20 years have passed, yet my dear friend has permanently departed from my side. As he spoke, a crystalline tear welled in his eye, revealing the significant place his old friend held in his heart. Grandfather, have you avenged him? Dugu asked. Dugu shook his head bitterly. Avenge? It's easier said than done. The one who took my friend's life was none other than the current pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong? Bo Feng questioned. Why would she wish to harm Tang Feng? Even if there were ties between the Spirit Hall and the Haotian sect, as pope, she need not take matters into her own hands. Ah, the word love can bring about great harm, Dugu replied. But it's been over 20 years now. Boss Bo, can you now eradicate the poison within Yin Yin? Bo Feng nodded slightly and approached Dugu Yin, the divine crown of the sea god radiating a brilliant light. As the divine light enveloped Dugu Yin, a noticeable emerald gas began to emanate from her body. Fortunately, being still in her youth, the poison lingered from her mother's womb, making it easier to handle than that of Dugu. The presence of the sea god's light was all that was needed to alleviate her condition. In a familiar location at the back mountain, the Shrek 7 devils were present. Except for Tang San, who had not returned, the remaining 6 were enduring immense pressure. Their faces flushed, and their limbs sprawled on the ground, grappling with the rigor of daily training. Sea Spear Douluo was exerting his soul power, applying pressure on the 6. Although they were exceptionally gifted, regarded as prodigies among their generation, this only garnered Sea Spear Douluo's admiration. Aside from safeguarding the young master, training the Shrek 6 had become a significant source of enjoyment for him. Not only could he fulfill his duties, but he also had the pleasure of mentoring newcomers. Gradually, Sea Spear Douluo retracted his soul power, causing the oppressive weight to vanish instantaneously. The 7 of them gasped for breath and slowly rose from the ground, their faces still flushed and glistening with sweat. Sea Spear Douluo instructed, everyone, take a moment to rest. We shall commence the next exercise shortly. This rigorous training had become a daily routine for the 6, who, having initially complained, had now grown accustomed to the exertion. While their strength improved, the variety of training kept them engaged. Additionally, Seahorse Douluo frequently visited the academy to impart knowledge, alternating with Sea Spear Douluo. An academy with 2 titled Douluos as instructors was undoubtedly a rarity across the entire Douluo continent. The group relaxed in the shade of a tree. Shawu. A familiar voice called from nearby, drawing their attention. The previously fatigued members instantly perked up, involuntarily standing as their brother had returned. Shawu's pupils constricted upon seeing the person she had longed to meet. Brother. Ignoring the presence of others, she leaped into Tang San's embrace, her slender legs wrapping tightly around his waist, her arms clinging to him as if fearing that this moment was merely a figment of her imagination. Their heartbeats quickened, an overwhelming excitement enveloping them both. Tang San returned her embrace, his eyes moistening. Soon after, Shawu pulled away from his chest, and under the astonished gazes of their companions, a wave of warmth spread throughout Tang San's body. Experiencing such a moment for the first time, his heart raced, and his face flushed, leaving him momentarily dazed. The onlooking Dai Mubai and his companions, ever the eager spectators, watched intently, unable to hide their delight. They had often heard tales of their sibling-like relationship, but now, who would believe it? Chapter 110, Shawu and Tang San's first kiss. Wow. Shawu, you surprised me. The live spectacle was tantalizing for certain onlookers. The trio led by Dai Mubai was captivated by this rare sight. They had often listened to Shawu's tales of Tang San's purity and innocence, yet here they were, witnessing him succumb to the allure of affection. While the 3 watched in excitement, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing, standing behind them, gazed enviously at the kissing couple. They had been together since childhood, and after all these years, they had finally come to this moment. But what about themselves? Zhu Qing turned to the grinning Dai Mubai, lamenting her unfortunate association with such a character. Unlike Tang San's brilliance or Bo's charm, she felt out of place. As the intimate moment unfolded, Zhu Qing, unwilling to be a mere bystander, approached and firmly grasped Dai Mubai's ear, dragging him away amidst his protests. Those who were already in relationships, like Oscar and Ma Hongjun, relished the moment, thankful for their single status, allowing them to watch the unfolding drama without concern. Just as Oscar turned away, Ning Rongrong delivered a swift punch to his head, sending him to the ground, his eyes spinning. Despite being a support type and food type soul master with little combat prowess, Ning Rongrong's single target attacks were formidable. Furthermore, Xiaowu was her closest friend, and Oscar was notorious for his lewdness. Grabbing Oscar by the pant leg, she pulled him away. Witnessing the fates of Dai Mubai and Oscar, Ma Hongjun trembled, his plump legs shaking. Surely no one would notice him now, he thought with a grin. Just as he reveled in his solitude, he suddenly found himself lifted off the ground. Confused, he realized that he had not activated his third spirit skills. Yet here he was, suspended by Sea Spear Douluo, who was hoisting him by his belt. Please, Sea Spear, let me down. Such a scene is a once-in-a-century occurrence. Ma Hongjun pleaded. Sea Spear Douluo shushed him gently. Little fatty, when will you learn to correct your bad habits? Last night, I saw you sneak into a dark alley. Feeling embarrassed, Ma Hongjun couldn't argue. His spirit mutation had caused his body to become dangerously fiery, and without a remedy, he risked burning up. As Sea Spear Douluo dragged him away, only Tang San and Xiaowu remained, still locked in their kiss. Amidst the astonished murmurs of the trio, Tang San understood. He did not resist, for Xiaowu would not allow it, her grip firm against his side. Their lips melded, wet and warm. After what felt like an eternity, Xiaowu finally released Tang San's lips, her cheeks flushed, leaning shyly against him. In that moment, Tang San was at a loss for words, simply holding her close. Brother, please don't leave me again, Xiaowu implored, her face a rosy hue. They had shared glances for nearly 7 years, inseparable since their first meeting, with their time apart never exceeding a month. During her time with Bo Feng, Xiaowu had often inquired about Tang San's whereabouts. But Bo Feng had consistently responded with the same reassurance. Tang San is fine, focus on your training. Bo Feng expressed his concern about Xiaowu venturing alone into the Sunset Forest, not out of fear for her safety. After all, she was a 100,000-year soul beast. Having lived in the Star Doe Forest for nearly 10,000 years, thoroughly acquainted with all its secrets, she lacked any means to conceal her aura. And a titled Douluo would recognize her identity with a mere glance. The allure of a 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone would undoubtedly entice everyone across the continent. As Tang San's future partner and Bo Feng as prospective granddaughter-in-law, he felt a natural obligation to watch over her. Hence he refrained from disclosing Tang San's true whereabouts. Tang San's chest bore the marks of Xiaowu's tears. He gently ruffled her hair and reassured her. Xiaowu, I swear, from this day forth, I shall never leave your side. Xiaowu, in turn, vowed to never part from him. With deep affection, she gazed at Tang San, exclaiming, Brother, Teacher Bo is truly wicked. He won't tell me where you are. I ask him almost daily, yet he remains tight-lipped. Upon hearing her complaints, Tang San chuckled softly. Silly girl, Teacher Bo does this for your own good. There is still a year until the Continental Advanced Soul Master competition. You should focus on your training so we can strive for the championship this time. He continued, in the past 6 months, Teacher Bo has visited me frequently, providing constant guidance in my cultivation. My soul power has now reached level 38. What about you, Xiaowu? Brother, I am also at level 38. We are the same. Xiaowu exclaimed joyfully. This past year, I owe much to Teacher Bo's instructors, Teacher Hai Miao and Teacher Hai Ma. Without them, my soul power would have increased so rapidly. Yet you still complain about Teacher Bo? Do you have any idea how much he has sacrificed for us? Tang San teased. Xiaowu pouted, replying, I was merely jesting. Teacher Bo is magnanimous and would never hold such things against us. In the cabin on the back mountain, a sudden sneeze echoed through the air. Wu Feng wiped his nose, pondering whether his wife missed him. With Xiao Xue due to give birth in 2 months, he hurriedly resolved his tasks, eager to return to his wife's side. Dugu Yin sat serenely on the ground, the light of the sea god continuously cleansing her body of toxins, which gradually dissipated. With a sense of comfort, she closed her eyes. The light of the sea god embraced her like a warm sun, not only bringing her ease but also elevating her soul power by a level. For some inexplicable reason, Dugu Yin's martial spirit, the phosphor snake, suddenly manifested, appearing to undergo a transformation. Its scales began to shed, its body expanding while its aura grew increasingly formidable. Dugu Bo, reclining in a chair, abruptly rose, his eyes widening as he observed the changes in his granddaughter's martial spirit. Instantly grasping the situation with a subtle smile emerging at the corners of his mouth, his gaze shifted to Wu Feng, who was radiating the light of the sea god. And in that moment, Dugu Bo was taken aback. It was strikingly similar. Chapter 111. Evolve? Phosphor Snake Emperor Evolve? Wu Feng was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that under the illumination of the light of the sea god, not only would Dugu Yin expel all toxins from her body, but her soul power would also ascend by a level. Given her martial spirit's current state, it seemed she was on the brink of evolution. If Dugu Yin was presented with such an opportunity, Wu Feng would gladly lend his assistance. Consequently, the light of the sea god grew even more resplendent as Wu Feng accelerated the process at hand. As moments ticked by, the 7 members of Shrek, aside from Tang San and Xiaowu who were engrossed in intimacy, gathered in haste, especially upon hearing that Dugu Yin dared to challenge Tang San. One had to wonder if the failures of half a year prior had not dissuaded her. The wind has reclaimed the light of the sea god. Dugu Yin exhaled a breath of foul air, her eyes returning to their normal black and white, a clear indication that the toxin had been purged. In an instant, she felt a sense of buoyancy in her body, and her soul power had ascended a level. Thank you, Master Bo, Dugu Yin spoke. Wu Feng gently shook his head and said, No need to thank me. Release your martial spirit. and I assure you, it will astonish you. Under Bufing's guidance, Dugu Yin unleashed her phosphor serpent martial spirit, and 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings gradually rose beneath her feet. After observing for quite some time, Dugu Yin found it was not as remarkable as Bufing had described. Noticing the puzzled expression on his granddaughter's face, Dugu Bo sighed with a bittersweet smile. Yin Yin, turn around and see what your martial spirit truly is. Following Dugu Bo's prompt, at the moment Dugu Yin turned, she gasped in disbelief. Phosphor Serpent Emperor? How is this possible? Her martial spirit was the Phosphor Serpent. How could it have evolved into the Phosphor Serpent Emperor? Dugu Bo erupted into joyous laughter. Yin Yin, this is all thanks to Teacher Bo. Your grandfather's poison, it's all thanks to the little monster and Teacher Bo. So, refrain from calling him a little brat. We owe them much. When the little monster returns, you should apologize to him. As a soul master, such grace is essential. But Grandpa, don't forget. If it weren't for Tang-san, we wouldn't tea. Dugu Bo interrupted Dugu Yin, waving his hand dismissively. Life without experiencing failure cannot be deemed perfect. The little monster possesses extraordinary talent, and his mastery of poison puts even me to shame. In the 6 months of living alongside him, I have learned valuable lessons. As a soul master, one should settle differences in the spirit arena, not seek to display heroics here. Even if you win, what does it matter? Momentary gains and losses do not dictate future achievements. Yin Yin, do you understand what you must do? Dugu Yin remained silent for a considerable time. At that moment, Tang-san and Xiaowu hurriedly arrived. Upon seeing everyone present, they quickly blushed and let go of each other's hands. Wufing gazed at the 2 individuals whose faces were tinged with crimson, immediately sensing the tantalizing aroma of gossip. What could have transpired between that rascal Papipi and Xiaowu? What earth-shattering event had unfolded? Wufing inquired with curiosity. Daimubai swiftly approached Wufing, adopting a mischievous demeanor, and remarked, Teacher Bo, you wouldn't believe it. Just moments ago. Shaoxin sought out Xiaowu, and the 2 of them were giggling together. The onlookers understood the implications of Daimubai's words. They wore expressions of playful intrigue as they cast glances at the approaching duo, occasionally teasing them with their gazes. Xiaowu, feeling the weight of their scrutiny, blushed profoundly and promptly concealed herself behind Tang-san, who mirrored her reaction. Upon hearing Daimubai's description, Wufing chuckled, realizing that it was not Papipi who took the initiative, but rather Xiaowu who had made the first move, leaving Tang-san in a passive role. This reversal of roles was indeed noteworthy. If this trend continued, Wufing mused, he might just become a great-grandfather, chuckling to himself. Tang-san, attempting to divert his attention, looked elsewhere. He fixed his gaze on Dugu Yin and said, Dugu Yin, please. Taking the initiative to challenge her, Tang-san found Dugu Yin, who had been lost in thought, glancing back at him with a faint smile. Dugu Yin dismissed him with a scoff. You little rascal, I'll let you off this time. Next time, we shall settle it on the battle arena. Tang-san was taken aback. He had prepared himself for a confrontation, yet his opponent had suddenly surrendered. What could be the reason for this? Dugu Bo's earlier words had profoundly impacted Dugu Yin. As a soul master, one ought to engage in fair competition within the arena. Rather than obsessing over momentary gains or losses, such preoccupations could impede one's future cultivation and potentially lead to inner turmoil. Dugu Bo, as a titled Douluo, possessed a deeper understanding of this principle than Dugu Yin. Suddenly, Dugu Bo's gaze shifted to Xiaowu, and as a titled Douluo, he discerned her true nature at a glance. She was a 100,000-year soul beast transformed into a human. Should he defeat her, the 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone would be priceless treasures coveted by every soul master. However, Dugu Bo would not act upon this knowledge, for she was the wife of his brother, and thus he could not take any action against her. The notion of a brother's wife is not to be touched held true. Had it been the former Dugu Bo, he would have unhesitatingly captured her, nurturing her until Dugu Yin required a soul ring. This would have been a win-win situation, especially with the added bonus of a 100,000-year soul bone. What joy would that not bring? Teacher Bo, is this girl named Xiaowu? Dugu Bo inquired softly, addressing Bufing. The gentle breeze swayed as Bofeng nodded slightly. Dugu, the elder, discerned the situation. Indeed. My student has transformed from a soft-boned rabbit into human form over the course of 100,000 years. As for his connection with Tang-san, you have witnessed it firsthand. I kindly ask you, Elder Dugu, to look after the 2 of them in the future. Dugu Bo replied, that is no trouble at all. The little monster is my brother, and I shall take care of this minor matter. In the midst of the gathering, although Tang-san was unaware of why Dugu Yin had opted to forfeit the forthcoming battle, he concluded that with the absence of necessity for confrontation, there was no need for excessive conflict. See Spear Douluo declared, let us proceed to the next training session. Tang-san, you have not undergone training for 6 months. This time, we shall focus on assessing your abilities to determine if there has been any regression in this half-year. Understood, Tang-san replied. With that, see Spear Douluo nodded at Bofeng and departed with the Shrek 7 monsters. Boss Bo, your generosity is truly remarkable. A titled Douluo is personally guiding the training of these 7 children. It seems that the championship of this tournament shall undoubtedly belong to Shrek Academy, Dugu Bo remarked, astonished. Wufing smiled and said, Senior Dugong, please do not jest with me. This is a request from Uncle Meow himself. Spending all day by my side can indeed be rather tedious, so finding something interesting to pass the time would be quite delightful. In addition to Uncle Meow, I have another teacher in Tiando City who is also a titled Douluo. They take turns instructing these 7 little monsters, and after a year, they are sure to enhance the prestige of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition. What? Another titled Douluo? Dugong Yin exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 112. Dugong Yin's wish to become a disciple. Upon hearing Bufing's account, Dugong Yin was greatly taken aback. With 2 titled Douluos taking turns to teach the Shrek 7 monsters, what does it mean to have the guidance of titled Douluos? One can only imagine whether the royal fighting team will still be a match for Shrek Academy after a year. During this visit to Shrek Academy, Dugong Yin has gained immensely. Not only has her martial soul evolved, but her soul power has also increased, giving her the potential to become a titled Douluo in the future. All of this is thanks to teacher Bufing. And Dugong Yin felt a deep sense of gratitude towards him, unsure of how to repay such kindness. Although her grandfather shares a close relationship with teacher Bufing, that is a different matter altogether. She looked towards Bufing, who was engaged in conversation with Dugong Bo, and suddenly said, "Teacher Bufing, may I ask you for a favor?" Kazakage inquired with curiosity, "Speak freely, as long as it is within my capabilities." I, Dugu Yin, turned my gaze towards Dugu Bo and then back to Kazakage, hesitatingly articulating, "Teacher Bo, may I have the honor of becoming your disciple?" Kazakage, what is going on? Bufing was taken aback by Dugu Yan's words, casting a glance at Dugu Bo, who merely shrugged in response. It appeared that Dugu Yan's request was not instigated by the old monster. "Yin Yin, what are you up to?" "Boss Bo is certainly not older than you," Dugu Bo inquired with a perplexed expression. The breeze nodded in agreement, perplexed by the intentions of Dugu Yin. "Master Bo," she began, "first and foremost, I must express my gratitude for healing my grandfather. Additionally, the evolution of my martial soul, the Azure Phosphor Serpent Emperor, owes much to your divine light of the sea god. I possess no means of recompense. I understand that my grandfather shares a close friendship with you. Yet this is a separate matter. 6 months ago, under your guidance, the Shrek 7 devils swiftly defeated us in mere moments." Dugu Yin gazed at Bo Feng, her eyes brimming with unwavering resolve. "My grandfather is right. I must not dwell on transient gains and losses. Since you are capable of instructing the Shrek 7 devils, I believe you can also teach me. Therefore, I wish to request your mentorship, a personal desire that is independent of my grandfather's influence." With that, Dugu Yin turned her gaze towards Bo Feng and her grandfather. Wolfing glanced helplessly at Dugu Bo, then promptly pulled him aside. "Senior Dugu, what is the matter with your granddaughter? Why does she wish to take me as her master without any prior notice today? I have never accepted a disciple before. And furthermore, I am of the same age as Tang San. What will others think if this gets out?" Understanding Wolfing's predicament, Dugu Bo was acutely aware of his granddaughter's resolute character. Once she made a decision, she would not easily relent. "Boss Bo, to speak candidly, although there is a significant age gap between you and Yin Yin, the Shrek 7 monsters serve as an excellent example in terms of mentorship, and Tang San is no exception. While I am her grandfather, I have seldom provided guidance, being preoccupied with my own cultivation. At present, I am on the verge of breaking through to level 90. And I must retreat to my abode for at least 6 months. During this period, I plan to let Yin Yin grow independently. She is a young woman in her 20s. And with you Tianhing by her side, I have little to worry about." Dugu Bo added with satisfaction, "Yin Yin has undergone significant changes and has matured considerably. Boss Bo, may I inquire about your origins and the mysterious sea goddess light?" Bo Feng sighed and cast a glance at Dugu Bo. He was undoubtedly a friend worthy of deep trust. Well then, it wouldn't hurt to confide in Dugu Bo. Bufing deliberately evaded Dugu Yan's gaze. As his palm opened, Dugu Bo's eyes widened in astonishment, rendered speechless by the revelation. A dual martial soul. To think that Boss Bo also possessed a dual martial soul, what a marvel. "Boss Bo, I never imagined you hail from the Haotian clan. Might I inquire if your father is Tang Hao? You previously mentioned that you are the same age as the little monster. Could it be that you truly are?" Dugu Bo speculated. "Wolfing, Tang Hao? He is my second nephew. My father, Tangchen." Upon uttering these words, Dugu Bo involuntarily inhaled sharply, for he was a paragon among soul masters, even in Tangchen's absence. His legend reverberates throughout the continent. The Spirit Hall remains unyielding primarily due to the steadfast protection of Qian Daolu, a peerless Douluo, possessing a soul power of 99 levels. Much like Tangchen himself. In his youth, Tangchen's formidable presence already commanded respect across the Douluo continent. In his time, the Haotian sect, under Tangchen's leadership, was the unrivaled pinnacle of sects, far surpassing the current glory of the Spirit Hall. Regrettably, with Tangchen's disappearance, the Haotian sect has sealed its gates, allowing the Spirit Hall to dominate, even posing a threat to the status of the two great empires. "Boss Bo, I was reckless earlier. I hope you won't hold it against me." Dugu Bo understood the true background of Bufing. Wolfing waved his hand with a smile and said, "Senior Dugu, who are we to each other? While it is true that my father is the inaugural Haotian Douluo of the Haotian sect, everything I possess today is the result of my own hard work, entirely unrelated to my father. As for your granddaughter, I assure you I would never resort to poison. Of course, if she requires training, I can certainly arrange for her to join the Shrek 7 monsters, though it is a grueling path. Perhaps, instead, you might consider taking Yin Yin as your disciple?" Dugu responded affirmatively, instinctively replying to Buofing. What? Dugu was immediately elated. Boss Buofing, you have agreed. As a businessman, your word is your bond. This is a promise made by you, Boss Buofing, and I have been listening very closely. You must not go back on your word. Buofing, what a cunning old poisoner. It is indeed unexpected that I would fall into the hands of Dugu today. As Dugu aptly stated, his words carry great weight. Although I was deceived by the old poisoner, I cannot go back on my word. Dugu Yan's martial soul has now evolved into the Emerald Phosphor Serpent Emperor, and it is merely a matter of time before he attains the title of Douluo. While he may not possess the extraordinary talents of Tang San and his companions, his potential is undeniably evident. Buofing silently raised his thumb to Dugu, then sighed as he approached Dugu Yan. At this moment, Dugu was already beaming with joy. Having formed a brotherhood with Tang San and secured the support of Tang Hao, now with his granddaughter also pledging allegiance to Buofing, whose father is Tang Shen. It could be said that no one dared to provoke this old poison master, for behind him stood the entire Haoyan sect. Haha. Dugu secretly reveled in his delight. Buofing approached Dugu Yin in silence, aware that mere words would not suffice. Action was required. Adopting a facade of seriousness, Buofing cleared his throat and said, I have conferred with your grandfather, and I am willing to accept you as my disciple, but I have one condition. Please, master. Speak your mind, and I shall comply without hesitation, Dugu Yin inquired. Buofing Dao, first and foremost, since you have chosen me as your master, you must not betray your teacher or your ancestors. Secondly, the knowledge I can impart is rather limited. Tomorrow, you shall join the Shrek 7 monsters and train alongside them. The training will be arduous, and I hope you can endure it. Chapter 113. Within 10 years, I shall transform you into a titled Douluo. Yes, master. Dugu Yin nodded eagerly. May I begin training immediately? Her impatience was evident. Go forth, follow this path, and you shall reach your destination. Merely mention my name, and Uncle Mo will accept you among them. Forge good relations with the 7. Avoid any unpleasantness. Buofing nodded, gesturing towards the direction of the Shrek 7 monsters. No sooner had he spoken than Dugu Yin hastened away. Watching her retreating figure, Buofing shook his head with a wry smile and murmured, Senior Dugu, you have truly put me in a predicament. Reclining in a chair, Dugu crossed his legs and chuckled. Do not take it to heart, Boss Buofing. It is a blessing for Yin Yin to cultivate under your guidance. Time flew by, and as the sun dipped below the horizon, the Shrek 7 monsters and Dugu Yin returned to the wooden cabin, their bodies weary and drained, each one reluctant to move further. Except for the seasoned Shrek 7 monsters. It was Dugu Yan's first experience of such grueling training, leaving her utterly sore and fatigued. This extreme training regimen was unlike anything Dugu Yin had encountered before, starkly contrasting with her training with Qin Ming. No wonder the Shrek 7 monsters were so formidable. Truly, they were monsters. The waves of the sea god's light enveloped the 8 individuals, bestowing upon them a refreshing breeze that swept away the fatigue of an entire day, restoring their strength completely. After enduring such rigorous training for the first time, how do you feel? Buofing inquired of Dugu Yin. Dugu Yin responded, Teacher, I now understand why they are so formidable. This training is utterly different from what we usually experience. The difficulty is several times greater than before. Indeed, we are the Shrek 7 monsters. Such training is merely routine for us. Ning Rongrong smiled proudly and asked, Buofing, why have you suddenly taken the granddaughter of the poisoned Douluo as your disciple? Buofing cast a sidelong glance at Ning Rongrong, pondering that had it not been for the treachery of old poison, he would not have entertained the thought of accepting her. He was already burdened with the management of his own affairs, and overseeing the Shrek 7 monsters was no small feat. Nevertheless, he resolved to adhere to his word. Believing in the power of fate, why not consider taking me in as well? Ning Rongrong proposed, her eyes sparkling with eager anticipation. Buofing smiled silently, addressing the young enchantress. With the sword Douluo and bone Douluo in our sect, along with your father, the esteemed leader, what more could I possibly teach you? Everyone, you may disperse. Today's efforts have been commendable, and I too shall take my leave. With that, Buofing declared the training session concluded. In an instant, like untamed stallions breaking free, the crowd vanished without a trace. Only Dugu Yin remained, still adjusting to her new surroundings and feeling somewhat out of place. Teacher, where is my grandfather? Dugu Yin scanned the area, but there was no sign of Dugu Feng Dao. Senior Dugu has retreated for seclusion. It is likely that you will find it difficult to see him within the next 6 months. Will you not return? Dugu Yin sighed and replied, Master, the distance to the Heaven Do Royal Academy is far too great. By the time I return, night will have fallen. I had hoped that my grandfather would come to fetch me, but who would have thought he would abandon his granddaughter? Yet, it is understandable. Since I have taken Feng as my teacher, does it truly matter? The enhancement of my spiritual power is indeed alluring. Woofing Dao, very well. Tonight you shall accompany me back. Consider this day as your initiation into my tutelage, and allow me the honor of treating you to a meal. Tomorrow, I shall speak with Dean Flander to arrange a private chamber for you. As the clock signaled the end of the workday, Woofing hastened towards the department store. Accompanied by Dugu Yin, the Shrek Academy was not far from the store, and after a brief stroll, Dugu Yin followed Woofing into the establishment, renowned throughout the continent. The department store was familiar territory for Dugu Yin, who had previously shopped there and could attest to the excellent quality and reasonable prices of the merchandise. Upon entering the department store, Wufeng promptly ascended to the upper floor to spend time with his wife, leaving his apprentice standing awkwardly alone. Dugu Yin surveyed her unfamiliar surroundings, feeling abandoned as her mentor neglected her presence. This month's revenue is impressive, surpassing last month's by 5%. At that moment, Xiaobai emerged, leisurely clutching an account book and sporting a pair of crystal spectacles, embodying the demeanor of a proprietor. Noticing a stranger still lingering in the store, Xiaobai approached, saying, "Excuse me, but we have closed for the day. If you wish to make a purchase, please return tomorrow." Dugu Yin replied, "I am here to seek my teacher." "Teacher? This is merely a store. We have no teachers here. Which academy do you belong to, and who is your instructor?" Xiaobai inquired. "My name is Dugu Yin, and my teacher is none other than Teacher Bo," she responded. "Teacher Bo? Could it be Win Brother?" Xiaobai called out loudly to the upper floor. "Who is it?" Wufeng peeked his head out, suddenly recalling that he had just taken on an apprentice that day, his thoughts consumed solely by his wife, completely forgetting about his student. In a hurried manner, Bo Feng descended the stairs, laughing as he spoke. "I apologize for the oversight. Sister Bai, allow me to formally introduce my newly accepted disciple, Dugu Yin, who happens to be the granddaughter of the poisoned Douluo." You, Xiaobai, cast a teasing glance at Bo Feng and burst into hearty laughter. "You have taken on a disciple? Haha. Kazakage, the cunning elder sister has returned. My dear, it is not my intention to criticize you. But why did you choose to apprentice under the Wind Brother? Although my brother possesses remarkable talent, I cannot commend his skills in teaching. Dugu Yin, a soul master can only have one mentor throughout their lifetime. This is an immutable truth that has endured through the ages." Wufeng's lips twitched, and in exasperation, he remarked, "Sister Bai, cease your cunning ways." Xiaobai removed her glasses, wiping away the tears of laughter that had trickled from her eyes. "It is not my wickedness you should be concerned about. I am acutely aware of your capabilities. Nevertheless, since you have chosen to apprentice under Brother Feng, be prepared for what lies ahead." Hearing Xiaobai's words, Dugu Yin felt a surge of panic. Had she perhaps chosen the wrong mentor? She had envisioned Wufeng purifying her body of toxins, enabling her martial soul to undergo evolution, and with the realization of Wufeng's unique qualities, along with the fact that the Shrek 7 devils were personally trained by him, she had opted to become his disciple. "Yinner, do not listen to Sister Bai's nonsense. I assure you, within 10 years, I shall elevate you to the rank of title Douluo," Wufeng declared, casting a reassuring glance at Dugu Yin. Upon hearing this, Dugu Yin was left in utter astonishment. Only Xiaobai, seated comfortably on the sofa, leaned forward in laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. Do you think becoming a title Douluo is as simple as picking a cabbage? Ha ha." With a mysterious smile, Poseidon remarked, "Sister Bai, do not forget that on our sacred island of the sea god, we are subject to the trials of the sea deity." In chapter 114, the promise made to my mother unfolds. Within 10 years, attaining the esteemed title of Douluo may indeed be feasible. At this moment, Poseidon, accompanied by the expectant Qian Ringshu, gradually descended the staircase. High Priestess, Xiaobai promptly rose from the sofa, bowing respectfully. "Mother," Poseidon began. Poseidon gently assisted the heavily pregnant Qian Ringshu onto the sofa. As in just 2.5 months, her grandson would enter the world. Poseidon personally attended to Qian Ringshu, remaining by her side at all times. Over the past 6 months, the people from the Spirit Hall had not dared to approach this place. Firstly, Pope Bibidong had issued a direct order prohibiting anyone from entering the department store. Secondly, Qian Dao secretly dispatched the formidable title Douluos, Shimiao and Zixue, to provide covert protection. Furthermore, with the presence of Sea God Island Sea Spear and Seahorse Douluos, along with Xiaobai and Poseidon, such an impressive assembly was sufficient to overturn any force on the continent, even an entire empire. "Are you Fenger, my newly accepted disciple?" Poseidon inquired, glancing at Dugu Yin. Dugu Yin nodded in affirmation. "Yes, I am." "And you are?" Poseidon smiled and said, "I'm the mother of your teacher." "Greetings, esteemed matron," Dugu Yin hurriedly replied. Poseidon nodded slightly, then observed the wind. "Wind, do you perhaps have some plans in mind? It is no trivial matter for your disciple to attain the rank of title Douluo within a mere decade. It is not as straightforward as the assessments bestowed by Lord Sea God." With a gentle smile, Bo Feng remarked, "Mother, I fully comprehend. For the past 6 months, I have been contemplating how to confront the uncertainties that lie ahead. Today, with everyone gathered, I intend to embark on a journey to the City of Carnage, aiming to rescue my father at the earliest opportunity." Upon finishing her words, Poseidon's expression grew grave as she turned to her son, earnestly asking, "Have you truly made up your mind? Once you venture into the City of Carnage, you may not return for 3 to 5 years. Moreover, the dangers that await there hardly require further elaboration." With tears glistening in her eyes, Qian Ringshu added, "Darling, will you not wait for the birth of our child?" Wufeng slowly approached Qian Ringshu and knelt beside her, saying, "I am deeply sorry that I cannot witness the birth of our child. Numerous unforeseen changes lie ahead, and I must expedite the rescue of my father, assisting him in overcoming his trials. Only in this manner can our family truly be reunited. Rest assured, with our mother and sister by your side, you shall never be alone. Our family will remain together eternally." The gentle breeze delicately brushed away the tears from Qian Rinchue's eyes. Rising, she gazed at Poseidon and said, "Mother, I assure you that once I have concluded matters at Shrek Academy and rescued Father, I shall return to Sea God Island to complete the 9 trials of the Sea God. Once Father ascends to the status of the Shura God, you will be spared the need for sacrifice." Looking at her son, Poseidon nodded with a sense of comfort. Family reunification was of utmost importance. "Fongo, this time I must ask much of you. You have already sacrificed so much for this family. Is there anything I can do to assist you?" Poseidon smiled reassuringly. As long as she was present, even if Qian Dalu were to come, she would ensure the safety of Qian Rinchue and her son. She would never allow her grandson to fall into the hands of the Spirit Hall. They were the future of Sea God Island. Qian Rinchue had come into the family through marriage, and her children must bear the surname Bo. Author's note: brothers, please come up with some appealing names, as I will make use of them in the future. Unleash your creativity. Immediately afterward, Bo Feng addressed Dugu Yin, saying, "I am not a qualified teacher, and I understand that your decision to take me as your master is primarily to repay your grandfather's kindness." Dugu Yan's gaze was resolute. "Teacher, since I have chosen you, you shall be my mentor for life. This will remain unchanged." Wu Feng smiled lightly, assuring you that within a decade, he would elevate you to the esteemed rank of Douluo, allowing your green phosphor serpent emperor's poison to truly dominate the world. Excellent. The master and disciple exchanged a knowing smile. That evening, Wu Feng instructed the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous feast to celebrate Dugu Yan's formal apprenticeship under him. As dawn broke, the following morning, Wu Feng and Dugu Yan arrived at Shrek Academy. After issuing a few instructions, Bo Feng proceeded to attend to his affairs before setting off towards the City of Carnage. As the master and disciple arrived at the entrance of the academy, they immediately sensed something amiss. A throng of individuals had gathered at the entrance, and from time to time, the air was filled with resounding booms. The increasing crowd swiftly captured Bo Feng's attention. This was the entrance to Shrek Academy, a place not meant for just anyone to enter, let alone engage in combat. The crowd was substantial, numbering over 100, and it took considerable effort for the master and disciple to squeeze their way in. "Tang San?" Bo Feng exclaimed in surprise. Tang San was locked in combat with a heavily muscled man, who was a soul king. Below him, 2 yellow and 3 purple soul rings shimmered, and his martial spirit resembled a mighty gorilla, advancing relentlessly. Under the overwhelming pressure of brute strength, Tang San was forced to retreat, teetering on the brink of defeat. "Teacher, who is this person? Why is he entangled with Tang San? This behavior is rather audacious, especially at the entrance of the academy," spoke Dugu Yin. Wu Feng shook his head slowly, realizing that the formidable spirit he encountered was that of a great gorilla, and moreover, it belonged to a soul king. The confrontation taking place at the academy's entrance stirred his thoughts for a considerable time. It dawned upon him, this individual was none other than his esteemed mentor. "Teacher Bo." Xiaowu approached with palpable anxiety. "Please, assist my brother. If this continues, he is bound to be defeated." Wu Feng surveyed the current battlefield, noting that the Soul King was a pure power-type soul master. Tang San, as a control type, typically exerted a strong influence over power-type soul masters. However, the vast disparity in their soul power rendered his efforts largely ineffective. The blue-silver grass surged forth from the ground, attempting to ensnare the burly man. Yet he radiated a yellowish glow, instantly disintegrating the grass. Indeed, the difference in soul power was overwhelmingly significant. Wu Feng furrowed his brow. The situation was decidedly amiss. Nearby, a robust man cheered on the burly fighter battling Tang San. "Dad, teach this brat a good lesson," he exclaimed. He then turned to Xiaowu, grinning. "Xiaowu, I told you." At that moment, upon seeing Wu Feng, the man was utterly taken aback. As the director of the academy, Wu Feng wielded considerable authority. While instructing the Shrek 7 Devils, he also taught other students. "Tyrone, what on earth are you doing? Do you really think this academy is your family's playground?" Wu Feng admonished. Tyrone stammered, "Teacher Bo, it's not like that. It was Tang San. It was Tang San who made the first move yesterday," he continued. Before Wu Feng could respond, Xiaowu interjected, "Tyrone, do you even have any shame? You were the one who insisted on challenging my brother. After losing, you still had your father come here. Aren't you afraid of becoming a laughingstock?" Upon hearing Xiaowu's words, Tyrone immediately felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. It was his intention to summon his father. Rather, there was a shared trait among their family, protectiveness. If the son was beaten, the father would intervene. If the father was beaten, the grandfather would step in. Wu Feng helplessly shook his head as he surveyed the battlefield. Talon's father launched ferocious attacks, fortunately. This unruly lad had consumed the flame apricot and the 8-pointed ice grass, significantly enhancing his physical constitution. Furthermore, after 6 months of cultivating the ice and fire duality his strength had increased considerably. Despite the vast disparity in their soul powers, this reckless youth managed to navigate the situation with remarkable ease. Now, Tang San was compelled to unleash his 8 spider lances, and the emergence of the external soul bone would considerably augment his combat prowess. The venom contained within had long surpassed that of the initial faceless demon spider. The 8 spider lances of Bo Feng have similarly undergone a remarkable evolution under the baptism of the ice and fire yin-yang eyes. However, the transformation of Bo Feng's 8 spider lances is indeed peculiar. At this moment, Tyrone's father delivered a powerful strike at the location where Tang San stood. As the ground collapsed, Tang San swiftly evaded the impending fatal blow by utilizing the tensile strength of the blue-silver grass. Before Tyrone's father could react, Tang San's 8 spider lance had already descended, piercing into his back. Tyrone's father turned around, trembling, his eyes wide with horror. Before the naked eye, his skin transitioned from red to purple, the toxin spreading throughout his body. The 8 spider lance is notoriously venomous. Especially when immersed in the waters of the ice and fire yin-yang ice, this toxin has become far more potent than before. Even a formidable poison Douluo like Dugu would find it troublesome. The outcome is already evident. Tyrone's father fell to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. As the purple markings on his body intensified, indicating the rapid progression of the toxin. "Father!" Tyrone shouted in anguish, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Tang San. He clenched his fists, preparing to confront Tang San. "That is enough." Wolfing held Tyrone's shoulder firmly, preventing him from advancing a single step. "Tang San, tend to him," he commanded. Tang San nodded, thrusting the 8 spider lances into the wound of Tyrone's father, from which purple blood flowed freely, and some injuries were rapidly deteriorating. Under normal circumstances, Tang San would not resort to such measures. It was evidently a matter among the younger generation, yet the involvement of the elder was perplexing. This was not merely a case of the strong oppressing the weak, but rather a quest for pure justice. When a son is harmed, the father intervenes. When the father is assaulted, the elder must surely respond. The 8 spider lances drained the potent poison from Tyrone's father, with the toxic essence ebbing away and returning to the 8 spider soul bone. The blood that had flowed darkly transformed back into a vivid crimson. Upon retracting the 8 spider soul bone, Tang San swiftly pressed on the acupoints of Tyrone's father, effectively halting the continued flow of blood. Tyrone's father appeared momentarily dazed as he gazed at Tang San, finding the situation rather amusing. Initially, he had believed that with his overwhelming soul power, he could simply teach the boy a lesson, apologize to his son afterward, and consider the matter resolved. He never anticipated that a soul master of merely 30-some levels could defeat him, a soul king nearing 60 levels. This youth was far more formidable than he had imagined. No wonder Xiao held his son in such low regard. Upon reflection, it made sense. Tyrone was typically the leader at the academy, and there had been an incident where he had used his soul power to overpower another student. Naturally, he was the one summoned to the academy when a parent was required, his father, Tainua. "The poison within your father has been extracted, but he may feel somewhat fatigued for the next few days and should refrain from using any soul power during this time. His body will naturally recover," Tang San advised. After finishing his instructions, he turned and approached Wufeng. "Teacher Wufeng, I apologize for the spectacle," Tang San said. Wufeng shook his head. Tainua was inherently a soul master of pure strength, and their family's martial spirit, the mighty gorilla, was in no way inferior to Zhao Wuji's mighty diamond bear. The fact that you are capable of defeating Tainua attests to the fact that your 6 months of training have not been in vain. However, exercise caution. Their family is fiercely protective. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, Tyrone's grandfather, Tainua's father, is indeed a soul Douluo. Given how you have left them in such a disheveled state today, be wary of the grandfather seeking retribution. Wolfing specifically cautioned in a hushed tone. "Soul Douluo." Tang San's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Teacher Bo. Does that mean I'm today?" Wave Wind gently patted Tang San's shoulder and chuckled. "Wish you the best of luck." He then approached slowly and said, "Tainua, I recall that we met only last month. What brings you to Shrek Academy?" Tainua, supported by Tai Long, quickly replied, "Teacher Bo, I sincerely apologize. My son has been assaulted, and as a father, I must step forward, mustn't I?" "Wolfeng, last time, your son assaulted a student, and I have yet to address this matter with you. Additionally, today's damage to the Academy's entrance adds to the grievances. As you initiated this conflict, you shall bear the financial burden. Within 3 days, you are to compensate for the Academy's losses. Otherwise, I shall personally visit your clan, the Li family, to speak with your patriarch, who happens to be your father, and inform the Titan clan's leader about Tyrone's recent conduct." As these words were spoken, Tyrone's complexion turned ashen. Should his grandfather learn of his behavior at the academy, he would surely face dire consequences. Hastily, Tyrone tugged at Taino, exchanged a brief farewell with Wufeng, and swiftly departed from the scene. Wufeng surveyed his surroundings. The time for class was fast approaching. "Why were you all still gathered here? You should disperse at once." As soon as he finished speaking, the students hurriedly scattered, for Shrek Academy upheld strict regulations, and as a student, one must adhere to them. As for the Li family, Wufeng pondered whether he should first attempt to recruit them. The 4 great clans were originally affiliated with the Haotian clan, but due to past upheavals, the Haotian clan had to adopt a cautious stance, leading to profound disappointment among the 4 great clans. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, either in the afternoon or the following morning, Tyrone's grandfather would come. He was notorious for being protective, and given how his grandson had been treated, Old Titan would certainly not let this matter rest. Chapter 116. Headmaster, something is amiss. At the entrance of the Li clan, Tyrone and Tainua wore peculiar expressions, their vigilance directed at their surroundings. "Is your grandfather not here?" He should not be. At this time, he is likely preoccupied with family matters. Father, you have brought disgrace upon us. How am I to establish myself in the academy now? Unfilial son. Tainua struck Talon on the head, furiously exclaiming, You can't even defeat a Tang San. Are you truly my son, the mighty Tainua? Talon hurriedly covered his head and muttered, Haven't you also failed to defeat him? What did you say? Tainua was already in a foul mood. How could a Soul King be unable to defeat a Soul Sovereign? Where would he place his dignity? During Bufing's tenure, he had confronted Tainua more than once regarding Talon's fighting issues. The entire family consisted of muscular men in ordinary academies. Students could graduate upon reaching level 30. However, Talon's situation was exceptional, being at level 37 and a key participant in the upcoming Continental Advanced Soul Master competition. He had been deliberately retained for an additional year. The Shrek 7 monsters spent most of their time training in the back mountains, and aside from the academy instructors, Talon was undeniably the true leader of the academy. He had been summoned by Bufing more than anyone else. Ahem, what are you two up to? A weary voice resonated behind the father and son. At that moment, both trembled. There was no mistaking it. Grandfather had arrived. Titan furrowed his brow, sensing something was amiss, and swiftly pushed aside Tainua. What met his eyes were the battered figures of the father and son. Talon's bruises had yet to fade, while Tainua fared even worse, bearing numerous contusions and bloodstains. Having just arrived home, they had not yet changed clothes, making them appear particularly disheveled. As the clan leader of the Li family, who had stood in Tiando City for many years, Titan still held some sway. Who did this to you? Who is responsible for your injuries? Titan roared in fury, his heart aching at the sight of their wounds. It was only a matter of time before Titan learned of this incident. If he were to discover that a Soul King could not even defeat a Soul Sovereign and had been beaten to such a state, it would be a tremendous humiliation. Talon quickly replied, Grandfather, this was just an accident during a spar with father. Please do not overthink it. One had to admit, Talon's acting was not up to par. Titan, being a seasoned veteran, immediately saw through his grandson's lies. His gaze darkened and his aura surged, the terrifying presence of a Soul Douluo enveloping them. Speak. In a mere moment, the overwhelming pressure almost suffocated the father and son. Dad, the one who injured us is a person named Tang San. Tainua finally spoke. Tang San? Titan murmured. What is his strength? Titan continued to interrogate. Strength? For a moment, Tainua was taken aback. He hesitated to speak, fearing Titan might suddenly strike him. Observing his son's hesitation, Titan snorted coldly and turned to Talon, asking, What is the strength of this Tang San who injured you and your father? Talon found himself equally at a loss, cautiously glancing at Tainua. Such a subtle gesture could not escape the eyes of Titan, a Soul Douluo. Speak, or I shall hang you both up and beat you. The father and son shivered, and Talon hastily said, Grandfather, that Tang San is merely a 38-level Soul Sovereign. He is my classmate. We had a dispute yesterday, and that's how it happened. Useless. As the young master of the Li family, you cannot even defeat a mere Tang San. What a waste of your powerful guerrilla martial soul. And your father, is he also injured by that Tang San? Titan coldly glanced at Tainua, disappointment evident in his eyes. If one day the future of the Li family rested in their hands, he would find no peace in the afterlife. Seeing Tainua remain silent, Titan's suspicions were confirmed. You unfilial son. A Soul King of over level 50 cannot defeat a 38-level Soul Sovereign. How have I raised such a disgrace? Come, he said, dragging Tainua with one hand and Talon with the other, striding toward the door. Grandfather, where are we going? Talon feigned ignorance, fully aware of his grandfather's temperament. Titan cast a disdainful glance at the father and son, scoffing, Where else could we go? We are going to inquire with Dean Flander about that Tang San who injured my son and grandson. And also to question Teacher Bufing about what you've been up to lately. Your father has covered for you several times. Do not think I am unaware. It was over. This time they would surely face dire consequences upon their return. Meanwhile, at Shrek Academy's back mountain, the Shrek 7 monsters, along with Dugu were undergoing training under the guidance of Seahorse Douluo. Except for Ning Rongrong, who had taken leave to return home, everyone else was diligently enduring their training. The two holy pillars of Sea God Island took turns in the training sessions, unlike at Sea God Island, where their time was mostly spent on cultivation and safeguarding peace. They had finally arrived on the mainland and intended to engage in something truly interesting. In the wooden house at the back mountain, Bufing was seated with Flander, the master, and Lu Erlong, discussing various matters. What, Teacher Bufing, you are leaving the academy? Flander exclaimed in shock. Bufing nodded helplessly, acknowledging the gravity of his mission to the city of Slaughter, where he had an exceedingly significant matter to attend to. Time waits for no one. This undertaking is of utmost importance to me, and I fear I may not return for several years. Dean Flandra, Master, Vice Dean Lu. The training of the little monsters is nearing its conclusion, and I find I have little left to impart. The path ahead shall be theirs to traverse alone. The master remarked, Teacher Bo, we have all witnessed your guidance of Tang San and the others. Rest assured, we shall take good care of them. Vice Dean Lu Erlong added, Teacher Bo, the city of Slaughter is exceptionally perilous, a place from which one may not return. Are you certain you wish to venture into such danger? In response to Lu Erlong's counsel, Bufing smiled, I must go. Even if it means climbing mountains of knives or descending into seas of fire, father. I am determined to bring you back. Dean Flandra smiled faintly. Teacher Bo, I wish you a safe journey and hope you achieve your desires. The doors of Shrek Academy will always be open to you. And you will forever remain one of us. Thank you, Dean Flandra. Wolfing expressed his gratitude as he rose. Suddenly, Zhao Wujie burst in, panting heavily. Chapter 117. The belt is about to snap. Wujie, what is the matter? Why the frantic demeanor? Dean Flandra asked, displeased. Wujie wiped the sweat from his forehead, breathlessly exclaiming. He has arrived. Who has arrived? Vice Dean Zhao urged impatiently. Do tell. Could it be someone dares to disrupt the academy? Lu Erlong interjected, ready to teach them a lesson. Seeing Zhao Wujie in such a state of panic, Wolfing inquired, Teacher Zhao, could it be that Talon's grandfather has come? Zhao Wujie nodded solemnly. Indeed, Teacher Bo, you are correct. That old fellow has indeed arrived, and he demands we hand over Tang San. Tang San? The master questioned. What does this have to do with him? At this moment, Wolfing elaborated. Yesterday, Tang San had a confrontation with Talon. The reason? Talon has feelings for Xiaowu. But she does not reciprocate. Tang San shares a close bond with Xiaowu, as we all know. But what does this have to do with Talon's grandfather? Lu Erlong asked, perplexed. This morning, Talon's father, Tainua, upon hearing that Talon was beaten, personally came to the academy to confront Tang San. Wolfing continued. The mighty King Tainua. Lu Erlong frowned. Talon is the heir of the Strength clan, and his father is a Soul King, known as the Mighty King. As for his grandfather, he is the clan leader, Titan, a formidable soul Douluo at level 82, a pure power-type soul master with the martial soul, Mighty Gorilla. Kazuki nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in Deputy Dean Lu's words. This morning, upon my arrival at the academy with my apprentice, I fortuitously witnessed that fierce battle. Teacher Bo, is Little San injured? Master inquired anxiously as he bore the weighty responsibility of safeguarding Tang San, having no children of his own. Master had long regarded Tang San as his own flesh and blood. Wolfing shook his head gently, assuring Tang San that he was fine. But it was Tainua who had unwittingly been struck by the 8 spider lances. The venom contained within compelled Tainua to concede defeat. Subsequently, the father and son departed. Their family dynamic quite amusing, a quintessential protective nature. When the son was assaulted, the father would intervene, and if the father faced adversity, the grandfather would inevitably appear. Wolfing could not help but chuckle. Frandel pressed his aching forehead, realizing the gravity of the situation. Taitian, as the patriarch of the Titan clan and a formidable soul Douluo, would not take the defeat of his son and grandson lightly. Among us, the highest soul power belongs to Erlong, a soul sage of level 79. Tang San has now struck both his son and grandson, and there is no doubt that he will seek retribution. Is there a way to resolve this matter? Lu Erlong shook his head with a wry smile. If only it were that simple, Frandel. The Taitian family, as Master Wolfing has pointed out, is known for their protective nature. With the clan leader personally involved, we will undoubtedly need to exert considerable effort. At this juncture, we have little choice but to proceed in this manner. Wuji, please go to the back mountain and inform Tang San that we will personally extend our apologies to the Titan clan leader, hoping that this incident can be resolved amicably. Frandel said with resignation. There's no need for that. I will speak with the Titan clan leader myself. Wolfing interjected suddenly. Frandel responded, Master Wolfing, do you feel confident? The Titan clan leader is a soul Douluo. Perhaps we should summon both Sea Spear and Seahorse to join us. Their presence might serve as a deterrent. Wolfing chuckled lightly, saying, Dean Flander, we advocate for persuasion through reason rather than coercion through force. Should you wish to quell this matter, it is quite simple. I need only to send either Uncle Meow or Uncle Haima, and the Titan chieftain will surely depart. Moreover, I have some matters to discuss with the Titan chieftain. Master replied, Teacher Bo, are you truly certain about this? Rest assured, everyone here awaits my good news. I shall return shortly. With that, Wolfing and Zhao Wujie stepped outside. Xiao Gang, do you think Teacher Bo can resolve the issue? I am rather concerned, Flander expressed. Master reassured, do not worry. I have faith that Teacher Bo will undoubtedly find a perfect solution, as we have nothing pressing at the moment. Let us head to the back mountain to check on the children and inform Xiao San of this matter, just in case of any unforeseen developments. In front of the Shrek Academy teaching building, the Titan stood tall, emanating an imposing aura. Despite his advanced age and graying hair, his presence remained undiminished. Behind him, Taino and Talon stood, the earlier morning's battle having transpired at the academy's entrance. Consequently, many passing students pointed and whispered about the father and son duo. Much to Talon's embarrassment, wishing he could dig a hole and hide. Teacher Bo, that old fellow is right over there. I shall take my leave. Zhao Wujie appeared somewhat anxious. Teacher Zhao, what has you so flustered? Are you afraid the Titan chieftain might devour you? Wolfing jested. Zhao Wujie waved his hand, exclaiming with resignation, it is not that I fear him. It is merely that this old fellow once put a bounty on my head. Back in my youth, I accidentally harmed his cousin, and as a result, I was wanted across the entire continent. This old man has become a soul Douluo, even as a soul sage. I could easily be subdued by him. No more talk, Teacher Bo. I must take my leave. Best of luck to you. With that, Zhao Wujie hurriedly departed, soon disappearing from sight. Bo Feng couldn't help but smile. It seemed that even Zhao Wujie had something to fear. He glanced at the three individuals standing not far away, with the white-haired elder at the forefront being Titan. Truly, they were a formidable family, with muscles that spoke volumes. The Wind Demon gradually approached the position of the three individuals. "Greetings, Titan Chief." The Titan instinctively turned his head to look. "Who are you?" "Wave Wind Path. I am the Director of Education at Shrek Academy, Wave Wind." "So you are indeed Wave, the esteemed proprietor. Your illustrious name has reached my ears long ago, and you are also the instructor of my grandson. May I inquire how my grandson has been faring lately? Has he caused you any concern?" Wolfing cast a glance at Tai Long, a look urging him to show restraint. Otherwise, he would surely face dire consequences upon returning. "As you wish," he declared. "You, my grandson, have not been performing well of late," Wolfing stated candidly. In an instant, Tai Long stood frozen, realizing that this time he was truly in trouble. It seemed that his father's patience had reached its limit once again. As he caught the gaze of Titan, Tai Long's head abruptly lowered. Among the few with the highest soul power in the academy, and as a purely strength-based soul master, there were scarcely any students capable of rivaling Tai Long. Aside from the Shrek 7 monsters who were training in the back mountain, he was indeed the little tyrant of the academy. "Wait until we return. I shall show you what discipline looks like." Titan glared at Tai Long. Then, Titan turned to Wolfing and said, "Teacher Wolfing, my purpose in coming here is to find a student named Tang San." A gentle smile graced the lips of Bofeng as he discerned the true purpose behind the Titan clan leader's visit. "Since you are aware, what of Tang San?" he inquired. Upon uttering these words, the Titan's demeanor shifted dramatically, his countenance darkening with gravity. His son and grandson had been assaulted, and by none other than a soul master, igniting a profound fury within him. As the heirs of the Titan lineage, this affront undoubtedly struck a blow to their dignity. If they did not seek reparation today, how could the Titan clan maintain its standing in the Heavenly Do City? "This is a matter concerning our younger generation. I believe it unnecessary for the clan leader to intervene personally," Bofeng continued. The Titan leader scoffed. "Tang San has struck my son and my grandson. This matter demands an explanation. I hold you in high regard as my grandson's mentor, yet this affair is solely between us. I implore you to surrender Tang San. Otherwise." Wolfing smiled faintly, and I couldn't help but worry that if Tang San truly emerged, it would be you, my esteemed elder, who would be taken aback. Haotian Hammer. Those who understand, understand. Kaze no Kaze had initially planned to depart for the city of slaughter the following day, but unexpectedly encountered the Titan today. Therefore, let us set a modest goal first. Ha ha ha. The Titan laughed heartily, declaring, "In all my years, few have dared to speak to me in such a manner." "Teacher Bo, do you truly refuse to hand over Tang San?" "It is not a matter of refusal, but rather an impossibility. I once pledged to safeguard a person's safety. Moreover, it was your grandson who instigated the trouble first. His lack of skill cannot be blamed on anyone else." As the wind swirled, a faint blue light flickered from the right hand of Bofeng. "Elder Titan, please proceed. I am eager to witness the true prowess of the leader of the Power Clan. Indeed, today, I shall also